There's hurt in my veins. Hell is empty, all the devils are here. Hell is empty, all my demons are here. Oh, find a way. Oh, come what may. Cast out of heaven, fall from grace. Staring in the mirror is when you not 100, Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this why this on the flow, Hey, gotta keep my fur coat close, cause I'm a boss and I'm way too cold, I don't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this. Tell them that my pockets too swollen, they already know I'm a flex with a bag like this. Like, I'm at the top and that's literal. I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in this pivotal. They wanna be me and it's pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me. There's no angle they can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees. Wait, you can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest, Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it, My flow got a cold as sick as the illest, I know that I'm great and they about to witness me going in, I went way up, about to go again, You see me on the telly, then you tell a friend, Cause you know I'm about to rain, it'll never end, Cause I got big dreams, big goals, never settle, gotta keep on going now. You say you got it, and I Red Bull, I got the wings and I ain't coming down. No. I keep it straight, every line is so intentional. This is your moment to let it go. You know that I'm into them way too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold,
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen schwanzig. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Lunchtime. Straße in den Süden, Kickdown, Moto Guzzi, Sozius, Traumfrau, Monika Bellucci, High-Res, Roadtrip, Neapel, Rom, Overnight, Truckstop, Insta, Snapshot, Polaroid, 40 Love, Korken knallen, Karte Door, Spa-Time, Bubble Bath, Aftershave, Miyake Sport, Private Coach, Crunches, Lunch Break, Yacht Club, Seafood, Aperol und Lachsteak, küsst den Ring. Wir haben Erfolg, Millionen Dinge und dein Lächeln spiegelt in meiner Persol, Pilotenbrille, Holz knackt im Kamin. Es werde hell, wir lieben uns die ganze Nacht, nackt auf dem Bärenfell, Wüstenstraße, weiter Himmel. Kawasaki, Speedboat, Karawane, F1, Abu Dhabi, du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde, Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas, Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst, wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall. Sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall. Schrimps und Limette, Monaco, Saint-Tropez, Dachterrasse, Whirlpool, Eiswürfel, Corbusier, Casino, Hopping. Die ganze Welt ist hier, Drinks für zwei, Champagner, Elixier, Traumpaar, Undercover, Americans, unsterblich, Grace Kelly, Cary Grant, allein unter Palmen. Und dazu kalter Cider, Sommerwind, Küstenstraße, Sonnenbrille, Alpha Spider, Hors d'oeuvre, schwerer Wein und klarer Kopf, Zigarren aus dem Humidor, Cohiba und Davidoff, Candlelight, sanftes Licht, Candelabra, deine Haut, China White, Seidenkleid, Balenciaga. Was die Leute denken, wenn sie uns reden hören, Open Water, Seychellen, Hochseeangeln, Segeltörn, du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde, Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas, Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst, wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall. Sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Deceived daywalkers, tricked to live in the light, crippled by the fear of darkness, taught to flee from it, blinded by daylight. You forgot the beauty of true darkness. I will make you remember. Your sun sets. Look into my eyes. I will help you see. I will set you free from the chains of lies and bring you back home into the shadows.
The ESL One Major is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
They're just going to see if they can burst through Monet. Yatoro's in as well. Have the Static Storm. They've trapped him for now.
Can they finish him?
Have they got enough damage? They don't. XXX just gets in control.
He's alive.
Lyle dying super quickly to Samela. Samela finishes off with the power shot. GG is called.
There is far too much damage. The Dongies, it comes in. The Static Storm goes out at the same time. Matthew with dueling freezing fields, but eventually does die. C-Smile, what a big hit. That is an overwhelming on. See the gate animation. You should know what's happening. Boy. Oh, this is awkward. BKB's going to go off from C-Smile. Arteezy is in melee range with C-Smile, but he can't actually win this fight. It's not even close. I mean, GG instantly.
Which team would you room with for the rest of the event and smell all their smells? Oh, these guys probably smell great.
Zai, there's the finger. He's just dead right off the bat. There's the Ravage to follow, but Mickey popping his newly picked up BKB. Nisha with that double damage.
Oh my God.
Delete both supports from the face of the earth. Zai buys back in the game. A beautiful steering chains onto 2. Dragon Tail's there. There's a heal coming to DY. Instantly canceled. Finally, the Ravage comes through, and that is online. But Paparazzi has to zip back away. Nisha doing so much damage on the back line. 3 dead already for Extreme Gaming, including their position 1. And that's going to be GG. Liquid take it 2-1.
Good morning. I'm here to check if you have set all your chores, assignments, any homework, anything you need to get done, have it done tomorrow. I'm just making sure that you have your whole day tomorrow be useful. Maybe you're traveling, because after tomorrow, we will be for 3 days in a sold-out Velodrome arena. It will be action-packed, and I don't think you'll want to leave your seat, be that in the arena or at home. So tomorrow is the only day you got to get everything done, everything sorted. And of course, all the teams are looking very much forward to playing in front of that arena, but not everybody will get that chance. Not everybody. There is one more lower bracket match today where we will eliminate a team. After that today, we're going to have 2 upper bracket series. Yes, and we will know 2 of our top 3 by the end of today. It's all going to be very exciting, so sit back, relax, and enjoy the final day before the Velodrome Arena. You're watching the Berlin Major. We're all very much looking forward to today. The Dota here in Berlin will be top tier, creme de la creme, and that's why we got the creme de la creme panelists as well. Now, you know Jenkins, and you know PPD by now as well, but we have a fresh face on the panel. No, Till, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Hello.
How are you doing?
Very good, very good. I'm so happy to be here. So happy to be, back in a major and a major in Europe. It's, it's something that, as a European, I always dream of. Something closer to home, or something closer to, like bringing Dota here. So I feel blessed, feel happy. and fresh.
Yeah, good. But before we go any further, I do want to get your quick overall takes of what we've seen so far. I don't know if you can keep it concise because a lot has happened, and of course a new patch as well. But what's your takes?
I mean, to keep it concise, I mean, it's chaotic. It's a new Dota patch. Dota has always been a game of chaos. And I quite enjoyed having the release before a big tournament. I think this is also in the spirit of what Dota has been at its best, to kind of, you guys figure it out, entertain us, like show us what's good, show us how things work. So as a spectator, I've really enjoyed, what was happened, like with the patch timing, with the major, and how crazy and big it is, and how it's, nobody knows anything yet, and everybody's watching these games and learning, and you see it you're going to see everything that happens here in the pubs, and things are going to evolve, how metas evolve. So I feel rekindled.
Dota players are too smart. Can't give them more than a couple days.
Exactly.
To prepare the patch. I think this should be the new norm. Let's just start doing patches, major patches,
I agree.
right before big tournaments, and see who has the innovation and creativity.
Isn't that what Dota is?
Surpass their opponents. It is, yeah. And that was kind of my point. I feel like people are too smart. They figure it out too fast.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this off camera earlier about like what's a good duration for a break and things like this. I think all these small things actually heavily impact how a meta develops or how things turn out. Because if you give somebody 2 days, it's way different than giving them 1 day. Also because of the pubs and how ideas develop and how things get figured out. So again, I'm really enjoying the arena, go battle.
Yeah, go battle. We definitely have seen some battle. And when they are all battling for a reason, of course, because DPC points. Okay, there's also money on the line. That's nice and all that. But literally, DPC points, that is what these teams are playing for. Only top 8 gets paid out, Jenkins, both points and money. And that is massive.
Yeah, I mean, some of these teams absolutely need these points to go to TI. Especially in like the Western EU region where it's so competitive, and you never know what team could like literally get relegated to Div 2 in the next tour, and then still maybe end up going to TI on points. So yeah, these definitely matter a lot. There's a few teams that peaked, or at least have had a local peak on Tour 2, and they weren't so good on Tour 1, and so they're looking to also get some points so that they can get to TI, and you got to win.
You got to win. I could take a look at our massive brackets. Now, we only had space for 12 teams in the playoff brackets. We already sent 6 home at the end of the group stages. And then these are the 12 teams remaining. Well, should I say, Peter, were the 12 teams remaining?
Yes, and we've thinned the herd a little bit. I think all of these teams did very well in the group stage, and the Dota that we've seen in the playoffs has been fantastic. As we narrow it down, today's our final day of not being in the arena. Still expecting some really hyped games, especially from those winter brackets that we'll watch later today. But the energy and intensity is going to be different on Friday, and I can't wait.
Yeah, elimination match is always something special. We'll have later on today, as Peter said, our upper bracket semifinals. Those will be very excited. But let's be real. No, till this the lower bracket, that's always where the most excitement happens.
Yeah, and Aster versus Liquid is going to be incredibly hype. That one's not today, but I guess that's in 2 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, and today we're going to have LGD Talon, which is also very, it's interesting. I would say maybe it's like, for me, it's a little less interesting than some of these other games, but it's elimination. And I always enjoy seeing people back against the wall. And these are, like every team here, these are teams who have to figure it out. They have to find themselves. They have to find out what heroes, what strategies they're going to go for. And I think everybody needs to be watching this. I'm sure every team is going to be watching this because this might change the tournament. These games might change, the direction of what people are going to pick and what they're going to value in the future.
Yeah, I think yesterday we already had close attention here, Jenkins, because we had some crazy good games, some one-sided games, a little bit of everything, actually.
Yeah, there was a little bit of everything. For me, the biggest surprise was probably EG Shopify. I think, Peter, we both predicted that EG would go through.
Yes.
I was a little wishy-washy. I wasn't sure because Shopify does very well against EG internationally, just historically speaking. But we've been watching Shopify, and they look a little off.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think there's, Shopify seems like more of a group stage team. I think it sucks to say, but that's really the truth of it. I wanted to ask Noto what your take was. What do you think is the difference between kind of that big group stage and then going into playoffs? What do teams need to do differently?
I think there's like many challenges that comes and stages that comes in the tournament. But something that is always to a benefit is to kind of go through struggles earlier and figure out what it is that you want to do after. Like, what team are we? You know, find your identity. And if you don't find the struggle early on, you might not go through this process and find yourself. Maybe somebody doesn't need it. You know, you've had tournament runs that have been too smooth. But the way I see it is like you kind of have to be a unit for the next stage, more so than the group, because groups, I don't know, it doesn't test you as much. So the longer you go, the further you go, it becomes a mental battle. How good are you as a team? Like, how can you handle the pressure? How can you handle the stakes? Because they keep increasing. And I think maybe for the Shopify and EG, I think one team was playing with some type of pressure they didn't manage to cope with and weren't really able to be themselves. Whereas EG seemed to be really loose and relaxed.
Yeah, we saw exactly what you said actually with EG. Like day 1, day 2, we were questioning like what's going on with this team. Like their drafting was kind of weird. They were like early prioritizing Chris Lux heroes, still picking like the Leshrac and stuff that was kind of like old patch. Yeah. And then they started, you know, feeling out the meta, drafting a little bit differently, looking a lot better. Like they were just crisp. So it does look like they went through that like where they, you know, ascended that period. They grew, yeah.
They grew a bit, had some time to enjoy themselves potentially as well, and I think that a lot of players have been enjoying themselves, and not just with the Dota. We asked what they liked about Berlin.
My favorite part of being in Berlin, I think the city, just like really pleasant and pretty and like nice to be in. Each day I've taken like a walk and find a new cafe and like explore the city and stuff, and it's just really pleasant and like good for my mentality, I guess.
It's my first time in Berlin. I just like Germany, and it's pretty similar.
The weather is not like too cold like it was in Bologna.
Favorite part being in Berlin is the weather, because in the Philippines it's really hot right now.
I looked on Google Maps and it looks like a very close to a big park. That's my favorite thing so far. I haven't been to the park, so time will have to tell if it's true.
I guess the favorite part is that they have vegan food here. Appreciate it. I look it up online, search for some Uber Eats deliveries, and saw they have some vegan stuff, and that was amazing. I don't have to stop, so that's great.
I like the food in Berlin. I thought my perception was that when I came here, food was not gonna be that good. Because I remember, like you said, when I was at Leipzig, it was terrible. Like I had like a sausage and like bread every morning. Like it was terrible.
I don't know much about Berlin, but I think they have some great sausages, so I'm gonna go eat a lot.
I went to the mall today, and they had this Asian food place. It was pretty good, so I like it. Yeah.
I've had a lot of wonderful food choices and options. I've been boot camping in Serbia, and the food options are quite limited there and not as great, so I'm very happy.
So I actually have family that lives in Berlin, so I've been here a few times before. I think the doner here it's special. I think the Berlin doner is a must try for everyone.
For sure it is a must try, can indeed confirm, and I'm sure that there's another person that can confirm that. Slacks, have you tried the doner yet?
Oh, hello. Yeah, I tried the doner, girl. I've been donering all day. Oh, absolutely. In fact, I got the energy from a donor to find this very special secret place.
Oh,
what is this?
God.
It turns out this is the upstairs.
Okay.
I didn't
where
even know
was this during
area.
group stages?
It's the same place, actually. I didn't know this existed. There's a secret staircase where you can get a bird's eye view of all the players. In fact, not only that, I found out that there was something. Oh, get out of here! My God, this shot's ruined. I found out that there was a whole mess of humans living up here.
What?
Little gremlins. Yeah, they got all their computers up here. The referees, this is like their station above. Look at this guy. He's rockin' stoning right now, brother. Rockin' stone, baby. Hell yeah. Anyway, yeah, the referees are living up here. We are seeing ourselves on that camera. Can you zoom in on that for a sec? Yeah, good. That's effing crazy. That's great. How are they? Wow, you put your Discord up. I told you not. You guys want to DOS them right now? Zoom in on that. Yeah, that's good.
Don't do that.
Anyway, how's the refereeing job going up?
Good, great, loving it.
What do you guys see from up here on your special perch?
I see lots of loud, bald men running around and shouting. You know.
That's good. Have you seen any infractions, Mr. Referee?
You know, other than the volume of your voice during tournament periods, sometimes disrupting our games.
Oh.
No, we've been great.
Okay, well, that's fantastic. Thank you so much for your incredible review. But yes, all the rules are being followed. The referees are working very hard, and things are wonderful. Check this out one more time. All right. Back to you guys. Shake it around a little bit, cameraman. Make it crazy. Get in there. Zoom into it now. Zoom into it. Zoom in.
Wow, thank you very much, Sax, for creating that great. I don't even know what you call it. Is that an illusion? Is that when you have the infinite cameras? There's a word for that.
Insanity. I don't know.
Sounds.
Inducing. I don't know.
It sums it up pretty well. So today we are gonna, of course, hear more from Slacks. We're gonna also hear from our commentary team, which is great. But today is Dota Day. Now, we do have 2 upper brackets semifinals, and they're very exciting. Don't get me wrong. 9Pandas versus Tundra, top tier, will be an amazing series. OG Gaimin Gladiators, come on, that's amazing. It's all right, great. Nobody gets eliminated, though. That's where we have the first series of the day. Talon and PSG.LGD. It is a rough time because one of them is not going to make it top 8. One of them is not going to get any points, any money, or any hotel for this weekend. And that is the harsh reality of our first series. And that means that there's so much pressure coming onto them for this opening series of this lovely Wednesday for the Berlin Major. Now, we're going to start talking about those 2 teams very soon. But before that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more. For our first series of the day, we go to PSG.LGD taking on Talon. And when we look at these two teams, there's one thing that is a big difference, according to my panelists. There is a big difference between these two teams because Talon has had 2 days off. PSG.LGD has had 1 day off. And Nota, this could be a very big difference between these two teams, right?
As we were talking about a bit earlier, since it's a new patch, but it also has a lot to do with what type of player you are. But on a new patch, you get an extra day break. It means more pubs, and it means also more time looking at the games. And those things combined, you might come up with something new. And we saw Jabs suddenly switch his value, for example, in what heroes he wanted to play, and he's been 5 out of the last 6 games. They first phase Underlord for him. Who knows what has happened in these 2 days for him? He could come up with something new today, could go back to, I don't know, if it's Prophet or whatever. So I think this could definitely be to their benefit that they get an extra day to view, spectate, and learn, and come up with something new. Hopefully, I mean, I say that to, if you're a Talon fan, hopefully they're not gonna, just stick to what they've been doing, because I think LGD is a team that does their homework, and they're gonna figure something out. You're not gonna get like some free Underlord game, or it's gonna be banned, or, So I think it's to their advantage if they've spent their time well and wise.
Yeah, they come from Group B, and they did not make it to the top 4, so they start in the lower bracket. And they struggle a little bit, and it's interesting to see because, for example, at Lima Major, they came 3rd. They were a very dominant team, but Jenkins, it seems like they've had a little bit of struggle to adapt properly to the patch here.
Right after the major, they did an interview and they were saying basically like they learned a lot from the major, from Liquid and Gaimin Gladiators. But then, a brand new patch comes out, like even Liquid and Gaimin Gladiators don't really know what's going on. Maybe more so Gaimin does. And yeah, Talon, their playstyle for a very long time has been picking Jabs, some like weird carry in the off lane, Nature's Prophet, he'll play carry role, or like Naga Siren. And that's just not what this patch is about. It's about building like a bunch of aura items on the offlaner, and but it is good to see in the last couple of days they have adapted. Just at the start of the tournament they didn't, but now they have. So I think it'll be a little more even in today's matches.
Yeah, a lot of talks about Jabs here for this opening here. Peter, looking at Talon, is that also the player that you're looking at most closely when you're watching them play?
Yeah, I think we've all been following Jabs and his career. Primarily in Southeast Asia over the past almost like 10 years. This guy's been playing forever, only 24 years old. He's now the captain and offlaner, and been impressed. He's always kind of making into these second stages of the tournaments. He hasn't really been on the podium too much, besides at Lima Major they got, was it 3rd or 4th?
3rd place.
3rd, yeah.
So definitely heating up. Maybe this is his year to kind of have that breakout success that I think he deserves.
Yeah, he's being surrounded by star players. Of course, 23 Savage being one of them, with one of the highest, if not the highest, right now MMR out there. So definitely a star player. Good one to have in your team, and a good one to talk to Slacks as well.
Hey guys, I'm here with 23 Savage from Talon. How's it going?
Great.
Great. Great for an elimination morning, huh? You guys woke up early. You're against LGD, fighting for your lives, and things are great?
Yeah, it's great.
All right. Well, I had an idea for you to pump up your teammates, I know you're a man of the people. You're a man of motivation. I thought we'd go down the line here, and you could give a little speech to your boys to wake them up and get ready for this series today. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right. Look this man in the eye and tell him what he's good at. Tell him what he does.
He's good at flirting women.
He's good at what?
Flirting women.
Flirting with women. All right, you're good at flirting with women. Bring it in here today. Flirt with the enemy ladies on the game. What do we got here?
He's good at drinking.
He's good at drinking. Think about how much you can drink after you win this match, okay? Fantastic. Drink their blood, my friend. Drink their milkshake. What do we got?
He's good at mobile games.
He's good at mobile games. Think about your future 30 years from now after you win 2 TIs. You're out there playing mobile, Dota 4 on mobile. But you should play Dota 2 here today. Last but not least.
He's good at watching anime.
Watching anime. This game is an anime, bro. You're the protagonist, all right? You got to rise up. This is after the declining action. This is the conclusion, baby. And what's this guy good at?
This guy?
No. What's he good at?
He's good at breaking her girl heart.
Breaking girls' heart. Well, hopefully you can break LGD's heart here today. Thank you so much. Best of luck in your series. No one said anything about Dota, so we'll see how that one goes. Thank you.
I trust that they're pretty good at playing Dota.
It's all insults. They just insulted each other.
Not insults.
No, but
having
it's good
fun.
they're in this high spirits, right?
I'm now convinced they're gonna win.
Wow.
Me too.
That interview convinced me.
I hope it convinces themselves as well. They look ready, though. They look happy. And they can deal with Slax's craziness, which I think, on the spot, not every Dota 2 player can do that. So credit to them for sure. We should also focus our attention to their opponents. Because I know, Talon did very well. Lima, different team, different patch. Same thing can be said at PSG.LGD, although they did not do that well in Lima. They actually got eliminated at this very spot.
Yeah. Talon didn't. Talon went straight through the lower bracket to 3rd place. So, we're hoping for LGD fans out there, not a repeat of the last time that this happened. It was 2-1 though.
And
so
it
was a close series.
And it was with a different offlaner, because they couldn't play with their normal offlaner. They had Old 11 standing in.
True.
And now they got Zeal.
Yeah.
Good.
And he's been quite the star, I would say. He picks, some interesting stuff that they can draft around. We've seen the Brewmaster come out every now and then, and it goes very well. And, I think against like Medusa and some of the common heroes on the patch, it is a sleeper, solid pick to come out in the offlane, especially with all the other offlaners getting banned. So yeah, this is a different roster. They could definitely make it through.
Yep, they need a lot of points. Talon has 800 and something points, of course, because they came so far in Lima. But PSG.LGD, they have 480 points, which is really not that many, especially considering the amount of teams playing in China. And they don't necessarily have the guarantee that they'll do well in their region every single time. So getting far here is very important. Now, we earlier said that when we're looking at Talon, you're looking at jabs. Peter, if you look at PSG.LGD, who does your eye go to? Who are you looking at?
Well, besides Zeal, I think it's got to be nothing to say. Their mid player, this guy has just been so dominant since he entered the scene. He's had 2 top TI placements, I want to say, like top 5 at least, and he's kind of, they're going to first pick him Storm Spirit if they can, and put all the eggs in his basket. Hopefully he can carry.
Surely you're going to look at Y as well. Isn't it from one, with 3 TI winners to the others?
Of course. We want to see what he's going to do.
We're just so used to talking about him. He's
do we have an
always
interview
the
with
guy.
him? Is that what this is? Do we have an interview with him?
We don't. No,
Oh, sorry,
we will
I
have
thought
an
you were
interview with Zeal in
transitioning.
a little bit. But I just want to talk about Y for a little bit, because he has been around for so long and he's a staple. But he is not, he's not a super flashy player, because he's a 5. So you're not going to be flashy. But I like support players. Notice I'm sure you like support players as well. So you look at them.
Of course. I mean, I always think about Shawade and Y, and I always think about Wings whenever Y is involved. Of course, there's an element of this, and to me, Wings was like the team of innovation. Together with us, I think we had a lot of mutual respect, and we pushed ideas in Dota much more than many other teams did back then. So I always look at this with a great curiosity and a lot of respect. I think Jabs comes from a similar place of great innovation, looking at the game with a very open mind, not afraid to try new things. And to me, Shawade and Y are the same. They're in the same type of boat, and I think this is the boat you have to be in. So I'm expecting new stuff today. I think we're maybe going to see comfort picks or something that they may have done before, but I'll be very surprised if we don't see something new and some kind of curveball, something nobody expects.
Yeah, Y and Shawade there as the veteran players. It's always good to have a mix of veteran and new guys on the same squad. And Zeal, this is his first international major, so very exciting stuff for him. And that's why we love talking to him, especially Slax loves talking to him.
Guys, I am here with Zeal from PSG.LGD. Sir, how are you feeling going into this elimination game? Big stress, big stress. Just kidding, no stress.
Confident.
Confident, that's what I like to see. All right, well, I thought that maybe your teammates could use some of this confidence. So I wanted to go down the line and have you tell them what they do best so that we can motivate this for them for this elimination series. Is that all right?
I guess so. Yeah.
You guess so? You better get more hype than that. This is the speech. This is the life-saving speech here, sir. You ready?
No.
Okay, fantastic. All right, let's go down the line here. We got the legends themselves. Xiaowei, motivate Xiaowei. Go, tell him what he's good at.
In English or what?
Yeah, no, so he understands, please. And then tell me.
霸王你的 BP 应该会压他们吧，9零开。
What did you say?
I said his ban pick is gonna be 90%, like 90% in favor of us.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. What's this guy good at? Tell me. I know he understands.
He's gonna carry all of us.
He's gonna carry all of us. That's right, baby. Carry them like you're a farmer. They're on your back, son. He's ready. Look at that smile. He's ready. All right, what is this guy good at?
He's good at captaining.
Captaining, baby. All right.
Lead us to the victory.
Leading the victory. Is that right? Okay, he's just smiling. And last but not least, what's this man good at?
He's good at making me happy.
Making you happy. How are you gonna ask him how he's gonna make you happy here today?
你今天会用什么来弄我开心？
什么都行。
I say whatever that makes me happy, he will do it.
Fantastic. That's what it's about. Teamwork, respect, picking Beastmaster. That's what it's about. That's winning, baby. All right, they seem very hype, very excited. Kind of. All right, we'll see how it goes. It's elimination day, guys. Everybody, they're doing your best. Thank you, Zeal. Goodbye. Goodbye. Tensions are high, guys. All right, we'll see.
Zeal and Planet, that's a Bobby situation in the making right there. They just want to make each other happy. Now, they would make each other most happiest by winning their series today. And it all starts with drafting. That's right, it is time for our first match of the day. The draft of PSG.LGD versus Talon coming your way after this.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MCs doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in the man. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
I came this far, nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna save yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit me. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot, you better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna tell them this.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The first series of the day will feature PSG.LGD and Talon. It's a best of 3 to decide which one of these two teams will make it to a live crowd in just a few days, and therefore also secure top 8, which gets you the prizes, the DPC points, the money, and being left here, losing here, will mean you go home with nothing to show for. So that is a very big pressure on both of these squads. We should be in the draft momentarily. We have Talon getting priority in this draft. They chose first pick, after which PSG.LGD has chosen second pick. I'm joined by Jenkins, PPD, and Notail, and I'm just going to keep quiet for this one as we talk about Notail. You want to start with the AA ban, because that's unusual.
Yeah, we were backstage. I was in my memory, I also only had seen AA once or twice, but it's actually been picked more this tournament. But I think 3 of the times LGD were the ones to run it, 2 or 3. It was a hero that was on my mind too when I started seeing some of these, like some of these trends and what people like to run, and I think it has a lot of value. So I can respect the ban, and I also think it starts a cascade of what jumps up in value or what Talon might be looking at. I don't know if it's some IO or if it's some alchemist, something that abuses auras and regen. So I quite respect the A ban. I think the Beast ban is also good, and we have to mention, the Medusa. It's not been banned, and Talon has first pick.
Quickly, Jenkins, what's the best hero in Dota right now?
Pudge.
Come on. Well, what's the ultimate first pick?
It's Medusa. It's Medusa.
I think you're wrong. I think
really?
I think it's Doom.
You think so?
I think it's Doom.
But do you think Doom beats Medusa?
I think so.
You really think so?
Yes, because I think one of the reasons Medusa is has no counters at the moment is because she's always able to get Stone Gaze off. There's not enough stuns and disables to sort of prevent her from casting this spell, and the carry goes in, Stone Gaze gets popped, he has to run away. Dusa now has that range separation, and he just, she does her thing.
Let's see if Talon agree with you, because now Dusa got out and Doom is still in. I do agree that Doom is up there.
I think that the Doom prevents the Stone Gaze the same way that Chronosphere prevents the Stone Gaze as well, which we saw Ramses playing the Void. So I think in a similar vein, I think that's why it's good.
Oh, okay, they go for it. Because they had been not valuing this very high previously, Talon. Even in some of the series, it was completely ignored, but quite often it wasn't picked until second phase.
Very popular amongst other teams, though.
So they've been watching the last couple days, and they're like, okay.
And scrimming, I'm sure they've been practicing and changing up their own metric value system, whatever.
Notail, you had an interesting point backstage about Coddle and the way that he secures runes, right?
Yeah, early rune fights. Some heroes seem to have, a cute little mechanic. Whether it's the Blinding Light or the Rubik Lift or Disruptive Glimpse, you get into these rune battles, and this one click of a button just means that you acquire the rune.
Right? They can't click on it.
Yeah. Or it would be funny if it's like Coddle versus Rubik, because it's going to be like, a moment of
page from yesterday.
But Coddle obviously is super strong, not just because of this, but I think his whole skill set is absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
And now he has a much better laning phase than he used to.
Yeah, having 2 spells that you can Chakra Magic and spam is pretty insane. It felt like the whatever the Solar Bind, that felt not so useful unless you're going for a kill attempt.
And definitely one of the best shards in the game right now.
Yeah. You get it for free as well.
Quite often, yeah.
We see these Coddles also with their Illuminate being able to wave clear and farm, able to get these early items. We see the Pivis oftentimes being rushed, which is kind of like that poor man's teamfight item at them, or team support item, and then we'll see the Solar Crest probably as well come out from the Coddle.
Yeah, with the extra cast range from the ult too. You're so far away and getting these defensive things on your team, protecting them. It's really nice.
And if people notice, I notice there's a big trend of making a hero hard to kill. It comes through auras, it comes through Pavis. In the mid game, you start seeing teams very often run out of damage, even though they have, very cool heroes for damage. Like Alchemist can bring a lot, Skywrath can bring a lot, but if you start adding, 1 Glimmer and 1 Pavis, this hero might not even go below 80%.
Yeah.
And it's so unfeasible to burst when heroes are in position. So yeah, I think a lot rests on how you take a lead. and which items and which auras or whatever it is that you get first, and then making the scenario happen where a hero can be in front and not get bursted. Opens up the fight quite nicely, usually.
Can Alchemist be a support? Is that possible? We've seen it a handful of times.
It's not gone super well from when we've seen it.
I definitely don't think you want it as carry against Terrorblade.
Yeah.
Because I think you want that Radiance build. I haven't seen many other builds have success, and the Terrorblade Reflection kind of turns it on you.
Yeah.
Which is not great.
I think the early timings for Alc are still really good. And in my view, it's a playable matchup, but definitely the later it goes, the cooler the matchup is for TB. Getting the Skadi and high agility, high armor, and you start you will definitely out team fight him. But I can see how, if you get a 9-minute Radiance like EG did, I'm pretty sure you can beat any strat with that.
Is anyone going to be as farmed as Picasso's Alchemist yesterday?
Oof, I don't know. That record might last for a bit.
1,000 GPM? Pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good.
When LGD has picked this, they've actually they've only run it on the mid position so far.
It's interesting bans though. So they're banning an offlaner, a carry, and a mid hero on Talon.
Zeal Panda. You like this first Terrorblade?
I love it. I'm a huge Brew fan. I also think the Brew in this patch is quite nice. Stuns getting nerfed and Tornado still being very strong. I mean, it also got nerfed, but like I think all these long duration stuns do have a place. I'm a huge Brew fan. I think even if they nerf the shit out of the hero, I'm still gonna love it. You know, I have a passion for it. So I respect anyone who plays it.
I think it should do well up top. Like,
it's definitely one of the good heroes against TB, but you can run into issues, right? You get BKB Daedalus, your Pandas, your Broodling start dying. It really depends on how the fights go and how you manage it, but if you get the lift off first on TB and you force the fight on the rest, it's a hard counter, right? And you also get the Master Spell for illusions.
There's the Dragonite. Potentially mid, potentially off lane.
I think it's versus mid Alc, or like that's maybe what they're picking for, if I had to guess.
They're probably going to grab their 5 as well, unless they do Coddle 5. What sort of 5 could you see working with Terrorblade up against this Panda Skywrath?
Oof.
They need a healer, or do they want to try and fight back?
I think Gaimin Gladiators would, for example, go for IO. I don't know if Talon is like an IO team. I think it's quite good. Also versus Brew, it can be quite good. It can go both ways.
They do play IO.
Yeah. I like the Rubik too. If it's still in, it is. I don't like the Disruptor as much here, but I think Glimpse is such an incredible ability. But I do think, that's why you're picking Disruptor. It's for Glimpse, and you might grief a bit on the lane and stuff. But I would prefer the Rubik or the IO. I do think Clockwork is also a good hero, but it seems to struggle sometimes.
Just risky, right?
Yeah.
Like
also these rune fights and what happens with these range heroes, and if you're laning with a TB, for example, it's not the best. Okay, they go for a Disruptor. I mean, Glimpse is a hell of an ability in this meta and this patch, I want to say.
Yep, but this does kind of give me some hesitation. I'm a little slightly worried about Disruptor and Terrorblade being able to lane up against Panda Sky.
Yes.
Some teams have solved this sort of laning issue by utilizing the portals and bringing a third support to help them in lane. Coddle could do that, however...
It's not the best.
Coddle maybe not the best. Another option for Talon would be to rotate both the Disruptor and the Terrorblade to the off lane through that portal whenever meta is up and try to disrupt the laning phase advantage that LGD may have.
I think it's very smart. I think some teams are already getting really good at this. Like Tundra, I think, are one of them that have abused this the most, especially when Saxo's playing Bounty Hunter. I think it's very hard to account for it because often you're so zoned in and you're so focused on trying to get the lead and get the advantage that, if you're playing like somebody is in Fog or like the third hero is there, you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing. I think it would be ideal if Talon managed to pull it off, stabilize the lanes through rotations early.
LG is almost out of reserve time. They only have 10 seconds left, and they got to pick their carry right now, I think.
Panic!
Actually, no, they have second pick. They'll save it for last. They'll grab a support.
They'll grab support, right?
Oh, Baden!
Interesting.
That's new.
Could still be a carry.
Stop. You're not going to play carry a Baden against Terrorblade, okay?
I think this is a Coddle thing. Honestly. I think it's partly a Coddle thing. I think maybe there's a build or there's an idea that you're able to out-trade the Coddle on the lane, or like you're able to run at him. like the old bounty hunters were and stuff. Other than that, I mean, there's not really a lot of value in the shield, right? There's only a Dragon Knight stun. Disruptor is really good versus Abaddon.
Yes, that big AoE silence. Hard to go save your teammates when.
Yeah, Glimpse counters you in every way.
Not a big fan of this pick, but
yeah, me neither.
It's new, it's refreshing. I'm always down for something else, and we'll have to see how it works.
So if you wanted to, you could still run this Alk carry, and this Abaddon can definitely boost you, and I think they won't have an issue on the safe lane against most things.
So maybe they're playing for an early game timing.
Yeah, with the Radiance and the Brewmaster, and then you're gonna have to shut down the TB, or depending, like there could be a magical mid pick that adds, you know, a lot of TB counter scaling like later in the game. But I'm assuming that they're gonna pick some carry, maybe some range carry. I was gonna say Drow, they banned it. I think with Drow their lineup's still interesting, and it's still a very winnable game. Like the fights.
Yeah, what are some of the carries that?
I mean, you ideally look for something ranged with the Abaddon. If you go double melee, it needs to be, you know, strong and have strong abilities like Alk.
Yeah, they banned the Muerta. That was the other pick other than
can
Drow.
go through the TB really fast, really hard.
Arc Warden, guys? Is it possible?
Huh?
Arc Warden? Is that
yeah,
possible?
I'm a huge Arc Warden believer, but last time I saw Arc in this tournament, I think it was Spotify playing it.
Spotify?
Shopify. Oh my god, I did it. Shopify. They ran the Meteor Hammer Maelstrom, I want to say.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was Maelstrom, what's it called, Meteor Hammer Midas, or...
I can look it up in here in a sec.
But it didn't really get to play. You didn't really get to see the Arc, but I'm a huge Arc Warden fan.
It would be a wild draft. I'm here for it.
Yeah. This patch, when you play the map a lot, like having the late game clone is super potent. I think the way you can play the map and the spark rates now, the way you can secure or scout areas is a super strong hero, potentially. But these things are often speculated, and then you try it in practice and you realize it doesn't work at all.
It's a really complicated hero now too, with the abilities doing different things, whether you're Radiant or Dire.
Right. There's this
It's
whole...
so weird.
Yeah. There's this whole... I mean, I have to reread the spells. I think
Yeah.
I read it like 3 times. I still don't remember
There's
how it goes.
Magnus. That's their team fight hero for jabs. Probably gonna buy a bunch of auras.
Yeah.
Most likely a pipe, I would presume.
Yeah. He has been doing that.
There you go. So
They
that's what they're
Tinker.
doing. Yeah.
Very good versus Terrorblade.
Wow.
Yes, and now I think the late game and how this game develops is completely different, right?
You feel like Tinker, even if Alchemist doesn't scale super great versus Terrorblade, Tinker can kind of be that game winner for them.
I mean, haven't you played against those Tinkers in pubs? Haven't
I
you
have
felt
played
it?
against Tinker, you know. It's pub, so I feel like it's a little more disorganized. Tinker has a little bit more free reign.
Of course. But you've seen the power of like the Tinker, right?
Yes.
You felt it. I think most of us have played against the Tinker and like felt the potential.
So many shields.
Suffered against the Tinker.
But so there's 2 displacement abilities from Talon that are really strong against a hero like Tinker, a hero like Abaddon, even Brewmaster and Alchemist won't enjoy the skewers and the glimpses this game. So I think it's far from easy for LGD, but I really enjoy their approach.
Yeah, I like it. This is going to be a fun game. Something new.
Yeah.
Do we favor PSG.LGD in this one then? Because their overall last pick was solid? We haven't seen Mag had too much success so far in this tournament.
No, we have not. But
Conceptually, I love LGD's draft. I'll carry Brewmaster off lane, Tinker mid versus TB. I love it. I love what they're doing. I think this is super innovative and smart.
You want to take a prediction? I think he's LGD.
I mean, how could I go any other team?
All right. LGD. Unanimous.
Okay. Unanimous LGD, but if Talon is going to do this, on the back of who? Is it on the back of Jabs Mag? Is that really the one that we're looking at, as we said it before?
I think it's Makoto on the DK. What's he able to make happen? Tinker a little bit more of a farmer, DK more of a fighter.
I think all the stuns play a huge role in this game, but you are going to need the Terrorblade to hit his Daedalus BKB and to get the right clicks in the fight. Because if he doesn't, BKB gets wasted. Oof, I mean, this Brewmaster and Tinker is just going to control him, and then where's the damage going to come from?
And in a match like this, if it goes to 60 minutes, which we sometimes see in the case of Talon, I do need to talk about this for a second. Jenkins, is there any team in particular that scales best? Because I feel like both have got quite a decent 60-minute lineup.
Honestly, I mean, I feel like a Tinker against TB is like really hard for the TB, and the reason we thought Talon scaled better against LGD was because of the TB versus Alk matchup. So like, I gotta go LGD for this one.
All right, we're finding out how this game is going to play itself out. It's game 1 of the first series here, and we're listening to OD Pixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, Talon up against PSG.LGD. And folks, what we heard from the panel, they really like what PSG.LGD is doing here in this first game of this best of 3. Of course, lower bracket. Loser of this will be going home. They will be out at the major, so everything to play for today. So it sounds like Talon, they're up against a bit of a challenge then in this game on. Would you agree?
Definitely feels it. It feels like they have to out-execute quite a few times here in this one with like glimpses and displacements as they were talking about, so they're going to have to make some big plays because I think LGD got exactly what they wanted. It's nothing to say playing Tinker. We are blessed. We get to watch this. And also, I'm a bit, the Magnus, we've been very critical about it because it's very difficult sometimes to get the playmaking. And I feel like they actually made it, the Abaddon we're all looking at, we're like, oh, this is a bit of a weird pick. It's the first time we have Abaddon in this tournament. And then they pick a Magnus into it. So I'm like, oh, they just made the Abaddon actually better. Because you can just ult, shield somebody. If they get RP'd, you can protect. We have lots of barriers and shields.
Now,
see what happens.
In their favor, they do have the follow-up of this Disruptor, right?
They absolutely
If you get the Static Storm down, then you can't make that sort of play. But you've got to be quick with that sort of play. And already here with the early action, we're seeing PSG.LGD in trouble. Zeal, he's going down. Talon, they'll get first blood. We'll see if they can get anything in return. They'll get Q, so a 1-for-1. See the chase continue over towards Shiro. He's cooking up a concoction. Be able to throw it back and hold back both 23 and Jazz, but the Shockwave, it's back up, drags Shiro in, the Breed Fire's there. Talon, they'll be able to claim 2 kills out of this early engagement.
How many wands are there? I'm checking around on heroes. There are...
Oh, and it's not, I mean, nothing to say. He's
NTS?
Getting punched here by 23.
Well, that's gonna be a little annoying for his lane start, but he's versus a DK, so I don't think the harassment matters that much when he's playing in this matchup. If it was just a range hero, maybe.
It's got what concussive again in a few seconds. I think Ollie's in trouble.
Ollie
So PSG.LGD, they should be able to settle the score here, keep it 2 for 2. As Planet finishes off Ollie.
Who got the runes? Looks like LGD got 3 of them.
It's crazy. Both teams very much giving each other a right proper punch here before the laning stage.
And I'm checking the wands immediately. We have heroes starting with 7 wand charges in the lane. So that's going to be funny to see how that ends up impacting any type of aggressive plays. Shiro came prepared versus the spam lane. He has tons of regen. And honestly, getting these early bounties is important. 3 bounties for an Alchemist. He's going to have that little bit of extra gold to start off the lane. And he's got an Abaddon to back him up.
So what would you say is sort of your favorite thing about Talon's draft? Like what do they have that could come together and prove to be pretty strong against PSG.LGD? Maybe the point of the game where PSG.LGD may not be ready.
It's just a lot of catch. If they're able to get this like blink daggers and stuff online from Mikoto early, he's going to be the one I'm looking at to dictate pace and just make these very early aggressive moves to try to shut down the map. Because if you just give this map open to an Alchemist, to a Tinker, they're going to outscale you. So I'm looking at Mikoto a lot this game. So I'm going to be watching this mid lane, seeing how he does in the matchup versus NTS. And so far, very good for him. He should be able to free farm here.
It's a decent lane, right?
It's a very good
eventually, you don't really care about the spam of the Tinker. You can have that high enough regen. And, laser, whatever. You've got the Breed Fire to still be able to secure CS.
Did NTS just place a branch and then not have a tango for it? That was weird. He put it down. He's like, wait, I'm out of tangos because the level 1 fight used all my tangos. And Mikoto just cuts it down.
It happens sometimes.
It happens. So I think it's important for me to look at that Talon does well in the lanes. You're playing against the Brewmaster. This hero sometimes can struggle inside laning phase a lot. So I think, very important to let 23 get set up for success and Mikoto.
They're going to try and go in on Ollie now. Zeal both Zeal and Planet getting pretty low there in that attempt to step up. Ollie's going to be fine.
He has a lot of regen on this Disruptor. Should be able to reset himself.
23 was got his boots coming out.
Very nice start.
Indeed, further Tango's on the way for Ollie on that top lane. They know they've got to be prepared to deal with consistent spam from the two of PSG.LGD. Something that the panel said could be tough for Talon to deal with, right? They have to be super heavy on the regen up here.
Yeah, I mean, the level 1 battle kind of set them up for like a pretty damn good start in the laning phase, though. 14-8 on the 2 cores right now, even 8-4 on the Magnus. Kind of a dream start for them inside these first few waves.
Mid lane, 15 for 8 against the 8 for 1, honestly. Mikoto, he's doing it fantastic. I say, if you sort of play this right, you definitely have that edge against the Tinker, and Mikoto, he's doing it perfectly so far.
As long as they keep the pressure on, and then I think the one big thing that you always have to worry about when you're playing versus the Tinker as well is to get ready for the stacks that are going to eventually start coming out. So I think eventually we will see, especially because the lane's a bit rough right now, I think we'll see Planet very likely start backing up, getting Ancient stacks going, because that's how you recover a Tinker who has a bit of a tougher start. So Talon, excellent start here. Get ready for like the next things, There's only 3 minutes in, but always think about this.
These lanes for Talon, they're looking great.
Yep, it's looking
top
amazing.
lane, 23's having a fantastic time. 21 and 10, and as I said, very much ready to deal with the spam.
Is he?
Oh, okay, that blood grenade coming out as well. 23.
Can be close.
He's gonna go down.
And Planet suicides. He can decide to fill mid bottle if he wants to.
Yeah, of course, one of those heroes that never really feels too good to kill in return because that Scarif's just going to be coming back with a full tank of mana.
He's like, oh, down to 49 mana. Suicide for the kill. Does end up committing for it. Blood grenade. Love to see that use. Looks like he's probably just going to go back top because NTS is able to get the rune. Y also just throws out a heal. We have very good laning phase start. Either way. Look at these denies.
CS on the 3 cores here from Talon.
I mean, the denies are insane. Yep. They have 30 denies across the board. While you look at the denies coming out from LGD, they have what, like 7, something like that? 6, quick math, whoops. Yeah, massive start for them.
And now Zeal. They'll
dead.
get him. I mean, this is the thing. Even with this top lane, sort of your 23 dying in that earlier situation, they're still finding stuff in return.
23 almost just died. Oh my god, that was actually so close. I don't think he expected all that damage from the concussive. That was dropped to what, like 30 HP or something.
Yeah, just all about trying to sustain through the damage that Planet's thrown out up here.
Dude, Mikoto is just... he's on fire, and this is exactly what they need. Dominating mid right now.
I mean, I guess PSG.LGD with their lineup, do they really sort of have tools to bring anyone in towards this mid, or do you not really want to be ganking this DK?
I mean, they absolutely can. You can maybe wait until like the DK form gets popped, you bait it, and then you make a rotation with something like that Skywrath. It has to be the Sky, though, in particular. And I don't know, we'll see. I don't know how much Planet wants to look to make moves too much early besides just getting like stacks and stuff like that, but it could happen if he sees an angle. I actually see Q looking to make the move first. Mikoto has hit 6. MTS has to be
He's kind of low enough to say, and he's going to get caught out.
TP's coming in.
Coming in from both sides. We'll see if they've got enough damage to bring Nothing to Say down. Why smiles in with the Aphotic Shield. And that will be enough to allow Nothing to Say to step away there. Both teams bringing in the supports. PSG.LGD, they'll be able to keep their Tinker alive. Does mean he's still having to walk back to base, so a bit of an opportunity to get some punches in onto the tower now in the mid here for Mikoto.
Really good moves. Double rotation supports. Planet looking to move back toward the mid lane to help out. But yeah, Tinker has to go back to base.
But we're really... Yeah, it's just complete free farm for Talon in all 3 lanes so far. 2k lead already is 6 minutes in.
They might even get planted here.
I think they will. Dragon Tail Stone from Mikoto. And maybe with the shield they can save him. Nope, the glimpse is there. Ollie's got the catch. Planet goes down. A kill here for Mikoto.
And they're saving the rune. Still sitting bottom. Mikoto can go get that DD if he wants to. Uses the glyph. Wants to get a bit more tower damage with this catapult on it. And Jabs, I believe he's even trying to get a skewer.
Hero. I mean, he was playing in a very risky spot there. It'll be fine, but definitely take quite a bit of a punch there.
I like the build that we're seeing Jabs doing. We saw the other day, in particular, the Arcane Boots into straight Blink Dagger that came out from Whisper. That just makes it very difficult because you feel like you always have to make plays. He's just going farmy route. He's got Vanguard. He's very safe in the lane, going for treads. Move up top.
They're going to see if they can get Ollie. Q, he's going to be in with the backup, and now 23, he's able to turn with the Metamorphosis, take down Zeal. He's got the stun to hit, 23 gets himself back up to full HP, will allow him an opportunity to look towards Why You Smile, they'll get the 2 kills.
Big kills. Oh,
holding their own in this sort of laning situation. This is just an overall early game from Talon so far. It's looking like one of the best early games we've seen so far from them in this whole tournament.
It's amazing. I mean, Mikoto, even the Tinker leaves the lane, so he just has a DD rune, nearly gets the entire tower. Now he can beat on it as well.
7 minutes in, pretty much taking this down. I don't think this early game could really be going any better for Talon. No. 3k lead, 7 minutes in, and just in full control across the map.
Yeah, it's flawless right now. Wisdom runes also to be claimed. Ollie, he's going to be able to grab that one as Disruptor. Very important to get it on that hero. And Owen, there's been no time for Planet to stack yet. So for this Alchemist, for this Tinker, it's definitely going to be a slower start than I think they anticipated. Talon playing this early game, honestly, quite perfect. And yeah, I really like the itemization from Jabs, because then he can just sit down here. He's got max in power, so he's able to farm, buff up his cores. And Mikoto, yeah, Treads double bracer, likely to get that blink so he can close the gap onto Tinker and have that hard stun also for Brewmaster. This is absolutely the most ideal thing they could have right now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
and of course, it was sort of, the panel talks about the strengths and what they liked about PSG.LGD's draft.
Yep.
Is that something that sort of doesn't come to fruition if PSG.LGD get run over?
Yeah, they absolutely could get run over with the way that Mikoto's having this start. Like, he's literally just getting played around from the 2 supports. They have this great catch from the glimpse as well with him. I want to see what itemization it is from Q. Yeah, okay, Glimmer. Oh, yeah, definitely a good Glimmer game. Could potentially even just do Pavis. The Snowball is absolutely a potential there for Mikoto.
Because I imagine that is something about PSG.LGD's lineup. When you've got like the Alchemist, the Tinker, the Brute, it's pretty greedy, right? And the two supports, whilst they offer damage and save, they don't have that stun right. They don't have that way to start fight. In fact, in terms of stun, it's just a concoction this game, Fogged.
Yeah, until the Brute splits online, which it is now.
So limited ways to sort of start with sort of a hard connection at the beginning of a fight, which, you know, without that sort of ease of stunning, means it's rather likely that Talon's heroes, even their supports, are going to be able to get into position, lay down these ults, follow up with static storms, for example, as well.
Up again, Zeal going for the play. Gets the split off.
See if they can do anything offensive with that. Probably not. Talon is set up under the tower, so they'll be able to bait out this primal split and wait it out.
Zeal's going to try to get some tower damage here, but they could look to re-go on him as soon as it ends. He's got to be careful. This Earth Panda.
He's already stepping out. They can find him. Makoto's in with the Dragon Tail stun. I don't think there's anything PSG.LGD can to save this, man. They have to let Zeal go down. He's gone.
That was very ambitious there from Zeal to get some tower damage.
It's just some sort of panic there. You know, popping the split, wanted to feel that he was doing something useful, ends up giving up his own life there.
And they're just taking towers. The whole time also, Jabs is still playing on the bottom side, pressuring Shiro. This is fantastic moves, and I believe, yeah, level 6 is now out for Ali pre-10 minutes.
Yeah, playing super fast here, Talon, but just 10 minutes in.
Playing around Mikoto's strength, just how much he dominated that lane matchup. Treads blink, bracers. Even with the Tinker spam, they cannot stop this push. 23 gets the last hit. Ali looking for the glimpse.
Get him back in the field. See if Zeal can do anything to help out. 23 with the aggressive stun to bring Zeal down super low. Zeal will not be punished. Able to get back. Nothing to say, he's getting his items online. The Blink Dagger's now here, so a bit better of a chance for him to get in good position to get a few rounds of the spells off in these early fights.
They're looking to punish Jabs here. He's pretty tanky.
Yeah, Treads and Vanguard. Let's see if they can have him. If there's any backup that's going to be coming in, TPs are heading over. With the Ancient Seal and the burst here, Tinker is getting bought low. Jabs jump forward here from Nothing Self. Finish it off. It's a nice 3-man static storm, but nothing else to follow this up, so they won't be able to turn anything back in their favor. Talon, as they'll just have to accept that Jabs, he's going down there.
Tanky, but not tanky enough for all the magic damage. Shiro starting to recover. He is pretty much neck and neck with that TB. Everyone else is a little bit behind, and they're just punishing Zeal.
Yeah, 15 seconds until Primal split. Zeal, he's got no way out of this.
He needs pipe. Yeah, he's queuing it up immediately. Small little silver lining for Zeal, though. He has an urn, so every time he dies, he gets an urn charge. You know, that new change does feel a little bit good, but yeah, Talon. This is quick. They're playing super fast-paced. Keeping the jumps going. Another one.
They get the catch in the mid. Immediately on top of Nothing to Say, he's going to try and TP out this.
He's not living.
It's too much damage. And now they can maybe turn for more Planet. He's going to be saved here for the moment being with the Aphotic Shield from YU Smart, but the stun's still there. 23 swings over from the top. He's now on a killing spree. Takes out another. It's 12-5. Coming up at 12 minutes in.
Mikoto instantly ports bottom. They see Shiro alone for a second.
It's just go away from Talon.
They know the Abaddon TP'd in the mid lane.
Yeah,
they saw him.
They know that PSG.LGD right now, they cannot deal with the momentum that Talon's bringing. They get the jump in on the bottom lane. Shiro, get the Chemical Rage off.
He's surrounded, though. There's 4 or 5 heroes. There's actually 5 heroes coming down from Talon.
I mean, TPs are starting to come in.
Can they protect him?
See if they can turn this around. They get the blast back onto Shiro. Glimpse as well. They're still healing up with that Chemical Rage, though. Ancient Steel over towards Jabs. Talon, they're holding themselves with the fireman, and Mikoto is ready to jump back in. They'll look for the squishy kills first. They'll try for Planet, but the Aphotic Shield's there from YU Smile. Planet safe.
Mikoto.
Some of the concoction onto Mikoto would be a big kill if they can take down this DK, and they'll get him. Nothing to say, picks up the kill and gets the goal.
Glimmer, dispelled.
Chasing up to the tier 1, they want to try for more. Static Storm from Ollie. Lay it down means there's no immediate throw of the concoction. Still the rockets coming out from Nothing to Say, bringing Ollie down.
They get NTS,
but they're going to get the catch on Jabs. Finds an NTS, gets him under the tower. Nothing to Say, he's up to the high ground, but they'll take him out. It will cost Jabs his life, though. So PSG.LGD, they continue to find the majority of kills so far, 3 for 1. Zeal, he stepped up. And while YU Smile, see if he can get him out of this one, but 23 wrapping around. Heal with the missed coil. Zeal still alive. The final blast from Q will end it.
What a back and forth trade.
I mean, they lose Jabs, but yeah, able to sort of secure both Nothing to Say and Zeal towards the end of the fight. Talon, they're still finding these big core kills, and of course in this action, 23 turning up, staying alive, 3-1 and 8. He's still getting a lot out of these early plays.
It's big kills. They are shutting down Zeal a lot though, and the one thing is NTS, he does get a couple recover kills, and Shiro, he actually does survive throughout all of it on this Alchemist. So he is getting closer and closer toward Radiance. It's a good fight. It's a beautiful tumblers. Did you see that? Like, it's pretty much again Blink Dagger. Jumps down to the river, pulls him into tower. But the Alchemist does survive, which is the big important thing then on the side of PSG.LGD.
Back in action though, Talon, they get back on with the push. They'll take out that third and final tier 1 tower. So still hitting these timings, 13 minutes in when they've been able to take all of those, and of course back on their side of the map, they're yet to lose any towers here against PSG.LGD. Radiance timing, it's done.
It's done. I mean, it's not a 9-minute Radiance like Pakaz got, of course, but they're under so much pressure with the way the Talon's moving fast. And Jabs, hey, he's going very greedy, to be honest with you. Jabs has gone Echo Saber. So Vanguard treads Echo Saber on this Magnus.
I mean, he's a greedy lad, Jabs.
He is very greedy.
This is sort of the kind of build that we've come to expect from Jabs. We'll see if it works out.
We'll see if this
kind of
works.
going for this. It does feel like sometimes in the Talon games, the sort of the lack of auras or the slowed down speed in which they come online can hurt them sometimes with their style.
5K lead still off to an amazing start, but they got to keep that pressure going. LGD's recovery outlet is very fast. When they're playing with an Alchemist and Tinker, these two heroes farm absurdly quick. Keep getting that pressure forward. Because there's going to be some big timings, of course, that come out. From this Tinker, he has been massively slowed down, but it is that hero that just completely destroys a Terrorblade if he's able to get onto the same level as him. And, you know, NTS, even though he had a rough lane, he is 5-2. Shivas will make it very difficult for a lot of these heroes to fight. Good aggressive plays. Talon. Gotta keep it up. Get the catch. Should be able to find this Abaddon.
Yeah, they should be able to get him through the borrowed time.
And the glimpse.
Yeah, they'll drag him back into the clutches of 23.
Give it a 23.
Oh, TP though.
Oh,
he.
Oh my
God.
God.
He nearly got out of that one.
He bonked him a bit too far up. But either way, they get the kill. Manta finished up for 23, level 11.
Any chance of looking for an early Roche with Talon's lineup, or not really something that they're geared up to do yet?
They absolutely, they can. The thing is, LGD will probably look for going into that fight too. Sure. Zeal is very strong, even though he is very fragile. It's all about just if he gets the ult off early. Towerblade can focus down some of the Broodlings, but he also just has a lot of different ways to just control this TB. As long as he gets ult off, he'll be able to wipe the illusions with his cleanse. Or the dispel, whichever one you want to call it. If he's able to get on top of them and throw them in the air, can cause issues. So Talon sitting back a little bit, trying to get some farm here, but it's giving time to LGD to catch back up.
Well, you smile. Forward time still on cooldown. He's going to be able to get out in time with the kinetic field. They'll turn with the HSL, the Mystic Flare, and they'll just destroy Ollie.
He's trying to, I mean, that's a bit of an over-aggressive move there from Talon. Can't even get the kill on the Abaddon. They don't even finish off the Ancient stack. He just brought it low.
Yeah, whilst Talon were able to get that early lead, the momentum's certainly starting to get slowed down. The sort of 5K lead, it's been hovering around this point, and the game's stabilizing and could indeed be a bit of a concern considering the strengths of PSG.LGD's draft overall against Talons.
I want to see what Jabs decides to commit for. He's got 2,500 gold.
I think he's probably thinking if he wants to get the blink.
I think so.
It's
okay.
Just going to go for the BKB, so completely building for himself it.
Right.
Which, yeah, absolutely, it could pay off. If he can get in and get that RP, it could be huge. But at the same time, as you're pointing out with the draft, if you're going all in on trying to just get in and pop RP, if it gets countered by a cute Abaddon play, it's going to feel kind of rough.
And then it's putting a lot of pressure on Mikoto to always get the jumps as well, too. Yes, they have the glimpse and everything for displacement, but yeah, I mean, Jabs tends to do this sometimes. Wants to get a little bit more farm. But yeah, LGD, the recovery. See it's starting to kick in. Alchemist Shiro. He almost has BKB.
I'm going to say, if it sort of continues at this sort of slowed down pace, I think PSG.LGD will be very, very happy.
Why? Sneaking around, somehow gets away. Gets a ward, so he's prepping for that Roche potential soon. We'll be shifting position, of course, in about 2 minutes. But yeah, looks like BKB done for Shiro. Probably going to wait for multiple timings to come out on the side of LGD. I think the Shivas is getting closer and closer. How's Brew's levels? Okay, he probably won't be able to get the level 12 before a fight kicks out, but they're going to be hitting a pretty good timing here for them if they want to fight back into all this. 23 still massive. That is the one big thing, but yeah, you can definitely see LGD, they're finding outlets to farm in the map and not get pressured as much.
Absolutely, yeah. One of the strengths of with this new map and being a Tinker, just so many places to go.
There's so much farm. It doesn't matter. Like, sometimes it's like, oh, you're building like 3 greedy kind of things. There's so many places you can do it.
Yeah. It's always such an investment if you want to kind of gear up as a team and go on a hunt for this Tinker. Yeah, it takes a lot of time.
It's fight time, at least for the Alchemist. BKB's ready. They can start setting up for some moves here, and I think Planet has. Okay, he actually has a full Solar Crest on this Skyrath. It's probably Terra's doing this build as well. It's very strong.
And yeah, man, Jabs is going all in. He wants the harpoon.
What? Okay.
I mean,
it's versus Tinker.
I like it,
but there are going to be barriers.
Kind of Magnus,
just got to remember,
my kind of Magnus doesn't necessarily win games, but it's fun to watch. So, Jabs, he's ready to carry the team. That's the strat here.
Yeah, definitely an interesting approach. We'll be able to, of course, I mean, he's good versus these ranged kind of heroes and stuff like that, but have to remember there's going to be barriers. So this Tinker, he's going to get shielded. Yeah. He's going to be self-barriered as well, too, in a lot of instances.
We'll see. Yeah. We'll see if sort of this aggressive build works out for Jabs rather than sort of building, it's kind of the auras and things to try and keep his team alive against stuff like the Tinker. They just don't sort of have that right. We've got any Greaves or Pipes or anything? No. Not on Talon.
No, they're going double Glimmers on the supports, which will be nice in a way for the Terrorblade, but
Glimmer's big.
And they are prepared for this fight up here. Shiro, who said BKB at the ready. Talon, everyone's here.
Let's see if they can get this fight going, Talon. 23. They'll start with the meta, look towards Planet. Coach being cooked up by Shiro. See them turn towards Planet. Planet still alive. They'll finally bring him down. Jabs in with the BKB, able to put an end to the Skyrath. Primal splits there from Zealous. Will push back Q.
LGD doesn't like this one. They're resetting. The Brew's just dying.
Oh, they're going to find why you smile in the trees. So Talon, they've got the 2 supports out of this. Maybe they can get Zeal as well.
Looks like they should.
As his split comes to an end.
Good preparation.
Skewer back from Jabs. They get the 3 of them.
Talon.
Well held there by Talon. And honestly, the BKB very much working nicely for Jabs. He's just able to pop it, get in, and just punch down the supports.
Yeah, actually looks amazing, that one. And now they can set up for the rush. Swap sides. They may catch NTS here. Bit close. The perfect jump. I mean, they catch Planet slipping a little bit there. He steps up a bit far. They full initiate and come in onto the Skyrath. And the Primal Split, it's only level 1. So at this point, they can focus fire it with that TB in position.
Yeah, I mean, see, just honestly great front line for Jabs. Skewers in, immediately couple of hits, punches out. Planet.
He actually hurts quite a bit. Like, look how much he was doing to the Brew.
This is the great thing about this build. You punch hard. You punch like a truck at this sort of stage of the game. Just 20 minutes in with this Echo Saber BKB. It's very annoying for these supports.
And they prepped for this move also. They have Ward Vision already down bottom. Double wards being set up, and yeah, they'll finish off the roast 23.
Yeah.
Being enabled.
And it looks like we are going to get a bit, but Jabs, he's going to go back for the pipe.
Okay. Blink forward. Double stun to the support.
The Ancient still dropped it. 23. He's actually opted to TP out of this. And you know what? He's going to get away.
Like it.
They can't put a stop to it. Jabs, he's out as well. And as I talked about before, they don't have a lot of options when it comes to stuns, PSG.LGD, so TP scrolls, they're your best friend if you're Talon.
Shiro couldn't finish off the Coddle. He got the stun actually on both supports instantly, but didn't have quite enough to finish him with the Force Staff and the Glimmer on Coddle. Good retreat there from Talon, not wanting to take the fight without meta. Back to getting the farm going. 23.
Well, I think Jabs, he's on the hunt for the Wisdom Rune, right?
They got Planet.
Is that Wisdom Rune still there? It is. Easy Wisdom Rune for Jabs. Thank you very much.
It was like, I'll keep scaling. Thank you very much, team. My DK is playing more sacrificial, so I'm going to be another core.
I mean, yeah, I'd say like...
NTS blinks on top of Jabs. Jabs is going for it.
I mean, he's going to have to run. Now, they won't be able to kill him, though. Like that... There's no killing this Magnus, that's for sure, especially when he's got BKB up.
That's straight confidence, though. I like it.
He could go where he wants, honestly.
He's playing super aggressive.
He is. So far, I feel like the early game very much sort of carried by Makoto, and now, Jabs, this is his part of the game.
Absolutely.
This Magnus is definitely a problem right now for PSG.LGD.
Him in 23. Super farmed. Zeal is very far behind still, 1-7 as the Brewmaster, but has hit level 12.
Sure.
So does have that level 2 Primal Split. It'll be quite a bit stronger. I believe was the level 2 one the one that got buffed? I think it was just a level 1-1. Yeah, it was just a level 1-1 mostly that got buffed. Either way, it's a lot tankier now at this point. But Talon, yeah, keeping it up. Looking good.
Jabs, yeah, we closing in on the pipe. Just the ring of health short. So a good sort of a best of both worlds build really here on the Magnus game.
Yeah, I like it.
And with that, I think it's going to get close to the point where I think Talon's going to seriously consider trying to push the high ground. You know, when you get the pipe out on your Magnus, you've got the Skadi pick up on 23. They're strong.
They are. They have a lot of sustain,
They're going to want to try and force this quite a bit.
Yep, with the Coddle behind, they have a ton of sustain. And also, in the meantime, while they've been playing super aggressive, I've been watching Ollie. He's gathering Lotuses, Owen. He's got a greater healing Lotus. So it's quite a bit that it does do. It's like this mini cheese that's going to come out onto some of these cores.
Sure.
Really good aggressive plays. And yeah, Scotty's done. They might have a timing here to force a little bit.
I think so.
Just don't overforce it. Just poke, force heroes back, and then get out. But maybe not something you ideally really want to do versus a Tinker sometimes. So it looks like maybe they will back up and just keep going the farm.
I think
Illusion's going to get some push, though.
I think they want to go. It's only going to get harder to push high ground. You want to go now.
Let's see. Makoto, thinking about it.
I don't know if the high ground siege is going to get any easier this game. I feel like at this point there's a bit of a sweet spot.
But Owen, this is, Talon sometimes tells himself, they're probably like, okay guys, like,
well, let's take this game to 60 minutes.
Take it easy, like, we want to take a late game, but let's see, 23, he wants to poke it, okay.
You have to. The correct call there for 23.
Forces the Tinker back.
You want to get something going here. You want your team pushing with you. Get something done with this Aegis. You do not want to go late against this Tinker.
Let's see if they can find NTS at all. Tower drops. Still 90 seconds.
Force out the fortification. I think still with this Aegis, stick around, especially with the meta still going. No need to back off. Got to try and get everything that you can here.
Might be able to finish it. And they will.
And they do. Now see if the
PSG
can punish it, but indeed the Static Storm there immediately responds. He gets in, but the silence laid down by Ollie trips him up. He's gone. YESmile as well, taken down. Not only getting the racks here, Talon, but reacting perfectly there. Indeed, the tips coming out for Ollie as he was prepared for that brew attempt.
That was lit. I mean, we need to see. That was instant. That was the first reveal. Like Zeal, I think he tried to trip them up, getting this Blink Dagger to get on top of him. Ollie, what a reaction. They can keep going. Still 40 seconds.
You've got 2 dead. Talon, yeah, they've just itemized perfectly for sort of this 25-minute attempt to just really push the advantage.
Jab's doing the disassemble for this pipe. It's massive. And now he's got Harpoon, too.
Now he's big.
It's dying. Another Rax. Perhaps the fall.
Hey, there we go.
Harpoon, skewer.
Harpoon into the skewer back there. Jabs with the catch. He's caught the 2 of them.
Shiro's going down.
And now they can turn for more. YESmile's out of the game.
Oh, my God.
I mean, the split was up from Zeal. We'll see if Zeal and Nothing to Say can find anything here on the defense. Double buybacks coming out from YESmile and Planet. They'll start to try and push back Talon. 23 still got the Aegis, but it's going to expire in 5 seconds. Aegis is now gone.
I mean, Jabs is doing some cool plays attempts with these Harpoons. I mean, he catched a godly one there.
At 30 seconds, no Shira.
No split.
Back on with the push, Talon.
Meta's back up in 10-0, and
they keep going.
They're doing it. Talon, another jump.
In. They get the jump on Zeal. Aphotic Shield's there from YESmile, but Zeal is going to get dragged back by the Glimpse. He's out as well. No buyback.
Another Harpoon screw.
He's going to get the drag back on YESmile as well. Borrowed times there, but only for a few seconds as it comes to an end. So does YESmile's life. He's out of the game. Talon, they've got to keep this push going. They're looking to close it up.
I mean, they're so strong
here.
This is unbelievable plays here. Talon, such confidence. The jumps. Jabs again. Harpoon skewer.
Another grab.
Okay,
Shiro just straight back into the Static Storm.
GG.
They've done it. GG is called.
Wow.
I think that's the best Dota we've seen Talon player at this major. That was from the laning stage to the build-up with the items. As always a lot of eyes on Jabs. It was perfect this game. It worked out perfectly. The BKB Vanguard Echo gets him fighting, picks up the pipe, and then getting this Harpoon at the end. It was just a game ender. You step up, he drags you in, skewers your back, shuts you down, and everything else around him. Ollie with those clutch Static Storms, 23 with the TB timings on his farm. This was just great stuff from Talon, and this is one of the reasons why people say you got to watch this team.
It's best plays, and you know what it is? Little mistakes with absolute confidence. That's something that we've seen Talon sometimes struggle with. This game, that confidence was there. The jumps were perfect. Honestly, the Harpoon it pretty much was a Blink Dagger. That was actually so cool, those last few jumps that he got.
It really did.
And the confidence to push, itemization was great. They didn't even use the Greater Healing Lotus, and wow, that was something spectacular.
It really was. Talon out on absolute fire. I mean, all 5 of their members. Makoto from the laning stage to his early moves on his DK, fantastic. Q getting the Keeper of the Light, one of the greatest supports heroes to have right now on your team, and he pushes it to the max, 5-1 and 15. just great stuff all around. PSG.LGD completely shaken up. And despite some of the potential strengths of their draft, they just never really got to play it. Talon runs them over here in this game 1.
Harpoon Magnus coming to a pub near you. I can only imagine that we're going to see a lot more of that, because that looked incredibly fun and incredibly strong. It's Talon to take game number 1 here of this best of 3 elimination series. And before the game started, we looked at the draft. My panel was unanimously going the way of PSG.LGD. Jenkins, what do you got to say for yourself?
That's right, Shiver. You know, on average, as analysts up here, we do have 3 TIs between us. So, you know, obviously we know what we're talking about, but nobody knows better than these teams that are currently competing, that are feeling the patch, that, you know, they feel like they have this idea of the game that is, you know, up to date with the meta. We saw the Harpoon on Jabs. We saw his build. Echo Saber, like, what is this guy doing? Where's the Crimson? Where's the Pipe? Guess what? He doesn't need those things if he's harpooning the damn Alchemist out of the base, Shiver.
Yeah. No, it was a fun performance from Jabs, but we got to break this game down, because no, this was very strong. Like, Talon out of the gates, basically they won all lanes, felt like.
They won all lanes. The early game went to, it was messy. It was not at all what LGD needed and what they had hoped for. You picked this Brew Sky, with the idea that you can enter a lane and you can, you know, keep harassing, keep applying pressure, and eventually you get your Brew 6, and that's going to turn into, you know, either a fight, a kill, a tower push, or something much more. I don't know what happened really for the lane top, as in, like, this whole early game, it just crumbled really quick. I think maybe the Slacks interview was too tilting or something. I don't really know, but I think if this game got replayed and the early game is a little bit more stable, you might see a lot more of what we saw in the bottom fight, where the Tinker and the Brew actually get to click their spells, and you see Talon with the lead, they have to retreat, and, you know, they start getting picked off. There's some awkwardness still with the Abbot and Skywrath, you know, having the 1 stun or only an Alchemist stun. But yeah, like, having the mid lane and your off lane go this poorly and get this pressured, I think at this point the drafts start mattering a lot less, as in you can make a lot more work with the heroes that you have. So yeah, I mean, big up to Talon, because I think it's I think it's also what this patch is about, you know. It's before the lane spawn, you can start your win.
Yeah, if you can make something happen in that early, you know, pre-game, I guess is what we can call it. It could, you know, sort of skew the laning matchup, right? If you feel like you're having a disadvantage and all of a sudden your carry gets first blood or your offlane gets first blood and he starts the game with, you know, he's halfway to Vanguard or something, like it matters a lot.
Do you guys think it's actually practical to, like, play for that? If you know that you've been drafted into, like, losing lanes, to go for some, like, early smoke, place a ward, and, like, try to get a kill to tilt the lanes in your favor? Is that actually worth playing for?
I think it's good as a team to do something together in pregame.
These numbers can't be right.
I mean, we say pregame, right?
Maybe they're swapped.
I think
they're swapped.
Might have deleted his items at the
Yeah,
end or
maybe
something like that.
His GPM definitely was a little bit higher than that.
But this is what we talked about. It's like the lane might not be in their favor at all, like theoretically, TB Disruptor versus Skywrath Brew. And if you can do something, you know, adding an extra hero there, or if you can do something before the lanes meet, Dota starts when Dota starts. It doesn't start when when the runes spawn and the lanes meet. It starts, you know, the second the game is on. And yeah, you should be playing then, you know? And if some team starts bullying you and starts, whatever, like shifting things into their advantage, that means you weren't ready for their play, you weren't ready for what they were going to do, so...
I like to think as, like, when you're thinking about your laning phase, you need to think about what are the important things that are going to make sure that I win the lane. Sometimes you'll see, like, a support player go for, like, the 4 player, go for the runes and, like, the safe lane, and then he's late to the off lane, for example. Like, that could be the thing that, you know, tilts the lane in the enemy's favor. And if your draft was set on having success in that Panda versus Terrorblade matchup, all of a sudden your game plan is just thrown completely out of order.
You need to make sure that this works for you. And if something throws you off, or the enemy makes a play and you know, you fall for it, or they get what they want, well, yeah, you already lost the first battle, you know? Like, Dota is a million small battles that eventually lead to something, and I think they couldn't afford to lose the first ones like this. You know, they really needed this Brewmaster to be able to stay on his lane, get level 6 before the TP, either shove him out or, like, kill him, get the tower, and get your own game going. I think he was surpassed by the Coddle, like, super early in net worth. Like,
yeah,
I don't know, this Brewmaster was not the showing that Brew has potential for.
Now, Q had an amazing game on his Keeper of the Light. He only died the once, which I think is already impressive when you're playing up against Tinker. We're gonna give the teams, of course, a little bit of a time to rest, and we're gonna also get some respite from the panel for a second because we're gonna check in with Slacks. What are you up to?
That's right. Hello, Sir Action Slacks, reporting live from the scene here. It is an incredible sight. I believe I am on the scene of a murder here today, a hit and run. Very quick. Talon is coming in. They're not only beating games, but they're also running in and out of the booth. You can see an innocent right there going into his booth. The crowd around here is absolutely unbelievable, Sheever. LGD looked pretty sad, did not move around a lot. And as Talon, I heard them making bird noises. That's right. We heard a lot of screech, and they were all doing this to each other. It was absolute pandemonium down here. Reporting live from Berlin, Germany. Studio, any questions, anything that you'd like us to cover?
No, I think we've got it covered then.
Fantastic. Police are here. Paramedics are standing by for Game 2. Anything could happen. The situation continues to develop here in Berlin, Germany.
Thank you very much, Sir Action Slacks, who is on the floor right now, as Talon did indeed take the first lives of PSG.LGD. Will they take their tournament lives? So that's the question. Now, we are all about adaptation and moving forward. You gotta adapt. If anything, on a new patch, you have to adapt like every single game. So we want to see some adaptations as well for PSG.LGD. Where did they need to change things? Because it wasn't necessarily the draft, Peter, or was it?
I'm not messing around on this panel anymore. Hey, if I see any more hipster picks, I'm calling them out.
All right.
We're not, no more Abaddons. I don't even want to see Tinker. Like, I think you need this mid laner to initiate and start the fights for your team. The same way we've been seeing every other team that's having success in this tournament do it. If you, like, we saw them lose their lanes, they have like 2 carries who are trying to get back into it. There's just no way for them back in. And, I mean, you could go all in and say, like, hey, we're going to win our lanes. But if you don't, and your draft is set up this way, it's over.
I mean, I think the nicheness, I mean, you have a point. Like, there's a nicheness to it when you start switching out from the norm, and you have an alchemist that you rely on starting the fight, and you also don't pick any good stunts on your supports, and you're doing this Brewmaster Tinker thing. It's super niche. I'm always in the favor of, like, you know, these strategies, if they're supposed to work in theory, it's up to you to, you know, execute. What Shiver's saying is, like, I don't think it's the draft necessarily. I think it's a plaything. If you put together a strategy like this, and you want to pull it off, you need to be on top of things. You need to be on top of, like, what it is that you need. This can't go wrong. This needs to snowball. Maybe the window is very small, but if you're supposed to go through it, and if you're supposed to hit that narrow thing, in theory, well, then it's, you know, there's a game of, like, execution versus idea. And I'm never gonna back down. As in, I love the hipster stuff as long as it's
we just gotta reel it back in a little bit. That's all.
Reel it back in a little bit.
Yeah, no, but I'm with you on your point. I think it's very true that there's a more stable and basic way to play. But I think what LGD really need to do now is, like, it's a mental game. It's back against the wall. You're 1 game away from elimination. Are you gonna, you know, get weaker? Are you gonna shy away from your good ideas, or are you gonna man up and, like, just make it work? Because if you can't click your buttons and if you can't execute ideas, you're not gonna go away. You're not gonna go to the end. You know, you're only gonna go so far. So I would like to see them man up and not necessarily do the same, but do what it is that you want to do.
Play better. It sounds so simple. Just play better, a little bit of better draft, better everything. Yeah. We're going to see if they can keep themselves alive in the next game. The draft of game number 2 between Talon and PSG.LGD will be coming at you after this.
React. You whispering my name, thinking I won't be the same. Turn fiction into fact. See what you didn't know, bruises that I'll never show, slipping on your every jab. So tighten up your fist, step into the ring with this. I hope your mama's got your back. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, holding the sound of my name in the crowd. You hit a buzz. Oh, 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 oh. You hit a buzz. Oh, 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 oh. Just 'cause I took a break, you're making a huge mistake, thinking you can take the throne. Look at you trembling, step into the lion's den. Bet you wish you stayed at home. Begging for mercy underneath your breath when I ain't even sweating yet. My legend's written in the stone, yeah. You're crying Adrian, defeat is now your only friend. Even your mama's gotta know. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, holding the sound of my name in the crowd. You hit a buzz. Oh, 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 oh. You hit a buzz. Oh, 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 First round, fifth round, final round. Oh, 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 yeah. First round, fifth round, final round. No, 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 no. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, holding the sound of my name in the crowd. You hit a buzz. Oh, 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 oh. You hit a buzz. Oh, oh, oh,
Everybody trippy, yeah, we come in, yes, they're back. Yeah, we walking with the body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rare, we raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. Hey, 10 toes, I'ma never miss. Boy, I'm locked in, never take a loss in the sport, boy, I'm top 10. Giving work all around the clock, I know they watching. Got it out of the mud, ain't had no options. Oh, yeah, let me go ahead and change my style up. Got that touch like
Game 2 of PSG.LGD taking on Talon here. It's a best of 3 in elimination mode. Yes, that's right. We have got ourselves 2 teams that are either going to be top 8 or left behind at top 12. Talon took game 1 in a very convincing fashion. We'll see if PSG.LGD can force out a third deciding game. PSG.LGD this time around had priority. They chose to be first pick, and therefore Talon chooses Radiant, as most people do nowadays. And here we see the drafting is already going on. I'm joined by Jenkins, PPD, and No-Tail, and we are already well underway. Talon gets their hands on their jabs. Underlord Peter, that's surely a good one.
Yes, but LGD got the Caudle, which has been everybody's favorite first pick as of late.
We talked about this also backstage. Is like you've seen Talon's previous games, and in 6 out of the 5 games before coming into the series, he was playing Underlord. So it's hard to imagine that LGD doesn't see this coming and doesn't have an answer for it. And I've seen, how Underlord can also be a big burden and suffer if the lane doesn't go his way, or if you get the right counter pick and you make it work. So
how good is Techies?
How good is Techies? I think it's a super good hero.
Can I tell you the stats so far? Talon is actually their most played hero together with Underlord. Underlord, 5 games played, 80% win rate, and Techies, they won 3 times out of 5.
I think the hero adds a lot, especially with an early lead. When you start getting like early remote mines into the suicide ganks, you can get skilled taser and you can be a nuisance. You can go for these runes, get a lot of vision. Is one of the quicker heroes in the game. Yeah, I think it's a super good hero, but what can also happen is if you don't have a good laning phase, like if you don't find a place to get hero kills, stay there, leech XP, and you start falling behind, it does feel very lackluster because all you're adding is a lot of damage, and if that damage isn't enough and it gets out healed, the cooldowns are too long, and you don't really have any other skill set. The stun is, very long cooldown. LGD going for mag though. Oh, I don't like this.
Unexpected.
Yeah, I really don't like this, because now you're going to see what Talon has done every time they pick Underlord. They're going to ban the Slark. Well, LGD banned it for them.
Very kind of them.
Very kind, because I think Talon would have. They're going to ban Monkey King.
Maybe Ursa.
Probably Ursa as well. And I would have liked to see something that would answer this Underlord. And I think Underlord is really good versus Mag. So that's kind of my thing. Is like, why did you do this?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really like LGD's opener versus this.
Many teams would just take their Ursa, or most likely Monkey King, was a little bit more versatile as a response to that Underlord. We saw that yesterday as well. Liquid Mickey just completely shutting down this Underlord.
Exactly.
Especially because you have the 3 bans to protect the carry as
It's
well.
also good versus Techies because you can dodge the suicide damage, and you just turn around and you can kill it.
Yeah, it's pretty relatively easy to dodge that, right? You do kind of see him coming, at least.
You're getting paid to dodge this as Monkey King player. This is your job. You have to hit it. Monkey band.
There they go, man.
It's relatively easy to dodge if you see him.
So what's the 4th best hero versus Underlord on lane if you don't have Slark, Monkey, or Ursa? Another melee dominator that's popular?
I'm trying to think. What have people done in the past that hasn't been that?
That's a good question. I'll figure that out. Let's keep going here.
Juggernaut.
No.
Mag Jug, ladies and gentlemen.
Mag Jugger is good though. So if you find with the right support, I can see it. The spin can become a threat before he gets Vanguard. I could see the Jugger +1, and then you have the Mag Jugger. It's a cool idea. Also
Jug
versus
CM
techies.
or something.
Yeah. Jug CM, Jug Jakiro, and yeah, I'm actually a fan. That was a good suggestion.
Does that hero fit into the hipster category? Do I have to?
I think so.
I
think it's pretty hipster right now. Yeah.
Juggernaut, the hipster hero?
Well, it just underplayed, right? And I think that's kind of what we've seen in this big group stage. Now into the playoffs, the heroes of the patch are sort of coming to the top, right?
Mm-hmm. I wonder if they'll ban Bloodseeker or leave it in. I mean, I think it also depends because Pangolier's still in the pool, and I think both teams might look at it.
Do you think this Magnus is more likely a mid laner or an off laner?
It's most like an off laner, right? But I'm sure with certain mid hero picks like an Ember Spirit or a Void Spirit, you could argue justify putting the mag there.
Yeah.
And find something else.
Denies a few potential mid picks because of the flex.
I mean, doesn't deny. I still think Ember is good versus mag, and it's completely fine running in mid. I think Ember is going to enjoy getting a lot of XP and stuff. It's just then you can change your offlane pick more so and find something punishing.
Mag's a bit more of a, I guess, carry, for lack of a better term, than would be like a Dragon Knight or a Void Spirit, somebody whose main job is just to initiate. Magnus kind of wants to farm up, as a mid laner, he wants to farm up couple items, like that Treads, Echo Saber, BKB, and then a Blink, for example.
Yeah. We didn't really mention it, but last game Jabs went for a non-blink Magnus, and I think it was a very good read of the game as well. You don't need to add more of this, you just need to be in there in the fight with your BKB and threaten an RP on the right hero. So sometimes the heroes also work like this. It depends on the rest of your lineup and depends on how, also the enemy lineup and how fights might go.
They got rid of the Pangolier, so not an option for LGD.
No.
Their Storm Spirit is still in though.
Yeah, Storm is in. Versus Techies Underlord and Disruptor. I think these are three pretty good heroes versus Storm.
Yes. But they have Coddle. And it's nothing to say is probably his best hero. And
playable.
They're one game from elimination, so you want to make sure that you're bringing your best stuff to the table.
Yeah, but back to what I said is like, are you going into this with, cojones? Are you going into this with confidence? Or are you going into this looking for anything that makes you feel better, feel okay? Because if you're going into this trying to feel okay, you're going to feel okay in the first 5 minutes and then you lose and you go home.
Depends on the mental stability of your team, I think.
Yes. Well, I'm always going to be in the boat of like, think clearly, be confident, and then the rest will come, Oh! Interesting. Versus Underlord Techies. I've seen this hero beat Underlord in the past as well. Your ulti can cleave through these Crimsons or Vanguard builds and stuff, so if you're okay, Ogre as well.
Double melee though versus Underlord Techies.
But this could be what we were just mentioning before. This could be a mag mid and an Ogre off, right?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, yeah, I suppose that is possible.
Coddle Sven, also pretty solid lane.
Yeah, and mag also really enjoys it. I don't know what builds people would do on a mid, but back in the day when you went like for a more core-ish mag that had to deal some damage, Bloodlust was one of the best abilities for him because you didn't really want to buy like big attack speed items early.
I actually don't like Coddle 5. Said it before up here, but I think you just end up like ruining your carry's lane by like pushing it into the offlaner's tower.
Yeah.
And you also take like half his CS, which, carry players will cry about endlessly.
But Coddle Ogre could be a really solid lane.
Yeah, I think that offlane could work.
I guess Ogre... is this the first time we see Ogre support in this tournament?
It might be. If it is Ogre support,
we've seen Ogre like 2 or 3 times offlane.
Mostly Collapse.
Yeah, Collapse played it, but someone else played it too, I want to say.
Yeah, I believe so.
Anyways, if it is a Ogre 5 and with a Sven, it can be quite okay versus this Underlord Techies. I think you can find your way. It's a new Ogre, it's a new day, so I'm not going to try to be smart on this.
I would like to see a new... do we put the Magnus Coddle down there versus Naga? I feel like that works.
It works, right?
They could
do well, yeah.
Yeah, you get Vanguard with the Coddle spells versus Disruptor Naga. I think you'll be able to shove him out and start applying pressure. But Naga versus Sven it can be very good for Naga. It depends a lot on how Sven gets to hit, if he gets on the right target, if you have sleep ready when you sleep and so on. But in general, Naga can be quite good versus Sven, I would say. It's a better core matchup.
Talon's got a pretty good lineup to kind of kite this Sven out. They just need to focus on surviving that that initial jump, right? The RP, the God Strength plus Blink Dagger plus Sven's first stun.
Yeah. And it's up to Sven to kind of bring enough damage to the fight so that the Crimson, the Greaves, and like the Atrophy Aura and all these things don't you know, if people start becoming unkillable, I think LGD starts running into, you know, big issues because the long team fights are not going to favor them.
I feel like they need more damage. They're sort of completely reliant on Sven.
Yeah, and are you picking a position 5 and doing what we talked about with the Mag and the Ogre? Are you picking a +5 to bring this damage, or are you picking a mid laner?
There we go. I love this pick. They needed something like this. Just full-on damage, follow up on all the stuns that they already have, and help deal with the Naga throughout the entire game.
Yeah.
Damage for Underlord. I haven't seen a lot of Timbersaw, but I think this hero can be good.
And the usual counters are like Bat Rider, Leshrac. Those are what you would pick to deal with the Timber in the game. What else?
Yeah, what else is in this pool versus Timber? We mentioned Bloodseeker before. I don't know if it's worth anything. It's just a Rupture.
I think they're just getting a mid for...
Yeah. I'm thinking out of the box, like even... But there's Ember still. Okay.
Underlord mid, potentially. Veno offlane?
I think so. I think they're doing the Veno to punish the Sven. And they're just going to put the Underlord mid versus Timber, which can be quite good for Underlord because you outlasted him, right?
Timber saw his mid, actually.
Yeah, it should be Timber mid.
Offlane Mag.
I mean, I don't know how it goes between the Whirling Death and the Atrophy. Like, if Underlord can actually, you know, get the first waves versus the Timber with more right-click damage, or if you lose too much strength.
All right, let's go. Bold predictions panel. We can't be wrong twice, right?
Can't be wrong twice, surely. I want to give it to Talon.
All right, I'm going to follow. I'm following No-Tail. Jenkins, dare to be a contrarian?
Yeah, you know, I'll go LGD here. I feel like Timber against Underlord is... I've been on the other end of that one. I think this could be a snowballing Timber game that we have in front of us.
I think there's a lot of magic damage for the Timber still. I think it's not a free game. But if anyone's going to do it, I think it's up to the Sven and the Timber to put in the work.
Well, we got more disables this time on the side of PSG.LGD. Stuns are good, so they got that sorted. We do have the Sven Ogre lane, and you all were not very happy about that.
Double melee. That's always
I'm not enjoying this lane.
Against Veno. Against Veno.
Well, that feels very painful, actually.
Yeah.
And I feel that.
Yeah.
So for Talon, Mikoto's going to get out of control? Or Jabs?
Jabs is going to get out of control.
Jabs going to get out of control. He has good 2 side lane matchups. If he's against the Mag or if he's against the Sven, both are going to be amazing for him. Should be.
But we don't have the initiator from the mid lane, which, Peter, you always...
Either side really does, and that's where I think Disruptor can be very impactful for Talon.
All right, Talon seems to be the favorite of my panel. Jenkins, you're in the minority here.
I'm just trying to be devil's advocate. I'll go LGD. I don't want to curse anyone. I'm just
the
going to go LGD.
thing is, if you all go for Talon, then you all unanimously curse Talon.
Okay, I'll go Talon. I mean, I do think like Veno should have this should be a free Veno game. He's against 3 melee cores and a melee support in lane too.
Didn't was it CRM the other day who cursed LGD? Do you remember that?
What? How did he
Slack was asking like who he wanted to curse or whatever.
That's true.
He did curse. It was LGD.
It was LGD.
It was LGD.
Ooh,
oh,
well,
no.
Does the curse live on here in this series? They're going to find out. Game 2 and potentially for PSG.LGD, if they can't pull it off, this might be their final showing here at the Berlin Major. Let's see how it goes together with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, game 2 here, ladies and gentlemen, of Talon versus PSG.LGD. And Fog, what do you make of this? You know, coming into this one with the drafts this time round, we did it, the panel, they seem to just straight up like what Talon got in terms of hero picks here in this game too. Would you agree?
There is a lot of melee heroes on the side of LGD versus an Underlord and a Venomancer. These two heroes, honestly, they thrive versus strength heroes. They thrive versus high HP and these melees. I could see Jabs getting out of control. For LGD, I think it's all going to be up to nothing to say. I think he is enabled in this game with the Coddle to be able to kind of blast and pop off. If he's able to get ahead and crush this Underlord once he hits 6, perhaps he could take over the map, but let's see if that's going to happen. And let's see if the level 1 thing doesn't happen this time also, because I think that really hurt LGD, the start of their game, having to go to their lanes versus like both side lanes had like 7 stick charges on the side of Talon, so they couldn't actually pressure the lanes, and they lost all 3 lanes pretty handedly. So let's see what we get going down. I'm just excited to watch some of these heroes, because it is very comfort heroes coming out for pretty much both sides. The Jabs Veno, something a classic that I think people always talk about. Zio playing a master tier, nothing to say. We saw him play this quite a bit, even in the DPC, and he went just like the full nuke build on the Timbersaw.
I do enjoy sort of how kind of disgusting some of Talon's heroes are.
They're pretty gross.
A Naga, a Techies, and a Veno. Ain't nobody want to be playing against these heroes. But unfortunately for PSG.LGD, that's what they're going to be up against in this game. They've got to win, otherwise they're going home.
This definitely does look like a melee nightmare. If the Timbersaw isn't able to just go crazy, they get pipes and stuff like that, and able to withstand versus all of this. Because yeah, honestly, it's not even just Veno and Underlord, right? It's Disruptor and Techies too. Like these heroes are absurd versus all these melees, and they're starting off as a kind of a tri-lane up here.
Okay.
Right off the bat, it is spotted. Ollie, he'll be seen.
Shiro playing it carefully. Does not want to get caught out by some sort of first blood attempt by Talon.
I wonder how Ogre support is too. I haven't seen this one played at all here at this tournament, so I'm looking forward to see what YU Smile is going to be able to do to try to withstand and protect the lane for Shiro.
Run down, jabs a little bit. Yeah, we'll see how well sort of he's able to trade against these two.
I think the lanes across the board, though, all things considered, like besides just looking at matchups once we get into the mid game and stuff like that, I feel like LGD this time put themselves in a much better laning position. I feel like last game they did have, you know, they had like two very weak lanes in particular, where the Tinker versus the DK, and then they had this Brewmaster starting off low versus a very strong lane that Talon had set up. Why? Be in trouble.
Oh, yeah, they can keep chasing.
Blood grenade and a sticky grenade.
It's going down. They could look for the deny, but they won't be able to find it. As first blood falls into the hands of Jabs. And a solid game one. And yeah, straight off into this game two, picking up the first kill.
Big one.
I mean, it's a nasty lane. Veno and
very
Techies.
nasty lane. Oh, he's actually going in. Okay.
It's a rough one to lane into.
Oh, absolutely.
It really is.
Especially double melee.
Yep.
And overall, so looking at the other lane that we didn't talk about, because bottom and top, I mean, they should be able to pressure pretty hard. I think either way, LGD, they do have set up for good lanes. But Mikoto also, early levels for the Underlord, he does well versus the Timber.
Oh, for sure.
It's once the 6 comes out. That's when you just get completely bullied.
Because you're CSing good, you should get a chance to get some good denies in right. You hit hard.
You just have much higher base damage in particular. You see already, he's at 83, nothing to say is at 62. Shiro overall is getting slowed down, but I mean, only just. I mean, he's 9 CS anyway, so it's still pretty decent.
Sure. It has to be careful, though, just because the kill potential is so high.
Yep. The blood grenade
you just see each time they sort of get the Gale into the bombs being thrown out on him, it's half his HP every time, and it's very easy for Talon to connect with these skills.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like for Innocence, for Y, he just has to tank the spells. Like, his job is actually kind of to die in this lane as an Ogre, just to make sure that Shiro doesn't get spammed. And the levels, as it comes out, this lane becomes miserable for a Sven. More and more levels on the Veno, more and more levels on the Techies. The nuke damage is unbelievable, especially versus double melee. But yeah, bottom, Zeal should free farm. And mid also, even though the Underlord can get a bit more of advantage with like these denies and stuff like that, I think NTS should be able to have this good time anyway. And at 6, yeah, he's going to be able to push the Underlord likely out of the lane.
Yeah, we'll see what sort of Mikoto does with regards to that when that timing's hit, and if he does try and stick around, what sort of backup support he can get coming in. I mean, so something like a Techie's coming in can always be there ready to jump and punish a Timber Sword diving a tower for a kill.
No, absolutely. And I'm looking forward also to see what like an Underlord mid is going to be able to do as well.
Sure.
With the early Athenes game.
It's nice, you can get those quick ganks going. Or bring in a +1 for a gank on mid.
Absolutely.
Many plays to be made. Definitely, I
mean,
Shiro, a lot of strength
level
to be
3.
getting the quick 6.
The Suicide's going to come in. He's going down.
He's absolutely gone. They might have to look for the deny. See if YU Smile can find the deny. So he's going to try and stay alive. Here's Shiro. Another bomb's going to get thrown out. Shiro, he wants to find the kill. He's not going to get it.
Nope.
Q's going to live. I mean, it's such
another Gale.
It really is such a frustrating lane to play into. It's got to feel rough. You know that everything rests on this game if you're PSG.LGD and just Sven and Ogre. They're having to lane into this Veno Techies and a Veno Techies that Talon. They're playing it perfect.
It is very disgusting lane. And it really doesn't get easier for Shiro.
No, it doesn't. I think you've soon got to sort of consider just going somewhere else other than this lane.
I think you...
What do you do?
I think you call Planet. I think that's actually what you have to do.
Get a third hero up there?
You get the third hero up there. You leave Zeal on an island. As soon as he gets Vanguard, you leave this Magnus on his own, and you bring the Coddle up there to fix the lane, because it just isn't going to get better for Shiro by any means.
And sort of as the panel said, definitely for PSG.LGD, they're going to be hoping that their mid lane and nothing to say really does pop off this game. Because somebody's going to have to rectify sort of this slow start for Shiro, or at least have enough of a presence on the map that Shiro's going to be able to find the opportunity to catch up and farm, get to those safe spots without any chance of Talon reaching him.
thing is that level 6 is about to be hit for Makoto.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they could just, like, Gale, Sticky Bomb, and then a Fiend's Gate appears on top of Shiro as well, too, to go for the plays. See what Makoto looks to do.
And even if you're coming in with TPs, you're just not going to be able to react quick enough.
And it's Ollie actually making the first move.
+1. Shiro's in trouble. He's very, very dead here. TPs are coming in, but Shiro's gone. See if they can at least punish Jabs. They're going to try with the jump force there from Q. They're going to lose more in PSG.LGD. YU Smile's going to get taken out. The bomb thrown the way of Planet. All 3 heroes going down. You do not want to come to this lane. You do not want to come up here. Jabs and Q. I mean, you just don't go there. Do not go anywhere near the Venom and the Techies. They will kill you, and they'll kill any backup you bring in as well.
But Owen, where's this Fen supposed to go? He's level 3. They're level 5 on the Venomancer already.
It's rough.
It's rough for Shiro.
I mean, if LGD recover from this sort of start in their safe lane, it is going to be pretty miraculous.
I mean, so much of this game is now going to be up to the mid and the off lane, mostly onto NTS, honestly. And he's playing versus a ton of magic damage as well.
And he'll get Ollie.
Okay.
Still going to be run out of the lane a bit here by Q.
And Q is really bringing it to him.
And Jabs is here as well.
Jabs. I mean, he gets the connection to the Gale.
Planet is very, very dead. Just another one here.
Jabs is going to go absolutely bonkers this game.
He's on fire today.
He's going to have Vestal pretty soon.
That was 3-0-4.
And Owen, he's playing versus the quad melee, like the panel talked about too.
It's the Venomancer dream.
Yeah, I cannot actually wait to see the Noxious Plague just bouncing between these heroes when the fight kicks off too.
And just, I will see if it sort of gets like they put the Ags and the Shard down the line.
Oh my God, it's
so many
disgusting.
ways to punish this lineup of PSG.LGD, and maybe that you wouldn't have to be scared of the Venom if you're PSG.LGD if he didn't have a great start. But he had a great start.
He had an amazing start.
He was involved in all 7 kills so far. Jabs.
And Makoto. He's level 7. He opts to not get Fiend's Gate just yet, but now he has Pit with the Firestorm, so they can play super aggressive. This is just another kill. Anybody they find.
Shiro's got to run. He's got to get out of there. He's still level 4. YU Smile's dead. They can put the pressure onto this tier 1 tower now. Jabs hits the 6.
I mean, where does he go? Look, he has to, jungling at level 4 on his Sven. That is pretty much the worst case scenario.
On the plus side, we did see with what 7.33 cleave got buffed. So the level 1 cleave is now what the 40% instead of what used to be like the 20% or something.
Yep.
So at least your jungling at level 4 is better than jungling at level 4 in the last patch.
23.
See ya. They may have more stuns this time around with their draft, but not in that situation. PSG.LGD, no way to stop him from getting out. 23's fine.
I mean, yeah, this is insane timings. Jabs, I mean, yeah, Vessel, it's about to be done. So versus these tanky strength cores, again, even more so.
I can kill anyone.
It's so beneficial to have this, yeah.
You got to be ready with your TPs.
Oh, yeah.
If you're PSG.LGD.
But Q and him are always paired up. That's the one thing, is this Techies now at this point, this hero has a built-in stun. You don't have to wait for Shard.
Yeah, when it's the duo of them, you're
dead.
There's no answer. You're absolutely dead. And one thing that they don't have this game, which they did have last game, right? They don't have any sort of save. You know, last time they had the Abaddon, which was able to bail them out of some situations. Not many, of course. They still lost the game. They don't have any sort of dispel like that this time around.
I think so much of this game is really going to just come up to just nothing to say. So I think for Planet, you may just look to play around this Timbersaw and just buff him up with chakras constantly so that he can just try to snowball with some kills. Because he just needs as many as possible now to try to make space for poor Shiro, who has literally no game.
I mean, it's just that the thing for him is, as you say, with Jabs' quick Vessel, it's not like they can't kill this Timbersaw.
No.
You know, nothing to say. Turns up, Jabs is there with a +1 with Q. Nothing to say. He can't just charge into the fights.
It's the Vessel, but it's also just everything else, all the magic damage. Techies is 6, so it's magic amplification, the magic resistance reduction from the stacking mines. There's Firestorm. There's all this % damage. Honestly, Owen, this is going to be a hell of a game if LGD is able to recover it, because right now it's looking pretty sad.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think they're selling this lane duo perfectly. You know, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to go into a pub and make someone feel miserable as hell, just pick Veno Techies lane.
You can actually just ruin these games completely. Like imagine playing a melee carry versus this in any situation.
Yeah,
they're just gonna flame their 5 and they're probably gonna leave.
It's so frustrating for the carry. Absolutely. It really will be quite something if they can recover from this sort of start.
Yeah, main Makoto. I like the build that he's got queued up at the moment, going for Atos, more control. Can they punish him?
Don't drop the RP. I mean, they don't want to be messing around.
A good kill.
Drop the spells, get the kills. Meanwhile, Jabs picks up another. He's able to kill off YU Smile.
Of course. They even find the D ward as well, so now they have access points into that top jungle, which Shiro needs to recover. How does stacks looking at the least? So that is the one thing Shiro does have. He has tremendous stacks. So there will be some recovery outlets, at least for him here with this.
But I guess the thing is for this Sven, in this sort of game, when does it ever feel good to turn up and fight the enemy hero?
That is going to be the question, Owen.
There's a lot of kite, right? A lot of control. Feels like you're not really going to find opportunities to fight before you have BKB.
Like BKB blink, because he needs an access to it to get into the fights as well. We'll see. Oh. Uh-oh.
Oh.
It's all of us.
Oh, it is.
Whoop. Pause, unpause, pause,
What's
unpause.
going on here? Slacks.
Pause.
Over the cable.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
23 leaves. Even though everyone lags, he's like, whoa. Okay, everybody's just going to reset
Just a reset here.
And looking at the build, too, I actually really like this from Q. He's got a Veil.
I mean,
it's all the magic damage. Amp it up a little bit versus these tankier heroes. And
you just got to avoid these fights, right, if you're PSG.LGD, unless you're kind of making moves around nothing to say, and you know that Talon's split up, which, of course, is not easy to find because they have this mid-Fiend's Gate from Underlord.
Yeah.
You know, Mikoto will be ready to bring up in the backup and kind of bring the team together if PSG.LGD do start looking to fight Talon head-on.
Yeah, you have to avoid.
It's hard.
You have to avoid the Techies and Veno in particular. But it's not easy when you're playing also versus Disruptor. Ali, he's level 6, so they have that extra catch.
Yeah.
Didn't actually see who got the Wisdom runes. Did you get to see that one? It was... Okay, it was Planet and it was Q. So it was an equivalent exchange. But 23, I mean, he has the recipe for success for this Naga Siren, right? Even though he is versus a Cleave, versus the Timber Chakram and stuff like that, the space that's now at this point going to be made for him, it's tremendous. Yeah, and Mikoto, you know, I was pointing out the Atos build. I guess, like, for this catch, because they are maybe a little bit lacking versus this Timber, I'm wondering if maybe he wants to eventually go down some Aura route or some type of extra protection for himself. We'll see.
He's going to have the Halberd next.
Okay.
So, wants to make sure that Sven's life is even more miserable in these team fights.
Shiro does get that recovery, though. Stacks are completely cleared. Isn't that where it's not too bad? All things considered. Deal. We'll be able to bail out last second. Are they going to chase him through the portal? I think they are. Yeah, they're going through.
See if they can find him. They could sweep this top area of the map. They know it's likely that one member of PSG.LGD will be farming these safer camps.
LGD is doing a good job of splitting away for now. If they can avoid Q. Wards up immediately. They see Zeal.
Yeah, they know. They get the bomb down. Fiend's Gate is coming in as well. They'll drop the Static Storm.
Run away.
Goodbye, Zeal.
This is going to be a lot of magic damage. And he'll take the port back to mid lane. Deepest pressure there. Ooh, they're actually going to bring everyone. They see nothing to say for a second. The glimpse, they get vision.
Ooh, not quite.
Not quite. Still going to try. Can't. That was almost quick. Nothing to say. Getting just quite away.
And you like this as well from Ollie, just the brown boot zags this game.
I mean, he's getting the Dreams kind of set up for it.
Yeah, they've got the song.
Yep.
So pretty...
Definitely makes sense.
You know, you could pretty much guarantee that Static Storm setup.
Honestly, I'm pretty with the way that the positioning of everything else is. I'm pretty okay with it. But yeah, Shiro, he's getting time to recover, which is absolutely crucial for him. They've done a good job of avoiding the fights the last like 3-4 minutes.
He's catching back up. It's very important for PSG.LGD. They slowed down Talon, and sure they lose Zeal to that play up top, but other than that, the kills that were kind of just soaring in for Talon early on, they're definitely being slowed down.
Yeah, not everyone can have a good game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Someone's going to have to sacrifice a little bit. And yeah, Planet, I mean, now at this point, level 3 Illuminate. The push on the side of Talon, they have great killing heroes, but pushing buildings is going to be a bit more difficult. So yeah, they're getting time to recover.
Yeah, you can see straight on the way to the BKB. And Atos done now for Mikoto, so further setup here for Talon to start the action themselves. PSG.LGD, they'll smoke up and walk into this.
Okay. Ollie.
He's thinking about going up into the high ground. We'll lay down the Thunderstrike and the Firestorm. Why you smile, able to walk it off. The rest of PSG.LGD poking from the side.
Q.
He's trying to jump in to finish the kill off it. If he can get it. A couple of mines set down and he'll find it. Q able to jump up, still takes down Why You Smile.
Q, I mean, this is one of his most played heroes for a reason. Super confident on it. 406. Love how aggressive he's playing.
They're going to go for more beyond the tower hit. The setup's there into the Gale. It's going to be another pickup for Talon that could set up to allow them to push this tier 1 tower down.
Yep, good invasive play. They were patient with the way they just fully ran up the high ground, but then the jump forward, they get the kill and enables them to now set up for tower here. Great moves. Talon, very similar to last game, playing incredibly confident.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Big fan of how they're moving around. And yeah, 23. I mean, Manta's now done, so he's going to be able to keep up the pace, keep that farm going, staying ahead of the Sven potentially, especially because Shiro, he's got to constantly be worried about the hunt. Hunt overall that comes out from PSG.LGD, it's nowhere near as threatening for 23. He can just song and TP out in most situations. Shiro gets found from these heroes, he's likely just dead.
Yeah, some good movements around the map though by Shiro, finding these safe spots. You know, gets a couple of waves pushed out bottom, then immediately back up to this top area.
And he's got them power too, so he'll be able to get that big cleave. He clears through these camps in like 3 hits.
Echo's done, so they should be able to speed up getting towards that next time at the BKB. Of which then, maybe there's a place for him in these fights.
Okay, and Zeal's actually gone for the Blink Dagger route this game. So feeling like he needs to be a bit more playmaky. Not the easiest thing when you're playing versus Veno, of course. Versus these pesky wards. Mid.
Trying to get for the setup, but they won't get it immediately. They can go for the glimpse back. And into the static storm.
Big damage.
It is a lot of damage. And far too much.
Another one.
Timbers to survive through. They'll turn over to YU Smile. They should be able to get both of them here.
Absolutely.
I mean, it really is just so much. Any sort of catch, and then they just click all the buttons, press all the spells. It will kill anyone on the screen.
I mean, it's so much magic damage because of the amp from the Veil. 18% increased, and then 3 mines to reduce the magic resistance by 45% as well, too. Or the stacking mine damage. It's absurd how much they really do have.
Yeah, nobody's living through that. And that's the thing as well that makes it kind of so guaranteed when they go for these kills. They've just got excellent setup, right? Between the Rod of Atos and the Pit from Mikoto, you ain't running away.
And the catch again, Zeal. Can't blink out of this one.
And there's the setup. They'll pop the RP, but
there's
he's
no
gone.
damage. Oh my.
Maybe an RP out of frustration there.
Definitely.
I think they know that this is...
So we said
maybe I don't know.
Pretty irrecoverable.
Is this going to be harder than game 1 to turn around? What would you rather be 15 minutes in on this game as PSG.LGD or 15 minutes in on the last game as PSG.LGD?
I think probably the last game. You at least have, like, if there's a chance if they make mistakes that you can kind of come back. This one, I think even if Talon makes a bunch of mistakes, this Sven has pretty horrendous matchups as we've seen multiple times.
And 23 is kind of the backup policy here, right? He's the insurance.
Yeah.
He's only been involved for 1 kill. That's all he's needed to do. He hits the creeps. If anything goes downhill, this Naga Siren, they'll be ready to cover the later portions of the game.
They have, he's 3 components toward Aghanims already on Disruptor.
I mean, it's going to be one of the fastest times we've seen.
Probably one of the fastest if he keeps up at this rate. Why? And he might just, he's just going to die.
Yeah, 23 can finish him off here with the illusions.
This is brutal.
This is crazy. Yeah, Talon today, my goodness. I don't think anyone would want to run into Talon in this lower bracket if this first series is going to be anything to go by. They are looking ferocious.
Ferocious and incredibly confident. Like, look at Q. He's setting up for potential kills because they have the Fiend's Gate ready.
They do have the Fiend's Gate, right? Yeah,
if he finds him, they just come in. Hero has to be so careful. All of LGD just has to be so careful until BKBs come out.
Anybody can die.
Yep.
And Mikoto, he's just going to start walking in. Shiro. Oh my goodness. Doesn't see him. Well, that was rather close.
It's so scary how they can hunt with this lineup. Anybody gets found, 3 heroes will just appear on top of you and delete you until the BKBs come out. Once BKBs come out, perhaps they'll have some type of answer versus, but yeah, at this rate. Too much space being made for this Naga, who is owning the map. Cutting creep waves, pushing in 2 lanes at the same time constantly. And yeah, they're on the prowl. Smoke. Nothing to say, shows himself for a second. He has no BKB. Very vulnerable. Where's he gonna go? He's hiding. He's gonna try to claim a wisdom, but they're all on top of him.
If you sees him,
he's in trouble. He's looking pretty dead.
And he's sort of catch, and it's gonna do it every time. It's just so much damage, you can't live through it. Even if you're a Timber.
This techies. Wait, can we see? I saw the damage before. Can we keep just bringing it up so we can just keep showing off for little Q techies over here? I mean, he is literally deleting everybody. Look at this. Look at this Fen damage. I don't think it's going to get much better than that. This is crazy.
I mean, the big test will be the BKB.
It will be. It's all about triple BKB.
If Shiro can turn up with the BKB, get him with the God Strength, we'll see if he can kind of delete some of these heroes. But
then there's a Naga, too, who could just reset the fight potentially or focus fire you.
That's true, they can disengage pretty easily. Whew.
Talon came to play today. And also, you know, BKB's, we keep saying, right, it's for LGD, timing will be, potential timing will be BKB, but then there's going to be the potential also of a song into an Ag Static Storm very early on in the game with the way Ollie's building. Okay, LGD, they're bringing the numbers.
They're setting up for a fight.
See who they can find. Playing around Vision.
This is pre-BKB though, I'm sure.
It is. Can be risky.
And they're
on
start
jabs.
the fight with,
They'll delete him.
without Planet. Now, indeed, they get the kill on jabs. See if they can try and push for more. They'll turn with the shockwave onto Ollie, but backup's coming in for Talon. PSG.LGD, they're going to keep going forward. Nothing to say. It's in with the Timber chain. Chakra connection onto Ollie. And the Makoto, Q, and 23, they are around. They'll hold him down.
My lord.
Bring him down so low, so quickly. There's nothing to say. He's got to be heavy on the retreat. But the Vision's there.
Glimpse.
They get the glimpse back. Nothing to say. Will go down once again. They get jabs. But again, it costs them. And 23 is the one to pick up the kill. That'll be his time. He's continued to fly, and he's got his heart picked up.
He feels amazing. He's like, team, thank you so much. You guys are just killing everybody around the map. I'm playing just Naga Siren PvE, showing up, getting a cleanup kill or two. This damage is just so ridiculous with all this amp up. Shiro, BKB is done. But where's the damage for the Naga Siren at this point going to be?
Yeah, I mean, Zeal's trying to get this pipe online, but it's still a fair bit away.
It is. I mean, they need a pipe versus all this magic, and it can't really be nothing to say to build it. I mean, even the pipe on Zeal, it's like it feels like he does need BKB completely this game too.
And time to steal some Tormentors.
Ollie, careful.
Oh, Ollie.
Ollie.
Watch out to support. They're going to try and get in and take this fight around this. And they might be forced to. They get the skewer back onto Makoto. Makoto pretty deep here. They've got him.
Shiro,
23
BKB.
tries to save him with the song, but the BKB was already there from Shiro, so Shiro could continue to kill off Makoto. The rest of them will get out, Talon. A PSG.LGD successful in pushing them back, getting a kill on Makoto, and will make sure that the Tormentor falls into their hands.
That was bold from Talon. They almost pushed how low it got, but like it gets them very, very low themselves and just sets up for initiation.
Yeah.
And honestly, that was very close for 23. Look, if you look at Shiro, the stun was... Look, watch his swing right here. It like just came up right at the end there, the stun. He had like 0.1 second of animation coming out. A good comeback. A good couple kills there for LGD.
I mean, Talon, they want to go straight back in for the fight.
Sure do. They know BKB's on cooldown. Shiro's a free kill if they find him.
He didn't use his God Strength, though, so God Strength would still be there. But indeed, the lack of BKB could be the overwhelming issue for Shiro.
He'll just die. The magic damage is going to be overwhelming.
He's going to go for the TP out. But Q, he puts a stop to it. They'll even be able to get the grab onto the Ogre as well. They'll be able to go for two of them. As Talon, as soon as they lose that earlier fight top, they're just straight back in. Q picks up another double.
7, 0, and 13. He's 20 of the 22 kills on this Techies, and he's now literally about to hit 12. They're actually going to kick up pace. They're going to go for Roche. Definitely hard for LGD to contest in that area, especially because everybody's just going to be full HP. And yeah, they love their Techies, and we're absolutely seeing why.
Yeah, it's a brilliant Techies game.
Brilliant Techies game, brilliant Techies player. We do see this sometimes from Talon where the supports just go absolutely crazy. This is one of those games.
How's Ollie doing on the Axe? $500. So with his Roche, he's going to be so close. So likely to be there for the next fight. Obviously PSG.LGD will have seen him, building up this whole game. So likely that they will be prepared for it. But the question is sort of how prepared can you be for the song into Static Storm if you haven't preemptively BKB'd. It's not easy to play against. Quietly,
in the meantime, though, Planet has been farming quite a lot on this Coddle. So little things to obviously look at. He has Solar Crest finished up already, and I believe he did buy the Shard relatively early, so he can pull heroes around, try to either match the Fiend's Gate or just avoid the fights to be able to set up Shiro for some chance of being able to catch up still. That's actually pretty important. He is very farmed on this Coddle.
And Kyuna the Wind Waker next.
Okay.
Midas.
Midas.
They're ready for the recovery.
They're ready for the recovery.
They've just got to hold it out this game. PSG.LGD.
I mean, that's definitely what they're telling themselves. They're like, all right, high ground defense, take it to the super late game. That's where Sven is going to be able to delete some heroes, and BKBs are very strong this game.
Because they've got that wombo late game.
Do.
A nice RP into a follow-up from Sven. That'll do the job.
Especially with high ground defense, that's where things can start getting messed up. They feel like they got a timing here, too. BKB's finished on Timber. BKB on the Sven. Let's see if they can get the initiation. Can they get on this back line?
It's risky to look for this fight, especially into the ages of 23, but
and there's
very
mines.
much feeling pressured that they have
scout
to do this.
The mines scout the rotation. They know exactly where they are.
It's going to be tough for PSG.LGD to find something of this. If they do, it's going to be pretty wild.
They can get the back line. It's all important. Jabs.
He's preparing.
Sees him. Glimmers.
Nothing to say. He's trying to lead in on this. Hero watching from the side.
And TS, he's feeling confident with BKB.
Going in again. See them holding back for now. He's got to have the backup coming in to help him out. Put the BKB. He's still trying to commit in onto Makoto. Bring Makoto down low.
Jabs.
See if we can finish him off. Another Chakram's there, but the song, it's out. Nothing to say. Was able to finish up the kill.
They're dipping.
They'll back off. They've lost their Underlord. They don't want to take this fight. Talon,
that was
they're able
nice
to get everybody else out.
That was very nicely done from Nothing to Say. The haste rune and the BKB, he just charges in and just, yeah, he gets rid of the Underlord before anything. LGD starting to find avenues back. The greed. Will it work? The Midas, the Philly Stone for the Ogre.
23 closing in on his next item. Butterfly pretty much done.
They have completely closed the gap on the gold, though. That is pretty incredible when it's 22-5. Especially with the way that this meta works right now, where kills are worth so much. But BKB on cooldown for Nothing to Say. Has to be careful where he shows himself on the map.
Yeah, that is pretty wild how close it is, you know, considering the kills are 22-5. Even some sort of the state of like the levels of the supports, it's very close.
They've avoided.
PSG pretty much on a similar level state, even though the supports of Talon, they got so much.
LGD's been doing a good job of avoiding fights, right? Planet, I think he's just been deceptively sitting back and farming. Like, it's 9,000 net worth on a Coddle. He's ahead of Techies, who's been able to just literally find every single kill on the map. Pretty impressive. And yeah, Bloodlust plus some power definitely will start to kick in onto Shiro.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Jabs starting to fall a bit behind on the gold on this Venomancer. 90 seconds left on Aegis. BKB back on for Nothing to Say. The 23 forcing issue here with this Butterfly.
Looks like PSG.LGD aren't interested in holding this tier 2.
I mean, they're playing for the later stage.
Just avoiding the fights. Hitting the creeps. So far, financially, it's definitely paying off.
Absolutely.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
And they even have the, how many Philosopher's Stones do they actually have? They did get 3 of them.
Oh, they went for 3?
They went for 3. I mean, that's definitely, it starts to add up. It starts to accumulate that net worth for them.
Let's see if they can afford to lose another tier 2 here in the mid now. Trying to dissuade 23 a little bit. 20 seconds left on the Aegis. Maybe an opportunity for PSG.LGD to get out and look for another fight.
So definitely tense moments here. Double blinks at the right. I mean, Shiro, he has the blink done also with Zeals from earlier. So they have access to be able to get into the back lines. And Makoto, he's trying desperately to finish his BKB so he doesn't just get evaporated from the Timbersaw like happened last fight. Yeah, Midas and Philly Stones absolutely starting to kick in. Yeah, I mean, Jabs is literally getting no farm. It's actually been about 7 minutes where I feel like he's been between 9,000 and like 10,500 net worth. They're getting stuck in a position where they are running around as a unit. And LGD is just splitting up. I think a full crit, all right, a small crit now coming out for Shiro too. His damage is starting to kick in. Still gonna have an issue versus the Butterfly, but if he's able to jump backlines and delete the supports, could be huge for them.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Has to make sure that he makes it count on the first few BKB usages, because obviously once he gets down to that 6 seconds, it gets kind of that risky point where if you don't kill them quick enough, BKB wears off, Song's going to come in, and suddenly the fight's getting turned around onto you. It has to make these sort of longer durations really count when PSG.LGD do eventually look to go out and get hunting for that fight.
LGD is just getting very good neutral items, though. I'm still clicking around on these heroes. Titan Sliver now for the Sven. I believe the Ogre Seal Totem for the Magnus to be able to reset and jump inside of these fights. Wyu Smile gets a headband on top of his Philly. And he's queuing up Hex, so the recover outlet is definitely starting to kick in. This is very impressive. Talon, they're constantly sticking together. Trying to find some type of window here to blow open another kill. Why?
The TP's coming in. The Glimpse back. They will commit to take him down, and of course with the farm, the 23, as they do it very quickly, they've got the song set up. See if Volley wants to follow up with the Static Storm on this one. It's an axe. So there'll be no chance for any items to come out here.
Shiro's here, though.
To say, but Shiro's in from the side. Nothing to say goes down. Shiro turns towards 23. Immediate buyback here for Nothing to Say.
23's in trouble.
They're in with the stun. The evasion is giving him some survivability to 23. And he pops the illusions. He's trying to juke it out.
How is he out?
He's getting away. He's out juking them, but they've got vision upon him again. He's still escaping, though. The kinetic field holds him back.
What?
The great escape hit for 23. He's out of there.
How?
Between the illusions. The Glimmer. Was it Glimmer coming in? Who was that? It was Jabs.
I think it was Jabs.
Jabs with the Glimmer. Bails him out.
What?
And 23 gets away.
But we're seeing the power. LGD's kicking in. It does force a buyback from Nothing to Say, but how the hell does he get out? Zeal, he misses the RP.
I mean, that RP must have been so close.
He held on to it a couple times. I think he felt like they didn't need it, and then ends up missing it at the end. The great escape. Oh my goodness. Talon looking to strike back here. BKB still on cooldown.
23's in for it.
He's on Zeal.
He's in on a Zeal.
Zeal's going down.
Goodbye. Another kill here for 23. They can get the push going now. No Magnus for 50 seconds.
Can they get a glimpse? They're looking for it. Ollie can't quite find it. 23 might run to the base
up
for
the high
vision.
ground, and it's going to be enough to give them vision. They drag back Wyu Smile. Another kill for Talon. At the same time, they're bringing in that mid wave. They can look for the tier 2 here.
They're actually, this is the most confident, like we said, just like last game, they're still playing with that, like, we know the exact timings of these BKBs. Who cares if they get this like good fight with the God Strength and stuff like that for a second? They're completely reliant on their cooldowns on the side of LGD. They're getting the push on high ground.
Yeah, I mean, so much they're getting done just down to the fact that 23 was able to survive out that last play.
I cannot believe that. That was insane.
He's in now, putting the pressure on. Still a bit of time here until PSG.LGD have their full lineup back in the game.
They do have good high ground defense, though. The Kato Blast will be able to clear most out. And everything is pretty much back up for them. BKBs and God Strength is at the ready. Wild game. Tense moments.
They can't let those kills slip away from them again like that, PSG.LGD. Everything's got to be thrown down. No hesitation.
He's still taking good fights, though. Roche, what's the timer on it? It is about 1 minute and 40 seconds. It's going to be a pretty long respawn. Q getting, I mean, he's very close to his Aghanim. So I don't know if it's one that we've gotten to see in one of these pro games yet. I know I've got the Techies one.
Yeah.
I mean, we all know what it does, of course. I'm looking forward to see how much players panic inside of it, of course, and how much people end up actually moving versus the minefield sign if he does get it. As LGD, they're primed for the fight. They are absolutely strong enough to fight into this lineup now at this point. It's all about initiations. High ground claimed. The song combo is devastating as well. Who's going to get caught?
The high ground hit, Talon around it, but Shiro, he's going to jump in. He's going to be immediately able to delete Q. Now with the BKB God Strength, they're going to look for more. Up
he dodges it!
Oh my goodness, he dodges the RP! Zeal is going to try and change with the remainder of this BKB to kill 23 up, but the Static Storm comes out. 23 is falling low. He's still alive somehow. Finally, they take 23 out. As Makoto is attempting to turn towards Shiro and actually just punching through him. Makoto will be able to kill the Sven off.
But NTS is killing everyone.
They've lost the techies here. Q ball back for this is a dieback on him. Makoto's also going to get left behind. He's going to try and get out through the Fiendscape, but he won't make it. As PSG.LGD, they'll still be able to take the fight despite some of the flashy attempts from Talon, 23 in particular, to try and survive the jump. 3 dead on Talon.
Oh, and they've completely recovered everything in this game. Roche is back up in 15 seconds. They're going to be able to take it pretty damn fast on LGD as well. If they do get there in time, and I think they will. The Manta dodge, but doesn't matter, nothing to say. Very coordinated. The way that they set up the fight was perfect. He leads the charge with the Sven, and nothing to say, doesn't walk into the song. He actually waits on the outskirts and gets his BKB off so that he can actually finish off the Nagasar. Look up top at the fight. Waits for it, and then he's like, screw it, I'm committing in with BKB.
Yeah, they played that really well.
I mean, they're completely back in the game. Roche, it's up, but the Naga Siren's back. LGD making magic happen. All right, they're in a pretty good advantage. It does feel like at this moment as well too. The fights, every time they have their cooldowns up, definitely feels like Talon. They have to get the initiation themselves with a song into a static storm on the ideal targets.
How close are some of these hexes as well? We're getting, you know, why you smile with this Midas gold. Slowly crawling towards a hex for the Ogre.
Absolutely. Landed also, Will-O-Wisp. It's very strong. This Naga Siren needs all the help she can get from her allies.
Yeah, it's just a great jump from Shiro.
Yep.
Playing as aggressively as he did, just straight into the high ground up towards the Twin Gate. I mean, that's the one thing when you fight around this area. You know that if you jump up there, you're going to find someone.
It's initiations are everything.
Shiro, we'll see if he does it again.
Round
He
two.
does. Straight in onto Jabs. Complete. Ooh. Oh, they got the illusions.
Whoopsie.
Come on there with the RP, but Jabs gets deleted.
I mean, now they need to back away. That's BKB's used. They actually have to be careful themselves. Gem was not able to be claimed.
So you say that time round, PSG.LGD not feeling too happy with what they got for that commitment?
No.
Just a Jabs kill. Not enough really when you pop that many spells and cooldowns.
Talon gets Roche for this.
Yeah.
They can't contest this.
All right, there you go. Jabs, he tanks it. And yeah,
job, Jabs.
looks like Talon will they'll get the Roche for that.
Yep. Back and forth we go. Initiations are key as we see though. LGD, if they get these jump ups, they're just going to delete these heroes, but Talon this time able to distance themselves nicely. Good bait there from Jabs in 23, of course, with his illusions.
And you like for 23 as well, getting this hex done, he'll have it for the next fight.
It's everything is going to be about who jumps. It really does feel like it is. Roche says, bye-bye. It is time for me to move top.
Oh, chase him. Get through that Twin Gate. Don't let him get away.
Da-da-da-da. LGD.
I mean, they do scan it out. Could have been quite comical if they were there a little bit sooner, but as it is, Talon, they'll have the space to take down Roche, get the Aegis and the cheese, and now PSG.LGD, they'll make the call not to find this. They're still waiting for the BKB to come back up on Shiro here, 15 seconds.
Shiro now has Satanic. Another form of Dispel.
He's big.
Another way to protect himself.
If
Initiations
Talon
are
can play
everything.
the Vision game, and sort of they're ready, you know, kind of 23 of like the Hex precast onto one of these big initiators, it really could cause some issues for PSG.LGD's jump.
Yeah, and also let's see who gets this shard. Techie. I was going to say, if Techies gets the shard, this is another thing that can actually add an extra element into things. The disarm plus this taser is actually quite strong. I think this has been a huge addition also to make Techies cool. If he's able to utilize it like after the BKBs come up.
And what are the big answers coming out for PSG.LGD? We're getting the Harpoon being gone for by Shiro. How's the Hex doing on Why You Smile? Still a little bit away.
I think the Shivas is the next big important one, at least for nothing to say. He's very close to it, and that's, of course, versus this Naga Siren, incredibly important.
They'll get a shard. Who's this going to? Who do you want it to be going to? It's going to be the Magnus Steel.
Okay. Sure. Not a great one, but whatever. Game neck and neck. Think about jump.
They've stabilized this nicely, but not to say that you know, Talon are out of this because 23 is still so incredibly strong. And even with Hexes coming into play on both sides, there's still something to be said overall for that song into Aghanim Static Storm. Not a whole lot you can do against that if the spells connect.
Initiations, cooldowns, it's gonna and vision is gonna be the most important things in this game.
Yeah, it's really just down to the play now.
Yeah.
With how even it is. Team fight execution, who's gonna come out stronger? For lags. For Q.
Yeah, I like what Jabs is going for next. Yeah,
because he's been the one that gets focused.
Yeah, he needs to just get this kind of thing. Because if he just gets the lead, as long as he gets like 1 or 2 spells off, it feels good for him. And yeah, Q Aghanims. Let's see if the minefield sign makes a difference at all. If it does anything.
I'm not sure. It's just you pop it down and it starts just kind of sprouting random mines around.
If they move.
They'll be moving. They'll be running.
Especially inside like an Ag Static Storm. I think that's where it can just delete these heroes. In something like that. LGD now being contained inside the base here by these illusions.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What a tier 4 neutrals, anything specific we see here. A static cap on Q. It's a pretty good one. Just be able to break the combos a little bit so he can get some spells off.
Trick's always nice as well.
Very nice.
Gives him more of a chance if he's the one getting jumped and focused by Shiro.
The double headbands are in play for PSG.LGD that we pointed out from earlier. And that's it for now. Shield rune, Makoto. Also could be another important one to be able to protect himself.
He's pretty
tanky.
very tanky.
Yeah.
Halberd, BKB, Shield Rune.
Planet. He shows himself on this ward for a second. They're stalking him. No way.
Did he just blink over him? Well, there was no instance of catching any vision. He literally, they passed each other perfectly.
Ollie, he found him.
He found him. All right, well, fair play to Ollie for having the resilience to keep on hunting, as they will find Planet. Ollie might die for this. See if he ticks out of the Spirit Vessel. He will, but he did his job there, Fog. He found him.
I mean, they still tip Planet because they're like, dude, you just solo killed him amongst 5 heroes. Amongst 4 heroes. How the hell did that happen? I can't believe he always gets away. Literally everybody on top of him. It's wild.
Yeah, you can feel as well. 23 now times. This is sort of the point, right, where you kind of want to end the game as Nagasaran. You've got your BKB. You're ready to force these fights to survive. Still with a good amount of time left on the Aegis.
They're ready to jump.
They want to do something, but there's no disruptor. 23.
He is playing very risky
goodness,
here.
he's so far from the team. And of course, he has got an underlord ready to back him up. And if anything, PSG, they're the ones scared of him. Or are they? They'll maybe realize they're like, hey, you know what, guys? We can go back in on this.
Do they have the Static Storm in range?
I think it's just a song to back off, surely.
It looks like it is. Okay, I mean, LGD could look to jump this.
No song. Shiro. He's in.
Glimmer.
They make the jump onto Jabs, but into the Glimmer, it's enough to allow Jabs to disengage. Shiro not able to full commit, and
Shiro.
That's the BKB and the God Strength used by Shiro.
If they get vision of him, there's going to be a big problem.
I mean, absolutely, 23's just going straight back in. They've got the Hex opening here onto Nothing to Say. They'll start to throw the damage down on towards the Timberstorm. It's a bit tankier this time round. As he'll be able to get out. They'll glimpse him back, but he'll put the BKB. He's not going to mess around. Nothing to Say. He wants to get out of here.
Oh, and they forced BKBs and God Strength.
And, I mean, they've got Static Storm up.
They've got everything
Song in 35 seconds. They'll have a window to go where PSG.LGD may not be ready for the full high ground defense.
They just got to watch the skewers. They're pinging it out
pinging out
immediately.
for Magnus.
Yep, they're like, watch out. Looks like they're going to use Fiend's Gate to replenish Jabs here a bit. The skewer, not going to happen. Minefield sign, not really doing too much either.
Yeah, quick trip back to base. What's this to pick up? Just to refuel?
Just refuel mana.
Refuel.
Jabs was low.
Get the mana up.
I think AC also now picked up on the Underlord.
23 poking with the Hex.
Okay. Shiro waiting in the wings. 20 seconds God Strength, 35 BKB.
Song's up.
Magnus waiting for a skewer.
I mean, 23 could look for an aggressive setup if he just wants to get in and Song.
He's thinking about
He's going to do it. He's going to put the Song steal. He's in with the RP and the skewer back onto the two of them.
The Song is perfect to defend
But they're
them.
backing up. And if anything, Ollie's just been put in position to get an easy Static Storm laid down on another. They're going to go all in on it. The Hex is there. They'll get the Hex off onto Shiro. Shiro has to back out of the side for now. Nothing to Say, though. He survives the complete attempt from Talon. Talon, they're attempting to bail out of this one. 23 BKB's TP's out. But there's something that the luxury will not be there for both Q and Makoto as they get taken down. The defense is held by PSG.LGD.
That's Shiro without even having to have the BKB. He gets the jump in. They go for Nothing to Say, but that is the literal tankiest target.
It really is.
He literally absorbs it all.
They cannot kill him that easily at all right now. Everything thrown down on him. They use the focus of the Song into the Static Storm onto this Timber, and it's not enough. He's out, even with the sort of chance that they got the Hex onto Shiro, slowing down his opening into the fight. It wasn't enough. He still gets the cleanup, still gets the triple.
This Sven, he's getting close to being at critical mass too. 25 soon to be hit with MKB versus this Naga Siren. Then 23's got no hope to really get away.
Free Wisdom Rune as well for them here.
Getting a push going as
Getting
well.
that 25. There we go. Level 25 Sven.
He's going to hit hard.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
What does he get rid of for the MKB? Just swapping the treads out? Yeah, he's selling him. Treads
He'll get
gone.
him. He'll eventually get the Swift Blink and stuff like that, so I think just
50% God Strength damage now. On top of it all.
He's going to disintegrate these heroes.
Yeah, the wombo combo, it's huge. Even if they just don't find the RP, even just sort of a skewer alone, bunching up a couple of heroes together, Shiro, he's going to clean them out in kind of like 3-4 hits.
Talon, after having a very solid overall way of confidence that they go for targets, they have to be careful of how they do target prioritize now at this point. If they can find the Sven, the game could still just completely be into their favor, but they have to not really going for the Timber, I think is the best option for them.
I agree. They have to disable and kill the Sven.
Yeah.
If they disable and kill the Sven, unlikely that there's going to be anywhere close to sort of the insane amount of burst damage for the rest of PSG.LGD's heroes when it comes to killing Talon, so 23 stands more of a chance to live through these fights. But yeah, everything has to be focused on this Sven, because Shiro, he hits like a million tron.
Yeah. If he gets the angle to just get any hits off, he will delete them. The supports now at this point, too, are just huge on the side of PSG.LGD as well. Why? He has the Hex.
Yeah.
They won 23.
They've got eyes on him.
23's in trouble.
He's going to get the song off. They're committing with the BKB. I mean, 23, of course, still decently tanky. They'll use the RP as well. Ollie's stepping up. He's got the Static Storm. It's going to be enough to keep 23 alive. Now they can turn. They're going to Hex down.
Shiro in trouble.
Shiro getting burst low. 23 commits it down. Kill him off. They're taking Shiro out.
No buyback.
He'll look towards Zeal. He gets glimpsed back to his death. 2 dead on PSG.LGD as this time round, Talon, they were prepared.
I think they thought that they would be able to do more damage to this Naga, but he is actually pretty damn tanky, even versus the Sven.
Yeah, he got sort of what the BKB off right before they managed to get sort of connection. 23, he reacted perfectly.
He reacted perfect.
They went all on in him. They could not kill him. And now they're ready to push in. Shiro, he does not have buyback.
He does not. He committed.
It's a shame to be said here for this Ogre. Why are you smart? He's dead for a minute.
Oh my god. And look, I mean, 23, the decision making now, it's back. Instantly buys a Moonshard after that fight. I think he knows. They're
Play
like,
it fast.
He's like, they spent the gold. It's time for us to end the game.
Go all in.
Holy Talon. Look at, I mean, 23's feeling confident. They get 1 racks. They get the middle as well onto top.
They could take it all. They look for the Megas. Nothing to say. Planet and Zeal, what can they pull together? Just the 3 of them. As I say, gets caught by the silence and the root. Still a tough one to take out. Well, the Wisp gets laid down by Planet. Nothing to say. He's trying to get in aggressive onto 23. I'm going down to about half HP, but the song's back up. They can look to set up. They're going to go straight for Zeal. Static Storm's back up. They're looking down underneath the tier 4. Q jumps in. Zeal, he's going down. No buyback for him. 100 seconds out on the Magnus.
20 on Shiro.
See why you're smart back in action. He's in immediately with the Hex. Over towards 23, but he's TP'd in for this one, and he's immediately going to be taken back out. As he's gone, they'll get the kill on Ollie. Fortification is up, and 23, he'll make the call to back off. Ends up TPing out of this one. But they respect the fact that Shiro, he's back in the game. Talon, they won't push their luck. They'll play it safe.
They all just TP out in their faces. A big hit been made from Talon, though. Buyback, I believe, is it pretty much available for the Naga? 900 short, but very close. They're just going to come right back to the top.
Fiend's Gate. Still a minute without Zeal. They're fully healed up, so they do not mind that they're pushing back into this potential of the Sven. They know they've still got the number advantage against PSG.LGD right now.
How long on Song? 20 seconds. Q looking to try to whittle it down with mines, but it gets cleared out, the Timber.
Still a hard one to commit on this Timber Saw.
Yep, he's hit 25, so he has the double chakram now.
He's
His
massive.
damage has literally more than doubled now.
Sort of slowly whittling down the racks around him, though. The melee and the range both low.
They're making I think Talon's making the call for Roche. That is a absolutely crucial one as well, too, with the refresher shard at this point.
Who are you giving the refresher shard to?
Oh, I mean,
probably...
It could be the Naga or the Disruptor. Those are probably the 2 biggest ones.
Disruptor, right. A couple of Ag Static Storms from Ollie could be game ending.
Double BKB, though,
because he's got the blink as well, so he can get that good positioning.
Probably for the Disruptor, but I wouldn't even put it past putting it on 23.
Just on 23.
But maybe he just doesn't have slots at this point to even carry it, because double BKB, double Stalling is massive this game.
He can still try and play with it or get the Aegis instead of the BKB, and then the Aegis goes, get the BKB in, put the BKB, swap with the refresh, and then put the BKB back in.
What?
We'll see if 23 feels fast on the fingers today.
What's it going to be?
I'll definitely take the Aegis. Does he want the shard? I actually give it to Makoto.
I feel like he's going to pass that one up, right?
I feel like yeah, there we go. Okay. Ollie.
That's fine. I mean, either one is the ideal ones for the Naga or the Disruptor.
I mean, because now you've got the potential, right, to just sort of lay them down at the same time. They don't have to be grouped up. Song of the Siren into kind of 2 split Static Storms.
And TS trying to lead the charge. X.
They're cautious about how heavy they go on this Timber Saw.
He's got Bloodstone now too, so he's got big full heal elements. Lanes are going to slowly push in from the sides, bottom and mid.
They've got to take these fights smart, and that does not include going in on a Timber.
No, not the target you want. These situations are crazy. How is Planet doing on his Wind Waker? Because that is the only save, of course, versus this Static Storm kind of combo.
He's close.
He's close.
But it will mean no buyback for him.
It feels like a point where you have to commit for the items, though.
Absolutely, especially when some of your cores, like Zeal right now, he doesn't have buyback available. You've got to risk your own buyback to save the potential of your cores being out without buyback.
Actually, I'm checking a couple of things. Range 550. Auto play. I mean, it depends on his positioning. It's going to have to be pretty perfect in order for him to save people versus the Song Static Storm. It's 1400 radius versus like 1000 radius of the cast range from Wind Waker with ult.
Jabs.
Jabs.
Trying to get some sneaky plague walls in around the back. It's giving them some
that's
pretty good.
oh my God.
Goodness!
They see everybody.
They're grouped up big time, Ollie. He's heading over.
Oh my God.
In. They're going to be able to get the 3-man Ag Static Storm in, trapping them and catching the big one, catching Shiro. He's out of the game.
They got
3
him all.
dead. They're immediately coming in with the buybacks, but now nothing to say. He's surrounded by Talon. He's trying to get out of this. He'll put the BKB, the Shiva's got the Bloodstone. He's healing up a bit. But there's no zeal for this one. They've taken out Ollie, but Ollie, he's already done his job. He doesn't need to do anything more on this one. The buybacks continue to fly out here from PSG.LGD. Shiro, he'll put the BKB.
Big damage.
Turns towards Makoto. He's taken down one. Now he'll look towards 23. 23 getting burst slow, but he's got the Aegis. He's going to be back for round 2. Why are you smiling, Planet? They'll look over towards Jabs. Jabs. He'll get taken out. Can they do 23 a second time after the Aegis? He'll put the BKB. He's going to go for the TP out. BKB, TP, 23. He'll make it out of there. I mean, PSG.LGD, they are able to strike back, but they have to spend 3 buybacks to be able to punch back there at Talon. A very expensive fight for PSG.LGD. And just the setup, the play board down. They've got the vision, the song, into the Static Storm. You ain't ever coming out on top of a team fight that starts like this, folks, if you're PSG.LGD.
I mean, everything connects perfectly. That was absolutely beautiful.
And the double, just being able to throw that second one down onto nothing to say. So he, whilst he was split from the team, he still, the sort of entrance into the whole fight was slowed down massively. But
he doesn't die on the Timber. He actually just completely full heals from his Bloodstone and everything like that. So he did not have to use buyback.
He can still survive through everything that they throw at him. The rest of the team, not so much.
Still a game to be had.
It is, but now a very scary point for PSG.LGD because these buybacks, they ain't there. One more fight like that, and it will be game over for PSG.LGD.
Absolutely. What is nothing to say want to buy? That's the next question. I mean, he's got his Wind Waker queued up, but he's like, I don't even have items to get rid of. I gotta eat my Aghanims and get this.
There's only so much you can do as this Timber. He's trying his best.
I like how they tipped 23 for that one, by the way, also. I think Jabs deserved a tip. That's like the Ven award to win the game. Just like, beep, gotcha. I mean, this song obviously catches all of them, which is good positioning from 23, but Jabs gave the vision. Give the credit to the Veno, who's being the sacrifice for most of this game.
Well, let's have a look. PSG.LGD, they've managed to play their way through some very tough positions that they've been put into this game.
It's an absurd
This is definitely
recovery.
the hardest position they've been put in right now.
No buybacks.
One more catch here with the Song and the Static Storm, and it'll be over.
Still no Wind Waker on planet either.
Refresher orb on Shiro.
Okay. Did he sell his... I think he sold his Harpoon? Yes, he did. Okay.
Yep. Of course, spending up. Again, it is him, Planet, and Why You Smile that do not have the buybacks right now. Zealey's 30 seconds off his.
Okay, he's going to be very... I mean, he's just on the edge with mana, but he's got a chakra. But he'll have enough, at least for the double. And the way he'll stagger.
Sure.
He should be able to have it. On Shiro, that is.
And they're watching Talon.
Push is starting to come in. They have the numbers.
And they have to ignore this Timber.
Flips him away. Illusions are clearing things out.
Zeal's maybe looking for an RP. He's going to get jump. He gets him with the jump skewer.
Song.
The Song's there, though.
It's on
They're
Zeal.
stepping up. We'll see who they can catch in this one. They're going to look towards Zeal. Ollie's in with the Ag Static Storm and drop it down onto Zeal. And Zeal's getting focused. Shiro, he jumps into this. He's going to jump into the Ag Static Storm to try and fight.
Shiro?
I mean, can he find a target out of this? They're starting to split Talon.
They're kiting him.
Ollie's going to get found by nothing to say. Nakoto is trying to get into the speeds gate, but they've got him.
Okay.
They get the two of them. The defense is there again. This time round, it's the buyback of Zeal they have to use. They will push back Talon.
Nicely done. I mean, that he's the one that does have it, so them going for him, maybe not the most ideal situation there for Talon. And Shiro, he was patient. He didn't use the refresher. He actually only used BKB God Strength 1 in order to get these type of kills.
And a very risky way to enter the fight, jumping into the Ag Static Storm.
Yes.
I could have gone horribly wrong, but Shiro, he was in control.
And nothing to say. Yep, now he's got his Wind Waker.
So ways to
Timber
say.
Can we get damage numbers up again by any chance? I want to see what nothing to say, how much he's been able to actually do, because it feels like it's been
he's survived
pretty heavy
throughout
lifting in most of these
so
fights.
Look at that, 44,000 damage.
Techie's still the highest.
Techie's at the top though, Q.
Oh my god. Still an unbelievable recovery overall and throughout all stages of the game here from LGD, with Talon just having mostly full control in this game.
It's 4 buybacks, though.
4 buybacks.
All on cooldown. Talon, they have all of theirs.
It's soon going to be time for them to force the fight. Dagon now finished up for Why You Smile. Okay. So another way to clear out these illusions instantly. Just prevent this push. How's the Aghanims looking on 23? He still needs some time. That's another element that, of course, is going to cause some issues versus the BKBs of the Sven. Just hold them in position. Keep clicking around and checking also to see, I don't know what the Lotus situation is. I see one greater healing. They don't have enough. They're not even close still. Too many things going on to focus on that.
Another Hex thrown into the mix. Cute.
Okay. A on disc as well, too, from earlier. So much disable.
Nothing to say, no. Because he feels he can go where he wants on the map.
Okay. They have a Nullifier actually finished onto Mikoto as well now. So these Wind Wakers probably not going to be able to help at all either. So now they have Ag, Static Storm, and Nullifier. So there actually is no way to save heroes if they get caught inside of it. He'll just have to naturally tank through it, which I think Nothing to Say still potentially can, as we've seen.
More damage here for the squad. 50% atrophy allied hero bonus.
Okay, yeah, he's
Gonna
at
be the one
25.
here for Mikoto this game.
Not really the biggest of deals unless you get consecutive kills in the fight, which if they even get a couple, even if they get like 1 or 2 in this one, the game is over at this point because of the lack of buybacks.
But they're waiting it out nicely
waiting it
at
out.
PSG.LGD. A minute and a half, and buyback situation will be rectified.
Roche in 30.
They're looking for a fight now, but as I say, this is still within this very risky last minute.
I mean, Why You Smile is just farming creeps, farming illusions. Yeah, Roche, 20 seconds.
They're going to go straight for it.
Okay. Could give them an element to be able to protect potentially here.
I mean, yeah, Talon, no, they're also heading immediately up to this area as well. They'll even be able to pick up an Arcane Rune on Q on the way.
Shiro shows himself as well on the wave. LGD now feeling afraid themselves. Who gets the catch? Nothing to say.
Trying to step up to the high ground. They're really doing their best to try and just ignore the Timbersaw. Throw a Hex down onto him, and a second one as well. They do not want to go on Nothing to Say.
Crucial moments, 30 seconds until the buybacks are back.
And they've done well, PSG.LGD. Surviving through these moments.
The lanes are starting to push in, though. Double catapult in the bottom wave. Nothing to Say has to back up to deal with it. They have recall, though. They have a way to bring him back with Planet. Talon trying to reclaim the area over here. Get rid of these wards. And Roche, yeah, it's on the menu.
They can go for it themselves, Talon.
And that's another refresher shard for Ollie.
And we saw what he did last time with it. Such a strong bonus to have. And already as potent of a support hero that he is at this late game stage.
LGD looking to come back in here.
They're heading over.
Roche does not die that fast at this point. It's incredibly tanky. They scout NTS.
He can just throw himself in.
He is. He just takes the Watcher in front of them.
Easy Watcher play. Oh, jabs. Oh, my goodness. He's out with the BK. Out with the big time now. The Storm's there. They've caught the 2 cores. Ollie is ready with a 4. There's the Ecstatic Storm down on the boat. Nothing to say. And Shiro. Shiro's going to get Wind Wakered up into the air. See if it's enough to save, and there it is, and straight back down into the Hex. Shiro's gone.
He's got
buyback seal. They'll get the RP off onto the 2 of them, skewers across. They're bringing Mikoto down, like 23 still full HP. He's kiting out the side. Shiro jumps forward, finishes on Mikoto. 23, he'll TP out of there. Shiro, he gets glimpsed back to base.
Oh my.
But nothing to say.
They have recall again.
See if he can still finish off jabs. He's chasing out the Venomancer with the Shaxman's flying out. He'll find him. Jabs, he'll buy back.
Mikoto does not have buyback. He's 150 gold short. This is actually huge. I mean, Planet, he's just recalling his buddies in constantly. Shiro buys back, gets recalled, gets glimpsed, gets recalled.
Can they finish off Roche here, PSG.LGD?
There's a minefield sign.
Yeah, he's holding the area with this minefield sign.
Oh my god, Zeal takes like almost 2,000 damage.
You do not want to be walking into this pit, unfortunately, right now if you're PSG.LGD, but Shiro's going to put the BKB. They're going straight for Ollie. Get rid of this disruptor. They'll get him. Ollie has got buyback, uses it straight away. Q, he's been found in the trees. Q, he'll jump up with the BKB. He's there for Shiro. He turns, takes down Q.
That's the second BKB and second God Strength from Shiro, though. Buybacks are coming in. Still no Underlord. 90 gold till buyback.
Song in 10 seconds for 23. He's also got the Blink Hex available if he wants to jump in and find a catch. I mean, nothing to say he's hanging around, but PSG.LGD, they're sort of in a shape where they may not be prepared to fight. There's the jump. 23. Straight away, he's going to go for YU Smile. Further buyback, Makoto. He's got it back up. He's fiend skating over. They're controlling the Ogre for now. Roots down onto YU Smile. He's surrounded. He's out of the game. He's still got his buyback.
Shiro can't fight.
Using it.
Shiro has no BKB. He cannot enter the fight. He gets recalled in, but he's like, I have to get the hell out of here.
They just have to concede Roche.
They do.
At PSG.LGD, they can't fight this anymore.
The buyback, it came up just in time there from Mikoto. A lot of buybacks being used from Talon, but they will be able to secure this Roche.
Yeah, they'll get the Roche, but indeed, in terms of the buyback situation, they themselves now 4 buybacks on cooldown. Of course, PSG.LGD is still the main one. Gone on cooldown again here with Shiro buying back in that last engagement.
Absolutely. And 23 is now he's literally critical mass. A full Aghanims being purchased up. He's going to eat it. He has the Moonshot already. He literally is full slotted, and he has buyback.
And yeah, he's also got the money really to sort of, well, very close to having the money to be able to buy back, pick up the bots or such. If there isn't sort of a Fiend's Gate laid down by Mikoto to allow him to re-engage on the fight, which we will have to look out for that. There's definitely a chance that will happen as well.
They're really trying to hold on to this Ogre buyback, but it feels like he might just have to use it for the defense.
I think he will. They've got to have everything for this defense. 23 and the rest of Talon, they'll probably go pretty hard here with this high ground push.
They give the Aegis, of course, to Mikoto because he doesn't have that buyback.
Okay.
NTS, the unit, high-fiving them still at this point.
So they're still feeling very restrained in how they look towards going on a Timbersaw. They know that this is not the way.
No. The Rex, I mean, they can't whittle it down. It's not an option with these Naga illusions.
They have to full force the fight.
They'll actually, I mean, maybe the Ogre will be able to hang on to buyback. He's got the Philly Stone, of course. They constantly keep putting these Philosopher's Stones into their bags.
And nothing to say, just this kind of impenetrable wall. And Talon still struggle to get past.
I believe, 25 was also hit by 23 in the last fight. He was actually one of the later cores to actually get it in this game. Waiting for their side lanes to push in, though. It's double siege waves. So mid, double siege, bottom, double siege, starting to enter. And I think what Shiro did by the Swift Blink now at this point, too. So a bit of increased DPS. If he's able to get the hits off.
Tier 5 items coming out.
Tormentors double respawning as well, and yeah, let's see.
Why? They're all opting for, a couple of them opting for Force Boots in.
Why? Fiend's Gate, he gets away. I mean, Force Boots are insane at this point of the game. Dispel that it applies, being able to use it on allies and everything too, and it's just a free slot of boots. So the Naga Siren, of course, is definitely a good pickup for 23.
Easy for him to stay on targets now.
Yep. I mean, even the health, it's everything. I mean, honestly, Force Boots, I feel like have always been incredibly underrated. .25 being hit, Q. He's also gotten it, so probably his mind's pretty much instantly detonate now if he gets a connection. How many did they get, actually? 1, 2...
Just the 2 right so far.
All right. Shiro, oh, that's a big one. He gets a Pirate Hat. So the gold will increase, and now he has... I mean, the attack speed is ridiculous at this point.
Yeah, will mean that there's a high chance that his teammates can buy up their next item.
Oh, man. And nothing to say, gets that Giant's Ring. Big boy Timber.
He really is the raid boss here that sort of is blocking Talon, stands between Talon and progressing here.
This game could continue for some time, or end in a matter of a second here, depending on if the catches happen.
So you're also picking up a Giant's Ring. A couple of Giant's Rings now.
Okay.
They're big boys.
Yep. Song.
Gonna try it.
Blinking.
They can find.
They found Shiro. Do they have the catch, though?
Fiend's getting
Ollie's
over.
here.
Ollie. He's in. There's the Ecstatics over the Wind Waker's there.
Nullifier.
He's up in the air, but the Nullifier gets laid down upon him. 23's been skewed off to the side, but still they can take Shiro out.
Shiro's gone.
He's gone. No buyback on him. See if this is going to be enough for Talon to clean up the rest of the fight. There's nothing to say. He'll desperately try to push Q back. He'll turn towards Mikoto. Zeal tends for another grab onto Mikoto. Won't find it.
It's only nothing to say at this point to provide any damage. They're just going to kite him around.
4 versus 5 here on the defense.
I mean, 23, what a jump.
Yeah, just goes straight in. I mean, he knows that as long as he sees that Sven, backup will come in and they'll kill him. There's nothing that PSG.LGD can do to save anyone caught by that combo.
They refreshed, so 23, he's got another song set up. They also found an Ex Machina on Q, so he also has his refreshed abilities and hexes.
And Ollie's still with that shard, so he'll have a second static storm. He'll have the first one in 20 seconds. They're going for the backlines. They're going for the killable heroes. They found the hex. But the hex.
It's on Ollie.
Nothing to say. He's able to get the hex out towards Ollie. Ollie, he'll still find the chance to lay down the static storm. But this time, Zeal, he's out of it to the side. Doesn't matter. Hex is down to Zeal. Zeal, he'll buy back here immediately for the defense. 23 turns towards YU Smile. They'll lay down the Will-O-Wisp, but YU Smile's out of the game. Another buyback to come out here from PSG.LGD. 23 is considering looking towards the barracks. Zeal, he's in with the jump, tries to shear back. And the hex down onto 23 as 23 backs off away from nothing to say. Nothing to say. Turns towards the squishy kills, looks towards Q. Won't be able to stay on top of him. 23.
Makoto's on the rack.
He turns with the hex. He's up with the Wind Waker. Makoto's trying to get the mega creeps, trying to finish on the objective, but they've caught him. They bring him low. He'll get another set out with the root. 23 and Makoto back in with the fortifications there as PSG.LGD keep the racks alive a little longer. Zeal, he'll skew away from Jabs. The stun out fire blast from YU Smile over towards Jabs. Jabs getting blasted down low. 23. He'll finish off the barracks, but it's 2 dead on Talon without buyback.
Can 23 get out?
The hex steal. He's got the RP back up. They look over towards 23. He's getting caught inside the base. They'll get another pullback with a Will-O-Wisp. 23 caught by the sleep. He'll get caught by the stun. 23. He's out. As PSG.LGD, the mega creeps are out against them, but they get the kills to hold and buy time for Shiro to get back in the game in 5 seconds.
And they absolutely can hold versus megas. They have the heroes to be able to clear these creeps constantly. We still have a game on our hands, even though Talon has a clear access to victory now.
Absolutely, you know, PSG.LGD, they lose this series, they are going home. They are putting their everything into holding on in this game too.
I mean, nothing to say is doing... He did 17,000 damage in that last fight, Owen. This Timber... 16,000, sorry, but look at the spell usage. I see, what, like 20 chakrams being used, 5 hexes, etc. Insane stuff. And now down the mid, Shiro, with him being alive.
They want to try and force this, see if they're going to buy back out from 23.
Yep. Try to get something here. Jabs does not have buyback for now himself.
Yeah, Shiro, buyback's back up, but he's short on the gold. He's 1600, still has the pirate hat, right? So
yes, he's still digging.
Keep digging, get that money, get those bounty runes.
Oh, Ollie now, in another layer that could actually protect him, and there's that instant. He has Mirror Shield, so...
Nothing to say, he's caught by the hex.
Still can't deal with him, though.
It's a fair bit of damage. They've already pretty much brought him down to half HP.
Trying.
Only considering how heavily they can go in onto him, but the Wind Waker's there, he's out of the base. Buying time, though, and trying to do their best to protect the buybacks from having to be used from both Jabs and 23.
Shiro, God Strength #1.
He's going to push in.
He kills it fast.
Straight up to the tier 3. Fortifications there, though. They really don't want to use these buybacks, Talon. And I don't think they'll have to.
They don't have to. 8 seconds.
Q. Caught by the hex, but the Eon Disc is up. And some return back the way of nothing to say. Again, they're playing around with this Timber. Static Storm will be dropped, but again with the Wind Waker, he's out. Not able to shut him down quite quick enough with a nullifier.
Nope. He was able to get it off beforehand. They need to go back to base, though, for a second.
But the defense, this time achieved by Talon's 3 heroes, buys time, but no need for the buybacks to be put into play.
Intense moments here. How many? Yeah. Jabs 200 short. Zeal and Innocence are the only ones who don't have buyback at the moment. They would be the prime targets to catch at this point. Him and Shiro, of course. Shiro, though, does have buyback.
Okay. Yeah, back
Another
now with that gold that he's been just reeling in with these constant pirate hat usages.
Everyone's rich. I'm just watching Q abusing the Ex Machina, of course, with his Aeon Disc and everything. Just refreshing and refreshing.
See if they want to hold off for the next Roshan. Hit Talon.
Let's see what the timing is. It's a long one.
It's going to be nearly 3 minutes until Roche is back up again this game.
Whew. A little bit of a slowdown here.
Planet Hill up for the Pirate Hat as well. Just wants to get more gold for the squad, allow the team to continue kind of pick up their 7th slotted items and still have money for buyback.
These talents are pretty cool. I haven't seen, of course, like every single one of these 25 talents being put in until this game. This Veno one is actually kind of neat. Noxious Plague Aura reduces 200 attack speed. Actually quite a lot.
It's a lot.
Everything is still up to initiations, though, as we've seen over and over and over again about the Static Storms. His NTS, he's just untouchable. Literally the richest Timber I think we've ever seen.
12, 4, and 13. Doing his everything here to to allow PSG.LGD this chance to prolong this game outcome and turn it around to potentially be in their favor and find these opportunities. You know, it really is down to the point in these games where a bad fight into a buyback and a dieback,
you could just lose.
It's game over in an instant.
Even if there's megas.
Yeah, for either side.
Yep, they can both fight back through them. Shiro, is he gonna commit? He's thinking about it. He's probably deciding, like, what do I even get rid of at this point?
I guess he doesn't need to have the refresher on him all the time, right? He can backpack.
True,
that.
he can backpack and move it around for the nullifier.
But yeah, at the moment doesn't have enough for nullifier and buyback.
No. And of course has to watch out, because if he nullifies versus this mirror shield, it could get reflected onto him and blah, 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 blah. I mean, there's so many different layers that are going to be coming out here. The mine's being set up. Q, he's setting up to make sure that they get this Roshan in the next minute.
Now we'll see, I think 23, what's he picking up? Is he...
Just another moon shard to feed to somebody, I guess.
He wants to give it to Makoto. He just did, right?
Yep.
Yep. I mean, Makoto's got this AC, he's got this Abyssal.
He's going to be hitting hard.
Yeah, he's going to be hitting hard and fast to get those bashes.
That's true. Very true.
We'll buy up for the nullifier now. Has enough to maintain his buyback on top of that nullifier purchase. Actually, no, I said, wait, did he just buy it?
He got rid of his MKB.
He sold something, right? Sold the MKB.
Yeah. Feeling like he doesn't need it. There's no butterfly anymore on the Naga Siren.
That is true, yeah. It's been swapped out the inventory for 23.
Yep.
Now the question is, when you see it sold, is there any sort of big brain play to be had with going back and rebuying the butterfly? I mean, is there?
I mean, honestly, maybe. But
you know what I mean?
Items doesn't feel like it's
sold as MKB.
Items don't feel like they're going to be the absolute everything.
I guess that because yeah, they're getting so much money because they're literally running what, double Pirate's Hat.
Yeah.
I mean, how much GPM is that? That's a lot of money, right? You could using it off cooldown.
At this point, they're each worth each dig is worth like 1,000 gold. So let's say it's probably like 2,000 gold every time they dig.
It's a lot of money. So yeah,
they've double.
They can change up their items, much more flexibility. PSG.LGD with the amount of money that they're fueling themselves with.
What's up? Moving. It's being trapped from the kinetic field. And LGD, they're making the move over. Planet does claim both of these runes. I mean, he's hit 25 for a while, but 27 is now claimed.
Zil will pick up his refresher.
Okay.
Dire are scanning.
I mean, that is the buyback committed from the Magnus.
23,
all in
he's
on
got
this
a pre-casting the song. He's ready to put the song!
He gets 3.
Oh, he's got the 3 of them!
The Fiend's Gate's coming in!
The setup's there for 23. Ollie steps in. Agstatic
my lord!
2 jumps forward as they're going all in onto Shiro. Shiro's out. He'll buy back immediately, but both the supports are taken out immediately afterwards, and now they can look for more here, Talon. There's no Ogre for 2 minutes, nothing to say, completely isolated from the rest of PSG.LGD, and that may give Talon the chance to try and go for him. He's still going to be very tough to take down. They're in with the Hex, the rest of PSG.LGD wait to make their way down the lane, and Shiro's in with the BKB and the Godstrike. He's going to look straight towards the Sven. He's got the Hex out onto the songs there, and the BKB is about to come to an end. Shiro, he's got to run. They've got the vision on him, the Thunder Strike's there. Will-O-Wisp blade down, holds 23 back. Shiro, he gets glimpsed back straight into the midst of the ball. They surround the Sven, see if they can keep the Sven alive in any sort of manner. Nothing to say in Planet. They've got nothing left to save Shiro with, as it's a dieback for Shiro, out for 2 minutes.
Oh, 23, what a setup. Mikoto has the Fiend's Gate, everybody's right on top of them. It gets all 3, and Jabs in the meantime on the sideline. He's just poking the Magnus. Zeal can't even get in for an initiation. They've got this, Roche.
And they may have got this game now.
They might have.
100 seconds, no Shiro. A huge element of the damage output that PSG.LGD have needed to get any sort of kills in these crazy late game team fights. It's not going to be there.
They've got the numbers. Who's getting what? Sure. The Ags now, I believe Mikoto does pick it up, right? I think it was on him. Yeah. Ags and Aegis on him. Jabs. 23. Running it down the lane. A 12 slotted or whatever slotted Timbersaw. Still hasn't died in about 45 minutes.
He's doing everything he can, nothing to say. He really has. He could not be giving it anything more this game.
But they're ignoring him in a lot of the fights too. They literally are just full committing for Shiro. I mean, he can't prevent so many things from happening.
Again, 23 just gets with the song, goes straight past him. They look for the kills they know they can get. They get on top of the Ogre. Agstatic Storm's going to be there. Jump forward.
They Hex Zeal.
The Will-O-Wisp is laid down. See if it can Zeal get any sort of... Maybe get a skewer back. There's the RP. With the skewer.
It gets stopped by the kinetic.
He's going to try and play it aggressively outside the base. Why you smile? He's getting taken out. He's back out for 2 minutes. No buyback on him. The Ancient, it's exposed. Fortifications there for PSG.LGD, but it's only going to last so long. As Talon now push on 23. He's going to get caught. No, so Mikoto and 23, they actually get dragged back into the fountain. Mikoto, he's dying to the fountain here.
Aegis.
So he's got just enough life to survive. He'll get back on to look at towards the Ancient. They take Zeal out. It's 4 dead on PSG.LGD. They've got very little left to defend with a Zeal. He'll buy back, but Talon alive with the 4th, and they focus down the Ancient. They're looking forward to getting out of this game and moving on in the lower bracket as GG is called. Talon, they take game 2 here, 73 minutes in, and a 2-0 knock PSG.LGD out of the competition.
Holy shit, what a game. I mean, SEA Dota at its finest. This is when they thrive. 70 minutes. 23, how many times can he catch 3 or 4 heroes inside these static storms? These sleeps were perfect. The follow-up as well. You see the faces of LGD. I mean, NTS, that was the most impressive Timber performance I think we've seen in ages, but they ignored him so much.
They did. Just the way that Talon played his late game fights, as you said, that was
amazing.
This is what they played for. These are the moments that they love. And yeah, 16-2, 17, 23, having looks like kind of all avenues covered at the end. He was sort of the carry, he was the setup, he was the everything. The follow was there around him. And this combo, they just execute it so well.
They really did.
They really do. And multiple times, finding 3, sometimes even 4 heroes in those last moments there with the song into Static Storm. It was just too much for PSG.LGD here today as Talon. What a series for them, and I'm very much looking forward to see their run continue in this lower bracket as they got to be prepared for this team. There's something about them, and especially when they get out in front of the crowd, I think Talon, they're going to have the potential to continue popping off in this lower bracket run.
I would love to see games like these in front of a sold-out arena. Oh, something is just so special about Dota that goes this late, gets this crazy, and I can't wait to talk about it together with my panelists. I'm joined by Jenkins, PPD, and No-Till. All of you predicted that Talon would take this game. I doubt, though, that any of you was predicting the game would go this crazy. And we got a 73-minute game. The hot top play here almost was fatal at minute 48, but they held on for so long, Peter.
Yeah, this game was all over the place. Lots of back and forth. Talon off to an incredible start. LGD with an awesome comeback. And then towards the end, I don't know, we kind of got up from our chairs at least 3 or 4 different times thinking that the game was over, but it kept going. And unfortunate loss from LGD, but great win for Talon fans.
Great win for Dota fans, I think, as well. Unfortunately, indeed, for PSG.LGD, the end of the road, but No-Till, seeing them play like this, they definitely put everything out here.
Yeah, I was more so impressed with LGD being able to kind of keep their cool. I think the game looked really hard after the laning phase, and they managed to bring it back, and then they also found ways to kind of continue fighting throughout the game. I think there's a lot of fights where it comes down to super small moments. There's one fight where he's sleeping off the Sven and the Timber BKBs and goes into the sleep, and I think these types of calls or these types of reads on the fight are kind of what kept them alive. I think it was way more chaotic than it should have been. I think Talon, they had the lead, and they probably would have been able to make the game look, smooth, easy, and stable till the end. But this is also what Dota asks of you. You have to, keep your tongue in your mouth, and you have to stay focused, and you're not allowed to mess up. Lots of small decisions went into this game. I don't think it was a clean game by any means, but it was a very nice game to watch. Very entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Talon is the most structured SEA team, but they're still an SEA team. This is why we say you can't go late game against SEA. They know what to do in these situations where we were talking, it's like, okay, what item should the Naga buy? What item? And it's like, well, everybody has infinite items, pretty much, other than the supports, right? So, no single item decision would make or break the game. It's basically who gets the initiation, who makes the right, one choice. Everybody has, a full build completed, essentially. I do think the Nullifier was really smart against the
Double Wind Waker.
The double Wind Waker. That made it so that the Disruptor ulti could continue to be really impactful in the late game. I think the Naga Blink Dagger was very impactful as well. Yeah. The way that he was able to use Song as a blink setup rather than songing in and then walking in. It's get that instant initiation, and it's just so devastating.
I really feel like the Sven missed his harpoon, or the old Superman stun. I don't even remember if is that still the axe?
Yeah, I think it's the axe.
Because he needed something like this when he switched into Silver Blade. Was it Shadow Blade?
Yeah.
Or the operator one?
The Silver Edge.
Silver Edge, oh my god. And he had the blink. You could still see in the fights, like once they found him, he couldn't hit anything. He couldn't move anymore. I think he needed something else to actually have more of an impact in these late game fights, but it's a terrible Sven game, to be fair. Like,
it was hard. It was really hard.
It was a hard game for all of PSG.LGD, but we highlight the positive, of course, for Talon, but we also have to highlight the exit of PSG.LGD, and that is YY is standing by with Slacks.
Thank you so much, Sheever. Of course, I am here with Why You Smile and Jack translating. Thank you so much for joining us and taking time out. So, question one, just very honestly, you know, that series did not go your way. That last game was incredibly long, and you guys fought with all your hearts, but what went wrong that series?
就是当然我也对谢谢你接受采访。就是这场比赛当然很激烈，打得很焦灼。第二场就是打的时间很长了，你们努力奋斗下，最后还是失败了。那想问一下，就是那场你觉得出了一些什么样的问题或什么失误，可能导致最后没能获胜？
肯定线上篓子比较大吧，然后并且没有我们很好的应对，然后在线上几分钟的时候没有跟。就是辅助之内的调整不够好吧，然后到中后面可能大部分也没有什么太大，可能相对于对面，可能我们寻找机会的耐心或者说寻找机会的时机不够好吧。
It's probably mostly in the lanes. The lanes didn't go too well. The coordination between the supports wasn't too good. And then once it got to mid and late game, like I would say the patience and the coordination wasn't as good as it needed to be. And so it just got harder and harder.
All right. Lots of fans out there hoping that you guys come back stronger and have another showing. What are you guys going to do to get over this and get back out there?
当然，你个人和老干爹在Dota 界内有好多粉丝，希望你能下次更强的来表现。那你们从这次比赛会总结一些什么？会去向哪个方向进步？
大体肯定还是没有足够找到每个选手在比赛期间，然后或者说被针对了，或者说在顺风逆风军事的时候，每个人对在比赛时候的定位都还不够清晰吧。就换句话说，我们还没有足够找到一个团队很好的方式去赢下游戏的一个方式吧。然后这个得通过在更多的看录像，或者说更多的失败吧，然后再进行总结吧。然后这次回去肯定会比下一次更好。
So I think during the matches, there's times when players are countered or have tough matchups that, their role in the game might have to change a little bit. So we have to figure out how that works from game to game, situation to situation. We're going to have to go back and look at replays and figure out how to adjust when that happens, whether we're in a situation that's favorable or disadvantageous to us. And of course, we'll improve and we'll do our best to do better down the road.
All right. Well, thank you for taking time out. It was an honor, a pleasure. We can't wait to see LGD again. So thank you for taking time and best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Y and Slacks. It is a tough time, but there are no highs without lows. So you got to take them to be able to come back, and I'm sure PSG.LGD will be able to make a comeback, but not at the Berlin Major because it is Talon that is able to move on through the lower bracket here. And I want to continue talking about them because they performed amazingly well. We heard Y talk about the laning stage, and he contributed the loss. Yes, I know, a 73-minute loss, partially due to the laning stage. It's weird to still think back on that, but it did not go well for PSG during those lanes.
Both games. It was really rough start for both of them. I think it's something most Dota players will go through if you play long enough. Is oh my god, early game matters. Why is the game so hard? A minute 10 and stuff. So yeah, and I think in this game they were way more countered. I think in this game it's really hard for them to come out on top. Whereas first game, I think they had choices or chances they could have made. But yeah.
This one, we already saw them starting on a bad start. We talked about the Ogre Sven lane was going to be tough, and they were playing catch-up for the majority of the mid-game, using stacks and everything to their advantage. But you are playing from the back foot, Jenkins, for the majority of the game, and that's never a place you want to be at.
Yeah, I mean, especially on this patch. I know, like, ironically, this game went to, like, 71 minutes. Once you get to that point, it's a little bit hard to talk about the early game, but, in most games, like, the early game is the most important thing. I think they can look back at the replays and maybe see like, okay, how could we maybe use the portals better in these situations where we're lane countered? Maybe pick supports that are, better at going through the portals. So that way, if you do get lane countered, at least there's some sort of response that you can make to getting lane countered. Because Ogre Sven, it's like I don't see how you beat that against a Venomancer. Like, that just seems really hard.
It wasn't just a Venomancer, it was Venomancer techies. I think if you go 73 minutes into the game, one thing that we saw, especially one of the later fights around that Roche pit, the reason why Talon was able to take it is because they have Veno wards, and they got techies mines and wards. The vision game was insane.
Vision, yeah.
And the map is bigger, so you would think maybe vision is more important because you've got more ways to get to the locations. I don't know if there's logic in there, Peter?
There's a lot of objectives that you want to, go obtain as a team, and if you've got to run through a sea of techie mines and Veno wards, it's you're kind of already off to a bad start.
Yeah, I mean that's something that I've been watching 9Pandas replays and seeing what they do with the techies is like they've shown this tech of being able to like one-shot the Tormentor at 20 minutes with techies mines, but instead Antares will put mines down to provide vision of the area, so that way he can also secure the wisdom runes and stuff like that. And then maybe he'll like four times mine the...
That Veno War scouted out the hot top play! Let's go, Jobs!
How did they all get down there in the first place?
I don't
always
even
the
know,
question.
dude.
Is it the 3 triple songs he got, towards the end of the game?
Yeah, he hit 3 of them.
Yeah.
It's a couple. Like this is
the
the
other
one I'm
one.
talking about. Like there's mines and wards everywhere. They were so well prepared.
Yeah, but to be fair, it's tough late game, right? You're playing against Axe Disruptor and Naga. It's notorious for many years as being one of the best combos, especially going later. As long as Disruptor Aghanims and the interaction with Sleep is like this, is always going to remain one of the best combos.
Yeah. Well, Jabs was definitely a man of the match. I mean, they all were, to be honest. But Jabs in particular, of course, leading the team from the off lane, and he's standing together with Slacks right now.
Jabs. Question 1 for you. You picked Techies Venomancer. What's wrong with you guys? What the hell's your problem?
I think we just want to win the lane.
Well, win the lane you absolutely did. That was an incredible match, going all the way into the overtime there. Did you expect that one to take so long to close out?
Not this long. And when we were playing the game, it's like, suddenly it's like 60 minutes. So didn't expect it this long.
Yeah. Can you explain the experience of being a Venomancer at 72 minutes? How effective do you think you're being at that point?
I'm trying to cast spell as much as I can, and at some point I don't know what am I doing? Do I do enough damage or something?
That is how a lot of people feel in those super overtime games. I mean, now a big point of the new patch is more than one person can have the same 60-minute neutral. What do you think about that change? Does it dynamically alter Dota a little bit?
Yeah, it's kind of fun because when I already have a giant link on mine, and then I see Ollie have it, and then my one is kind of bad, and so I look at Ollie screen. What is he has? And choose that one.
Oh, yeah, you're copying homework. You're like, oh, yeah, I want that one. That's a good one.
I want that one.
All right. And last question. I mean, Timbersaw was absolutely massive that game. It looked like you guys just couldn't kill him, so you chose not to. You just went around him. Was this the strategy? Did you guys have a discussion that just says, just leave Timber?
I think when he plays the new ability, Aghanim, we couldn't kill him, so just ignore him. He will run off mana eventually.
All right. Well, congratulations on making it to top 8, my friend. Pretty exciting stuff there. Any words to all the Talon boys watching at home?
Thank you for sharing, and we will keep going.
All right. You certainly will. Can I get one Talon scraw? Can I get... Give me one. Okay. Well, it's good enough for me. Thanks, guys.
He really is trying to force this Talon cheer. Jobs is, I mean, he
did it. He did it.
He didn't do the finger movement, though, and that's very important. But yeah, Jobs had a fantastic showing on his Venomancer, and yeah, he just wanted to win the lane, and boy, did he do that. And I must say, 73-minute game, only dying 6 times on the Venomancer is impressive. Come on, that's impressive.
He had 92% kill participation too, and it's a 71-minute game. How is that possible?
Wards everywhere. That must be. It was a good show. This whole team, they're leveling up. They're getting better every time we see them, and of course they get again another day break because tomorrow we are building the stadium, guys. We're building everything up. We need to get ready for getting the teams out into in front of the crowd. So they get another day off, and it seemed to have done them wonders to show up here today. They were, of course, the team coming in with the 2-day break versus PSG.LGD's 1-game break. If we were to give an MVP for Talon, would it be Jabs on the Veno, or would you...
For the whole series or for that game?
Would they be different? How? Like, let's hear it. Which one?
Probably not. I feel like it was 23. I don't know.
I agree.
For both games.
Captain's always the MVP for me.
No, I think 23 Savage for me for sure last game. I think for the first game, I'm actually not quite sure, but for the second game, I think the Naga didn't really make mistakes. As in, I was thinking a lot about the item build, whether or not he should have the Bloodthorn. But I quite like, the Scotty approach. I don't know if it made that huge of an impact versus Sven and the Timber and the heals and stuff, but definitely the Blink Sleeps, keeping the farm up, winning your lane, like not losing track.
Dodging the skewers every single
time.
time.
That was insane.
Oh, the Manta dodge on the RP? Oh my god.
All right, here's a question for you guys. If you're Talon and it's later tonight, are you going over this replay like it's a loss? Because the game went to 71 minutes. Surely nobody wants to plan for that.
Sure. And yeah, that's a fair... I think Naga... If individual skill plays, I think Naga was the MVP. He sort of finessed the victory with these amazing, Manta dodge, RP sort of plays. I do think that Jabs, as the Venomancer, his itemization was a bit off this game. We see so many offlaners getting these early teamfight items, and I think that's partially the reason why these mid-game fights went the way of LGD rather than Talon, because when they grouped up in the 5-on-5, Naga just wasn't really strong enough to go toe-to-toe with Sven, who was a little bit behind.
I mean, the Vessel that he bought on the Veno didn't really work out as intended.
Vessel, Blink, Glimmer.
Yeah.
Where's the Crimson? Where's the Pipe? Where's the Halberd? I want to see these team items on just about every team, every game.
Yeah.
Did you have anything to add to that?
I mean, they had a few heroes that could have bought them. Like, you can definitely buy them from the mid lane. Like, I remember in when we were watching, we were like, oh, does Underlord have them? Oh, no, the only ore item he has is the AC. I think if you're going to switch up the game enough where you have, like, an Underlord mid, you could probably go for the team items. But then again, also it's Venomancer. He loves building those items.
Yeah, I think it's a lot about approach at the end of the day, right? Like the Magnus in game 1, also choosing not to go for auras and even not going for Blink. But you still see, like, I'm going to go for BKB and things are going to happen during my BKB. If you buy Vessel and Blink Dagger, you're hopefully getting a lot done with the Vessel before their BKBs get online. And if it doesn't happen, well, yeah, a lot of other things, can look better or has looked better. Different approaches. But back to what you were saying before, is this a loss for Talon? In many ways, yeah. I think they dropped the ball and they could have ended up losing it. So I think it's a replay worth studying also for them.
A lot to learn even in victory, and that's good. They got some time to learn. I said day off. Well, not really off, but a day without any officials to play for the Berlin Major. We can take a look at the brackets, because Talon moving forward means that we got another slot filled up in our next round of lower bracket matches. Now, let's first focus our attention on the lower bracket, because those games are done for now, right? So we have our two matches. We got Aster versus Liquid and EG versus Talon in that lower bracket. And I know, so you already mentioned earlier today, Aster versus Liquid. That's a matchup you're looking very much forward to. You're already smiling just looking at it.
Sumail versus Liquid, and like Aster also looking really hot and riding a wave, and Liquid finally, being a bit shaky since their dominant performance over the past couple of months. I'm super excited for this match. Super, super excited.
And then we got Evil Geniuses versus Talon now. Peter, what do you think about that matchup?
I would say these guys are both sort of underdogs for the tournament. I think everyone knows that these teams are capable, but they haven't really... Well, Talon made quite the run at Lima Major as well. Two resilient lower bracket teams. I think it'll be a great series, and there's all these... There's a lot of good teams still left in this tournament, which makes sense. I don't know who's gonna... I don't know who's going to come out on top. It's hard to predict. I think it'll just depend on who shows up on that given day.
Yeah, and the funny thing with both of these teams is, like, EG and Talon are both kind of known as, like, the lower bracket reapers in a way. Like, Talon made it all the way through to third place in the last major through the lower bracket, and EG has consistently, at least the players on EG, whether they were Thunder Predator, Beast Coast, these players have also powered up through the lower bracket. Like, they really... I don't know what it is. They really like when their back is against the wall. So one of the two Reapers is going home
Yeah.
when we see that series.
And they're both also known for very long games, very competitive games, very back and forth. So very much should be a great series to experience with a live crowd there. And of course, upper bracket is what we should look at as well, because these two series that you see in the upper bracket semifinals will actually happen today. Let's first touch upon 9Pandas versus Tundra. Now that's going to be one where 9Pandas is the team I think a lot of people have their eyes on, because people are expecting them. Well, they were expecting them to do it well, but I don't think a lot of people had them in their top 6. Peter, did you have them in your top 6?
I didn't have them in my top 6, but admittedly, I haven't really watched too much of the Eastern European Dota region. I think that Western EU and EU, or Eastern EU, have sort of combined forces to create like the greatest Dota region in the world. So that being said, I'm not too surprised to see them doing well. They proved in their first round matchup against, what was it, Shopify, that they're a team to be reckoned with at this tournament, and I actually predicted them to upset. Well, I don't know if it would be an upset. I predicted them to beat Tundra 2-1 later today.
I don't think it's that much of an upset, to be fair. If you look at their games online too, you start to see the re-rise of some of those classic names. These players have been on top before. I mean, not all of them.
They got Roger back now.
Yeah. And
VP of old.
VP of old. When you have a new patch and you have a new chance and you're riding a new momentum, and you have this carrying like from your past, we've been good, we've been there, we know what it takes. I think it can be a great thing to have with you. It's like, we know what it's like, we know what it takes. And I think they're finding their groove. So I wouldn't consider it too much of an upset. Like, they're super good. I'm sure Tundra respects them a lot too. I would, I would think it's a huge mistake if you don't know that these guys are one of the best in the world. Like EU and Western EU, they have some of the most innovative ideas. They're very quick at learning and very quick at like getting better, also playing each other. So it's going to be a good match. I'm sure it's going to be super high level.
Yeah, that's the most exciting thing to me watching this as just like a Dota fan in general, is that both of these teams are great innovators. 9Pandas in this tournament, like we were talking about with like the techies, they did the thing where they one-shot the Tormentor. They are really clearly enjoying the new patch. Tundra, this is a team that's literally known for their innovation, and it's how they won TI. And a lot of people were, saying, "Oh, Tundra's going to be the team that figures out the patch quickly." And I know there's a lot of people also questioning, like, are we just overhyping Tundra because they won TI with this innovation? We weren't. They've figured it out.
Quick question: Slark 4, is that actually good? Because I have a hard time taking a team too seriously if they're drafting that.
You get the shard from the Tormentor. I think that's the only reason that it's actually sick.
Can you even play for that? Because it's a 50-50, right? Between the two lowest net worths?
Yeah. Buy the shard on the... Well, no, actually, you can't play for that because then it just goes between the next people. But I don't know. It's like, statistically likely.
Statistically likely.
I don't know if those strategies are necessarily worth playing, because without the shard, it's a very awkward hero, right? And then also the laning phase. I mean, you lane some Slark versus some Venomancer or Skyrad. I think you're in big trouble. Coddle, Disruptor, all these guys can...
You say that, but every time we watch him play it, he just makes it work. He's like, first item win lays, all of a sudden he gets first blood somehow, he sneaks up, he goes through the portal, comes out of nowhere. Then he's got boots, then he's got Orbit Corrosion, and you're like, okay, I guess Slark 4 is online now.
Yep.
I mean, if you get there, right, and with the passive, and you get through the tree line, and you're really, Saxa, if you're as good as Saxa, I'm sure you can make these things work. I think most people would struggle to make something like this work in a classic scenario, but, he knows how to get the angles, he knows how to get the most out of his heroes, so I don't think it's that bad, especially if you manage to get the shard. The shard is super good, and then there are some games where it's incredibly value, right? Like you're playing against Axe or you're playing against LC.
Yeah.
Obviously, versus LC, you completely ruin his ultimate.
Yeah.
But you can save people from things that normally you cannot save from. Or Void Chronosphere, who knows? Like Slark support, you can do something.
Now, there's one thing about that matchup also that has me very, very interested in it. Of course, on this stream, the first matchup is OG versus Gaimin Gladiators, and we will cover that. But, as you know, we can't start before the teams are ready to, so we'll take a little bit of time. But that means that we have some time to talk about what I think is exciting about 9Pandas versus Tundra. We see Tundra, well, obviously everybody runs the Medusa if they can. We've seen them run it offlane a couple times. 9Pandas has openly said, we're not afraid of that hero. We're just gonna deal with it.
I think that their last approach was super good with the Darkseer and Faceless Void and Nux. They had all three.
Assassin, yep.
Yeah. That was a super smart approach. I was a big fan. And that goes to show to the innovation. And that can be to your demise or to your success, right? Like if you're going to beat the Duza, you're gonna look smart. It's gonna look amazing. And if you lose to Dusa, that goes the other way.
You might be able to beat Arteezy Dusa, but you're not gonna beat 33 Dusa. Okay, this offlane Dusa is a different beast.
It is. It is.
And you can always play the Dusa on carry if it's a good carry Dusa game. But if it's not, give it to 33. He's probably gonna carry harder than Skitter.
I think that's the biggest headache though. Like the Medusa flex.
The flex.
That's tough to deal with.
If you're Tundra, do you go for first pick, knowing that they're probably going to leave the Medusa in because you know that in the interviews they're so confident
mind game it,
against it. You just first pick the Medusa, throw it on the offlane, get that phylactery, destroy the lane.
I will say 9Pandas has played Medusa once and they lost. So they had
they're gonna let it through, man.
I got all the Medusa stats here. We've done a lot of research on our Medusa here, okay? Because over the last few days it has been 100% ban or pick rate, and actually day 7, which was yesterday, was full on 100% banned. So
and it should stay that way.
I think it should stay that way. I think it should, especially
should.
versus Tundra. I think versus other teams and your 9Pandas, you could let it through, but versus them, I wouldn't let it through.
Well, I'm curious to hear what some of the players might have to say about the Medusa.
We had Medusa in both games, which we talked a lot about yesterday. I'm still not sure what to think about it because I'd never played against it. And when you play against the hero, you can truly feel it. Like, I'm down to try to play against Medusa. Because today we also talked and we were ready to play against it. They could pick it in both games if they want. We got unfortunate, didn't get to practice it.
Medusa looks really kinda broken hero, but if you don't have a good idea how to counter, of course you should ban it. So yeah, Medusa is looks really strong right now.
And a tier 4 dead. Base is exposed. Arteezy committing. He goes in deep. Man to use BKB immediately by the Medusa. They've got the control on it, but the spell shield doing a lot, but not enough. 2, 3, 7 lives left on the side of Shopify, and the throne completely exposed. Abed back in with his second life, trying to get it immediately controlled up. That's not good enough. Arteezy in with his second life, trying to go in, but just not enough. He's being controlled up. Dies the second time. They cannot finish this up.
I don't know, I'm just seeing Dusa offlane, post 4, post 5, carry, mid. It's getting first phase bound in the tournament. Yeah, thank you, Gaimin. Thank you, Ice.
Oh, yeah, Medusa seems pretty crazy. Unfortunately, we lost with it twice, so, you know, maybe for us not working out so good, but for other teams it's looking really good. Yeah, I feel like they probably overtuned her a little bit, but, you know, some teams are still able to beat it. So, you know, there's always an answer in Dota, always.
Yeah, it's very broken here, but somehow we have a 100% win rate against him because we just know how to counter it. We kill other heroes in fights and then just focus on Medusa. As well, we have Nyx in our pick. Void, it's really good heroes against Dusa and Led, so it was easy.
It was easy! Sure it was! Well, if you're 9Pandas, maybe that is the case. The question is, what's the answer? Because they have found their answer, but we saw, of course, when was it, Tuesday, we saw Team Spirit thinking they had an answer, and then they just got slapped down to the lower bracket, after which they got eliminated as well. So I do think that if you want to try something out, just think you have something against the Medusa, it's upper bracket to try it out, right?
Yeah, you have a second life is definitely a good time, and especially the first game, you want to be you know, challenging the meta more so than other times. So
if you had to have Medusa on your enemy first pick, how are you gonna deal with it?
I mean, I would copy what 9Pandas did, more or less. You know, I really enjoyed the Darkseer and the Nyx. I wonder if there's other heroes than Void, but like they said, Faceless Void looks very good against it, and I agree.
I'm pretty confident that you should probably ban it, but if you do decide to leave it in, I think that Doom is the best hero because you're going to prevent the Stone Gaze, you're going to allow everyone to actually attack this hero.
But you're only preventing if you're buying Blink, so you're not buying any auras, and I think this comes with, or like any auras, but you might be delaying some of these aura builds that also can be very nice to have versus a lot of lineups.
Sounds like there's not a good solution.
I like your Doom idea, I just think that it goes much more both ways than some of the other ones. Like Medusa can also outlive the Doom. I don't know if she can still buy Linkens as she used to and feel okay about it, but yeah, this one I wouldn't be happy with this trade, as in Doom for Medusa.
You know, the mana burn creep scales with Int now.
Okay.
It's actually pretty good against Medusa in lane. You take like 20% of her mana away, which is a lot of HP.
All right.
I was thinking Bane, Nyx Assassin. All right, Bane, when you get the Fiend's Grip talent, it's 50% mana drain, and then Nyx Assassin's 50% mana drain. Shiva, what's that add up to?
I can do
100%.
math.
Dead.
Between your
instantly.
2 supports. You just need to pick a Bane, that's all.
Bane Nyx supports.
Yep.
Seems good.
But why wouldn't that work? Is there a way? Because it sounds
Nobody's
like
killing any creep waves and nobody's like farming stuff. But hey, I've seen the nukes be very strong, right? I mean, the Vendetta changed.
Yeah.
Bane, it's been 0 games of Bane so far, right?
I haven't seen Bane, but yeah, I've suggested the Nyx Darks here a couple times. We've seen it a couple times. It's definitely a tool that is useful against Medusa. I think the question at the end of the day is it enough, right? Is that mana, when you do the mana burn on Nyx, are you going to finish her off? Or
Well, you're going to finish off, or what are you doing? But I think with the Darks here, you take her illusion as well. So if you manage to stopping her from hitting, this illusion's also adding so much to your team that you buy 2 halberds, get the wall on her.
Darks here is good.
Yeah, I think it's good. And just halberds, maybe you don't have to kill her like we just heard. You can just ignore her if you manage to control her and kill the rest.
Yeah, Darkseer lets you kite as well, which is nice. That's like how you beat Medusa. You kite out of her like little area. She's slowly walking towards you. You just surge somebody away.
The first time 9Pandas beat her, they used they had 2 halberds. They just fought around her. It's like, okay, halberd 1, halberd 2. What you gonna do? It's done. It will be very interesting to see if we're gonna get a Medusa picked up. Want to make any quick predictions whether we are gonna see them? Her?
In the upcoming series?
In the upcoming series.
Gaimin Glads versus OG.
Yes. Now, Gaimin Gladiators, they have a 4-0 record with Medusa, and OG has only played it once. What?
Said Gaimin Glads wins with everything.
That's true.
That is fair. They have a pretty high win rate regardless. OG won with it once. They got their hands on it once for Uragi.
I think it's going to be banned.
I think it's going to be banned.
Celery did just say that he's like, oh yeah, there's counters to it. I don't know them exactly because I haven't pubbed against it that much, but there's counters out there. All right, dude, let's see.
Let's see.
I'm down to see it.
Get yourself a challenge if you're Gaimin Gladiators. It's boring to win all the time. Sure.
Yeah. 9Pandas can do it. So can the Gladiators.
I think if you want to win the upper bracket finals, which might be against 9Pandas, then you do need to know how to play against it. I don't know. Obviously, we're theory crafting here as we are waiting for our match to start. Now, our match is starting in about, quick glance at the time, half an hour. We're going to have a little bit of a break because, of course, we'll be back to talk to you about Gaimin Gladiators and OG, but we will do so after a break. See you soon.
I'ma keep winning. I'ma keep winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MCs doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in demand. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning. I'ma keep winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself.
I came this far, nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna save yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit with. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot, you better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna
I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. me. The sneakerheads walking up, they try to talk to me. They say, do I wanna fight? They say, do I wanna go? I say, I'm feeling too high. I say, come on and let's dance.
I don't try. Deep breath. I don't die.
Let's dance.
Fly.
What?
I don't try.
Let's dance.
Deep breath. I don't die.
We stop at Bodega Luz. I'll get my favorite cake, the sweetest one I can find. That mango saccharine. She asked, what else do I want? I say, you don't wanna know. She say, I really do. So I say, come on, let's dance.
I don't try.
Yeah.
Deep breath. I don't die.
Let's dance.
Fly. I don't try.
Yeah.
Deep breath. I don't die.
Let's dance. Fairfax and Beverly, Fairfax and Beverly. Come on and dance with me. I speak so cleverly. I step with anyone from 1 to 70. I got this bug in me, so come on, baby, baby, let's dance.
Fly. I don't try.
Let's dance.
Deep breath.
I dance with you.
Feeling fly.
I dance with you. I dance with you.
Deep breath. I don't die.
Come on, dance.
Sometimes in my town, but when I die, I got fire. When time with police, like we still be up with us.
Let's dance.
When I die, I got fire. When time with police, like we
I
still
said, come on and let's dance.
fly. I don't try.
Yeah.
Deep breath. I don't die.
Let's dance.
Fly.
What?
I don't try.
Let's dance.
Breath. I don't die.
Let's dance.
Content at ESL. Yes, my friends, that's right. What gets you in the mood for the games? Is it the players, their incredible gameplay? Is it the amazing world of Dota? No, that's all garbage. What it truly is editing. And here, we have the greatest editor in all of ESL that they allowed me to talk to. This is Tobin, is that right?
That is correct.
Now, you make everything that the audience sees in ESL. The hype clips, what do you do?
I basically do every single piece that you see on stream.
Every single piece that you see on stream.
Basically, we get provided the footage from these lovely cameramen, and then we make it a little bit extra special, and then that's what you see.
So all those hype compilations, they come from you?
Yes, and you're looking at one right now.
Oh, wow, look at that. Making one right now. Now, do you play Dota?
I don't.
No? Counter-Strike player, that's unfortunate. But you do a pretty good job putting all these together. How do you know what's a hype piece? How do you know what makes a good clip?
From a lot of input from you guys.
Oh, okay, fantastic. That's pretty impressive for a person that, isn't too familiar. As a person that is now seeing Dota, who's your favorite? What's your favorite thing that you see?
I mean, some of those players are kind of cool. Like, I like Liquid, I like Gaimin Gladiators. So, actually, we put together a little bit of piece of Gaimin Gladiators, and you're going to edit it.
I get to edit it. Fantastic. I'm a great editor. You know, my favorite program that I use to edit is Windows Movie Maker.
Okay, well, then you're kind of screwed.
Okay, great. Let's do it.
Now we'll see if they can jump anyone. They're going to go for ace.
He's got Helm of Overlord.
They're not killing him.
Oh, God.
And now they're running. As EG, they look for the fight, but they very quickly decided that they didn't want to look for this at all.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Left behind.
They're all going to die.
Panda as well is caught. A final ult. They're on the way out.
It's a little harder than it looks. Sorry, did my best. Bye.
So our next game, I guess, is against OG or Liquid. They're gonna play soon, I think. I don't know if I have a preference, it's annoying. Now we have to play someone from Western Europe again. I don't know, I would be down to play OG though, because we're playing a lot against Liquid, so that would just be to switch it up. But either will do. I mean, we're doing pretty well against most teams, right? So it doesn't really matter that much. We're just gonna do our thing. We'll see who it will be.
I'm really excited to play Gaimin Gladiators. We didn't get to kind of show anything the last time we played them. So I'm looking forward to actually playing them on a major now, showing that, they can also lose sometimes. I mean, everybody has a chance, but I actually think maybe now it's more possible than people think. So, like, really anything can happen. It can get 2-0, it can get 2-1, to any side, yeah. I'm confident I am gonna show my best and our team will try our best, so.
Anything can happen. We are in the upper bracket of the Berlin Major. Upper bracket semi-finalists, Gaimin Gladiators and OG. They'll play a best-of-3. Winner secures top 3 at this major. A very, very good achievement. And for these two teams, the record actually quite even. It's 4-3 this season. 4-3 in favor of Gaimin Gladiators, but that's in games, not necessarily in series. But it's been very even, so I'm in for a good one. It's been a little while since these two teams faced each other. I'm joined by Jenkins, No-Till, and we are also joined by Sheep on the panel. Hey Sheep, how you doing?
Hello, I'm doing great. I'm very excited.
Good to be here, Sheep. Good to see you.
Oh, Jenkins, it's good to see you, sir. It's good to see you, sir.
Hello, my hands are
Oh, he'll actually handshake.
He actually handshakes.
Oh, God, it's good. You win 2 TIs, all of a sudden you can handshake. 1 TI is not enough.
1 TI is, you think you're too good?
Peter would never handshake us. That's what we're
He really hates us.
Refuse to handshake.
Yeah.
It's good. The handshakes are important, It's nice, all friendly. Everybody having a good time on the panel, and everybody in OG having a good time as well. That is the team we're gonna focus on first. Of course, I mean, no, I gotta ask. I mean, you watch your team. I know you watch all their games. They are playing with 2 stand-ins, but have you been enjoying watching this iteration of OG?
I mean, of course, it's been amazing to watch. They're playing really good, and they're also having fun, and that's like the most enjoyable part, is that you kind of get to see people enjoy the patch and enjoy Dota for what it is. I think the stars kind of aligned for them in a way that the system is put in place, as in they have a type of structure and an order and a way that they would like to play. And then, of course, you get 2 new guys and you have to adjust and you have to adapt. But at the same time, I think it gets easier for those guys to fit into a system that's already up and running. And on top of that, you're working with less pressure, because now you're just kind of lucky to be here. You're just kind of happy to be here. Things are not the way it should be. So any win is a good win, and they've already proven so much. So every time they win, they should feel less pressure, and they should feel better about, going into the next game, whatever happens. So I think that's what we're seeing is a bunch of good Dota players who are playing together, and they're playing without any stress, any pressure of the tournament, of having to make something, having to do something. I think it's greatly beneficial. I think a lot of other guys are struggling with some type of pressure, whereas they're not.
Yeah. Perhaps also the fact that it's a new patch, so you can do anything you really want, Sheep.
Anything can work.
Anything you want. I mean,
Anything you want.
We are actually just seeing everyone experimenting with like phylacteries, for example. Everyone's just like, I'm going to put this on a Scarlet Mage. I'm going to put it on a Bounty Hunter. The start of this tournament, we were all sitting here on the panel going, this is the worst item I've ever seen. This is not even situational. This just sucks.
Okay, in our defense, they did buff it.
They did buff it.
We got a letter patch.
Okay,
they
fine.
buffed it.
We'll take it.
We saw some Rubik phylactery. It wasn't that good.
Did not like the Rubik phylactery, but that's the thing though. At least the pros are showing us every single day new little things about the patch, and it's very fun to watch.
Very fun to watch, and we keep highlighting how much fun it seems that OG is having, and we also got that on tape from Mind Control.
Playing at the major, I don't know what was the last time I played a major. I think was any major, the last one, and I don't know, I feel really grateful just being here. I feel super grateful. Thanks to OG for inviting me to play here. It's very amazing to play here. Yeah, I enjoy it.
You can see it in everything that this squad is indeed enjoying themselves. No pressure, indeed. However, of course, there are still points on the line. I do not want to understate that one. At the moment, including the points that they've earned so far, OG is sitting on 404 points. And winning this series would add another 200 points for the tally, which is, of course, very good. But it would be great for Gaimin Gladiators, because if Gaimin Gladiators get those extra 200 points, they are guaranteed for TI, as they'll join Team Liquid in the above 1200 magic number group. And I know that there are some, mathematical situations where potentially they might not make it, but let's be real, they'll probably make it, as in it's 99.9% or something silly, 0.999. So 100% if they win out here. Focusing our attention on Gaimin Gladiators, we've been saying it time and time again, Jenkins, best team in the world. Do you want to go on about them again?
I'm down to go on about them again.
All right,
I mean,
good.
okay, so there's some interesting stats between these two teams. So, first off, OG and Gaimin Gladiators, last year, OG was 10-3 against Gaimin Gladiators. So OG would crush this team. Now, granted, obviously that was a different roster, and Gaimin Gladiators also did not have Quinn. But guess who's on the side of OG standing in? Kitrak. And Quinn has gone on the record saying that Kitrak is one of his, if not his most, greatest influence in Dota, period. I remember I asked him years ago, what made him ascend from being this tier 2 guy that was the pub star, the streamer, whatever, to being the tier 1 player, rank 1 all the time. And he said, talking to people, just being in an environment and having friends that you can talk high-level Dota with. And Kitrak was the #1 guy he cited as that's where all of his ideas come from. So they're up against each other. Kitrak should know Quinn in and out, and he's the change that made it so Gaimin actually started beating OG.
So we got a plant, is what you're saying.
There's a plant.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
That's good to know. I didn't even know that.
I'm expecting all chat this game, that's for sure. If there's none, I'll be really disappointed.
Yeah. And then the added history, OG is the team that knocked Gaimin Gladiators out of the previous TI. I know, slightly different roster, but I feel like... Do you always remember who knocks you out of a TI?
You know what Sumail texted me after he knocked out Spirit?
Oh, yeah.
It's like, revenge, bro. Back in TI 10, People remember this when they go to bed every night, It's something that we'll that you'll never forget. So I'm sure Gaimin Gladiators doesn't want to lose, you know, at another Valve event to OG, but yeah, at the same time, it's not up to them.
It is not up to them. It's up to, well, it can be up to them.
No, it's not up to them.
Oh.
It's up to OG.
It is up to OG?
Original Gladiators, yes.
You think it's up to OG to... If Gaimin Gladiators wins, is because OG didn't play well enough? Is that what you're saying?
You're making him biased, Sheever. You're making him do...
I don't need to make him biased.
Go ahead,
This is
Go ahead.
No, I mean, of course, these are two amazing teams. I'm here in the spirit as a competitor. I just want to see the best Dota.
Yeah.
And I also want people to feel, I don't know, that they can approach this patch and be creative.
Yeah.
And may the best team win type of thing, you know? Of course, I love OG, but I also understand that, I mean, I love OG more than anything, but I do understand that things are tough. You know, life throws curveballs at you, and I'm already so proud of where they are. So as long as they go down fighting, if they're gonna go down, I'm super proud. That would be a huge win in my book. And if they manage to challenge Gladiator, which I think is like the top 2 team in the world, if, you know, Liquid on a good day might be the best, but after them, I would pick Gaimin Gladiators, and you know, OG is of course always #1 to me. But it's never easy beating the top Western dogs. They're smart, they're good, they click their buttons better than most. So they'll definitely need to play good to have a chance. Gaimin Gladiators is not gonna, you know, bend over easy.
No, they're not. OG has, of course, already beaten Team Liquid in a 2-1 in the first round of the upper bracket. So they made the start into making their beating everybody from Western Europe a run. They're doing very well. Gaimin Gladiators, I'm sure they have a lot to say about this matchup as well, as we are hearing from the Retro.
Hey everybody, yes, I am here to play everyone's favorite game, Kick, Mute, or Carry. My friend, the rules are simple. You must select one of the 8 teams remaining. We're all very interested in what you guys think here. Question number 1, Kick. Who would you kick from the tournament? They're just banned from the...
I already know. It's going to be OG because we have to play them. So...
I mean, but are you saying that because you don't think that you can beat them right now?
No, we're going to... What? We're going to kick them to the loser bracket.
Damn, all right. Fantastic. All right, Mute. Who is...
It's definitely 9Pandas. These guys love to cry in pops, some of them, but not sure about the others. Tundra is not flaming. Liquid, I'm okay with them. Talon, I don't care. EG, yeah, probably 9Pandas.
Thank you for giving us a nice toxicity rundown there. That was fantastic. All right, what team do you think you could carry to victory in this tournament?
I think my team,
okay.
Definitely. I cannot choose any other. It's just going to be my team.
That makes sense. Everyone else chose your team as well. So that works out. Fantastic. All right, now who is a player you would steal from another squad? You don't have to tell us who it is.
It's the hardest question. Not Talon, no EG. It's probably between these 3, so I have to choose.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, you could pull an OG and just have like a guy that's a stand-in forever.
I probably know I need the sub that's not gonna steal my first blood every time, so it's probably... I mean, I'm gonna take the Insania.
Oh, he even name drops him. Insania, all right.
I'm scared to steal my first blood. Celery don't give a fuck, he's just stealing it. So...
Kind enough to not take the first blood. All right. And finally, what team would you share a hotel room with for the rest of the event? Everyone's sleeping in one room.
I think Tundra.
Hmm?
I think I'm going to share with them. Because
Any-
I speak English. The others, no, not really.
Oh, so you could have some deep conversations at night.
Maybe with Skeeter about the carries.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, you know what? One of the most intelligent playthroughs that we've ever seen here on Kick, Mute, or Carry. Hope you guys have a great series against OG. Hope you destroy them as you destroyed this game.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see if they can destroy this game. Especially since I've just been told that there are some technical difficulties and therefore the game will be delayed for probably at least 30 minutes if you want to, you know, delay your food order or something like that. If you want it to come right when the game starts. I don't know what time it is.
Order a second food order.
Actually, yeah, you can order it now because it's all. This is like the early. What do you call it? Like
the appetizer.
Tea time.
Appetizer?
Fika. If we were in Sweden.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
But the fika is.
Oh, it's like that's like a cookie thing, right?
Yeah, that's around coffee time.
Yeah.
Yeah, around 11.
Oh, just have a little bit of a snack, a little bit of an appetizer. It's like supports feeding you tangos in the lane, you know, and then you stand out your own salve. That's the full meal right there. I don't know why I'm going on about this. Go ahead, Sheever, back to you.
very much, Jenkins. Well, it does give us a little bit more time to break this match down proper because, you know, normally we don't have that much time to actually go in depth.
We need days if we really want to break it down.
Yeah, but
days.
now we have days.
Yes.
My
okay,
God.
what if there's people watching and they want to hear us talk in depth? What's the biggest thing they should know about this matchup, No-Tail?
I think the biggest thing to know about this matchup, I mean now again, because we're not dealing with like the original roster for OG, so they have to prepare a little bit differently or a little bit extra, but I think a lot of it goes into homework and preparation. I want to say both these teams work fundamentally on doing your homework, doing your studies about the other team, coming up with concepts, coming up with ideas.
Mm-hmm.
I would say the wisest and smartest approach is what these two would take. So I think what you're going to see is ideas that are really solid.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them might be, you can trap people in the draft. You can, end up on top before the the creeps even spawn. But I'm pretty sure both will have really good drafts towards each other. So it's going to come down to how you execute and which idea then at the end was the best, Second pick, first pick, all these things are going to be broken down. I'm sure that so many scenarios have already been gone through. I'll be surprised if one team was heavily outdrafted or that there was no win condition for either side. So yeah, that being said, in the game, you're going to have to execute. You're going to have to be a strong team and make sure you click your buttons right and you click them together.
You make it sound so simple. Just, the draft, oh, no worries. It's got to be even. You just got to click your buttons right. By the way, I just got different information. Don't you love the information flow of things sometimes? Problem is solved. No delay needed anymore. So we were just getting into the
Got you.
things.
Got you guys. Now you have 2 orders of food coming.
For everybody that canceled their food order, I am so sorry. We're gonna reorder right now because we're heading to a break and then we're back with the draft. The Gaimin Gladiators OG semi-finals of the upper bracket for the Berlin Major. It is upper bracket time. Gaimin Gladiators, OG. One best of 3 stands between them and top 3 guaranteed at this Berlin major. Let's see who can take this. Of course, we're heading into that first game. We got a draft coming right up. I got Jenkins, Sheep, and No Till next to me, and they'll say sweet little Dota things to us. And that is a good afternoon for everyone involved. You're watching the Berlin Major, and you are watching the best of the best play Dota. Because this is already, well, okay, the top 6. There's only 4 teams. There's only space for 4 teams in that upper bracket, and these are 2 of them, so it's really good. We got the opening already. OG's Radiant side first pick, Gaimin Gladiators Dire in second pick. Underlord band, Alchemist band. I know everybody is looking to see if our favorite Snake Lady will make an appearance.
Well, this is the Giga Chad moment. If they don't ban it, then they have a plan. Means they prepared for it, and
yeah, but you would always ban a second. There you go.
Oh damn! They decided to let it through. Okay.
Yeah, you try to
coward behavior.
You just like hope that they ban it for some reason, so you don't have to waste a ban on it.
Yeah. No, I mean, of course, if there's a must ban, you tend to, depending on what it is that's going on, but quite often you tend to wait one more, to also keep them on, and it might also mean something else for their second ban. Yeah, and this time Coddle is out, so we're not going to see, the opener that we saw in the Talon games, which was Coddle both games. Doom is still in. Rubik is still in. I mean, Rubik, I say Rubik, but Underlord is out. Okay. What else is hype? People have been picking a lot of Disruptor, Gaimin Gladiators as well. They've been playing some IO.
Beastmaster.
IO Storm as well, right?
Yeah. There's usually like some CM or Rubik +1 that we see. And then there's like the exchange of offlaners, like the Beastmaster you just mentioned, Sheaves. I'm not sure what their exact response.
I like the IO against Doom always.
IO can be good.
That's like the best Doom counter that we've seen.
And Beast can be very good too. I mean, the Hawk, the Roar, the Disengage that you can have, and the high physical damage into burst. Yeah. I think it could be a Beast IO.
Yeah.
Potentially.
I think I'd be happy with
good.
Beast IO or Beast Crystal Maiden.
Yeah. Beast CM or Beast Disruptor potentially as well.
Yeah.
People seem to be valuing, I don't know, I haven't looked over all the Gaimin Gladiator drafts, but a lot of teams seem to value Disruptor just as the hero, just for the spells, the glimpse. Even when you see that it's not the best Disruptor game, they still go for it. But no, oh yeah, right, of course.
It's
the Celery Eng. Yeah, can't forget.
Even against the Doom, he'll bust it out.
Yeah, and we've actually seen it be quite good versus Doom on some lanes. The impetus cutting through, the slow being really strong, and yeah, you can take creeps that he can eat as well.
I feel like this kind of baits you to pick the CM. Just Kitrak's most played hero in the tournament. Also, both creep heroes against you, kill the creeps.
Okay, very cool. I think the bans are going to be very interesting, well, from both sides, but especially Gaimin Gladiators, as they have this Beastmaster, which is always an offlane hero. And the Doom has the potential to flex. I don't know what would make OG flex it, like for MC not to play it. I think Yuragi played it once this tournament, or was it before the tournament? He's definitely played it.
He's played it this tournament, yeah.
Yeah. So, there's always this, and you can have a CM Doom versus a Beastmaster, and I don't know if there's ever going to be a boar on that lane,
Yeah.
So that's kind of cute, but... So Rubik is out, I like that ban as well. I think you could get rid of some Tofu heroes that would pair well with the Beast, because we already have the Coddle being out, and now you have the Rubik, that was good versus the Doom. You have the CM yourself. I think Tofu played it a few times. So you could kind of try and push them into something new that they haven't run in an official game, if you wanted.
I do really like it when Gaimin play with the Skyroth Mage. It gives them so much easy kill threat on the map at all times, and he is one of the heroes that goes this phylactery that they seem to enjoy.
And there's also the Vanguard meta. You really would enjoy high magic damage to cut through some of those Vanguard timings, even have the chance to kill a Vanguard hero, because if you don't, the amount of trouble it can create for you.
Yeah, they get it at 4 minutes. They're just unkillable, sitting in the lane, farming.
Well, Sky can be one of the few that actually goes through.
It's also nice as well, because I'm assuming their Ent is going to be the one that will sit back and buy this Solar Crest or this Pavis or other, yeah,
whatever the hell it's called.
Yeah, so Skyroth can just focus on damage.
Yeah,
has that been done?
Cheapo.
the hell? I don't have every Ench game in front of me.
No, I'm pretty sure that they
I'm saying Ench can cover the like aura items, like the drum stuff, while Skyroth can just focus on buying damage and playing with the Beastmaster on like side lanes for kills.
The Pango ban I also think is very good. I mean, Quinn is one of the best Pangos right now. Really loves the hero, and I think it's very good against both of these. At the moment, you have no way you want to cancel the CM ulti, like you don't want to roar for that. And you see that in some games that if the CM isn't actually dealt with, she becomes troublesome for some other heroes, like TB, PL, Naga. Naga's out. They also banned Storm, which I find kind of interesting. I think both teams are also keeping in mind the IO.
Yeah, wouldn't you ban out the IO though, if you're OG? Or
necessarily, I'm trying to think if Tofu played IO for them. I think it's mostly Celery.
Yeah, it's mostly Celery, yeah. Tofu's not played it this tournament.
Yeah. I think also for the longest history, they don't like doing it that way around. So I think it would be wasted ban. And maybe Gaimin Gladiators ban Storm to also kind of cover that angle that we run IO maybe with a set certain heroes, and definitely Storm is one of the best IO partners. So let's see. I'm curious. Techies is also in. We've played it. I think Tofu played it a couple times.
I was just reminded of an interesting Celery fact, by the way, not the vegetable.
What is the interesting Celery fact?
So he has green tea. We always see him on camera with the green tea. He also plays and walks around the venue barefoot because that's what he does at home. That's what he does at boot camp. So he's a very kind of believes in the ritual before the game to keep himself.
It's like Ice in his boxers.
Yeah. I mean, really, if it relieves the pressure.
Wow, so double illusion hero ban into taking the T-beam. What kind of carries are left that you enjoy playing versus this hero? Ursa is not it. Slark is out.
Do you think there's a potential of shifting this Doom 2 carry and picking something like Mind Control's Batrider again? Because I think he had a really stellar offlane bat performance the other day.
You can. I think you end up being very cooldown dependent. In a way, so are they around the meta. But the other problem is like your objective taking becomes really ass. Like you have no good way of killing Roche, you have no great way of killing towers with some Doom Batrider core. Then you're gonna ask a lot of your mid hero.
The only thing it's felt like is because kills give so much gold, I felt like people have strayed away from like, oh, we have to have objective taker.
I mean, Muerta comes to mind as like the best.
Muerta cuts through the TB, yes.
But Uragi has not played it this tournament yet. But to be fair, he has played pretty much every other carry, so I'm sure he can manage.
I think Phantom Assassin is an interesting hero. I'm a personal fan. I'm not talking about the meta or anything, but I think these are one of the heroes that can also cut through the TB at some point.
Really?
And surprise. Yeah, obviously it's a high armor hero, and you can also run into trouble if he gets Skadi and stuff before you.
Yeah.
But you can blink around him. The high blur, you can ignore him, and you can then also burst him before he gets the Sunder off.
Yeah.
It's like a personal favorite. I think some carry players might disagree with me. There's the techies. What else is cool?
Well, they got first pick, so they should pick up their carry here, no?
It's a very good tied game, but then we go back to, there has to be a carry pick, right? I don't like the Tide Doom combo either.
They could Bloodseeker CM's a
really bad versus both Beast and TB in my opinion. I mean, the lane is good versus Beast, sure. But the roar is so
you
good
roar
versus
on
Bloodseeker.
BKBs. Yeah, that's true.
So good.
Ooh, a
Wind Ranger. That's BZM Wind Ranger, I think. No? Has to be. I mean, it doesn't have to be.
I would hope so. I really enjoyed watching Samael playing this Wind Ranger.
You think so?
I honestly think it could be.
Carry Wind?
Yeah, carry Wind versus TB.
It's like the carry Mirana. My man's busting them all out.
Now that she's a universal hero,
exactly.
you can actually build her as a carry.
You can build different things.
Yeah.
And I also think the Focus Fire, Maelstrom, or potentially other items too, but these are things like, it's a tool that you can cut through the TB with. Like core-to-core matchup later on, if TB doesn't have an MKB, she has no play but to, just tank Focus Fire, and then you're asking your team to kind of deal with this Wind. It's a very strong lane, the CM Wind Ranger. Because I've seen Uragi played in the past versus the Viper. It used to be, a concept in Europe. I don't know if other regions did the same, but having a Wind Ranger carry versus Viper offlane.
Didn't we just... Oh, that was backstage. Wind Ranger is good versus Techie's thing, the mines thing. But now you can make them be windblown inside the minefield.
Oh, right.
That's
Flax,
true.
the Wind Ranger expert. He actually had a really good concept. The Gale Force into Techie's minefield.
It's interesting for sure. I don't think I'm the biggest fan of Wind Ranger, only because when you're playing against Ench with that Dispel, it makes it very hard for you to... Because your idea is you're going to use Wind Run and you're just going to like kill someone with your ult, and you want to be able to stick on them and get out. And I think if Ench, especially like if this does go mid on Wind Ranger, and you have Ench rotating on mid a lot, I think it's very difficult for Wind Ranger to kind of stand there and not just be at threat of death at all times.
She gets 2 enchants too with the Aghanim Shard as well.
So they're thinking Ember is, Wind Ranger's mid with the Ember counter.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, it's not a hard counter. I think Wind Ranger can also turn the tides versus this Ember. But yeah, the strongest ability they have for this Wind Ranger is definitely the Ench Dispel. At the same time, we have a lot of things for the Enchantress. Her ulti doesn't look as good this game as it does other games because we have the Techie CM. Both heroes are able to almost solo kill her. Granted that she doesn't have the tanky items.
Wind Ranger on, like, in theory, would not look so good, right, versus this Crimson Guard meta, but what I saw Sumail do, which was really nice, was he went for the Gleipnir on, like, a first item, which looked really cool, because then you're doing, like, dual
Did you see that?
Yeah, it was Bane first.
It was Bane for a moment.
Yeah, I saw the Bane
like...
too.
I saw it too. I thought it was just...
So they agree. They agree that they're banning Tinker. They agree that this Wind Ranger is most likely carrying.
Yeah.
But they're having the same read.
Isn't it even scarier on a side lane when supports can rotate around so much? Or do they think there's just not enough kill threat there? I mean, Gaimin still have another support to pick.
No, it's not scary. As in, if you have CM Wind Ranger and you know that Beast is coming, I don't think there's any support that is going to threaten you. It's more like if this support can threaten mid, like you're saying, some Enchantress running around, but we might not have, you know, the mid hero yet. So if we pick some Dragon Knight, I don't know if he cares about, you know, the Ember +1 ganks. It doesn't have to be DK, but let's see.
I like the 2 supports that OG banned. The Sky Disruptor is like the biggest, scariest support.
Super good.
Yeah.
So if we're looking for like follow-up supports for Gaimin, Mirana comes to mind. Good with the Searing Chains.
Yeah.
Slight on mid, good with Beastmaster. Tofu has not played it this tournament, but pretty much all the other heroes that he's played that aren't banned.
That's a good call.
They're melee heroes, and I don't know how much you want to run like a Clockwork with the Beastmaster.
You want something that threatens mid, I think, because this Beastmaster lane, I don't think you really want to focus on like trying to make it or salvage it or like win it. I don't think that's a play. So anything that kind of works with this Ember, I think you're spot on with the Mirana. I think it's the best pick for them. OG have no freaking clue. I mean, it could be DK, it could be Invoker. Invoker seems pretty cool.
Yeah, this pick will reveal if it's the carry wind.
I kind of like Timbersaw too. Just because I've seen, you know, 70-minute Timber game and now I got that hero stuck in my head, but I do think he has some value. Tiny is still in, right?
Yep.
Tiny is also very solid here in my opinion. Timber.
Oh,
I'm the best!
God damn.
I'm the best!
He's the best. That's great. Dude, after watching Nothing to Say Timbersaw, I'm so jacked for this.
I'm sure it's the same reason he...
That's it. Yeah, they're just it's stuck in his head.
So good.
Okay.
God, that axe makes you so hard to kill against all these guys. Like,
But if not Mirana, then what?
Holy.
Yeah, I mean...
I just want something with some magic nuke damage. Just something to kill with
but
Ember
I feel
and
it's
Beast.
too committal to lane. It doesn't rotate at all.
Grim is...
No, I would be okay with that.
It is good against Timber. You cannot kill the little bug.
And it's also like you're playing with an Ember Spirit, you get this Inkswell combo. It's something we've seen 100 times.
You got the dual
But you have to think about the 3 first minutes.
Yeah.
What the hell do you do as Grimstroke in the 3 first minutes?
I don't know, pray?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Praying works, right?
It's so hard to find a support that's like
You could do
really solid against Timber.
What about like Dark Willow? You just play around like roots and like protecting your cores.
Yeah, Dark Willow, but I think you're running into the same thing. At least the way I'm reading the... Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I mean, Mirana made the most sense. We're just exploring like secondary options, but this is really good.
That's a good call, Jenkins. I think Mirana was spot on.
He's a vessel builder.
I would have even banned it over Disruptor, in my opinion. Disruptor or the Sky. I actually think Mirana has more value, but OG knows best. I'm washed up.
It's good. This now Tofu can just play with Quinn. He can play with Ace. You just have like so much follow up when you get these stuns off.
Yeah, but it's an incredible Timber potential. Like if you're getting a head start and you manage to get like, I don't know if it's Ags or if it's something else, you start running out of this damage and you really have to focus on the arrow, because if there's no arrow, I don't think this Timber is going to care much about many things, unless the Ench gets like really fast max level impetus and some items.
Well, I'm a big believer in the Timber.
I'm
I don't know if they
excited
have
to see
damage
carry
for early
win.
at all.
I love the idea of carry wind. Like ever since it, I mean, I think Yuragi played it before it was universal, but now that it's universal, it feels like it's that much better.
Super interesting as well, like in terms of like what boots is he gonna go for? Is he gonna go for the Gleipnir? Is he gonna go for something else?
Yeah.
Like Maelstrom into, I don't know. Thompson used to play it as well, where he used to go Orchid, Treads Orchid with the old Wind Ranger. These are all things. Is one of my favorite heroes of all time in Dota. I used to play it as well as carry, like back in Dota 1. So always love to see it.
Good enough then to win the game?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Oh, how can I
4 out
doubt
of
it?
4. Everybody's predicting OG.
I'm trying to think of ways to bat for game and like, oh, it's Quinn Ember. Like Quinn Ember always pops off, but it's BZM's a fantastic mid laner, and it's how much can he halt Quinn's game, or how much impact can Quinn have rotating on side lanes? Because I think there's a high potential here that Quinn can just move and like ruin Yuragi's game, for example, with the supports. Like they have the dispels, they have the damage there.
I agree.
Celery Enchantress is always something to respect.
Yeah.
And yeah, the snowball potential between Ench and Beast is also always super high.
Like Ace is an absolutely insane offlaner. The amount of net worth that he gets every single game, like he is so good at farming. You put him on a farming offlaner, this guy's gonna be like right up there. So I think between like if they played the side lanes really, really well, that's like Gaimin's way to play this game.
All right, Jenkins, anything to add to that?
I mean, Gaimin looks like they have a very comfortable draft. I've seen them on these heroes many, many times before. But OG, they went with the wild card picks. I'm excited to see the game, but I would say Gaimin Gladiators is the best team in the world on their comfortable heroes.
But they're gonna lose.
Let's find out how game number 1 is going to go down. We're heading over to Cap and SVG.
Thank you, Cheever. That's right. There are 3 Western European teams in the upper bracket still, and 2 of them are about to match up against each other. OG and Gaimin Gladiators. OG, of course, with the double stand-ins. Gaimin Gladiators, I mean, they've got their full lineup. They are also operating on full steam, it seems. They really haven't dropped much of a beat from last patch to this patch, Avery.
Surprising.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm more surprised than I have any right to be in some ways, since they're so good, but at the same time, it felt like so many of gaming strategies were not cookie cutter, but very concrete. Like it was set in stone, quite literally. You had the IO Lesh, you had the Beastmaster strats, you had Dyrachio's hero pool that he was pretty comfortable by the end. And usually when a team is that solid on what they want to play and a huge patch overhauls it, you find yourself in trouble because you have to reset a lot of those ideas and you get stuck on them. You're like, oh, come on, guys, it's still good, it's still good.
Right.
They're still playing some of the IO Lesh. This is another classic, you know, Celery Enchantress, Beastmaster, Snowball type lineup. It doesn't seem to matter. They're just too good. They make anything work, despite playing the same heroes. Nothing can slow them down. That's a big question. Can OG kill those momentum with a very unorthodox lineup? This is like 7-3-3 versus 7-3-2 right here.
It kind of is, yeah. Gaimin Gladiators, this is kind of tried and true. They know how this is going to work. Even on a new patch, I feel like they're very comfortable with. And OG, some different heroes. Some heroes that I personally have some questions about.
All right,
I'm not sure.
Let me answer your question.
Okay, fine. Go ahead. What was my question going to be?
Your question is Wind Ranger an actual carry?
Okay, that's one of them, sure.
What does carry Wind Ranger build?
I actually have the answer to that.
I'll tell you the answer.
Okay, what's the answer?
Treads, number 1.
Uh-huh.
Because this hero is very efficient with treads.
Yeah.
Early Maelstrom.
Yes.
Sometimes Diffusal, but very rarely. Into Gleipnir, into Ags, into Crit. Is that correct?
Pretty much, yes. Yuragi has never built a Diffusal Blade on this hero. He played it twice just yesterday, and he did go Maelstrom, Gleipnir. One game he went Manta, the other game he just went straight Ags into Daedalus, BKB, and then, you know, some luxury items from there.
The Ags is really annoying. It is surprisingly annoying on this hero.
Yeah.
Because you cannot get rid of the reduction. So it just makes her really tanky. You have 6-second win run into 3-second downtime into win run again. And if you get the talents later on, it just becomes even more annoying.
Just enough damage. Celery gives him the walk away for the impetus to do enough damage to secure first blood.
And that is a good payoff when you invest in the early impetus. Because if you do not get the early kill with all of the mana expended, sometimes you feel really bad on this matchup. Especially if he's playing versus the Doom, who can maybe just kill creeps if he's trying to play on the lane with the creeps, or is trying to eat the same ones that he wants to take.
Oh, Tofu. It's an uncharacteristic miss by him on Esmeralda. Missing the shot on Kitrak that surely would have gotten the kill otherwise. You can see him getting super close. The axes will finish him off. Nicely played by the Gaimin Gladiators duo.
Kitrak just falling behind in XP on this lane. He's a level 1 in a level 2's world, and he's really far up trying to contest this big camp. Nice abuse by Tofu. This is something we haven't seen a lot this tournament because the lanes have been a lot more chaotic with the 3-on-2s, the 3-on-1s. Some of these camps have kind of been forgotten, but you can still abuse them really hard. Getting max value here. Early meta, along with that imp. MC's glad he got that heal.
Yeah, seriously. They're putting up with some crazy abuse. OG already kind of losing out on the laning phase a bit. They're 1,000 net worth down, which I had a great amount of hope for this laning phase for them. Not necessarily because of the heroes, but because they had an early move that Taiga did. Planted some very aggressive wards down, blocked out the Ancient camp. It seemed like they were fully prepared of what to do in the first 5 minutes of this game. But unfortunately, push comes to shove, and these matchups are not working out the best for them so far.
I think the roughest part of these lanes is like the level 1 and 2, on the side lanes at least. I think mid BZM is going to do absolutely fine. He's pretty much free farming here, 16 and 4, and this is the hero that OG wants to play through anyway. It's a last pick Timbersaw for them. He has to do work versus these side lane matchups, be that frontline bulwark as long as a massive damage dealer in that early mid game. So as long as BZM has a good game here, I think the mid game can still be okay. Like Wind Ranger Maiden it's not the craziest level 1 and 2 I've seen. Normally with Maiden, you'd want something that can maybe play more aggressive, but it's been hard for Yuragi to just run up in this lane versus Mirana. Right clicks, the axe is coming through. You're giving stick charges through both these heroes as well. Like every win run, it's an extra stick. It's just a tough lane for safe lane Wind Ranger to battle through. At the same time, you know, there's a reason we don't see safe lane Wind Ranger a lot. Sometimes you just get out CS on this hero. But he's doing okay so far, and this is a pretty good outcome, I'd say, all things considered. Big question is top lane, is it going to get better over time when you have to deal with level 2 edge creeps? As Celery has had a very fast start here, and I have seen him run over games. Maybe the upside for OG is it's hard to gank a mid-timber. You kind of know where this Enchantress is going to play.
They go for it. A lot of damage on Durachio, but at the same time, he had a lot of charges going on. The early taser used by Taiga to stay alive for a little bit longer, but not enough to get the kill himself. But he does help MC. That was like the last hit.
That was literally the last tick of Scorched Earth. Playing this to perfection here.
He's not careful. He might lose a lot of health to this Enchantress. But that gets him very, very close to his Vanguard. I think once you have the Vanguard, this lane becomes a lot easier.
That's a tough fight, fighting through the instant level 2 enchant. As he gets another Warpine Raider up here. These are tough creeps to battle through right now. Especially when MC is low on mana, and he did not get the best early Doom creep either. No ice armor, it can get purged, but you're probably looking for the Harpy if you could get it versus Terrorblade. That's just insane value if you ever
look at that.
Find it.
He pulls with the Warpine Raider while his hero is being attacked by Taiga. Cute little play. And might actually be in some trouble here. He does have Fairy Fire, so I don't think Taiga can do quite enough damage. Especially with a 1-1-1 build. Now it looks like the over time, the Wind Ranger is beginning to triumph a bit more, which is probably to be expected. Ooh. Nice shackle shot. Can't believe that angle hit.
Damn. That was a nice little poke there, because he had Lotus in full on. Like, you have to get the burst, and that is where Wind Ranger excels. Early game, single target burst damage. Is there anything higher than Power Shot?
Probably not.
The answer is no.
Okay. I'll just go with no. I never know if you're like actually testing me or if it's just a rhetorical question.
It's always a test. You're always being tested. You're always being watched. Also, I like Yuragi's early build. He's going for Bracer, Wraithband, plus the Wand. A lot of early stats on Wind Ranger, but hey, universal hero now.
Yep.
Why not?
Definitely one of the more interesting heroes with the universal change. I feel like a lot of them are kind of whatever. BZM going to be in some trouble here. Does not have Timber Chain to get out, so he is so definitely caught.
That was so close to being great for BZM. He denied Quinn the 6 first, which is what you want to do versus these spirits, but man, that gaming collapse on mid happened so fast. They're gonna get the punish in return. MC wishes he had that Harpy creep right now.
No way. I can't believe he actually got out of that. I was just going to say, well, this is fine because you had a good trade-off. You killed the enemy carry and get your Doom closer to level 6, but Durachio somehow didn't go down, man. That 14 armor he has was able to push through the incoming physical damage.
Early raindrop also helping out. And that's maybe where OG would have wanted these two supports to combine on these side lanes, right? If you get 1 or 2 kills like that, maybe it's worth sacrificing some early CS bottom, but the early trades on bottom did not help Kitrak's game, so he's pretty slow on this Crystal Maiden, no boots or anything. Those rotations hurt. They're going to try and run him down again. They're I mean, the pain's coming into Dyrachyo. He's not having fun on this lane, but he's tanking it up, and he is highest net worth right now. So despite being pushed out of these areas, this man just doesn't care.
And if he gets his level 6, he might be able to just get a free Sunder trade off there and be perfectly fine.
It might be going for it. Yeah, they are. Aggressive Sunder into Hoof Stomp.
Good catch.
Oh, meta.
MC taking a lot of damage from that one. But without the meta, an unlikely kill it seems, as Taiga actually will die. Thought the taser would protect him, not the case.
They're going to bring everybody
up. Oh, nice rotation from the side. Dyrachyo, no Sunder as he used it earlier on MC, so no save from Yuragi. Good rotation there from the enemy carry.
This is the type of move I think OG are very happy making in this game. Just bringing numbers to safe lane Terrorblade. It's such an easy abuse for them with all the early nuke damage they have. And then you can just go straight through the gate and defend your tower versus Beastmaster.
At the same time, though, Terrorblade doesn't need to lane any longer, right? He's level 6. He's more than capable of jungling from here on out, right?
Yes, but can you jungle on Gaimin Gladiators, Cap?
Oh, Quinn, he's going to stick to it. BZM had some heals. Barely survived through that one. A close call between the two mid laners, BZM and Quinn, on a knife's edge between the Ember and Timbersaw.
They're going to keep playing that knife. Quinn's haste running out, but enough to secure the kill, invade some early jungle. BZM does not want any of that.
Another nice shackle. Froggy's having a pretty good hit rate with this. I did say earlier that he played 2 games of Wind Ranger carry yesterday in his pubs. Walked away with 2 wins, too, so probably feeling real confident about this hero.
I actually feel like this hero's pretty solid right now. I think it's going to take time for people to figure out how to build him exactly and how to move around the map, but he feels really obnoxious in the games. And I've always said, anything that feels annoying, probably just good.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't. I feel like the same logic applies to players. Whenever they talk about a player being annoying, it means he's good.
I mean, that depends who's being annoying, too.
Yeah, I guess you've had a few interactions with some annoying players.
Yeah, had to kick some of them. The Track's going to run into Ace here.
Gonna have to use the roar, but the Chakram is still out.
Cannot run. That's a value gank for OG. Now they can head back towards mid. Now, it's because you were talking about Terrorblade jungling, but it was actually Ace who was in that defensive jungle early for Gaimin, not able to stand bottom. That is a very good sign for OG if you can keep Beast away from those towers. And now
they can rotate mid. They're gonna get here just in time to be able to bail out Taiga. Hits the blast off, hits the shackle shot too. Quinn, he just has no remnants out. 3 more seconds. He's got a fairy fire, but no, he used all of his resources to try and kill little old techies.
Remnants went to the shop and never came back, or what?
Yeah, I guess so.
This is unusual for Quinn to be out of the resources in the early game, especially with how much Gaimin like to play around him. And OG striking back. They must be feeling pretty good right now because they're just going second item Midas on MC, and Yuragi's having a fantastic game. He already has Javelin up, and he is going to be a really large threat.
If they could set up this kill on Dyrachyo, all they have to do is slow him down long enough for MC to get there with the Doom. He's going to try and go through the portal. He's not going to be able to get there in time for the Doom. BZM's going to chase after him here. Or not.
MC, we're a little faster.
Dyrachyo actually immediately puts the meta to use to hit this tower. So, trade-off of safe lane towers likely.
That's a nice move by him. He's going to force BZM to expend teleport scroll, but this tower is almost gone. I don't think you really have the chase down here.
Yeah, it was a little bit. I really thought BZM would commit through the portal. I guess he didn't know what was on the other side, but I feel like if you're the Timbersaw, it's pretty worth your time just to chase the Terrorblade around the map, right?
I mean, all 3 of these cores can threaten him. That's the nice thing. And Dyrachyo's instantly back top off his teleport.
Oh, that is a cool move.
God damn. Man, it's all over the place.
Timbersaw TPs to catch up to Dyrachyo, and Dyrachyo says, okay, I'll TP as well. The other side of the map he goes, gets a good pick off on MC. Ace is trying to clear through that ancient stack you were talking about. He has been pushed off of lane.
Oh, this is a huge stack.
They're gonna come take it.
Biggest objective on the map right now, for sure. They're gonna bring everybody from OG. But can they stand in the area? This looks tough.
Shadow. They're going to keep their distance. I wonder if they're going to go back in when the Moonlight Shadow is done.
I mean, you know there's no meta Terrorblade to join this type of fight, so you know you have the 5-on-4 if you want it.
Yeah, Timbersaw, he's got to be feeling pretty strong at this point. But maybe not enough.
Force it.
Slight chains into an arrow. Trying to cover him. Primal Roar going down as well. A lot of OG heroes showing themselves. Gaimin Gladiators are just going to reset.
I mean, this is time to finish the Ancients. That's what's happening right now.
Yeah, certainly.
On this chase down. I don't know if Tofu cares if he dies here.
Yeah, just take as much time as possible away from OG.
That's time well spent for Ace. Says thank you for your sacrifice. It shall be noted.
Finally going to be able to get to that Helmet Dom creep.
He's still decent far behind, though.
Yeah.
Like, his lane phase was not great.
And Quinn.
Yeah, normally these two gaming cores would want to be ahead off of all the stacks they create. That's their MO. So the fact OG are still in this position after that, it's a decent sign. And I'm still impressed by how good of a game Yuraki has had. 3-0-3 already. The thing about Wind Ranger in this game is she scales really well versus Terrorblade. This is not a fun matchup in the late game.
Yeah.
It's really sad for him because Terrorblade does not want to buy MKB in a game like this. It's a very low value item on the hero in general. You want bigger things. You want the butterfly timing or Scotty or Swift Blink or Daedalus or Satanic, right?
Yeah.
MKB it just feels like a bad slot a lot of times. Then even with Ags, you're still reducing the physical by 50% anyway. So you still have to cut through that. And on top of it, Wind Ranger just slays you. Just straight up slays your hero.
Yeah, even if you get off a Sunder, she could just kill you through it.
Yeah.
Kill you a second time.
It almost reminds you of the Ursa Terrorblade matchup, where sometimes you Sunder him and he does not care. If you're getting enough procs, you have one of the longest duration stuns in the game now, after a lot of the nerfs. Just a very nice matchup, so I don't think OG feel pressure going late versus Terrorblade at all. Maybe the X factor is Ember. I think Ember can be obnoxious in these late game scenarios, killing your supports, but you have Doom. If you land some good Dooms on the Ember, you can deal with the Terrorblade. I feel like OG, this is their wheelhouse. This is where they feel comfortable. And they're going to have a fast Crimson Guard that's going to allow them to fight the Beastmaster pushes for this Tier 1 mid that Gaimin really, really won right now. This is an Enchantress Beast lineup that does not have the Tier 1 mid down at 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's a must-have. You could see Taiga's already setting up for it. Drop the minefield sign. Okay. Good arrow onto Kitchrak. Stun coming through. Taiga, they managed to dodge that one. See if they can get out, though. With MC and BCM leading the charge. Should be able to get at least one person out of this, surely. The Moonlight Shadow hiding Celery. Tucks away in a corner. Starts backing out. The rest of the Gaimin Gladiators are here as reinforcements. Another slight chains into an arrow.
He's tanky.
He is. He's hard to bring down, but hasn't activated that Crimson Guard yet. The stun goes away now, but it's a bit too late. Damage has already been done, and Gaimin Gladiators now can make that move for the all-important mid objective.
Gaimin just crashing with the numbers, and OG getting kited out by that Moonlight Shadow. Destroyed him in that engagement, along with all the vision Beastmaster's giving. Daracho has played a very fast game on this Terrorblade, and it has paid off for Gaimin. Bringing the other two cores back, and they're looking for another arrow.
Another arrow. They have the Pavas to help protect the Timbersaw. They do manage to blow up Celery, but BCM jumping forward was a bold move. The Taser runs out. One last hit from the Terrorblade is not enough. Boy, that was a super close call there. Wind Ranger charging forward with the Wind Run. It's going to expire eventually. Nice shackle. Still, though,
damage.
Just having a hard time committing all the way in.
Oh, these pokes are so dangerous when Quinn is just sliding you the whole time. That's the problem. OG supports, they have an issue sticking in the fight. Even with the early Pavis from Taiga, I like it. It's helping them stay in the engagement. Just didn't have the Crimson for it. Do you want to Doom Quinn here? The answer seems to be no.
Yeah, without having the stun to follow it up, seems like a bad idea. So instead, I'll take the mid tower, which, you know, with BCM's success on the mid lane, they had already loosened that up a little bit. So being able to bring that one down, the Wind Ranger going to run into Celery here.
No ult.
Roggy, no ultimate, so no kill.
Something you have to keep in mind is this Ench Purge as well. Like, you can go in with these Pavis, the Crimson, whatever, but the guy just gets purged and allows Gaimin to single target focus somebody down with a Chain's Arrow or Roar. A lot of this tankability goes away.
Yeah, that is crazy. The Aghanim Scepter doesn't make it non-dispellable. So you might invest in this Aghanim Scepter, and if you just get enchanted, it goes away.
That is a big problem for Yuragi. He has to keep this in mind. You can get it at the 25. if you want to play for that timing.
That's true, yeah.
Yo, guys. All I need is level 25. Then you can't touch me.
Well, that's just kind of what I feel like Timbersaw plays for right now. I'm not a big believer in this hero since they took the Chakram away from the Aghanim Scepter. I don't know how you feel about it, but
it definitely hurt him. It hurt him a lot. It hurt this like damage ramp that a lot of heroes couldn't deal with, and you just close the game out with it. You're gonna have to wait a long time to get that same effect. The upside is the frontline Timber in this game is very useful for OG because they have a lot of long-range poke magic. So when BZOM goes in, he doesn't necessarily need to be the guy just solo killing cores. You can just create space, be tanky. I don't know if we'll see the Ags, since that is also dispellable, but even if you can just create space and survive a long time, it will set up a lot of the shackles, the frostbites, the mines coming in. I can see that aspect being very useful this game. There's
okay. They finally get an opportunity to put that Doom to use. Quinn's going to go for the deny, and he got him. Ooh. Just after MC went for the killing blow, Infernal Blade, but it wasn't quite enough.
I feel like that was one of those Dooms he's like frustrated he hasn't been able to do anything.
Yeah, and he's now being slight chained, so he's going to be even more frustrated if he dies to Duracho here. Again, the Crimson Guard on cooldown for a bit. Take a lot of damage. The Pav is going to help him out, though. He's good. Gaimin Gladiators forcing some rotations and not even backing out. Put some damage on this tier 2 first.
This is another aggressive meta. How much value has Duracho gotten out of this spell in the early game? He's throwing every single objective push. I mean, was Beastmaster the carry and Duracho the tower pusher, or what?
Kind of
feels like the roles are reversed here.
No building damage from this Beastmaster whatsoever. He's still working on Helm of the Overlord, which
it's nice this game. I mean, until Doom is 15.
Yeah, until Doom's 15. I'm still not sure if this is worth it whenever you're matched up against a Doom, personally.
The thing is, MC's only level 10. Just got 11. You have a decent window to use this item. And the thing is, let's say you get a Golem, which is maybe what you want here to buff up the HP. He does find one instantly. I mean, you don't have to run this creep in, right? Because you're playing Terrorblade, Ember, Dota. You just play to buff those 2 cores. You can almost play backline Beast here. Support the ores, let the Terrorblade Ember go in. Is MC just going to be able to run up and eat your creep? Not guaranteed. I don't think this thing is that one-to-one. It's just 100% done deal. I actually think in some ways, this creep can be annoying for OG on the backline, providing the buff and being there for a good roar.
Okay, that's fair enough.
You're also just not always going to have Devour, right?
Yep. Yeah.
So I think it's still a very nice item here. You definitely wanted Vlad somewhere in this build-up for Ace. Too valuable with Duracho on the Terrorblade. And Gaimin have built this lead to 7K as Yuragi's going to try and close the gap with a little Enchantress. Almost to that Gleipnir.
Yeah, that's a big timing.
Actually, it's just flying out. It's done.
You're going to have tons and tons of catch and kill power coming from this Wind Ranger, and very, very few responses to the hero. I mean, really what you have is Roar into Arrow.
You have Enchant.
It's true. There's still the Dispel. Still got to worry about that. So the Aghanim Scepter on Timbersaw gets dispelled?
Yes.
Really?
That is what I've been told. That is what I've been told.
I just assumed it wasn't because, like, the spell that it's built into, Reactive Armor, is not.
I was talking to Fogged, and he was saying, like, you can just use it, you can just dispel it.
I mean, I totally believe Fogg, because
yeah,
he always knows the interactions with these things.
So that's why I just don't have faith in it right now. The thing is, even if it's not, you can just kite it, right?
Yeah, I mean, it makes the hero near impossible to kill, but it's, again, without the second Chakram, I feel like the threat is not really there.
Scotty done for Duracho, but the fight's coming.
Leading the charge, has the shield rune on him.
He has double damage as well.
Hit the arrow onto Yuragi, does manage to hit the stun onto Celery, drops a mine, immediately killed. Ace dropping the Primal Roar to stop the freezing field as best he can. It's a support battle with both cores on the side. Not sure if they want to commit. BZM getting a little bit low, has to chip chain away. Now Duracho, he's going to make the commitment. He's got the Eye of Scotty. BZM managed to hook over that little cliff there, which is nice play by him. While Quinn still going to be able to run down MC, slow him down long enough for Duracho to get his claws sunk into that Doom. Pretty nice fight. What was it, 2 for 2? Is that all it was?
I think Gaimin are.
Oh, did they actually denied Tofu? All right.
Yeah, MC's getting nothing.
So kind of 2 for 1.
The thing is, OG had the runes for that. I mean, yeah, Gaimin have Aegis, but it doesn't feel like they have enough damage to get these big core kills. They're just too tanky right now. With the B-Store, with the Golem in that fight.
Yeah, what did Yuragi focus fire in that fight? What was he on?
I mean, they just took forever to kill his Enchantress. I don't even know if he really got a good ult off in this fight. There's just no one to use it on here.
Yeah, he's keeping his distance constantly.
The Boars and the Golem just slay Kitrak. He comes back in here, still has ult.
Okay, so they doomed and focus fired Murana, and he still got denied. Oh, man.
That's brutal, because that was also double damage. Wind Ranger ult. You're not going to have many of those.
And great timing by Quinn. Get those hit-ins between a double damage focus fire Wind Ranger hit.
And Quinn is causing him a lot of problems right now.
Yeah.
He's too tanky to focus. He has Aegis now, Shield Rune on top of that. But they're just destroying your backline in all these fights, and the lead is building every time this happens because Dyrachyo is going to out-farm Yuragi on the map. It's just a hero thing. There's nothing you can do about it. So you're always going to have to pay through these small deficits that are being created between the two carries. Of course, I still think Wind Ranger has a very good matchup here, so it's not the end-all, be-all. But Gaimin just play for these timing pushes. If you fall a little too far behind, they're going to capitalize on it, already trying to take your tier 2 mid.
Trying to stop Quinn. Hit him with the Gleipnir. They need the fall.
Shackle.
They need the shackle, and they got him.
That's one life.
That is one. Can they get it a second time? Are they any disables? Arrow immediately catches the CM, so no Frostbite immediately. Quinn still being targeted. Shackle goes out, but a BKB is the response. Quinn, he's going to be good for now. Lotus Roar bouncing back the Primal Roar, but the stun is good enough. BZM falls anyway. Another slight chains, another kill. That's going to be the Crystal Maiden dying.
And these arrows. There's just nothing to block them for Tofu. Every chains is an arrow, and these arrows are debilitating. They're destroying Kitrak in the fight, who's one of their only good stuns.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So Yuragi this time around, he's going to do that Manta build. Where do you see the value in that? And just getting rid of slight chains into arrow?
It's chains.
Yeah.
Like, that's pretty much it here. I don't think you're too worried about Wind Ranger Reflection, you know?
Sure.
That's not a big threat. Can he afford to
Oh, they got him! Okay. This
find.
is definitely dead Dyrachyo. Nobody's going to be here to be able to help him. Gaimin Gladiators can still fight, though, without their Terrorblade. Quinn is plenty strong.
Oh,
what a beautiful shackle. Yuragi, they already used the focus fire, so it's not going to be the fastest damage, but Quinn slowed down, couldn't get the Remnant very far away. MC does die, but now BZM's here. Couldn't get the Chakram onto Quinn, but will turn around. Easily clean up Tofu, who had a dominating kill streak.
And they'll get the Lizard.
BZM can go for a little bit more. He can keep chasing.
I mean, that is a Dyrachyo death if I've ever seen one. Like, where did that come from?
Yeah. He always has the one, right?
Yeah, that's probably the one. It's just a question of how much momentum is it going to swing. How much are you going to get off it?
And they do manage to get another hero. With BZM chasing like that, Yuragi eventually catches up and hits the shackle required.
What a find from OG, though. Like, to be there at that one spot where Dyrachyo overextends. That's honestly, I don't think that's the worst Dyrachyo death I've seen. Like, sometimes he has the really bad death. That was not crazy out of position. That was just nice spot to be in from OG.
His team was close-ish, right?
And they weren't close enough, but yeah, I wouldn't consider that horribly out of position or anything.
Yeah, OG just jumped him really quickly, right? They had 3 heroes on top of him all in an instance. He was doomed, he was focus fired. And damage does come quick and fast when the Wind Ranger finds her mark.
Those are the big kills that are going to stall the game up, too. Dyrachyo's been the objective engine for Gaimin. Every time he's off the map, you gain time for your cores to catch back up and push into this late game where you're probably going to feel better about that matchup.
Trade out the techies, but if they get the Beastmaster for it, could be good. But the Moonlight Shadow causes them issues. Yuragi slowed down. Uh-oh. Quinn's going to chase after him. Throws out a Remnant. No, he doesn't actually. Keeps on BZM instead, an easier target. 1 more second for a Timber Chain, but shackled up and dies just like that.
Vessel Arrow still proving problematic as Tofu was at a quiet but very impactful game.
I mean, just one fight won by OG. Gaimin Gladiators bounced back like it was nothing.
Yeah, every meta. They have just run at them and abused it to the maximum. Sure, you get this nice kill, but I mean, it's just time for him to respawn in 50 and think about what he wants to do and Gaimin make the most of it. Because now, tier 3 gone off that single fight. And this is another issue OG are going to have to battle through this game. Like, every team fight OG wins, that's time to farm. Every team fight Gaimin win, they're taking objectives.
Yeah.
That is always the benefit of Beastmaster. And I guess Terrorblade in this game with how much Dyrachio's pushed the tempo. Like, they're getting a lot more off these little wins.
In which case, then, that begs the question, you talking about, okay, when the Terrorblade died, there goes your objective engine. When OG win fights, it's more farm time. Can they actually win late game against Gaimin Gladiators?
Yes,
like,
they can.
Okay.
The late game is not the thing I'm worried about. It's going to be getting into that late game and fighting the Roshans. Like, you have to be able to contest those late game objectives and keep up in that type of network.
Right.
Because I do think Quinn is he's gonna become a big threat. Like, he's the better late game than the Terrorblade in my opinion.
Good Shackle, the Crimson Guard doing a lot to block damage here. Nice two-man stun though from Taiga, and BZM clutches through the two heroes to be able to get that kill. Taiga drops a little bit low, but it's a focus on BZM right now. Take out that Timber Saw and he dies. Dyrachio with his BKB'd even without meta. It is a fight that... Does that Crimson Guard block that much damage?
It's a lot.
He blinked after he got hit by Slight, right? I didn't see that wrong.
Might be the case.
Dude, that's crazy.
I mean, Crimson Guard is insane this patch, and there's a reason both teams have one. It's causing both teams some issues, but that's a non-meta fight. They just clean house. Absolutely clean house here.
I mean, again, I had to question, maybe they just thought it was going to be one pick-off, one and done, get out. But
Crimson causes Uragi a lot of problems here, too. We should mention this item.
Yeah.
Destroys Wind Ranger ult and a lot of the base damage.
Which is why part of the reason that the Gleipnir is so important, but you've got some heroes that have some additional magic resistance on them. Yeah, what the hell?
Crazy.
13,000 net worth lead now for Gaimin Gladiators after yet another successful team fight. It feels like they're winning like 4 fights for every one that OG does. And as you pointed out, they are getting a lot of objectives over it. They get a lot more map control with all of these fights. And Roshan is coming up in 30 seconds, so OG want to stop this from spiraling out of control. This next fight is a must-win.
I feel like at a certain point, OG also just, they can't commit that much for Enchantress.
Yeah.
Like, I understand why they're doing it. It is the first target you see. If you can break her, you got a 5-on-4. You remove some of the auras and damage from the fight, but at a certain point, you're going to need this Wind Ranger ulti on a core, right? It just has to happen, I feel, for you to win the long engagement, and especially for these objectives. So that means you're either going to have to land some good Shackle, Stun, Doom on the Terrorblade or the Ember, in my opinion, and just burst them down with that Wind Ranger ulti. That is what OG are looking for in these next engagements. And Vision is another thing you're going to have to combat here. Like, Gaming love these Beast and Enchantress lineups because they send the creeps in, they send the Hawks in, they see everything. It means it's really hard to initiate on them and try and find these single target bursts.
Yeah.
Which is why if BZM is tanky enough to go in, that's one way you can combat that. Which is why he's going the Ags. I worry if this is actually disposable, as we were discussing, or if it's just not enough to survive anyway. MKB finished for Dyrachio. Does end up going for it. He's got it pretty damn early here since he's so farmed. That is going to make Uragi's life hell in these engagements.
Yeah. And, I mean, he's working towards a Lincoln, so you already have a damage problem. If you're OG, with your carry going Lincolns, it's beginning to stack up quite a bit.
Yeah, I really worry for Uragi's damage in this fight. So with Manta Lincolns, I don't know, into this Beast Crimson with Golem Aura?
Yeah, I mean,
with
you
a pipe on Celery?
Even if you go in, let's say you get Slight Chains, you Manta, Arrow hits an illusion, then you get Primal Reward, it's blocked by the Lincolns. I'm still not convinced you're winning that fight.
Yeah, even as a Halberd, plus Elven Tunic on Ace. This Beastmaster has a ridiculous amount of evasion on top of everything else.
It actually does, Jesus.
Then you're going to have this Mirana ulti come through, which is giving you plus another 20% evasion on everybody. There is a lot of hidden EHP in this Gaming ball lineup, and they are ready to hit your base with that Wrecking Ball. There's a Wolf Aura here too. My God.
All right.
The AoE effectiveness right now, off the charts. And are you ready for that 5-on-5? Ag's done for BZM.
Okay, well, let's see how he's able to put this to use.
I think you have to find Quinn somehow. You just have to. He has cheese Lincolns, but I don't think you can kill this Terrorblade twice in a good engagement.
I mean, it just seems like they're trying to lure them in, but Gaimin Gladiators is not taking the bait. Dyrachyo,
they don't have to.
stalwart as ever, just keeps on hitting the tier 3. Meta is going to be coming down soon, so they might not be able to get any barracks out of this. We'll see.
Dyrachyo wants a Thunder.
Go for it. BKB immediately turn around
Deliver.
Thunder. Okay, that is a hero with a buyback. So OG maybe planned for this one, but it looks like the commitment of the meta lasts just long enough to be able to get... Oh, the melee creep. Somebody finished that one off.
Oh, they almost got the Doom.
The Doom going off. Oh, no. They're going to have to back out now. They managed to catch the Beastmaster, and Gaimin Gladiators will leave him behind, it looks like. Slide of the slight chains. Dyrachyo thinking about going back in. He's going for Uragi. He's got melee range of the Uragi. Uragi needing some help. Gets off the Manta. Turns around. Dyrachyo going to be bursted down of his first life.
There's so many gems on the ground. MC doesn't know what to pick up.
Quinn jumping away just before the stun comes out, targeting the back line. Crit is low. He's going to bounce on top of him. Brings him down. But what about Uragi? Keeping his distance. Dyrachyo, a Thunder that does nothing. BZM staying on the front lines is now finally tanky enough to draw Gaimin Gladiators' attention and let Uragi go to work. MC having some issues here with the 2 supports on him.
Tanky.
Crimson Guard stays alive. Quinn tried to hit it with a slight. He missed.
Uragi out of mana. What he would pay for a shackle right now to try and clean up the Ember.
It's still not enough. The Pavis breaks it. Taga, he'll die to the Starstorm finally, but Quinn goes down to Uragi.
Flowers for the Ember Spirit as Uragi finally finds his nemesis in these engagements. What a damn team fight from OG. That was double support buy. That's like 7 for 3 here?
I mean, I cannot
What a ridiculous
believe.
amount of damage from BZM and Uragi.
Intense.
20,000 between the two of them. What? How is that possible?
I mean, that was 3 different lives on Terrorblade, so just that by itself.
I mean, that's
like a 10,000 HP.
Definitely paid off for BZM here. He got some big damage pops off it. My God, what an engagement. So many good shackles, good ultimates from BZM on top of it. If MC gets that Ember Doom there, we're looking at an entirely different engagement. He has to settle for the Beastmaster. Nonetheless, just able to fight through this, and finally you're getting some good core kills with this rune range roll. What a goddamn shackle, man.
Ooh, great stun, BZM.
That is just a game-winning shackle right there. There's no way around it.
I just can't believe Gaimin Gladiators took this fight in the first place. They stayed until meta actually died. I thought they were going to take the tier 3
because it's their ball timing, right? I'm telling you, they don't win late game in this game, so they know this is their timing to strike with the Terrorblade. And you're losing gems off that too. Double gem fell on the ground during that entire thing. That just swung the entire game. You have a Daedalus for Uragi now. Oh man, the damage is starting to come through.
Yeah, it's cooking up now.
If you get to these level 25 talents on OG, you're going to have trouble on gaming side. These are really strong level 25 talents, and they're not too far away now. We should mention Uragi, 7-0-12. He has not been killed once this game, as BZM going to tank the jump. That's who they want tanking it.
They get it for Staff. And up on the high ground, activates his reactive armor. So he's going to be good. Look at him diving in. He doesn't take any damage from these guys. They got to focus somebody else. Playing around their controlled area, though. They're going to start backing out. Quinn's going to chase after them.
This is an
no
awkward
slight,
area.
no chains, no arrow.
That's just a weird place to fight for OG. It's very hard for MC to get in there versus the cliff. All these weird summons and illusions going in. Will be a meta pop here for Dyrachyo. No Roshan to go and claim off that. I think OG are honestly okay with that.
Yeah, certainly.
We should also note Shiva's guard for MC. Very clutch timing pickup for him as well. So much extra tankiness in that engagement. It's a really nice Shiva's game. You pretty much only have to worry about the physical scale here from gaming going into that late game.
Yeah.
So the more armor you get, the more halberds, survivability, even some extra force staves. I mean, there's double Pavis here for both the OG supports as well as double force staff. So absolutely correct itemization here in my opinion. It's going to help save their cores off these single target stun chains that gaming are looking for. You're looking for roar into arrow, chains into arrow. When those don't connect, it gives you opportunity to reset the fight. That's all they want to do, prolong the engagements, make sure Uragi and BZM have time to output the damage. That's what worked well for them bottom.
Spotted him with the I think the Shiva's connected, but it didn't give him the vision.
Just on the cusp. And
That's weird.
This is map fighting for Roshan right now. This is what both teams want.
Yeah.
So losing those gems, it's also going to hurt gaming a lot because you get to clear out vision if you're OG, and you also get to see these Hawks that have been a nuisance.
Uragi is going to build towards a Scotty next. I was very curious if he was going to think about Ags since the 25 talent is coming up. Or is the other 25 Talon better? And he just ignores Hags entirely.
That's a very tough call. Very tough. Sometimes you run out of mana on this hero, honestly. It's a big problem. Scotty definitely will help with that. Not the highest damage item, but will make him extremely tanky. Of course, the slow is going to be obnoxious too.
All right, so the first shard went over to the Techies. Second one goes to the Crystal Maiden on the side of OG.
Techie shard definitely decent here. He also has that Ags, so you have Minefield Sign. The time to pick up the Wind Ranger shard.
Have Gaimin Gladiators not done a single Tormentor? Yeah, that's right. Because Quinn bought his. He's the only one with shard on his team.
Yeah, I mean, they've just been on OG side of the map. Never felt like it was time.
Well, it also means they didn't use that like map control that they had to try and take the opposing Tormentor, right?
OG have done well holding on through this mid game. I mean, you're down to racks, but like, who cares?
Yeah, this late into the game, totally fine.
All about who can get to the next set of items right now, and also where you find that jump. Can you break the Ember Lincolns and find the Doom? Can you start on Terraccio? Honestly, just getting a Doom on him, totally good as well. It's just about keeping your Timber and your Wind Ranger alive, and if you're gaming, you got to start using this Hawk Vision. You got to start finding some arrow connections. Probably try and kill supports first.
Taiga picked up his Aghanim Scepter, so look out for that Minefield Sign.
That's what I'm saying. We need the Gale Force to go with it.
That is...
You got to drag him through.
Good point. I switched up his build again. Yuragi's really not sure what he wants. Well, maybe. He knows exactly what he wants. A kill on Celery. With the pick off of the Gleipnir, makes it pretty easy for him, but...
OG are going to advance this. They have another Focus Fire in 20. This is level 3, so only 30-second cooldown. This is where you can just take that Ench out and not feel so punished about it.
Yep.
Just got to play it slow. You cannot over-rush into the auras that are still very strong here for gaming. I don't know, man. It feels like if you let Timber Wind Ranger get to level 25 here, like, it's a problem.
Yeah.
It's a big problem. Undispellable Win-Win plus second Chakram.
Yeah, both those heroes are going to be super hard to kill and outputting a lot of damage. Our Doom is now having an overwhelming blink, so big increase in effective HP because he had all those armor items before. He had the Crimson Guard with the damage block, he had the Shiva's Guard with the straight up armor. Now he's got a bunch of HP behind both of those things, so...
And the strength makes the Crimson better.
True.
That's also scaling it even more versus physical-oriented lineup from gaming. These slights, they don't hurt as much as they used to. They really don't. In a double Pavis plus that upgraded Crimson, like, I think Quinn can still scale. He's going to be the late game threat, but he has to get to that Ags. He has to get to that Refresher territory where Ember just starts to play off the Remnants as well as the Talons.
Will this be second or third Roshan?
This is...
Because if we're talking about third Roshan, then you might be talking about a free Aghanim Scepter out of the Roshan pit, which would be pretty massive.
It is the third.
It is the third, and he's in the daytime pit right now, so that's Roshan with an Ags.
Yeah, they need this Ags on Ember right now. This is the fight gaming need to defend.
And they're getting a lot of good vision right now, but do they want to go for BZM? They're going to poke at him.
He's still tanky.
But not really committing. Not too much anyway. Celery, he is going to be the target. Primal Roar goes off on MC. A really good target if they can kill him. But the damage heroes are just not close enough by. Quinn's currently dealing with the Crystal Maiden. Meanwhile, BZM's diving after Terraccio. Yuragi was putting some pressure on him, but had to back away. Back over to MC. He finally burns out. Had a Doom out onto the Ench. That's the only thing he could Doom in this fight. Gaimin Gladiators playing it slow and playing it very well.
They're just kiting out the damage here. You have another Focus Fire in 8, but it feels like...
the Bloodstone, but he doesn't have the Aghanim Scepter up, so no defense against the Terrorblade's damage. Now they can take this Roshan.
No jump to be found there for MC. He just gets caught in no man's land with that Roar, and suddenly that's an awful fight for OG. End up having a Doom and Ench. You do find some good Focus Fire damage on Terraccio on the back, but not enough to finish him off and commit to the engagement, and that is the Ember Ags that is going to let Quinn scale in this game. Huge team fight win for them on top of Timeless Relic.
Yeah.
Oh man, this Ember, he hurts now.
A big boost in like magic damage when you have this, all the defense has been focused on the physical aspect for OG.
That's why it's so important. That's why this Ember is the secret scale. Because Terraccio, he's not carrying that fight. He honestly basically did nothing.
Yeah.
It's just Beast kiting out the Doom and Quinn going to work.
OG in some serious trouble now. The push is coming, but this bottom lane's already cleared up, so it's the Terrorblade pushing down mid. That's the real threat. Yuragi has still not picked up his next item yet. He thought about Scotty, thought about Linken's. Now he's settled on Aghanim Scepter. He's just not sure, but 25 is closing in pretty soon, so maybe the Ags is the final call.
I feel like Ags is the best item here. It's going to let him scout more aggressively too, which has been a problem trying to find these MC Dooms.
Yeah, I mean, part of that last fight was Gaimin Gladiators, both with a Moonlight Shadow and Celery just kind of casually frontlining. They really drew OG into an awkward fight.
That is the big question. Like, if you see Celery in front, do you go on him? Do you try and find another angle? He knows his role. He's standing there. He's putting the question to you. And it's not an easy one, because this Enchantress lives off that initiation. It just looks rough. You have a cheese on Tofu as well. These backline supports for Gaming, not so backline anymore. No easy targets. Probably need some big shackles like we saw earlier. Like, that's what really made that bottom lane fight good for OG. Yuragi hitting a 2 support shackle.
Yeah, and then the follow-up stun from Techies.
I don't know how many times you can get that, but he's still having a perfect game here, 8-0 and 12. Cannot fault the Wind Ranger play here at all. Slacks in absolute shambles.
I don't know. I feel like the way this game's going right now, might be happy with the outcome.
We'll see when all things are said and done.
Radiant's top tower.
I mean, Gaming have still not gone back for their Tormentor, right?
Yeah, no.
Is this the level?
Don't give a damn about it. I mean, Mirana maybe does or does not want it. The Enchantress, it's kind of whatever. You're the team with Beastmaster on your squad, so
yeah, I guess the shards
probably doesn't do anything.
Kind of irrelevant here.
Yeah. And the time commitment for the team goal that you get isn't really that much. If you know, take away the shard aspect.
Oh, wait, Dodger's in.
Yeah, cuts in from the side. Looks like they're going to be able to get the Crystal Maiden. Not the biggest kill, but it does secure themselves a numbers advantage while they go for the tier 2 and maybe a high ground push.
They're going to buff him up with the Frenzy. Just let him go to work from the range.
Oh, yeah, that's nice.
Can't even poke him from this far back.
Yeah, Frenzy is crazy. 75 bonus attack speed. It's from the Ancient Thunder Hide.
And man, what would you do for a level 25 Timbersaw here? Might be willing to pay a game or two.
He's going to go in with the Bloodstone. Immediately, there's the Thunder. Gets him a little bit low. Taiga helps him out with the Taser. Very important aspect.
Oh, MC did not get the jump Doom.
Completely whipped on that one, and now he's going to be caught. Frostbite trying to get him Force Staff to get him away from Duraccio. The Metamorphosis does go down. Now, the last time a fight was bad because the meta was down, BZM's in. He wants his team to follow him up, but his reactive armor is only going to last so long. There's the Gleipnir. Oh,
that is out.
Pretty good one, too, but still don't feel comfortable with diving in, and Quinn actually managed to force them back.
They wore out meta, but they still cannot engage, and there's a refresher for Duraccio. He's just going to go round 2 here. Minefield sign.
They got 1 minute left on the Aegis, too, so this is the perfect time to pop it and go for it if you really believe.
Oh, Diffusal pickup for Yuragi. He's just all in. They want to win this fight right here, right now. But you need a big shackle to find it. You need a big Doom, and you can't get it.
Duraccio trying to help MC, but he's dead again. Immediate buyback from him. Okay, the second life, BCM, he's a tough cookie to crack. They've got to back away from this. The MC initiation is coming. Kitrex trying to slow him down with the freezing field. The sun goes out. Taiga nailing Duraccio, trying to take away this first life. That's the meta life, and it's gone.
They still have
MC has an opportunity to doom the Terrorblade on the way back up. Lincoln's immediately placed up. Got it careful of that one. The Doom still held on. Pushed away. Actually taking so much damage. He has to throw it out. He gets it off last second. Gets it out on the Terrorblade, but Yuragi is chased away. Do they have the damage to take this Terrorblade down? It's not looking like they have it. Oh, Chakram, jump up to the high ground. The Doom's going to tick out soon. And afterwards, he's going to have a Sunder. He can use it on Celery. Back up to full health he goes.
A support indeed. Just not enough mana in the tank for Yuragi to commit to that engagement.
God, what a change. He could have had level 25 on the Timber side. He definitely could have killed him, but now it's going to be Yorog in trouble. Manta forced down, trying to get away, but Quinn holds him down, finishes him off. BZM will be able to Timber chain back to safety, beating it by from Yoragi. BZM charging forward with his Bloodstone, trying to get the heals up, but he's got to be careful. The pure damage is raining in, and it's too much. Another buy, another attempt at a hold from OG.
There's a shackle. 2 cores.
A beautiful one at that. Lincoln's being blocked away. Disarm, put onto Yoragi, and he has to jump away from Quinn. He's not able to commit, and that is the result. BZM, he gets thundered. They cannot bring down the carry of Duraccio. Too many Thunders, too many lives, and OG, nothing left in the tank for them now. It's Yoragi and maybe Taiga against the world.
Those 25s just never got there, man. So close for the Wind Ranger and the Timber, and yet so damn far. The ball, too powerful for Gaimin. Able to sustain that team fight, my God.
I mean, just so many times it was like if you had a second Chakram, or if the Wind Ranger could have committed more with an Aghanim Scepter,
it's so
you know, they would have actually been able to hold. This game goes later, and who knows what happens. But Gaimin Gladiators, you said it, they recognized their timing, they forced it.
Very clutch read by them. I genuinely think if you get 25 on these heroes, that's a very different game. If maybe MC can find one of those dooms, but the roars from Ace were just way too fast, way too good.
Yeah.
And that Ags on the Ember, that makes a huge difference in that later fight, right? Quinn hits his level 25. He has Ags, he has Shard, he has Timeless Relic. He ends the game 11-2-25 with the highest hero damage at 67,000.
Beastly performance by him and the rest of Gaimin Gladiators. Some very clutch team fights, and just what you would expect in a Western Europe matchup. It comes down to just very specific choices in team fights. Could have been either way, the outcome. But as it stands, Gaimin Gladiators taking the first game in this best-of-3 series.
Gaimin Gladiators 1 game up against OG in the best-of-3 upper bracket semi-finals here for the Berlin Major. And this one was looking like Gaimin Gladiators had it in the bag and had a fantastic fight in the bot lane for OG, but they couldn't continue on that momentum, so in the end, they still fall. I cannot deprive you guys of what happened in our green room while this match was going on, because we, of course, have on the panel Jenkins, completely impartial. We have No-Tail.
Completely impartial.
Yeah, fucking right, dude.
And the energy that No-Tail had in favor of OG, Sheep tried very hard to match it in favor of Gaimin Gladiators, although it was a tough challenge. You rose up to it.
We were having a great time, and obviously the Gladiators came out on top. They played insane this game. Oh my god. It was so hype. They played these side lanes amazing. Like your beast is behind, but you're stacking up the triangle really hard for him, and then you're using all your heroes to secure that farm. So the OG who wanted to invade could not. I really like Ench was like trying to block the enemy's ancients with her creeps to try and get rid of their money, and they constantly brought supports this mid lane to give Quinn the best game of his life. 6 minutes on it, 2 heroes over and over again. Don't let this Timber have a game.
Nice game. It was a good game to watch.
Good game. Yeah.
Good game.
Yeah, nice one.
Good. Gaimin Gladiators, I think a lot of theory was tested this game. We opened up with Doom, and they wanted to make it a hard Doom game. And I think MC had like a really hard time finding the right Dooms that he wanted. Obviously, you don't want to spend it on Mirana or Ench, but at the same time, the way Gaimin Gladiators are playing, often with a Nagus advantage, and you're having the Beastmaster Hawk, yeah, they're really focused on not getting doomed on the right hero, so that if we get that off, or if OG gets a good Doom off, it becomes really easy to take the fight, and vice versa. If you jump in with Doom and you're not getting what you want, and you open yourself up to like a very vulnerable position. Quite enjoyed watching the Wind Ranger carry, but at the same time we didn't get to see it succeed. Even if they won, it didn't probably look so easy of a Wind Ranger carry game. Like I mentioned before we started the draft, or before we saw the draft, that part of it could be decided in the draft, but at the same time we had win conditions on both sides. I do think with the Naga PL ban, I don't remember the third one, into the TB pick, we were forced into something uncomfortable. Like obviously we don't want to pick Ursa into this. There's probably very few heroes that you could see yourself fight into Gaimin Gladiators lineup. So I would say that they maybe set themselves up slightly for success with how the draft went down, but OG's answer, I really loved it. It was a true OG-esque approach. And yeah, they could have won. I think this game did come down to like some very clutch moments as well. You can also see in the body language of Duracho at some point, like he's kind of trying to figure it out, you know, like he has a big math equation and he's struggling a bit. Lovely game to watch. I mean, lovely entertainment. Yeah.
It was great entertainment. We had a lot of really good shackles by Yuragi. I think we are going to see more of Wind Ranger. Maybe not in the position 1, but it definitely shows that this hero is better than what it was before, Jenkins. Showed potential. Look at the shackles.
This was such a good fight from OG.
Amazing
it was such a hard fight. Like, it's very hard to fight back when you're this far behind in this patch. And they managed to find a way.
Yeah, I like the Wind Ranger. Now that she's universal, the Gleipnir feels like a really solid item choice on her. And we saw a lot of the time Yuragi setting up a shackle shot with the Gleipnir. It makes it like less of a skill shot, which is, you know, we don't get to see the Light of Heaven shackles, although he did have a few that game, but it's just more guaranteed kills, more lockdown for the focus fire.
They patched it as well, the shackles, so it's more accurate now.
Yeah,
so because there were a lot of shackles in the previous patch where you were like, what else do you want me to do? There was like a forest behind the guy and 5 other heroes, and still it didn't latch to anything. It feels better now as well. I think it's part of why the hero maybe people are picking it up more.
And there's a lot of trees as well. With the new map, there's a ton of trees.
Yeah, this was the best fight of the game. Well, first of all, it was the biggest fight that OG won, obviously, but it was the closest fight. We saw good plays from both sides, back and forth, buybacks happening. Of course.
I mean, OG only won this because of the buybacks and Taiga forcing the fight and forcing the BKB and TB to start with. A lot of small things, lots of small clutches, and also getting a good Doom off, and there's 2 gems on the ground.
It was a little bit of madness for sure in that game. And we're also taking a break, going to a little bit of madness at the floor, where the players are. Slacks? What is hello?
Oh. Is it over? Okay. Hello. Yes.
Hello.
Yes. Welcome. Welcome. This is my my home. This is where I watch the games from.
What's that, lady?
Is that your monitor?
Yeah, that's my little game. What a cool series that was, guys. Bring it on out. Bring it on out of my home. Where am I? Get out of here. Get out of here. We want to go. We got to go interview the players, guys. Get out of here. Move it up. Go ahead, out.
Are you next to the trash can?
No.
Are you under
he's under the stairs.
Oh, the stairs.
It's
yeah,
all
the
good.
stairs.
Let's go find us some players, guys, from my little home. No big deal. Yeah, we'll go find them. I saw the players before from my little abode.
Yeah.
They looked not that stressed out, guys, honestly. OG, they look like they're ready to bounce back. They saw some issues. You know, they're fine. Other team, they were also here. Yeah, not a lot to talk about that one.
Slacks, wait.
What?
You just walked past big arrows. Where did the arrows lead to?
The arrows? That's the no-no. That's what they
seems
tell.
like a scavenger hunt. Why did you do it?
They say that's the no-no zone. I'm not supposed to go in. That's where the players go.
Don't do that.
That's the no-no zone. I'm not allowed in there. But
never mind.
Oh, what's in here?
No.
Hey, it's a referee. He's allowed. Yeah.
There he is.
He's in the no-no zone. He's not allowed. That's Gaimin Gladiators booth right there. Beautiful. Smells really good. I'm glad I opened that. But any questions? Any what do you guys want me to find on here for on-site reporting?
Can you turn around and walk out that door? The other door to your left. That one right there.
This one?
Yeah. What does it say on that?
What does it say? Why can't they go that way?
This says Dutch Gang, Nurbien.
Oh, Shiver's in there.
I know.
Hey, Shiver! Licky, licky, licky! Let's make it happen!
It's a pass-through only when you're in danger.
How many?
He should go through there.
Shiver, I don't know if you know this, but you're in danger.
If he keeps going in the player rooms, he's going to have to go through there.
Nah, but I feel bad, guys. This might be the last, real check-in that we do in the area. We're going to be packing this up soon, going to our grand big arena. So
you're sad about that?
I'm sad. I have embraced the darkness.
Okay.
I made my little home over there, and we just recently got a light for this camera. I've been living in this dark hellhole for a long time, and I feel like I'm getting out of prison. I'm kind of miss it, guys.
I have one question for you. Then you're in your area, and this might be the last time. Is there anything that you still want us to show?
Is there anything I still want to show you?
That you still want to show to us, because this might be our last time down in the dungeon?
Not really. I mean, I think that I pretty much showed everything. But we'll throw it back to you guys. I mean, I kind of showed it. This is a real bag of trash. All right. Well, anyway, we'll throw it back to you.
It's not worth it for the bit. It's not worth it.
Bye.
Thank you very much.
You get COVID from trash.
I don't know. You can get something from
Rat
trash.
COVID.
We're going to need a little bit of a moment, and that's fine, because we can take a moment, because we're going to head into a break. Before we're back, it's drafting time for game number 2, OG versus Gaimin Gladiators. Don't go anywhere.
days are getting shorter. It's now or no way, 'cause life flows like white water. Take a moment to breathe, hold it in, stay a while, forget all that you know, and forgive everyone. but I think that you know much better. Wait forever. My head is on straight for once, and you will pay for it. Caught in a landslide and birds I take, and I can't wait to finally get out of here. And I feel like a freight train is running over me, 'cause I know like I know everything to make you believe.
Do you want to play like a pro and gain that sweet MMR? Watch the DHL Pro Tips to improve your gameplay. Then test your knowledge to win a Steam gift card. Become a pro by visiting ESL.GG/DHL Pro Tips.
We're heading into a second game between Gaimin Gladiators and OG. This is a match in the Berlin Major, of course, and it's the upper bracket semi-finals. Winners of this series will be top 3 guaranteed at this major, and that is big points, big money, and we're going to find out who takes game number 2. The first game was taken by Gaimin Gladiators. At the start of the draft, they had priority. They chose second pick, and we had OG choose Radiant afterwards. This time around, the roles are reversed. OG had priority, they chose second pick, and we've got Gaimin Gladiators on the Radiant side. So we'll see them draft from that perspective. I'm joined by Jenkins Sheep and No-Tail, and we are about ready to show you the draft for this game. Adjustments, that's what we're going to talk about. How are you going to adjust from that first game? What's the speech? Oh, actually, before we get into that, No-Tail, real quick, how many coaches does OG actually have in the meet, like during the series like this? How many people did they talk to in the break?
In the break, I think they're only talking to Alan, but through Alan, Misha and True, I think, are both trying to, give what they can over the phone, give what they can from home. But Alan is the only one who's, at least during the game, allowed to convey whatever message that there is. But I think a lot of this time just goes into refocusing and going back to the plan that has already been drawn before they woke up today. I think they already know a lot of these scenarios, can most likely predict the first many bans and first many picks, and before things start getting unknown. I think it's a lot of just refocusing and making sure that everybody is feeling like, I'm here to play my best, I'm not tilted from last game, ready for go next kind of thing.
Go next, ready for this game. So what do you think about the openings thus far? Because we got 4 heroes on the board.
I like Gaimin's. I think the Doom last game was not... I don't think Mind Control played very well in Doom, honestly. There were a lot of times when he would Doom supports, and I think it made the fights much harder for his team, because you're playing, like, you Doom someone and you Wind Ranger ult someone, so you're kind of like committing 2 big ults and like your kill threat to kill 2 heroes, and if one of those is a support, and to be honest, I don't think Mirana or Ench were that high priority, it made it difficult.
Easier said than done, though.
For sure,
Much
100%.
easier said than done. Because
yes.
the whole point of them is to make the fights super hard for the Doom.
True, but it meant that Terrorblade got kind of like free reign. So I think at least here it looks a little bit better, because Terrorblade is not locked onto like only being able to kill 1 hero. He just needs people to like lock down stuff for him so he can deal his damage.
I believe in MC no matter what he does, no matter what he plays. But that being said, we have a different answer this time. It's not the Beast from OG, it's Io Alk even. 2 heroes that go really well against the Doom, damage over time. All his abilities are damage over time. And Io's ability to also relocate and completely reset the fight, I think is a very good answer. But they go back for the Terrorblade. I'm wondering this time, because there's not enough bans to get rid of all the potential carry heroes, so Yuragi can also choose if he's not going to be playing the Alk. Yeah, and likely they're going to keep the options open, but I think we'll see a Yuragi pick later on versus the Doom and the TB.
Yeah, one that comes to mind, once again, every time I see TB on this patch, I think Muerta, potential...
I don't think OG play it. I mean, maybe I should know, but I don't.
They haven't played it yet this tournament.
They have not. Yuragi has not played Muerta, but he's played about 20 other carries, so, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure they can play it, but the question is, do they really believe in it, and is it that good? I think she's very vulnerable to Doom as well.
She is very vulnerable.
Sure. And yeah, I think there's other answers to this TB. Like we saw last game, there was both Naga and a PL band, and I think Naga is incredible, for example, like both versus the Doom and the TB. It's not the greatest with Io, for example. So I don't know if they feel weird picking those two together. Naga, Io. He's making a point. You see it. You're like this, that, and the other. So he's got some idea. I think, what has MC played so far, actually? Didn't he?
He's played a lot of heroes.
Yeah, he's played a lot of different stuff.
Probably one of the more fun things about OG, at least, because every other team, at least in this upper bracket, it feels like the offlaners are just buying the aura bots, whereas we've seen Mind Control play like Bat offlane and go other items, and it's not one-dimensional for them. So he's quite the fun offlaner to look at.
The old school offlaners, ones who are not afraid to, you know, break out something they played 8 years ago.
Yep. We have the Darkseer still in the pool as well. I always enjoy seeing Mind Control on that.
Yeah, it's interesting. Darkseer would be very interesting. Aura buyers versus Doom is very good, but obviously versus TB, it's a super good hero. We have one brew game as well.
Yeah.
Curious versus both of them. The ultimate can work really well versus Doom, but yeah, it's a two-sided matchup, and obviously it can be really good versus TB, but matchups turn. But that matchup turns too. Io. So Storm got banned. Batrider got banned. I think the Bat ban was also really smart. It was really synergetic with the Io. The reason why I'm so worried about some of those other picks is the synergy. We also banned the Ench this time. I say we, I mean OG.
It's all good.
Habits die hard.
I can only imagine. We got the Silencer ban out on the side of OG.
Target
and
is
the Nyx Assassin comes in, so perhaps a Darkseer in the
making.
In the making.
Nyx IO are really bad at like clearing waves / dealing with Zoo. If Gaimin are able to pick up anything like that, I mean, we see Ench banned, Chen still in the pool.
Yeah, but Chen died out really quick in this tournament, right?
Really
Somebody
did,
picked
right?
it up, and then they decided, fuck that, it's not good enough.
Do you have a stronger read on why that happened? Because it felt like maybe people weren't keen on his laning.
I think there are very few tier 1 Chen players in the world. Like, I would wait and see until you know, someone like Poppy, Kuro, or Celery decides picking it up. I don't know if Celery has ever been that big on Chen, but
He likes Enchantress more.
yeah, he's always been more of an Ench player. But until somebody kind of shows people how Chen works in this patch, I think people might just not figured it out or not be willing to, you know, test it in a real game. Or people have a really strong read that it's just not good enough. Because we've also seen him lose a lot of lanes and really grief the early game. So that's his biggest problem. But yeah, Io Nyx, it's super nice when it works and super weird when it doesn't. I think it was a good point about the Zoo, but then at the same time, you're kind of locked in unless you're willing to flex the Doom. But if the Doom is on position 3, you're not picking the Lycan. If Ench is already out and you're not picking Chen, well, I mean, nobody's playing Prophet anymore and stuff like this. So them OG might now feel like they need more, and it means more creep waves for the Alk, right?
It's kind of funny to see the first 3 picks on the Gaimin Gladiators are probably all 3 cores.
Yeah.
This is just extreme comfort for Gaimin.
Yeah, but I think BZM now has a choice. Like, I think Alk can be really good versus Pango mid. We have freedom to pick another hero for Yuragi versus this Doom. TB and MC might also be looking at wherever he thinks is good here.
I like the CM pickup here because it seems really obvious that Darkseer is going to come out. When you pick up the CM, you can at least frostbite the creep that gets ion shelled.
I don't think that's what you do though.
Well, because you're going to throw it on the Nyx?
Yeah, or like you're going to Q instead, most likely, and yeah, you're going to have to keep the W in case they want to go on you. But I mean, if he does it, I guess I don't think I've ever used that spell versus the Iron Shell, unless it's like a Dominator.
Yeah, I guess
Darkseer.
if Darkseer's not being left alone in the lane, which he wouldn't with Nyx.
I've seen Gaimin using CM to like just frostbite range creeps and secure those. And
Yeah.
Just push the wave.
And the Q spell can work really well against Darkseer. Like you can push the wave back as well, secure last hits, and since it's double melee, you land it on both, and it becomes really strong with meta if you synergize all of it. But at the same time, I've seen these lanes turn really ugly for TB and range supports. Like if certain small things happen on the lane, you just can't really go back without super risking griefing. And Darkseer gets the choices also to cut waves with Nyx versus this TB hero. It's not easy for him to connect, usually. So I think MC will have a good start. Should have a good start in this game. Unless weird things happen before the creeps meet.
It might sound really stupid, but I think Gaimin Gladiators, they actually want to pick up like a Dagon position 4. Something that can get a Dagon so you can one-shot the TB illusion that comes from the wall. I actually think it's really important against the Darkseer.
I actually agree. It makes it so much less effective.
Yeah.
Unless you're happy going like some Ags build on your Pango and then not really caring about what the illusions can do from Darkseer.
What are we doing here? So they banned Bloodseeker. Why? I mean, the Bloodseeker, you're right, but the Pango, but the Monkey King ban? That's a Doom thing, I guess. I'm just wondering what OG is looking at, because I think Drow has potential to cut through TB. What else is there? There's the Naga. I think it's still an incredible Naga game.
Naga and PL.
I just wonder if it synergizes enough with this, because you do have to add some damage. PL is in. I also think it's very good, but
tough against a Pango.
Yeah, Pango is one of the better.
Yeah.
I don't think CM will be a problem, because you have the Carapace to cancel her stuff. I mean, you have
that's true.
Triple stun. I can see the PL still working. It's very playable. It's very good versus Doom and TB later on.
They could also just pick something else for BZM and put Juragi on the Aux.
You can. I just don't know what that would be. Like, Tinker's in, but I mean, after the last Tinker game, BZM played it and lost as well.
Ooh, the Oracle coming out.
Tofu on CM.
Okay.
Oracle versus Darkseer, take off the shell, of course.
Yeah, now that's a different story, I guess. Now, a lot of this stuff about cutting the wave and like having a free game changes a bit.
10 seconds remaining.
What would OG pick? I kind of see the Drow still being a good way to win this game. It utilizes Darkseer maybe a bit less. This Void is not good. Ursa's not good. Not that good, I think. Slark is still in. Yeah, Slark is still in. I quite like the Slark for Juragi. And if I can't really think of the BZM heroes that I would choose in this game. I think he should be the Alk.
You always, I mean, it's not. Oh, the PL. They go for the PL.
Cool. Ah, it's good. I think it's very good.
Do you think it's gonna take the game?
I mean, for sure. I have never.
Never down room for a second. Oh, it's gonna be Tofu on the Oracle. Still.
I see. I enjoy position 4 Oracle a lot. Like ever since I played with Jerax, it's. I don't know. There are some +4 players. Also, because you get a few more items on this hero. If you really understand it, if you really play well, like it has much more potential on position 4 than it does +5.
Yeah.
So, you know, I respect it. I think it's very good, but.
I think they'll just like, I think it might just be player comfort and they'll still have the lanes as we expect.
Most likely, right?
Because I really like it when they play the CM offlane with Ace. Especially just going to be able to pressure Juragi a lot more.
Yes, the Doom spells are really good with the CM spells.
I'm feeling pretty good about Gaimin's lineup still. I think Quinn can... I mean, it's like a free farm mid, right? So you're both going to get your items. It's what can you do with your items. We've seen these stacks for Alk be absolutely insane in previous matches. So if Gaimin can find ways to like invade or at least just make sure that they're getting their item timings and playing into it. I want to see an Ags on Quinn. I need to see an Ags on Quinn to deal with this PL.
Both drafts are good. Like I said before, you're going to have win conditions on both sides. You're going to have windows to win the game on both sides. It's going to come down to playing Dota.
Yeah, seems like Quinn versus Juragi to me here. Like I feel like it's a pretty free PL game other than the Pango.
Yeah.
For the reasons you mentioned about the CM not being able to have that like insanely good game.
But something happens when you have, for example, Pangolier and Doom together, that the Doom starts becoming much more useful because you can find the PL long drawn fights, like longer drawn fights because of the role allows you, you know, to kind of get openings so the PL can't just rush on the TB and expect this to work. So yeah, definitely windows on both sides.
I would actually love to see Tofu play more of a 5 this game and let Celery go like drums into like a BKB. Because then you can just cover your team with your freezing field.
You just like see him as a 4.
No,
Yeah.
give Oracle items. Of
No,
course you give Oracle
I want
items. Are you
Theon
kidding
to have
me?
items, man.
You're like one of the best heroes with items.
What's
They're
the,
both really good
What's the item
items.
build for Oracle?
That's true. What is it?
Aghanim Shard, of course. You get that from the Tormentor.
Yeah, of course you get the item shard from the Tormentor, step 1. No, but this hero needs things to survive and to keep positioning. And then ideally you get some mana regen or something to sustain your mana as well. Like if you can get this Edelens, Aeon Disc, Blink, and you know, like this, then you have a strong Oracle hero.
Well, we're going to find out what Oracle's going to build, and we're going to find out if OG can force out that third and deciding game. We're heading over to our commentary duo of Cap and SVG.
One game down, and OG, their backs against the wall, are going to go for a lineup that has a lot of scaling elements to it, Avery, here. We've got a Darkseer plus Phantom Lancer. The mid Alchemist, of course, Alchemist can scale, but mid, I feel like it's decently active, but it's more so for me about the fact they've got IO Darkseer and a Phantom Lancer. You want to go late, right?
It's a lot of buffs.
It's a lot of buffs?
This is like an old school OG lineup.
Yeah?
I can already see Ana playing this Alchemist. I'm getting flashbacks. Oh, God.
IO Alch, let's go.
If you hit a really good mid-game timing here, it's going to be a force to be reckoned with. The team fights may be tough for Duracho because normally you pick this Terrorblade into Alch to deal with like the carry Alch, but if BCM just goes some fighting items, then is this matchup doing much for you, right?
Roggy.
It's going to come down to support gameplay a lot this game. How much do Maiden Oracle get out of IO Nyx before IO Nyx can come online?
Oh, that was cool. They used the reflection to find the real PL right away after the Doppelganger was used to dodge spells. Quinn gets first blood, and Quinn is he going to get second blood as well. Double kill for Quinn to start off the game. Gaimin Gladiators already got a hot start here.
Panel talked about Pango being the one answer to Phantom Lancer's game, and this Pango might be the one answer to everything this game with the start he's had. He's already doubling up Horsebeam pretty much going into lane. What do you even buy with that much gold?
Well, he started off with the Wraith Band and then still has the 350 to go for a fast bottle.
Yeah, he almost has too much gold. You should keep the courier there until he gets the bottle as well. A very nice start for Quinn. Probably the one hero you did not want to give that start to if you were OG, because he has all of gaming's tempo and he's the hero that the supports are going to play around.
I mean, you got the Phantom Lancer to counter the Terrorblade, but the Pango can counter the Phantom Lancer. It's a nice little rock, paper, scissors situation. As you said, the last person they want to see farmed is this Quinn Callahan mid-Pango.
Tiger just getting beat the hell up by Duracho with their level 1 reflection into that Fortune's End. The early waves are going to be tough for this Nyx Darkseer down here, but this is a lane that can get that surprise kill with the vac later on with double shell, even against Oracle. Sometimes you just pop them around a tree, abuse fog to the max. This was also a lane mid that should have been okay for BZM, but when you give Quinn this much gold, I feel bad for the guy. I don't know what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, buys a Wraith Band, pulls it out, immediately has a bottle coming out now. BCM's just being pushed out of the lane entirely.
It's like he random Pango.
Yeah, kind of. Where's my free fairy fire?
At least some of the players, when they random, had the honor to kill the free items. You know, I always respected that. Zai always killed his items. Nonetheless, no longer exists. Tiger are going to get a pull off. I mean, it's pretty much what you have to do during the meta duration. No way you're fighting this level 1 meta. Just reset the waves, go for the level 3, especially into Oracle. And I was talking about Oracle items. I mean, the shards, the Ags. So it's just better now.
Yeah.
The reign of destiny.
I'm still not convinced. You know, I'll blindly believe No Tail, but I don't know what Oracle does with a bunch of items.
He owns because he can play farther up in the fight. Like, this hero's all about positioning, right?
Sure.
When you're talking about net worth on Oracle, it's whatever helps you position and take the fight. If you're not worried about backline, then you can just scale up in the heals. It makes your ult better. I mean, Aetherlens on this hero is amazing if you really want to play greedy. Even like Octarine, Reign of Destiny late game. It's actually a pretty damn good spell now for the cost. Just fighting MC here.
MC does have a wand
he is
now.
back.
The Purge is gone. Vacuums him back in for the kill. Well played, MC.
Counter pick for what? For what, Cap?
Good to see that, especially not only did he get counterpicked, but he also had kind of a rough game 1 execution in some of those team fights.
Yeah, you're
not
gonna
able to connect on.
You're also just gonna need someone to step up here because mid is just gone. Like, I don't know how else to phrase it. This lane is absolutely gone for OG. I don't know if you can come back. This is really concerning what is happening based off just the early feeds that you had on those runes. This is why just go somewhere as 5. Stop giving Gaimin this early start. It's just griefing games right off the bat. Then you're just already climbing up a mountain that you did not have to climb up in the first place.
Time to put on those hiking shoes. Because you don't have a support to rotate.
No, you don't. This is IO Nyx. They're not.
Nyx, please help me.
They are not good at contesting 6 or 8 minute rune that well unless you're destroying side lanes. They kind of have to play with their core partners too, right? Because you picked the Nyx with the Darkseer. You picked IO to support this carry on a lane that has a lot of outspan between Doom and Crystal Maiden.
Yeah.
These are not easy side lanes to rotate off of early into an Alchemist who does have skirmish power now with the added spell, but just getting permanently abused here. Meanwhile,
grenade being thrown out with the lightning procs constantly from Ace. He's going to go for this kill on Kidrak, and he surely got it. And Yuragi's not that healthy either with a frostbite on him. Ace still has some mana to work with too. Yuragi, is this a second death?
Yeah, he's gone.
Lightning's going to come out in a second here, trying to guess which the right one is, and he landed it first try.
That's just extra gold. Where was this Harpy creep for MC last game?
You know, game 1 had its moments for OG. This game 2 is looking really, really rough.
Yeah, it might just have its moment.
Yeah, the moment was when they picked their heroes.
That was it. Before the horn, it's been all downhill since. A lot of recovery to make happen here.
They still had hope. Man, with Darley Arcane Boots, that Harpy creep, so value for Ace. Just throwing out Chain Lightnings nonstop, 140 damage every hit.
This is not a creep you could give away on this lane. Just powers through the early IO region. Forces you to buy some raindrops that just get chunked anyway. The most efficient early game damage. Sometimes you can get away with that small camp, but they got punished here. Tiger goes down again. Tofu getting a lot of extra level and gold off this lane phase despite that 1 death. This is all gaming all day in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, one of the problems I have with these Darkseer lanes is the fact that I think it takes very little to set them off course, and just a couple of Purge Ion Shells is already having a huge impact. Sure, they got that kill on Tofu, but Dyrachyo has had a totally free game and has been using his strength every single time to pressure the enemy. We saw it in game 1, did a really fantastic performance of taking a lot of objectives, and he uses his lane presence well.
Oh, every meta in game 1 had value.
Yeah.
And he's pretty much making it happen here again. Just really good understanding of this hero. They feel very comfortable with it. I mean, when you're picking Terrorblade first phase, you better make it work. They have made it work. Taiga only level 2 up here.
Yeah, now they're back to tri-laning, which Taiga may even die. Oh no, he had 1 charges in Fairy Fire, but...
Tri-lane, excuse me, quad lane up there is MCTP top.
Oh god.
To try and get anything going.
Okay. Taiga's actually going to be a little bit low after this one. Can they get this kill? Looks like they got him. Okay, nice turn from OG. Got to be careful of the shield crash, though. BZM takes a lot of damage. Still at some stick charges, though.
Oh, no, he's going to stun him? Okay.
No, he's good. He's good. He's got the range. Ever so barely.
If you stunned yourself, you're dead there.
Yeah.
Arcane rune for Quinn. Ready with them swashbuckles. I mean, this, in theory, is a game you can, like, push the map out with Darkseer and install it a little bit, but the concern is when you play these PL lineups, PL is a pretty big timing hero.
Yeah.
Like, especially when you're playing him into Terrorblade, who can get a Butterfly. When you're playing him into Doom Pango, who can just scale up with Shivas, the Ags, all the AoE damage. Like, sure, you can get this defusal on Yuragi, but are you going to be able to fight? Is there going to be a fight? The rate Quinn's going, with Ace even farther ahead of him with that Chain Lightning. Looking grim. Maybe the magic can happen bottom, looking for Dyrachyo, but he has Sunder level 6.
Every single move that OG is making right now is being 100% countered by Gaimin Gladiators.
They're just too far behind on levels. Sometimes the issue with these IO Nyx lineups, they look really strong in the mid game, but sometimes you have issues getting there. If the lanes go bad, they're not heroes that can farm jungle that fast. They have issue dealing with the waves to get the XP. We'll steal some Wisdom Rune. That's a pretty nice way to do it. But you're going to have to make up the levels on Taiga somewhere because Taiga's a lot of your damage too. You need Vendetta in this game. Absolutely need it. Man, rough start.
What do you say to team when you're having this kind of start? So we're going to probably watch Yuragi. die as they're eventually going to figure out this is the real one. Okay. They kill off the illusion, and Yuragi is able to TP away. But he's still put out a lane. That kind of sucks for him. Quinn hunting for the IO with his double damage, gets the courier instead. What do you, like, you've been in situations before where you've been down real bad in the laning phase. What do you even say this?
Excuse me? Oh, I never lost a laning phase in my life. What do you say? I mean, you ask your team, you say, hey, does anybody think we can make a move? And whoever has the best idea, you go with it.
Okay.
Honestly, there's not a lot of options here. You just got to pick something and bring the numbers. You got to force errors, right?
Yeah.
That is the way you come back in games like this. So you just got to make Gaming mess up. You got to make them overextend. Some of the best ways to do this are either bring numbers somewhere where Gaming don't expect them in a weird place, or bait somebody out. Because baits are pretty reliable. You know Gaming are ahead right now. They want to keep killing you. They're just going to keep running it. Probably your Alch mid. Smoke behind him with 2 or 3. Bait out a Pango swashbuckle and just turn and hope you have the damage.
Kid Track, you shouldn't have joined BZM on that little ride. Not good. Doom on the real PL. Ace is running him down as long as he gets vision of him again. Another Chain Lightning proc, and the damage over time will kill him, and another free courier.
Chain Lightning. I think Celery's complaining about his team stealing the kills from him.
Yeah, guys, can you ease up a little bit? I haven't really gotten to play much Dota yet.
Max efficiency with the mana, and of course Mana Aura just speeds this game up a lot. All right, OG, they're swinging MC over. Maybe this 10-minute rune is something you can fight on. At least try and bait out that aggressive swashbuckle and get punished here with your stuns.
Damn, Quinn's hitting 10,000 euro damage already.
That's intense. That is a lot. That is a lot more than OG want him to have right now. Regen bottom. Here's that swashbuckle fight.
An opportunity. Can they finish him off? 2 seconds to the swashbuckle, but they've got the stun. Surely this is enough. Okay, big win. That's a lot of golds and not a secondary kill, sadly.
That's a well-executed comeback move. I mean, you're down 8K right now. Nothing is easy in this game. That kill's worth a decent amount there. 500 to BZM plus 400 assist gold. Quinn's like, guys, I told you I need every rune. It's in my contract.
Don't make me go back to NA.
I don't think he wants to go back to NA. I don't think there's a concern about that, the way they've been performing. 2,000. Actually, OG well ahead on the bounty runes.
Yeah, I mean, when there is something to be said for when your lanes are going well, you want to keep the laning going, and when your lanes are going real shit, I mean, you might as well just bail if you're the support. So they've been running around the map, picking up the wisdom runes, picking up the bounty runes, which in a way just says how far behind they actually are right now. See if they can keep the chainsaw going on. Magic immunity.
Yep.
Quinn.
Fate's Edict.
Stops taking any damage thanks to the Fate's Edict.
That's another issue this game is you can go for these big comeback kills, but if Tofu just sits behind Quinn, are you finding the Terrorblade or the Doom? Probably not.
He's going for it.
Yeah, why not? Pretty tanky here, 1300 HP. Gonna try and turn on the supports. Nice idea.
Does manage to kill the IO, but let's see if our Oracle dies or not. And he's so close to 6, but the slow down, turn around, big freezing field from Celery. Ooh, pretty as a penny. Gaimin Gladiators will take yet another successful engagement. Celery's just making it look too easy at this point. 16-3. Thought game 1 showed that there might be a little bit of fire for OG to play up against the best team in the world right now and maybe take them down, but not looking like it.
I remember, this is an OG team that has not been beaten in a series yet. So yeah, they have struck back in a lot of game 2s this tournament, but this one just seems out of control. This is like a support level difference. It really is. I mean, that's all lanes. And Gaming have been very tough to beat on lanes in these series, just making it work. And when you give this team an advantage, they know where to go with it. It's always through Quinn. It's always off the snowball. Rebuild possible here for Ace. He's just going to rack up the Midases. Again, you got to keep bringing numbers if you're OG. There's no other way back in this game.
Oh no, got the disarm. BZM, Chemical Rage, trying to deal with the damage Quinn's putting out. Taiga left behind yet again.
I mean, he already has Diffusal. I don't think you can go for this Pango anymore.
You cannot play anywhere close to this Pango, I think.
don't think you're killing Doom. So, all right, what's process of elimination? Dyrachyo, it's time to smoke on him.
Poor MC can't even get close. Throws down an Ion Shell on a creep. It dies 1 second later. Gaimin Gladiators always keeping up the pace.
This smoke is just, it's for Yuragi. There's only one name on it.
Yeah.
They know there's only one place he can be.
They know this is the current farming spot for all of these carries now. Defuse the blade up on Yuragi. Let's see if they can find the real one here. Oh my God.
I think they found it, Cap.
That hurt.
I think they found the real one.
Oh God. I had physical pains watching that Phantom Lancer get one shot by a swashbuckle.
That hurts. That hurts real bad. Let him cook. I don't know who's cooking BCM. Someone's burning something right now.
Yeah. We'll let this man cook.
Just going second item Ags. Why not? We've seen him get it ridiculously fast in a lot of these Pango games, right? And it feels like the game just ends when that item comes out. Like, I don't know how you're team fighting Pango Ags in this game.
It's the scary part about this Gaimin Gladiator squad, man. They came into this tournament the favorites, but, you know, new patch. Okay, who knows? Maybe things are going to be shook up a little bit. But here in the upper bracket semifinals, they make it look like they're playing some team that is already eliminated. I mean, Gaimin Gladiators just taking it to OG right now. Tofu is going to be run down by Yuragi, perhaps, out of mana, so the damage is limited, and they have to IO relocate back. And that leaves BCM alone in the river, doomed in more ways than one. Tiger will be chased with the Frostbite, get the Rolling Thunder to clip out on the IO.
This is like the largest net worth lead we've seen.
16,000 by 15 minutes. It's got to be close, yeah. I mean, we've had a lot of stumpy games at this tournament because obviously there are some teams who have adapted a lot faster to the patch than others, but...
I mean, this is just a lane win, right?
Yeah.
There's really nothing else to talk about. You got crushed on lanes, it happens. In this meta, we've seen a lot of lane crushing snowball like this, where you just don't have the damage to get kills, to get back in the game, and then... I mean, I don't know. I'm watching this game, I'm not sure what I would tell OG to do, you know? It's just... cannot feed those early kills, and you got to play the silence better, and... maybe there's draftings related to that help, but honestly, it's sometimes you just get out executed here.
Well, now that you've blatantly said that there is nothing left to say, what do you want to talk about for the next 10 minutes?
Slay and I've been theory. Okay, Slay and I've been theory crafting. I wanted to bring up actually this Oracle Ags.
Yeah.
You know, we're talking about farm on Oracle. It gives 0.25 reduced base attack time.
Yes.
If you
pretty
does that work on every hero?
Yeah. So if you
because there's a minimum, right? Or is there not? It's not capped? Like, if you throw it on an Alk or a Lone Druid or some of these heroes that are ridiculous, Juggernaut.
Yeah. Maybe they just
are we just looking at a literal blender?
Sounds like it. Sounds like something you should test.
I don't know. When I read this, it's one of those things you read and you're like, whatever. But then you think about it.
Yeah.
0.25 base attack time. Base attack time is a really broken stat in Dota. Like, really broken. So you can reduce it. Secret tech? Perhaps. Secret tech we'll get to see here.
Manta?
I don't know.
Trying to chase after Celery. Freezing Field immediately thrown down. He might die, but boy, is it going to make OG pay for it.
Ace just cleaning house.
Slow him down. Trying to go for the relocate. Kitrak, he'll get there in time.
Ooh, got him.
Probably means the IO is dead, but a good save. BCM immediately teleporting to the other side.
Like, you're not taking me back. I'm not going back in there.
You can't make me.
Good luck. Good luck, Kitrak.
Does anybody want to TP? Oh, he actually used the Darkseer illusion to help him. Oh, that's cool.
Sleep little play.
Yeah, too bad there's still, there's still Ace. Missed the stun. All right, we're good.
Comeback's real. Yuragi's going to find Dyrachyo.
Comeback was real for 1 second. And then you said something, Avery, and now look what's happened. Look what you've done.
Sorry. I caster cursed them. What can you do?
Yeah, OG they were prime set to make the comeback until, you cursed them.
It happens. Happens to the best of us.
1,000 gold left for Quinn to have the Aghanim Scepter.
You have Vendetta.
Hunting. Or maybe just scouting. Maybe just scouting where the enemy is and telling his allies, don't go here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All right, it's time for a vendetta.
Vendetta death for Taiga?
All right, the next vendetta. You get the vendetta hit into the stun, into the reload, into the Alk stun, into Gaimin trying to have save your buddy syndrome, into 5-man vac wall from MC. You have a second Alk stun, second impale, comes off cooldown. Yuragi finds a divine rapier, and we're back. How's that sound?
That sounds pretty good.
Okay, well.
Where's the divine rapier?
It's you know, you got to shovel it up. You got to start digging. There's a 1 in a billion chance that the shovel produces. Yeah. See, nobody knows that, but it's in the patch notes.
Yeah, I mean, there was hidden. The block of cheese was hidden.
Exactly.
Who's to say that the shovel also has a hidden mechanic where it can dig up a divine rapier?
Isn't that what happened to King Arthur? One day he was mining, and the next he found a sword, and he's king. Who says it can't happen to anybody else? Condolences, Taiga. All right, the next vendetta. 60 seconds.
All right, I got an actual question for you. We've seen a lot of domination in some of these ones. Maybe Lima is a little unfair because the stand-in deal, but
yeah,
like Gaimin Gladiators, they did just 2-0 their way through that upper bracket, and they just crushed it, right? We saw Tundra, massive performance at TI, right? Just not dropping games anywhere. What is going on with that exactly? Because I feel like in Dota's development, we've gotten very far, and teams have become more and more competitive, but yet sometimes we have these performances at the biggest tournaments where one team is just the favorite by far.
Team finds a groove, they start gelling, things just become easier for them, and I think it becomes harder for other people. And it just snowballs. It's a snowball effect. You start gaining confidence, you start beating other people, suddenly you think you're better every day. You wake up, you're like, hey, we're supposed to win now. We're not some underdog. And then that goes in your mentality. You gain more confidence. You're more confident to try new things. Those things work out because you feel better about them. There's a lot of snowball effects in teams now where the mentality just gets better and better as soon as you start to get these little wins. And it has to happen to somebody. So if you're there and you're ready to capitalize on it, as Gaimin were, you're just a damn strong team now in a good position. I mean, it also helps when you're bringing those NA ringers. I've talked about it before.
Oh, of course, yeah. North America's not a dead region, guys.
I'm just saying, when you take a player, you put him in the toughest conditions.
Nice watch ball go on to 2. They have a Crimson Guard. Nearly getting dispelled, though.
They had a Crimson Guard.
Yeah, Doom goes out, trying to go for the relocate. Not fast enough, Kitrek. It's a level 1 relocate. It's very slow. So this fast pressure that comes out from Gaimin Gladiators, not able to do pull the cord on the parachute quick enough. 21 minutes in, and Gaimin Gladiators are taking the high ground with ease.
OG will definitely be happy they still have another life in this tournament to learn from this series. I mean, this is a good series to learn from. You're going to watch these replays and gain a decent amount of information.
I mean, what are you learning from this, though? Because, like, okay, laning phase was really, really bad. What would you take from OG? Your OG, what are you taking from that?
I mean, you just can't feed these kills before the lane starts. Yeah. And I think also maybe some of these lane matchups didn't go as smoothly as they wanted, but a lot of that was like the first minute, right? And the first minute, first Gaimin matters a lot.
In the back line, okay, this is an opportunity. Nice impale there as well. He finished off Kofu. He got off the back. He got off the false promise on himself. Oh no, they were hoping to be able to kill that support at the start of the fight. Maybe they could still run him down. Well, the rest of the team retreats. Tofu back up to half health. Well, Kin causing havoc in the back lines. Another nice impale. Taiga's lining up really nicely. Dyrachio's just not having as much impact as he wants to, but he will eventually get on the right targets. Yuragi, oh, that last swashbuckle. The shield crashed with the Ags. That'll finish him off. Beyond godlike triple kill for Quinn in that fight. And all they got out of it was the Oracles who survived for like 20 straight seconds.
I mean, they got him, though.
They did.
They got that damn Oracle.
And he got a 5th kill in this game.
Absolutely destroyed.
I mean, they were so close to killing him at the start.
Yeah,
the damage, though, the disarms and the stuns that came out, stalled them up just enough.
That's what the net worth on Oracle does. If you can't go on the Oracle, how do you go on anybody else?
Yeah. fair. I mean, I think Oracle is definitely the easiest and maybe the strongest saving support when you're ahead like this. You have to single target focus somebody. It just makes Oracle all the stronger for it. As Darkseer trying to limp back to the fountain, he's not gonna make it.
Nowhere to
Can't
run.
get over the finish line.
Nowhere to go but the lower bracket here for OG. They just get stomped, man. What a stomping.
Down they go. Gaimin Gladiators.
You know, the interesting thing, you were saying, like, these teams get on runs.
Yeah.
One of the most interesting things I think about Dota is Gaimin are going to try and close this game out. I think they will.
Setting up, Vendetta.
Oh, nice care.
Hit on 2. Nice Fate's Edict, though, dodging a lot of that damage. Taiga with the Pavis, BZM underneath tier 4s. Both will die.
I mean, they're playing till the last. I respect that.
Yeah, they even smoke up, go without BZM. You could do this, Yuragi.
It's just a Vac and Impale. The Vac Impale of Dreams. Is it coming?
It's okay, maybe our panel has jinxed them. They're walking back now, just as OG makes the comeback. They're doing it. They're not doing it. Taiga's dead. Darkseer. Oh man, I like how Quinn just keeps on going. Every single time he bumps into a hero, he's like, more. I want more. Goes back for kick track. They're gonna get the Oracle.
Got him again.
All right, Yuragi's building up a little bit of pace now. Celery's gonna be the next target. No, has to back away. Quinn swashbuckle caused some issues here. MC does have a surge. Maybe he can run out of this one. Yuragi back into play, but oh, damn, those swashbuckles.
Yeah, they are.
Way too hard for the Phantom Lancer to deal with that one. They'll call it GG out before BZM dies.
That was a game of Dota. It ended at around the 30-second mark. Feels like, as the pre-rune battle did OG no favors going into lanes that I feel like are slightly weaker lanes, but not to that degree. But
yeah,
when you give a lead like that, especially on mid, I mean, Quinn just absolutely destroyed him, right? Like, mid got obliterated from the game. That's a lot of OG's early damage out the window, and then I don't know how you're taking a fight after that. This is literally a 2-minute replay you got to study and just make sure it doesn't happen. Sad way for OG to go into the lower bracket when this team, like, they've been one of my favorites at this event. I have loved watching this tournament. They're really fun to watch. They had some really good series. They've looked unbeatable in terms of series, but definitely getting shut down here. And I mean, going back to your question, these teams that look unstoppable, they're never unstoppable forever.
Okay.
You know, if you think about every dynasty team that's ever been, at some point, they start getting beat a little bit, they start getting shook. So right now, Gaimin on top. The question is, who's going to stop this team?
Yeah, are they going to keep this run going throughout the rest of this tournament? I mean, they said Lima, it was like, it was actually almost too easy. It was like they've been working so hard to be able to win a major, and they just 2-0'd their way all the way through the upper bracket. Well, they've done it again. 2-0 Team Spirit, 2-0 OG. Now they're in the upper bracket finals.
I'll tell you, if it's too easy for Quinn, he can come play with me again. I'll make it real hard. Don't worry about that.
Well, I'm sure he finds that offer very considerate of you, Avery. But for
just
now,
putting it out there.
Gaimin Gladiators 2-0 over OG. Without a doubt, better team going into the upper bracket finals.
Thank you very much, Cap and Avery. Indeed, Gaimin Gladiators, they took game 2 and they took the series. They are guaranteed top 3 here this event. That also means they get an extra 200 points on top of the 200 that they already had. Sorry, they get an extra 100 points on top of the 300 they already had. Math, I know. Which means they're sitting at like 1,100 and something DPC points, which is like 99% certainty TI. And that is incredible for them. So congratulations on that. It's 99% certain that they make it on points. The TI is, of course, what I'm saying. This game too, though, and we're going to try to break it down as much as we can, but let's be absolutely honest with ourselves. It was a beatdown. I am very sorry, No-Till, that you were here to witness this firsthand.
Oh, don't be. This is just the beginning. It's a process.
It's a process.
It's you know, stories, good stories, they always have bumps in the road, and they always have, you know, different types of climaxes, good and bad.
How can you be the underdog story every time if you don't lose here and there? You're absolutely right.
Exactly. This is one of the steps you have to take in the journey to become the best. Of course, it's rough to see. Of course, it's never fun to lose, and then to lose really hard, feel like you don't really get to play. I think more games have been decided today on pre-rune spawn or at the rune spawn than have been decided on lanes. So I'm sure a lot of teams are looking at this and probably feeling the impact that it can have. Like, yeah, Quinn getting a double kill before going mid lane, and also people getting to their lanes late, and yeah. Dota is hard right now. You know, you're not allowed to make these types of early game mistakes. If you do, you have to come back, and coming back in this patch seems to be pretty difficult.
Seems to be really hard.
It's hard to break this one down. Quinn got a friggin' double kill, including first blood. Like, it's so hard for any mid to kind of play into that. It's impossible. Like, what do you do, Jenkins? There's nothing. They just lost the game in lanes, and there's no coming back.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing with Gaimin Gladiators is that ever since they were Team Tickles, I think this team has innovated in their like pre-0 second or like pre-game stuff that they do. I remember they would always like smoke Celery and then Ace, and then Celery would go show mid, and then actually Ace was wrapping around and putting a ward on some high ground somewhere, so it would make it look like Celery was warding. So these guys really think about the pre-game stuff, and I think other teams need to think about it a lot more, except like you said, that's 2 games today that we've seen entirely decided pre-game, pre-laning phase.
Even the first game that OG had, same thing happened. You know, they give 2 kills away. LGD in the Brewmaster Skywrath game, also the laning phase just disastrous before it even begun. I mean, credit also to the Oracle pick. I think it was super smart. I didn't mind the OG draft as much until you saw the last pick, Oracle. I think it was good. It's something to Oracle is not easy to make work, but when you see a draft like this and you're allowed to last pick it, it's a very solid hero, more than solid.
It was impossible for them to kill him. Like, in that kind of near the end of the fight, when they have to commit every single like stun and attempt to murder on him, and he lives through it, gets his ult off, and then they go through another round of it. It's like, Oracle's your number 1 that you have to kill. And if you can't kill him because he has, what, a Ghost Scepter, a Glimmer Cape, a mech, and then there's a second Glimmer Cape on the other support, like, it's impossible. It's way too hard.
It's a very tough game for OG to play into the Oracle and the Crystal Main support duo, of course, from Gaimin Gladiators. One part of that support duo is standing ready with Slacks for a winner's interview at Celery.
That is correct, Sheever. We are here with Celery. Now, I got a long story to tell. I've been trying to grab Celery for days for a post-game interview, a pre-game interview, anything. I went up to him earlier today, said, interview today. He goes, he looks at me, he goes, I'll do it after my 2-0. Damn. Damn, you guys came into this match ready to roll. Were you expecting to win this one?
Yeah, well, I expected the 2-0, like I said.
It was a joke, yeah.
I'm here for the interview.
Well, let's get into that interview then, my friend. Oracle, hero we don't see that often. Quite a crazy little pick there. What made you guys want to do it, and were you confident in that pick?
Just the darks here. It's purchase shells. Don't let him play the game. He didn't get to play the game first game. He's not allowed to have fun here.
Dang. Is that the GG strategy? Just take out as much fun as humanly possible?
No, it's fun for us.
That's dark stuff, man. Jeez. Did you guys know you're on some kind of crazy win streak right now? Yeah, I think it's something like 16-game win streak or something. Jenkins had that number. I stole it from him.
Without losing a series, I guess.
Yes, yes.
We lost some games, but yeah, it's pretty good. It's nice.
What are you hoping to achieve?
It would be nice to win.
No,
win some more games. Quinn is always mad when we lose.
Damn.
So it's better to win.
So that's the fear of what keeps you guys motivated is Quinn's wrath?
We're all pretty mad when we lose. We're super mad. We talk for hours. How could this possibly happen? Make sure it doesn't happen again.
Okay, so just fear out of having to talk to each other is the reason that you guys win. The win streak, I believe, is 29 from New B. Do you guys think you're only 10 more series away?
It's a nice challenge.
Yeah. You think you can potentially do it here?
I mean, it might be hard, right? You don't want to be... You cannot start being afraid of or like thinking about some streak. And now you're like, oh shit, if we lose this game, now we don't get the streak. So we'll see. It would be nice. We'll try our best.
All right, well, I'm sorry I brought it up. This might be... any heroes any more surprising picks besides... Are you getting bored of playing Crystal Maiden, by the way? Crystal Maiden?
I haven't played it that much. It's pretty fun.
Yeah? Any nerfs?
Cool build. My first Pevis game. This is my first game I built Pevis.
What do you think of that? Good item?
It was nice. I didn't build it any game. No pub, no scrim, no official. I thought, okay, this is the game, guys. I'm buying Pevis.
I believe it's pronounced Prevaz.
Prevaz, I'll buy more Prevazes in the future then.
I'm just gaslighting you, but we'll see if we can make a stick. Anyway, congratulations on that series. Hell of a game. Thanks for taking time out, and thank you to Gaimin Gladiators. Woo! All right, they're very excited. One of them whistled. That's great.
Puffy? Pavas?
Dude, every time he brings up a stat that he's stolen, it's just completely wrong.
The one time he didn't steal your stat, he made it up on the spot. He was right.
And he was right. Okay, they're on a 13 win streak in major playoffs.
In games or in series?
In games. In series, they're on a 6 series playoff win streak.
Did you know that they only need to win 5 games in order to win the championship?
Yes.
Yes. Math.
Technically speaking, that is true.
That is true.
That's some quick math.
Thank you. I wrote it down.
Yeah.
I wrote the calculator.
This is the 2 plus 3?
Yeah,
Wow,
that's are you sure you're not North American?
I just wanted to make sure. My math has been a little off lately, so it's all good. Gaimin Gladiators making it to the upper bracket finals. I don't think that comes as a surprise of many. They are constantly, we refer to it at the start. No, during Dream League, we referred to them as the best team in the world. And it was literally us trying to convince Purge from saying that, because every time we said it, he was like, well, when they did beat Liquid, but Liquid had to use a stand-in, or they were sick, or any kind of, like, they had bad breakfast or something like that. But at some point he had to concede, and it stuck. And it's true as well, Sheep. At the moment, you could easily say that if you were at one team, best team in the world, almost everybody, I would say 80 out of 100 people, Gaimin Gladiators.
It is Gaimin Gladiators. They are the best team in the world. They have, right now at least, they have won Lima, they have won Dream League. They are winning this tournament so far. Like, they were looking absolutely dominant. I do not know who here is meant to beat them in a best of 3+. Everyone on their role just seems to be like the best at it. I think that in Dream League finals, they looked shaky, and I was like, oh, you know, maybe they're not that clued in, but they clearly adapted incredibly quickly, more than anyone else, which is the most impressive thing to me.
Only 3 other teams in Dota history have won the major, gotten first in the group in the next major, and then won the next major. It's only happened 3 times, yeah.
Which 3?
You want the teams? Okay.
I do.
It's VP, Vici Gaming, and Team Secret. So VP and Team Secret have like 80% of the major wins across Dota history, of course. So that has happened. But if they end up winning, it'll be the first time in Dota history that they win the grand finals after winning the last major and then getting first in the group. So this team is accomplishing a lot of firsts when it comes to dominance. So at some point in this year, we need to have the conversation of, is this the most dominant team of all time? Of course, OG comes to mind as well.
Secret when they were winning.
And Secret when they were winning.
when they were winning before, when the regions
VP
were
when
still
they were
combined.
winning.
But I believe like, they're
There's
entering,
a lot.
they're entering into the conversation, right? Which already I think is a pretty big accomplishment.
They're the team to beat right now.
Yeah.
I don't know who would argue that, but I just surrendered the Liquid being the team to beat. I think Gaimin Gladiators, with this performance that they're having here, they're making a statement that they're the best team in the world right now. I think it's up to other teams to adapt. If you don't adapt, they're not going to change what they're doing.
How do you adapt to something that we just witnessed, and they, like you said, a lot was decided in that first minute, not even, right? How do you adapt after a game like that?
You take there's ways. You can take what they do and break it. You can take what they do and do it better than them. There's more than one way. These are, like, I would say, 2 of the best ways. Find something new, something better, or take their game to them and show them how it's done even better. So yeah, it's going to take a lot. You know, it's going to take strong teams, it's going to take strong mentality, and it's going to take innovation, Dota ideas, the things that make Dota really interesting to watch. Because if it wasn't for someone, you know, being annoying to beat, or somebody who's like the best, the competition, I mean, that's what competition is. So I'm excited to see people put up the challenge, you know? I don't want to see Tundra 2.0 where they do the same thing over and over and nobody challenges them either in their own field or bring something new to the table.
What about taking, excuse me, what about taking what they do, I'm very choked up after that loss, what about taking what they do outside of the game and implementing that as well? So for example, of course, OG, when you guys won TI twice in a row, everybody was sports psychologists. Let's get a psychologist on our team. Psychology really matters. The mental game matters. People started taking that more seriously.
Yeah.
But these guys, Tofu and Ace, they duo queue. They're bubbies. They don't do that solo queue warrior bullshit, man. It's all about building up that synergy. And these guys don't lose lane. Maybe we need to see more duo queues in the world of Dota 2.
More bubbyship.
More bubbyship.
I think some guys do dual queue, but yeah, I think it's a good point. I think it's a very healthy practice to have, you know? If you can stand each other, and because people also tend to have very different mentality when they go into their ranked games, like pub games.
That seems like another challenge on itself, finding two players that can stand each other. And with the added bonus, can stand each other while playing pubs. I think that's brings out a different beast into some people.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
I think we all know. I think we all have a friend that sometimes,
A friend, yes, of course, a friend, yes, naturally.
All right, well, let's take a look at the brackets, because OG, they are the losers here in this series, but it was the upper bracket, so they're not out just yet. They dropped down to the lower bracket. Do you like what you see, No-Till? Because you see their potential opponents, you see the two teams that they will...
Of course. OG is going to knock EG out, like classic. It's already written. And then you're going to have... Either it's going to be OG versus Sumail. Could be OG versus, Tundra, OG versus 9Pandas, or OG versus Aster. And I think all of them are great great stories. I like what I see. I really like what I see.
Good. Are you at all worried? We just had an interview with Celery, and he mentioned that their way of breaking OG in the series we just witnessed, they just focused like, okay, mind control, not allowed to have a game this series. And he didn't.
No fun.
Not in his Doom, not in his Darkseer. Is that the strat broken? Of course, always when you come in with the standing, you try to make your standings as comfortable as possible. And if your opponent can make your standings uncomfortable, that's scary.
That's a cheap shot right there. That's playing dirty.
Why?
Going for the stand-ins? Come on.
That's literally what Celery said.
I think
I think everybody's just getting mind controlled right now. He's playing the long game here.
Hey.
Yeah. It takes a few steps, like you said, to become the underdog.
That's true.
Targets off their back, and we'll see them later on in the tournament, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things happened in that second game, at least. It's like, yeah, you're ruining Mind Control's game, but by giving Quinn, like, the 2 kills, he gets a perfect mid lane, so the enemy mid suffers, and then he's able to go kill your, like, win condition carry and stop him from having a game. Like, this poor PL's, like, juking around trees and stuff, and then Quinn comes in with 1 swashbuckle and removes 80% of his health, because there's such a, like, net worth gap and level
gap. Oh, that
gap.
was a glitch. What the hell was that?
I don't know, man.
I've never seen that much damage dealt to a PL. I had to look up his stat gains after, just as Agi got changed.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, they nerfed this hero. He's got like 10 HP. He's like Medusa.
He was paper, dude. It's like, how do you play into that? No one had any chance to have a game.
A super fast gameplay by Gaimin Gladiators. You're not allowed to make a lot of mistakes, or they're going to take advantage. Yeah, it's fast. It's impressive. You have to get good, although like to challenge them. Right now they're cruising and they're waiting for a challenge. It's up to others to bring it to them.
Now, if we're looking at others to bring it to them, of course, there's 2 possible opponents for Gaimin Gladiator. I'm going to jump ahead a little bit. Who has... I will ask which team you think will win the next series. By the way, we'll start in about an hour, so we've got some time. I want to know which team would have the better shot against Gaimin Gladiators of 9Pandas and Tundra, because those are 2 teams with very different play styles. And I'm sure that one would probably work better against Gaimin Gladiators than the other. Jenkins, do you have any thoughts on that?
I mean, so Tundra has not played against Gaimin Gladiators on this patch yet.
Correct, because they were in separate groups.
And Tundra does look revitalized by the patch, I would say. And so if they're revitalized, their TI form, they're the ones, coming up with the innovations. I think they're the ones that could challenge Gaimin Gladiators here if they're truly in their TI form.
I think they're both really strong. Especially, like, 9Pandas went 1-1 with them in groups, so they did play them already. And it looked like they both look like really solid teams. I think Tundra always looks a little bit more consistent for me, but I think 9Pandas have like a unique flair to them.
They do, yeah.
That's like quite exciting.
I definitely think 9Pandas have a better chance because they maybe know each other less. I feel like the Tundra gaming, they contest maybe a lot of the same heroes. And
that's true.
Have like a mindset or like have played each other and come from the same region. I think it favors Gaimin Gladiators. So yeah, either way, like I said, I think it's up to whoever plays them to provide a challenge. They're the team to beat.
They are the team to beat, and any challenge provided will create great entertainment in the arena, which we'll go to not tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow. Also, heads up, tomorrow we are building the stage. Well, it's already mostly built, actually, spoiler alert. We were finishing building the stage, and that means that there's no games going on. So I just wanted to make sure that your calendar is all open tomorrow. but not on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, because then we'll be in the arena and it'll be top tier games all the way through. So make sure you, clear your schedule for that. Now, if there's any tours that you needed to do this weekend, you have about an hour to do them in, and tomorrow, but in about an hour. So there is one more series coming your way. It's upper bracket semi-finals, 9Pandas versus Tundra. It's a best of 3. Again, winner goes top 3. But before that happens, we are going to leave you with some entertaining content. But we'll be back with more Dota 2 here for the Berlin Major, so stick around.
It's time for Stack City, everybody. I got Shopify Rebellion's Saberlight and Crit to do a very, very simple Dota task. Stack neutrals. As many as you can. You're level 6, you can pick whatever hero you want, and you have 5,000 gold. Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
Vintage choice.
Went for the classic.
The classics. Saberlight.
That's what he's saying.
Okay. Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, I don't know why he would go for that.
He relies on his micro.
But you can't do that. What do you mean you can't do that? You will see. I mean, maybe if you're like a under 11k pleb, then you can.
Are you telling me that you're not going to use your disruption illusions to stack more?
Yeah, I will not.
Oh,
I have a genius
heartbreaking.
plan.
I'm not entirely sure. Oh, okay.
That's right. I'm gonna root them.
Okay. 18 seconds. Actually, less than that, because we don't know the leash times. Instant disruption. Both illusions on the same thing.
No.
No. Shadow Poison, 53.
This is fucking disaster.
Excellent work. We've got one camp for Saberlight.
I got 2.
You got 2 on crit. We're off to a great start.
This is fucking so hard, actually. If I was Dire in the last match, it would be so much easier.
Okay. Are you gonna go for the same camps, or are we reevaluating?
Okay, I have a new strategy.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you just go for 3 instead of going for 6.
You do realize you just fed. Oh. I see what's happening. He just gave up. You don't want the smoke.
I'm sure he's gonna fuck up his own stack because of that.
That is correct.
Hey,
good read.
How many did he get? 0. You fucking idiot.
The sabotage strategy, it had some legs.
I was too fast. I adapted too fast.
Well, and the fact that there are like 1 million camps now, so you block one, you just go to the other 50 camps.
Dire's definitely better.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Right. I will just say Dire's like
I'm sorry.
way better.
Would you have liked a coin flip?
Yeah.
First pick, second pick?
That's fine. I can take the disadvantage.
It's last chance, gentlemen.
Is he's doing it again, huh?
Is he?
Yeah, he is. What else is there to do?
He's a sadist. He knows his mission is lost. Bro, you're not even cutting the tree. Oh, you did. Okay, never mind. No, you
I'll
didn't.
get it this time. Oh, there we go.
Okay. Okay. Well, actually, I forgot to mention another rule, and it was how many camps remain alive at the end. But technically, that little guy is still alive, so I will accept it.
Yep. So I stuck to 1 and then 2. I don't know how many I got, but I definitely got more than him.
You definitely got more than him. I don't even need to count. Crit.
Yeah.
Congratulations on winning Stack City.
Yeah.
He is now the mayor of Stack City.
So take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. Yeah, what's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line. Cause what's real is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me home.
I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man we coming for them bags that they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal the pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the
Open your eyes, what can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sound. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far. Holding your breath still, you jump the fire. We'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly. The way I put my finger on it. See me fly. You got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly. The way I put my finger on it. See me fly. You got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make, counting the cards to one. Queen of Hearts never breaks. Falling asleep here might just take a while. Try not to grind your teeth, dreaming to touch my style. Well, can't say I blame you. Trying to come close to, but all you can do. See me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly. The way I put my finger on it. See me fly. You got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly. The way I put my finger on it. See me fly. You got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Got the wrong.
voices in my head, they say I'm lost, but I found myself in the dark. Voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max with me while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from. Couple warrants and a gun to my name, low-key. Wood grain dripping and I keep it on me. Whole lot of new faces, I'm the real OG. Keep talking shh, and I'll put you on a white tee. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max with me while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost, but I found myself in the dark. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max with me while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from. They say that I'm such a weirdo. Tattoos from my toes to my earlobes. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, nothing to fear, yo. Everything you see ain't what it appears, though. Everything that I built, made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me. I'm what you can't find. I'm not from the day. I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to. Couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. Yeah, you're welcome to join me. I promise I won't bite. Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Inside of me. They call me a monster, I guess I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off, prepare your conscience, prepare for honest. Cut off all the nonsense, I'm all of your chakra. Wonder who shot you, go call the doctor. Boom like the chopper, don't you get chopped up. I'm here to stop you, whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper. Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. What's that? Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Play your game. I had enough. This life will continue, even if you fall. And your ghost wife with a head full of pain. But if this goes right, then you'll never hurt again. And your ghost wife with a head full of pain. But if this goes right, then you'll never hurt again. Then you'll never hurt again. Then you'll never hurt again. Then you'll never hurt Lanes in my way, they might have to get murked. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. I tower from the treetop, but I came up from the dirt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. Yeah, I don't care, kid. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care, kid. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. Scroll through my living room, chosen the pinnacle. I jump into the spotlight ever since I seen the hidden view. Move how I move, I don't know who you approaching. I'm Jordan, less suggestion, I don't need nobody coaching. All these niggas frozen, that's unusual. Every space I go in, that's not unusual. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shotty like them Reeboks, hit the pump and go berserk. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care, kid. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care, kid. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first.
You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know warm, 0 degrees. Wait, you can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100. Those the same ones say they love you, lady, funny. You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest. Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it. My flow got a code, sick as the illest. I know that I'm great and they about to witness me going in. I went way up, about to go again. You see me on the telly, then you tell a friend. Cause you know I'm about to rain, it'll never end. Cause I got big dreams, big goals, never settle, gotta keep on going on. You say you got it, and I Red Bull, I got the wings and I ain't coming down. No. I keep it straight, every line is so intentional. This is your moment to let it go. You know that I'm into it, I'm way too cold. Too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100. Those the same ones say they love you, lady, funny. You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold.
Papier, Seite um Titel, Mitte 20 und hier Zeile für Zeile, offener Blick, find nur beim nach vorn sehen zu mir selber zurück. Und auch wenn's irgendwie nur eine Plattitüde ist, der Augenblick zerfällt, hält man ihn fest. Und wenn ich's richtig sehe und verstanden hab, dann sagt er selbst, wenn man ihn ziehen lässt, ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jeden Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt, solange sich alles bewegt. Lieber neue Gedanken aufleisen sollen, statt ewig im Gestern mit den alten Parolen. Nun ist die Währung, der Weg ist das Ziel. Kostet die Welt dann vielleicht gar nicht so viel. Und auch wenn manches davon sicher Plattitüden sind, man fühlt genau, wenn es stimmt. Ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt und unter mir, da hör ich die Sirenen singen. Ein Teil von mir will gern gleich hier zu ihnen sinken. Doch ich widersteh, hör auf mein Herz, ich geh. Ich werd nur kurz zum Abschied winken. Und dann einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt.
dirt trailing behind my boots. Blown by the wind, showed me a piece of my past. The soil and the dust is where we go. 6 feet under, whatever your uniform says. The smell of the dust is sticking onto my clothes. Burns my throat, sends shivers down my spine. The smell of the dust makes us just the same. What makes us different is just a bullet away. No pride but shame. No pride can bring the corpse from the graveyard. May the souls rest in peace up above. Some say we'll follow them down in the wind. Sooner or later, we're gonna pay the bill. The taste of the dust is lingering in my mouth. Burns my throat, sends shivers down my spine. We taste the dust when we crow. 6 feet under, whatever your uniform says. No pride but shame. No pride can bring the corpse from the graveyard. May the souls rest in peace up above. Some say we'll follow them down in the wind. Sooner or later, we're gonna pay the bill.
It's time to play Ward Sweeper with Talon. I got Makoto and I got Q here. You're gonna get 2 minutes to place 4 observer wards. After that, you're gonna get 2 minutes to put sentries in the enemy jungle. Idea of the game is to try to get as many D wards as possible. Person with the most D wards wins. Whoa. Sorry, I didn't mention. We're gonna start putting wards down when the clock hits 0. You can start now. Ooh. Makoto, you've only got 1 down so far. Okay, 2. We're making progress. Q's looking for his last choice. 30 seconds. Let's start sweeping. Makoto sniffed something out. He's onto something.
Hello.
Ooh, Q's already found one.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Ooh, you placed the sentry. Are you coming up empty-handed here, Q? Where to go? You're going around in circles. Where is it?
What the? Oh, this one.
Had to use 2 sentries on that one, Q. That hurts.
You sure?
Makoto, you got 30 seconds. Right now, Q has 2. You only have 1. It's 2 apiece. 10 seconds. If you're both tied at 4 minutes, it's sudden death. First person to find the 3rd tie-breaking award wins.
Random. Well, no, I cannot fly one.
Gift yourself 1 more sentry. Yeah. There's a lot of clicking, but I'm not seeing a lot of dewarding. Okay, also I'll give you each a hot or colder. Right now, Makoto, you're getting colder.
Colder?
Yeah, you're getting cold. Okay, warmer.
Oh, he's still hot.
Q, you're very hot. You're red hot.
I got it.
Hot, hot, hot. He has found it.
Done?
That's it. You win the sudden death round. Q, unsurprisingly, you're a better D-warder than Makoto. Congratulations, Q. You are the ward sweeper.
Every year in Dota 2, roughly, there is a patch that shakes the foundation of the game. And yet, every year, good laning remains as the most important skill that a player can know. So, knowing the various tricks around last hitting during the laning stage is incredibly crucial for ranking up. For example, a lot of players these days are opting to turn on this option. This makes it so that you can right-click to deny creeps, but only if they're in deny range. That means if you accidentally click a lane creep or a teammate, your hero won't stand there like an idiot trying to attack them. This option is nice, but paired with this one, you become a last-hitting god. Why? Because now you can hold right-click on an allied creep before it's in deny range. So, the moment that creep enters into deny range, you will have an auto attack automatically queued up on it. This lets you snipe denies a fraction of a second before your opponent goes for the last hit, which of course is a huge advantage. Another next level laning trick that you can do is to intentionally pull creep aggro just as the creep enters into last hit range. You can do this by standing close to creeps and right-clicking an opponent in lane, which will stop the creeps from attacking each other just for a second. This is often long enough for your opponent to blunder and then hit the creep, failing the last hit, and setting you up for a perfect deny. There is a similar, albeit cheesier trick that you can do to pull the creep equilibrium backwards towards the safety of your tower. What you want to do is to pull creep aggro over and over again, dragging the creeps slowly but surely in a random direction away from the lane. Then, when the enemy creeps eventually die, your creeps have a longer distance to run, and therefore the creep equilibrium moves a little bit closer to your tower.
One last series remains before we finally enter the Velodrome Arena and bring in legions of fans for all of the remaining top 8 teams. Tundra Esports going up against 9Pandas, a Group B team going up against a Group A team. So no prior history, and it's an Eastern European team going up against a Western European team as well, so there's a lot on our minds, including how do you do these whole enemy creeps attacking you thing? Were you paying attention to the DHL pro tip? I hope you were, because if you think you got it right and you think you can answer a quiz, then you should go to esl.gg/DHL pro tips and you can have an opportunity to win a €200 Steam voucher. If you paid attention, that is. If you didn't, well, that's okay. I've got experts on the panel to help you pay attention to the Dota. Specifically, Jack Chen in the house, my friends. As China and North America are on their dying gasp, I figured what better way to commemorate it than to bring KBBQ on the panel. Welcome, my friend.
Thank you. Makes perfect sense. Couldn't even put me in the Chinese series, but here I am. You know, there aren't going to be too many left, so let's
quickly give your best fact about Chinese Dota right now.
Enjoy it while it lasts. Some of these teams might not be around next year.
Oh, okay. Something that's not fun. That wasn't fun at all.
What a very fun fact that was. Give me a North America fun fact. I'm sure that will be much more cheerful.
I think TSM has basically secured their TI slot, so there'll be at least one North American team at TI this year.
Potentially multiple North American teams. Nouns is very happy at the situation. Potentially. We'll see, though. Well, Jack, welcome to the 9Pandas versus Tundra series. How much of these teams are you familiar with in these regions, though? 9Pandas, they've been on a tear recently.
Well, I would say not 9Pandas. Ramsey specifically is a player that has actually stood in for us briefly, and we've played against him a number of times. But this team is very young, and there's a lot of young talent still in the Eastern Europe region, formerly CIS, and it's nice to see that they've taken some of that to make this team. And even Ramsey himself, he's a veteran in the scene for a long time, but he's only 24 years old, so plenty of good Dota left in him.
Yeah, what was the stat that you gave, Mira, that Ramses has been to, or he's been to a ton of majors, and then he's won a high number of them? You said like 20?
No, so he's attended 20 majors in his career, and he's only 24 years old, which is wild. And the second most major attendances on this roster is 4 on Roger, but Roger and Ramses played together in those majors. So, I mean, if there is somebody here who excels in this environment, it is going to be Ramses.
but so often this team is considered to be the favorite, at least that Ramses and Roger were considered to be the favorites. And now these days, I feel like Kiyotaka is making a name for himself, Sheep. His mid lane play has been exceptional.
Jesus Christ, it has been, yeah. I am so impressed every game. Like, this guy is like 1v9ing on Puck against Shopify. These guys were, I think, in a little bit of a disadvantage in their draft, and they still made it work because they knew how to bring the exact amount of heroes to their moves, and because Kiyotaka was just outplaying everyone. Like, every single game, he just impresses me further. I mean, he's been around for quite some time, but at this point, it feels like he's peaking.
How about the off-lane position? We don't really get to look too much at Miro. Instead, it's Onterra's getting a lot of love for his Skywrath and his techies. Obviously, Roger is a stand-in right now, and so it's difficult to properly gauge his performance. I keep asking if Solo's going to be able to show up, and they keep giving me nebulous answers. They're like, eventually, maybe. But if not, I mean, the team is still doing fantastic. But so often, Antares and, well, basically everyone else other than Miro take the glamour. And it's about time that we learn a little bit more about him, because Pyrian Flax got an interview with Miro before the series.
How about these? Unbelievable shoes. I've got Miro from 9Pandas. You guys are sort of surprised a few people, I think. Have you surprised yourselves?
We was preparing this tournament like one week before, and after patch, we're taking some strategy from our captain, from our coach. We're working with them a lot, and now we're here.
So a lot of the teams talk about they have like a nerd on their team. You know what I mean? Like the guy who's always studying the strategies and trying stuff up like a mad scientist. Who is the nerd on your team?
I think it's our coach, actually. He gave us a lot, and also we all work in this case, so I'm not sure I can take the favorite who's take some ideas.
Okay, so sort of a collaborative effort. Okay. Okay. So I was asking Skitter this as well. How do you warm up? Every player has a warm-up that they do before the game. You can hear the mice going. What's your way of warming up ahead of a game?
Before the game starts, I usually play in training Polygon. It's a custom game, and also as many players I'm playing Earthrow, it's also a custom game. Yeah, I think. And watch some replays also, yeah.
Wow, okay, all right. Well, thank you. Best of luck in your series, and we look forward to seeing you in the rest of the tournament. Bye-bye.
Now, how much training Polygon do you really need as an offlaner these days? These days, I don't see Blink Stunners. I just see building auras all day. How do you training Polygon for that, Jack? You're just Crimson Guarding, making sure you press Crimson Guard at the right time?
I guess. Last hits with Underlord Aura, right?
That's true. With the most atrophy aura damage possible. And the coach that they were referencing to is No Fear, who is very much a veteran of the scene, but has only become a coach fairly recently. He had a litany of Eastern European teams under his belt as a player. He was Team Empire, he was a VP, he was a Double Dimension, he was a Vega Squadron, he was a Hellraisers, and now he's a coach for 9Pandas. And it seems that he has been their nerd and bringing them a lot of good strategies, including how to beat Medusa. Because this is the team that seems to be the most successful at it, Sheep. I don't know if it's maybe their opponents that are handing it to them on a silver platter, but I saw their Faceless Void strategy. It seemed very, very competent.
Yeah, it seems pretty good. They explained it a little bit themselves. They were saying like, oh, we just make sure that we kill everyone else except Medusa, and then we go for her afterwards. Because if you're able to play heroes that can like kite her, or you're buying halberds, that's been like a very common pickup against her, and you have like 2 at least, then she's not able to hit anything, she's not able to do anything. Especially since this hero does bite, like she's just meant to be unkillable. The damage output is not that great until like much further along in the games.
We've seen how burst damage is not necessarily the solution to her, but perhaps it is just ignoring her. Do you think Tundra are confident enough in their strategies, Effie? Are they gonna give it? Are they gonna play it? Or are they just gonna do their own thing?
I mean, I don't know if Tundra are going to give it, but if they get it, they will play it. Because I don't think we've seen Tundra give away Medusa yet to an enemy team and try to beat it. But 9Pandas, they've got the experience in playing against these heroes. Just to add on to what we were talking about, a lot of teams have tried the method of kill her team and deal with her last, but none of them have succeeded, right? We've seen them attempt it with something like Sven, who can burst the rest of the team, but 9Pandas just feel like they excel in putting themselves in a position where they can get to that late game point where Ramses can then carry on that void. So for this team in particular, 9Pandas, I'm just looking into how they can scale into the late game, which is where they thrive. And for Tundra, I'm looking at how they're going to make that difficult for them, because Tundra has been playing a very active style of early game, right? They've been tri-laning, they've been running around, they've been trying to take objectives early. So it's going to be a very curious clash of two different styles.
Yeah, and if they do end up getting the Medusa, then it's going to be going on Skitter. And Pyrian Flax caught up with him just a little while ago.
Hi, this is Skit from Team Tundra, and we are just going to talk ahead of the series against 9Pandas. Dream League Season 19 was sort of okay for you guys, but you seem to be doing a lot better here. Are you happy with how you've adapted to the new patch?
I think coming to this tournament, we finally had the full roster back because Saxa wanted to take a break for the ESL, Dream League. And I was sort of nervous coming to this patch because the patch was huge. It was probably the biggest I ever witnessed in my career. So it kind of left me uncertain, but since, we started playing, it all made sense again, and we started winning a lot. So now we are just kind of cruising and feeling the game. But so far, it's been working out pretty well for us.
Fantastic. What sort of preparation have you guys done for 9Pandas? Because this isn't a team you've played much before, even when they were Hellraisers. So how have you prepared for this matchup?
Honestly, preparation kind of goes, it's not really my job. AY and Snaking kind of handle this business. My job is to just make sure I press my buttons correctly. I'm in my best shape, so I can't really tell you.
That's fair enough. In terms of pressing your buttons correctly, a lot of players seem to have like different ways of warming up ahead of the game. What's your personal favorite? I'm curious.
I go in the demo and I basically try to last with a bunch of heroes that I think I'm going to play. And, I just create an enemy hero, I try to aggro off them and all that stuff. Just basic laning.
So you're just getting that early laning stage down?
Yeah.
Okay, well, best of luck in your series, and we look forward to seeing you in the rest of the tournament, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Well, maybe you were onto something there, Jack. It wasn't about the Underlord, but for him, it's a much more critical role. And for him, he has two well-documented nerds behind him. Curtis, AUI 2000, and how do you pronounce Snaking's first name, actually?
Jingjun Wu.
Jingjun Wu.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's his whole name.
His whole name, yeah. Okay, yeah. So then, have we even had you on camera since Tundra won a TI? Is this your first time on a tournament broadcast since
I think so. And Pyrian Flax was asking, he was talking about, the nerds before talking to Miro, and I think Tundra might be the nerdiest team in Dota, and that's fully a compliment to them. And besides Aoi and besides Snaking, so when we had Aoi and Snaking on the team, it was always just Aoi finding these little efficient theory crafts, these small things to add to the game. And obviously you could see the imprint of that on the previous team, on Tundra. I think they found many little efficiencies, ways to exploit vision, ways to exploit summons, ways to exploit the unique players that they have. And I think that's one of the hallmarks of this team. When you look at 9, people used to say, well, this guy thinks he's Thompson, he's playing these random mid picks. But it's about enable your nerds, enable your weirdos, find stuff that they like, and see how you can make it work. And so they use that philosophy, and you see even this tournament, there's been some mid picks that people haven't expected or seen as much. Maybe it's an Omni Knight. Maybe it's like a last pick Weaver or something like that that teams aren't running frequently. So they enable that more than anybody. And same with 3-3, because you were talking about the Medusa earlier, Effie, and this is something that can be in his hands as well. It doesn't have to be a carry on this team.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love the idea of enabling your weirdos, because they seem to have extended that concept to Saxa, right? Yep. He's been playing position 4 Slark. He's been playing position 4 Batrider, which was not successful.
Don't talk about that.
But we might actually see it again. I mean, they think there's something there. So they are just capable of trusting each other and trusting that even if they were to draft a very strange flex, it would be in good hands.
Yeah, I've been very, very encouraged, because after Lima Sheep, I feel like I was looking at another team that was a post-TI descent, and I was like, okay, it was a flash in the pan situation, but they have found their groove very, very well so far.
They have, yeah. They were pretty bad, I'd say, after TI, consistently throughout. It felt like teams, so their strat got nerfed, of course, because they won TI. They were trying to do the same thing. Teams kind of knew how they wanted to play against it. They actually kind of went back and sort of just continued to play their style even harder. Like, they went back to picking up Wraith packs. Yeah, they were like, why not? And it was working for a while. And then I'd say, towards Dream League, then when they got knocked out after the patch had dropped, they looked like they had no idea what was going on in the patch. So to go from that to the form right now, is insane. Like, these guys are clearly, like, something has clicked, and they're just performing better than ever.
Especially because it was that series against Shopify Rebellion in Dream League that they got completely handled, and I was like, oh, Shopify must have a much stronger sense on what is good in the patch. And now I'm barely even seeing the Chen strats that brought Shopify to success at all. The tournament meta has dramatically shifted. Sure, there's been a B patch in between, but I think it's itemization and strategy, the nerdiness versus, the instinct from 9Pandas?
This is the type of team that you would probably, when a patch comes out, you'd be like, these guys are going to figure out these little abuses, these little imbalances, these little things first, like just because of how. But it also adds to the volatility of the team in some sense, because you can try something that just doesn't work or that you believe in, you're willing to do it, but it might not actually be good. So it's a big part of the experimentation process for them and for the meta as it develops.
Would you have let's see, how many years ago was Snay and Ali on your team?
Curtis was like 3-4 years ago.
Okay.
3-4 years ago. So not a whole lifetime, but it is. Yeah, I look back and man, those guys were with us. Things could have been different.
A butterfly effect could have changed anything. Maybe that's what 9Pandas are also hoping for. They're trying to change the outcome, if Tundra are even considered the favorites. Right now, Eastern Europe's 9Pandas are looking extremely strong as we get into our final series of the night and the last series before the crowd joins us. It's 9Pandas going up against Tundra Esports. Stick around, everyone. We'll be back with draft number 1 after the break.
Strong is the hammer in my hand. How long can you force me to dance? There's a crisis in my heart and in my world, and I saw you smile when I fell into the dirt. Oh, your fire, I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a liar, but I know you don't know me.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It's time for 9Pandas versus Tundra Esports. Winner gets the privilege of probably getting 2-0'd by Gaimin Gladiators. Loser goes down to the lower bracket where they will fight off against the winner of Aster versus Liquid. And obviously at this stage of the tournament, there are no easy matchups left. Even if you are in the upper bracket right now, like where we are for this event and this match, doesn't mean that you're guaranteed to get far in the tournament. It does mean that you're guaranteed to get some points though, and get some money as well. But all these teams have championships in mind. I'm curious which of these will progress, because I think that this was going to be shaping up in my mind to be the most competitive series of the day. I did not think the other ones would be 2-0s. Gaimin 2-0ing OG, sure, and Talon 2-0ing LGD. A little bit surprising. Tell me that this is a 3-game series on the horizon, please.
I believe it is.
Okay, all
think
three of
so
you
too.
spoke up. Perfect. Thank you.
Wonderful. You're welcome.
I think so too. I'm curious how this first phase is going to go, because both of these teams have done interesting things in the first phase, but particularly Tundra with their Slark openers that they then flex. And both of these teams do go for Bounty Hunter whenever they can snag it. So I'm wondering which direction.
Yeah,
we'll
there's
see.
like Keeper of the Light that will be contested, potentially on Tundra's side, because it usually gets banned out against them and they take it when they can, since that enables a lot.
I wonder if they're going
Oh,
to
it's
give away the
gone. Goodbye.
Medusa on 9Pandas because they're so confident in their ability to play against it.
I wonder if the things that they like against Medusa, which you mentioned before, kind of not fighting her directly, maybe peeling the team away, or at least making the fight extend a little bit longer, is also going to apply to an offlane Medusa. So maybe, I don't know how much they respect that flex, if they think the same things will work. Because it's not a traditional aura carrier, but the way that 3-3 plays it is obviously still a frontliner. You have like lots of mini stuns coming through with the Aghanims build, so they do ban it.
They don't want that
Jesus,
smoke.
I can't believe they banned it with first pick. Like, do they not want to play it that much? Because it felt like Tundra would have to be the one that bans the Medusa because they have second pick, and then 9Pandas would get to ban something other but like the Doom, for example. But instead, I feel like Tundra now would just have a lot more options for themselves.
I would imagine there are just first picks that 9Pandas prefer for themselves, for their own gameplay, and Medusa isn't one of those. So I can see them going for that first pick Bounty, that first pick Sky, that first pick Doom, or potentially Chen, because we talked about Chen falling off, but Roger is one of the players who has still been playing it in this tournament. So I can understand not wanting to take a hero simply because it's good.
If you're curious about the coin flip situation, it was Tundra who won the coin flip, and they chose second pick, and 9Pandas chose Dire for this game number one.
That's interesting because I feel like 9Pandas, when it comes to first phasing cores, it's only really been more or less Storm or Alchemist, which are obviously just like really strong heroes this patch. I think beyond that, they like to save their core picks for later, and so if you have second pick on Tundra, at least like you'll get a last pick mid or something that's really good for the game, and that Panda seems to run that well.
I mean, there's also the Doom and Underlord that is always taken up in the first phase from either side, and the 9Pandas go for Doom instead over the Underlord. I can respect this decision greatly. I wonder if Tundra's is going to take this Alchemist now, though. That's been left in the pool.
Like you could go CM Alch. You could go. What else?
Underlord.
Underlord, yeah.
It's pretty surprising that they don't take the Alch. I understand the need to take the Underlord before it gets banned out, but I do feel like Alchemist is one of the better matchups versus Doom, right? It doesn't feel good to Doom an Alchemist ever, and Tundra's had a very high success rate with 9 playing it mid.
I think for it being a 3-game series, Tundra are... Because 33 has actually had a very, very small hero pool at this tournament. And so if they're okay continuing to expose his same picks over and over again rather than dipping into the reserves of the weird Medusas and stuff like that, then for a longer series it may benefit them to just be like, yeah, we'll take the Underlord. We'll play it cool for right now.
But then you just give away the Alchemist without a solution for it in the first phase. And now there's just 3 bans that are going to cover the same heroes for 9Pandas, right? Typically the heroes that Doom or Alch don't like to play against are these Monkey Kings, these Ursas, these carries that can get in your face and burst you quickly. you can just cover for 2 heroes with 1 banning phase.
Yeah. Maybe Slock needs to be banned as well. They're banning Naga. There's a lot of carries actually. As long as like Tundra aren't banning a lot of carries too, because they have Alk and it's most likely going to go on Ramses, it means that 9Pandas can only ban out like 3 carries and then Tundra get their pick of what's left. Especially with second pick as well, they're going to be able to set up Skitter for a really strong game.
Yeah, they're worried a little bit about some of these illusion heroes, I guess, because the Underlord is now in Tundra's hands. So I would say that there's probably almost too many carries for them to ban out at this point. There's still potentially a Lifestealer, there's still a PL, there's a lot for them to look at in addition to the ones that Effie mentioned. So interesting choice here to kind of double down on their cores in the first phase.
I can understand the support ban coming out of Tundra because I feel like covering for your Alk and Doom will also cover for this Underlord by taking those heroes out of the pool. So you can target Antares's heroes that he's been successful in. The 2 that come to mind the most are of course the Skywrath Mage and his techies, and of course the Bounty Hunter, which gets taken away.
And Rubik they took out in the first phase, which leaves Antares with Enchantress as the only hero left, which I'm not sure you want to pick into a CM. I think CM kind of is happy doing that matchup.
His techies is still there.
Yeah.
There's still
so they have 1 ban left on Tundra. I don't know if they want to take out like a mid hero or just another support that they think is really good.
I would love to see a 4 respect ban for Antares.
That would be
amazing. We never really see that much respect for the 4 position. But maybe Tundra have identified the win condition for 9Pandas.
I think taking out this Sky and Bounty Hunter is enough. Maybe they shouldn't be too afraid of the techies, but this is a Grandmaster techies player we're talking about on Antares. There's still Monkey King and Ursa left in the pool for either of these teams, but 9Pandas are in a weird position where if they take this Monkey King or Ursa for themselves, they revealed 3 cores already. Okay, they take it techies too. All right, Antares, we're sorry, my brother. They respect you far too much.
Yeah. Unless he has like something hidden in the bank, the only thing left is for them is like Ench, which they can pick now +1. I think Ench is absolutely fine into Windranger at the very least.
The Dispel is really useful, not just against Windranger's Windrun, but also Pavises, which are very popular items. They're good versus Glimmers as well.
Yep. You have pretty greedy cores right now though with Alk and Doom. I haven't seen Kiyotaka play the Alk mid yet, whereas like on Tundra we've seen it played by 9 a bunch of times. So if they want to play these 2 heroes, they want to hit a lot of creeps, I would like to see some more aggression coming out now in 9Pandas' next picks. Supports with kill threat, or a mid with kill threat. You know, we've seen these Void Spirits and Embers and so on going around the map, or Pango even.
I like this Pugna pick. It doesn't look like it's going to be a Rogers hero, but Antares instead. I mean, Roger is the one who traditionally plays it, but I feel like you could put it on either lane and have it do very well. I also like Disruptor a lot for 9Pandas, since when Rangers, they go for the Roger Chen. So they're not afraid. They're not afraid of this Crystal Maiden Underlord at all.
Yeah, well, they're pivoting incredibly hard from what I wanted to see. They're going way more defensive. So I guess they think that you can take this hero like an Alk, you know, stack some camps with some creeps, pump a shit ton of gold into him, and then just group around him when he has like his Radiance timing or whatever, and he's unkillable between the Chen ult, the auras from the creeps, and the Pugna heal on the ult.
So I think that even though this is defensive, this suits 9Panda in the way that they play. The way that they play typically is that they make their stacks for their Alchemist if they're playing with it, and they try to extend it to the late game. And at some point when Roger gets his Greaves and gets his army, they'll try to kind of collapse around him and start taking their initial objectives. And without their techies or Sky and Antares, I think going for their more defensive playstyle suits them a lot more right now.
Wraith King gets picked up, which has me wondering, Jack, where's this Windranger going? Because 9 has played it, Soxa has played it. Are you really going to last pick a support on Tundra, or are we looking at 9's mid?
You do have last pick. I think this has some flex value. I think originally you would consider running as a mid, but you probably want to save your 24 in this case. It's interesting that 9Pandas, as you guys mentioned, choose to go this sort of super sustain route. I don't think they've really played like that for most of the tournament, but it does feel like they're going to be a more timing-based game where they're going to want auras on their Doom, they're going to want Alk to hit his items and then just go together and push. And so Windranger, I don't know, I still feel like if you have these levels on like a mid hero, you have a better job defending towers, you're able to get pickoffs a little better.
Especially...
But actually they do play like this. The way I've watched them play, at least, they try to extend it to the late game as far as possible and just beat their enemies there. They like to play for gold, and they're playing for gold with their Doom and their Alchemist and their Chen now. But I wonder if this Alchemist is going mid or if you just want the Kiyotaka Playmaker. I feel like just going for the Kiyotaka Playmaker is a safer bet than putting the Alchemid and surprising everyone with a Ramses Slardar or something. But that's still up in the air.
I'm not sure though. Like if you're playing for sustain, do you really want a playmaker mid? Because who is he playing with? He can't play with Pugna. He can't play unless it's Storm's banned. But unless it's that type of hero where you're just playing with a battery, it's kind of like who are you playing to kill with? Something that just makes the ball stronger on 9Pandas would probably be my what I would like to see.
Kiyotaka did play Death Prophet at one point.
I'm down for that.
I like the puck for Kiyotaka. I think it has very few counter picks on last that really bother it. Like there are some that definitely out-traded in lane, but the way he plays it, he's so comfortable for going for it on 23.
They don't have very reliable stuns for either.
Also, Wind Ranger, if they do want to flex this to core, which I doubt they will because you always want to save your last pick to counter the enemy mid laner, if they do flex it to core, then she just gets directly countered by Coil, right? Because she is the movement-based hero.
Yeah, I think if you run something like a Death Prophet, there's like a last pick mid AA or something that's still in here.
9 would.
Dude, actually,
9 would do that in a heartbeat.
that looks insanely good. Pogna Chen Alchemist. Dude, this is the best core AA game I've ever seen in my life, Jack. You're a genius. Do
I'd love to see it.
you think that's what Aui's thinking right now? Do you think that's in his brain?
Probably. I'm sure it's rolling around in there somewhere. But yeah, I do think what Effie said, some kind of puck, some kind of spirit hero looks good here. I think they need some kind of poke. They're a little bit committal right now with their cores jumping into fights. Something that can, even if you don't have the best combo off the sidelines, again, it's a little bit tougher with sustain. Oh, there we go. There's a Kiyotaka classic there, the Tiny.
So normally I haven't been impressed by Tiny in this tournament, but the one player who did impress me on this hero is Kiyotaka. It feels like he knows when and where to rotate. He hits his timings and he scales impeccably well on the hero. The hero at some point feels like it falls off versus all the barriers it's playing against versus all the pipes. Feels like it can't really play for pickoffs by itself anymore, but the way he plays it, he plays to scale. So it fits into their lineup. They might run into a little bit of an issue though if Tundra get the ball rolling and Tiny is just playing by himself with no one to help him get these pickoffs. But for the most part, their late game looks very scary.
Yeah, I could see him just running around, making stuff happen until Alk comes online. And it shouldn't take that long. Like, we saw like some 10-minute phase radiance, or was it 8 minutes? I don't know. If you really hardcore stack, you can get this stuff going really quickly. It is obviously like you're playing into Wraith King. This matchup is where Wraith King wants you to go on him and use all of your spells, and then he just comes back and you fight and repel them. So like into Doom, for example, into a Tiny combo, for example, you want like sustained damage, which Alk will be able to give you later on. So it seems like maybe if this Tiny can pop off real hard and they're just killing the rest of Tundra, they can kind of just ignore the Wraith King, at least early on, until he becomes like a threat and an issue.
Where are we putting this Wind Ranger, friends? Is it I guess it's a support. Mid Timber.
This looks like a great mid Timber game. It's going to give you the damage that you need to shred through this Tiny, this Doom, this Alchemist. It should have a really great lane against Tiny. It's also a great hero in defending against the Chenzu. It always has been. But there is damage coming out of 9Pandas for it as the game progresses. It's not like they're going to be incapable of killing him. They're just going to run into a wall around the 15 to 20 minute mark if Timber has a good lane where they don't have counterplay yet. But 9Pandas has insane scaling.
Yeah. There's gonna just become a point where they're dooming Timber every fight. They're just killing like these supports with like Kiyotaka, and then whatever. It's kind of like these low hitting damage carries. Like you need this Deso or so. What do Wraith Kings even buy nowadays?
It depends on what you need for the game. Some will still go Radiant, some will go for the early aggression build. I feel like Tundra should go for the early aggression build with the Blink Armlet Deso because you're not going to outscale 9Pandas at all. Honestly, I'm favoring 9Pandas draft slightly, even though Tundra have a lot of their signatures. I just don't think that the way they've played the last couple of days with Saksa roaming around and playing tri-lanes, I don't think Wind Ranger does that as well as something like a Bounty Hunter that he's been playing.
I think Tundra, definitely runs into some damage issues as the game goes on. So I feel like they do need to do some of this early tri-lane or gate shenanigans, maybe try to win the lanes and dumpster that, and then snowball off of that. But I think if this game goes past, I would say 30, 40 minutes, I'd favor 9Pandas.
That's just, as one always says, as our casters might eventually say, if it's an Alchemist game, those things just kind of inherently happen. But this was also Ramsey's most played carry. Tundra had to have known if they let it go through in the first phase. He's bound to pick it. You're not entirely convinced that this is the strategy to beat it quite yet?
I think it'll come down a lot to the lanes. I think if you look at the recent matches they've played, there's been this sort of similar story of Spotify really wanted to put pressure on them and won the lanes hard.
Damn it, Jack, you're a talent. You can't say that anymore. It's Shopify. We'll have to whip him off camera after that. But for right now, let's get into the game number 1 with Sunsfan and Cinderin.
Tundra versus 9Pandas, even though it shows the Hellraisers logo on the top right. This game is indeed in beta. Cinderin, upper bracket. Winner of this faces off against Gaimin Gladiators, which have looked, well, unstoppable, I guess you could say. Interesting draft from both sides. Last pick, Timbersaw from Tundra, and this does look like a really good Timbersaw game, other than getting doomed at some point, but counters the tiny mid and destroys Alchemist in theory, or at least it has in the past.
Both the panel and you were talking about, you said it first, I'll give you credit.
Thank you.
You called that AA as a possibility after the first 4 picks of 9Pandas, and it got me wondering, I mean, I would imagine this team would have identified that it was a possibility. I wonder why they opted against playing 5 AA with Wraith King and then getting the Wind Ranger mid. If there's like, because you don't get a much better AA game than this. You have Underlord and Wraith King and Crystal Maiden and Shackle Shot setting up Ice Blasts, and the enemy team has like 4 or 5 heroes that are relying on being healed. So if even this doesn't make for an AA game, which is kind of funny because it was one of the contested heroes at the start of the tournament,
Yeah,
right?
it feels like they've forgotten all about it.
It's like it just fell off a cliff. But Tundra do rate the Timber higher. There's a couple of risks for the hero. It definitely has good core-to-core matchups, but as you mentioned, Doom can be a problem. I think Nether Ward is a little bit of an X factor when it comes to Timber. He spends a lot of mana in fights, but he will probably be itemizing a pipe here, or someone else will for him. Or not, he won't. Underlord will itemize a pipe for him, and that will help him a lot. So.
Tundra with 3 of the 4 bounty runes. This is something that teams like Tundra and Gaimin Gladiators, I have noticed, and maybe I'm just pulling this out of my ass, and maybe it's completely not correct, but I'm going to say it as if it is because I'm pretty sure it is. They are way better at collecting bounty runes throughout the entirety of a game than any other team, because it feels like they just always have this. I think it was this last series with the Gaimin Gladiators. They showed the stat, like they were up like 8K or something like that, and it was almost entirely because they got so many more bounty runes throughout the course of the game. And I don't know if it's because there's so many objectives now that people are forgetting about. Like, there's just so many different things to think about now. These teams seem to just be on another level when it comes to like these minor details.
I think some players, for whatever reason, are just faster to adapt to the clock, if you will. Like, Dota's clock changes whenever a new mechanic is introduced, and obviously in this one we have a 20-minute clock, we have a 7-minute clock, we have a 3-minute clock with the Lotuses, and some players are just really good at timing things out, being there at the right time, knowing how long it takes to run from A to B, and it just becomes a fluent part of their playstyle. It's also one of the reasons why when a new patch comes out, people need to spam a lot of games, because it needs to become second nature. It needs to be something you don't need to think about on the game, because Dota is a game where there's enough going on at once that you don't need extra things to stress you out. So, yeah, I can't tell you exactly why it is the case, but some players just do it better, and like you said, Gaimin Gladiators is one of the teams that does it.
Yeah, from Tundra's side, obviously, working with AUI, he's that type of person that will know this stuff inherently. He doesn't really need to practice that much because he's just pays attention.
You call
to the
me
fine
a robot,
details.
Shannon. There's your.
He is a.
There's your real.
He's an
Optimus
actual
Prime
robot. Yeah, that is true. Okay, so looking at the lineups, not any crazy picks. The Wind Ranger will be played by Soxa. The panel talked about the fact that Soxa has been playing, well, some weird heroes. Let's say the Slark position 4, which has somehow worked, which is just mind-boggling to me. What do you think of Winner? Winner has been mostly a core, if I'm not mistaken, in this tournament thus far. This is the first game that I've seen that she's been a support. Do you think this, like, what's the reason behind this hero?
I think
picked in this game.
I think one of the primary benefits that Wind Ranger has in this patch over previous ones is that the new areas on the map are extremely dense with trees. Like, every objective that you're going to be fighting for, Gates, Roche, the Tormentors, there's trees. So Shackles are pretty easy to hit. She's obviously okay in lane as usual. I don't think she's anything outstanding as a support compared to last patch in that regard, but probably just easier to land the connections. And I also think 733 made improved the search range of Shackle Shot to be more consistent.
Yep.
So when you're a high-skilled player, it's obviously I think one of the frustrations that a lot of players had with the hero last patch and why they didn't want to play it was that you have this feeling in your mind of like, I hit that, and it just didn't hit. And if anyone can relate to that, it's you and 64-tick CS servers. So you can definitely understand that mindset why you wouldn't want to play Windranger. Because that's why you don't want to play CS matchmaking.
That's right.
You
The
don't
AWP
like the tick,
feels so smooth on 128 tick, but on 64 it's unusable, you know? Concoction, Ramses.
No! Ramses!
Self-stuns. He's going to take a blood grenade along with a full firestorm, puts down his acid spray, and just dies. Soxa dies shortly after, but he gets the first blood gold. They get the XP. Huge blunder from Ramses.
Did he lose vision on both of them at the exact same time? It looked like he wasn't trying to move to throw it. He seemed very confident that he was going to have a target.
That's because these are 64-tick servers.
Maybe it's like when we were casting the other day and there was a Ravage and I forgot it 2 seconds later. Maybe he popped Concoction and forgot he was using it.
Yeah, the big AoE indicator.
Yeah, it's not enough.
Particle needs to be bigger on top of Alchemist's head. It's too close to the actual Alchemist. The Ogre's blocking it. But yeah, that's a big first blood to give up. And we've been seeing position 1 Alchemist in this tournament, obviously with the built-in Greevil's Greed, getting off to that good start as Kiyotaka taking heavy damage in mid lane.
He might just
going to continue, but the toss back should be fine. Yeah, so he wants to actually pursue through the trees here. Does not have Timber Chain yet. Oh my god! The blind whirling death around all those trees. Delicious. Okay, it wasn't blind.
Little fun fact about Timbersaw. He can do a lot of damage. Back to you, Shannon.
Thank you, Cinderin, for joining us again. Always big value to these casts.
Alchemist is kind of not doing as well in this lane as I was expecting. Not just, I mean, the death was obviously a blunder, as you mentioned, but 15 CS to the 25 of Underlord. Underlord is good against heroes like this, but I thought maybe that Chen could offset this early advantage, but I suppose didn't really find the right creeps. He now has the Lightning Harpy, which is the one you're hoping to get level 1. 9 is
he's already level 6.
If he kills him again.
If he,
oh my god.
Calculated from 9. Already 2 kills in the mid lane.
This lane is giga over.
Boy.
They get a return to
Skeeter
bot.
does, he does drop in the bot lane, so something to salvage for 9Pandas. But still, that mid lane is going to be an absolute disaster. I mean, it's not just a CS lead, as we talked about, the 10 CS right now for 9 ahead of the Tony mid. But
this is why they picked that Timber over the AA, Shannon. They were like, 9, go kill, and 9 said, okay.
Yes.
The ultimate strat.
I mean, Timber is definitely good this game. Concoction coming in. Can Soxa deny himself to Roche? No. So Ramses gets a much-needed kill in that top lane. And you can see Antares now coming to the mid lane to potentially help out Kiyotaka, but a 2-level advantage for 9.
Yeah.
Double damage with snag, so 9 won't be able to get that. Avalanche into the Nether Blast, and okay. Antares is the one that gets the kill, so maybe not exactly how they planned it, but they will take that nonetheless.
Yeah, they need it badly. 9 was over he's still over 1,000 net worth ahead mid-minute 6 here after getting that return kill, still just absolutely crushing mid. And keep in mind about this Dire lineup, it's Alchemist and Doom in the same team. This is a gold factory, the Dire lineup effectively, and well, if they're behind on gold, then the factory isn't really functioning very well. So
yeah, they're going to be out of commission here pretty soon. Skeeter's going to take a blood grenade as Snake King trying to draw some attention. He does so successfully, will likely fall for his transgressions here. Takes a little bit of investment, but at the very least, Skeeter will live if you're a Tundra fan.
Oh, they lose the Lightning Harpy. That's actually potentially important for the future of the top lane as well. We'll see if he finds another good creep here, Roger.
Whirling Death is so good against Tiny. Kind of crazy.
Skeeter here. This is my jungle now, he says.
Yeah, and I mean, they forced Skeeter out of lane completely. And
his lane is worse than Elk's. We haven't really talked about that, but Skeeter is struggling too.
I thought Ramses would be forced out in similar fashion, but he's just farming under his tier 1 tower, so he has the level advantage on Skeeter right now. And I mean, that's the one thing about Alchemist. If you just give him a little bit of space, he can.
Yeah.
His farm will just get amplified. What is going on here? Is this why we're paused? Are you serious?
Don't think so.
2 spoonfuls of sugar. Yeah, we need to see how much sugar 33 likes to.
33 spoons of sugar. Was that the reference there? Since you, or were you telling us that was 33? Because I know that's 33.
Oh, that's 3 spoons.
3. Is that the same
clip?
clip?
Make it 4.
Shannon, that's the same clip.
No.
Still 2.
It's the same one.
Okay, play it again so we can count the sticks.
Let's keep doing that until we hit 33.
5.
My goodness, is he part American?
I like this.
He's just consuming literal sugar at this point. Gracious. But yeah, the Alchemist just needs small amount of farm, Cinderin,
two more.
small amount of space.
2 more. Guys, 2 more.
We're done. You can't beat a dead horse. I mean, you can, I guess. You don't want to. It's not nice.
How do you like your coffee, Shannon? How many?
Just boatloads of sugar. That's
Damn.
what you want.
We're up to 8. And he has this ritual too. Every time he takes 2 spoons, he has to look to his right to see if people react, how they react to it. Okay, now I'm up to 8, guys. Is this too many?
Snake King, Frostbite, Power Shot to follow from Soxa, Blood Grenade as well. This is just the 2 supports plus 33. Ramses is dead under the tier 1. We just were giving him the benefit of the doubt.
Good sidestep.
Nice dodge from Kiyotaka.
Important.
9 staying
Now
alive.
he needs to not walk in and die again, though.
Yeah.
All right, he's fine.
9 just looking for an opening.
Nice footwork there.
Yeah, it's like a little mini game trying to dodge.
Is it the shoes?
No. Not. I don't think he's wearing shoes.
No. Do you get that reference, though?
No.
Actually?
Is that NBA?
Yeah. Isn't it basketball?
Yeah.
Your literal life, and you don't get the reference. Come on now.
I got it. 33, pushing the tier 1 tower. He's top net worth in the game. That sugar is being put to good use as the Vanguard. And we'll be going for the mech into the Greaves. Is this a Crimson game, Cinderin?
I feel like Pipe is... I think Pipe is more important against Tiny Doom and Pugna.
I mean, is there any reason not to get everything? It's not like he's a Blink Dagger here, at least not that early.
Yeah,
9.
that's true, but I don't know if the... Okay.
He's going to get Hurricane back. You can see the Fiend's Gate is there to try to assist. 33. Looks like they're going to try to turn this around onto Roger. 9 still very low, though. Nether Blast is enough to finish him off. So, in the end, 9Pandas get what they wanted. 33.
Oh, that was close,
yeah,
actually.
almost gets stunned out.
That'll probably have been fine, but...
As he's... Yep. Is that another more sugar? Well, he's
This is
stirring.
the mark of a talented player. As he is taking the tower, he's stirring the
Yeah, well,
coffee.
if you're going to have that much sugar, you got to stir a lot.
I mean, it's honestly the perfect hero to have a tea with, or a coffee. You just cast Firestorm and then you stir your coffee.
Yeah.
That's basically...
That's fair.
That makes sense. Interesting item build from 9, right? He went Pavis, first item on the mid-timber.
Oh, wow. That's very cool.
Which is pretty unusual, but if there's something we've seen from Tundra in this tournament, creativity for me is the number one word.
Life
for this
Drain.
team. He's going to be fine.
Yep, he looks okay. He's going to Pavis himself. Yeah, that is very strange. Typically, we've been seeing that on basically the 4 or the 5 to cast on their core.
Very cool item on Timber because of the stats it gives. It gives health, mana regen, and armor. All of the 3 passives of this item are actually really good on the hero, and I think the reason 9 likes it is that it bridges the gap for Timber, where sometimes it's a little bit awkward in earlier stages of the game with how aggressive you can play. This gives you that little extra buffer while being a nice and cheap build-up. And of course, it gives you the utility of putting it on teammates. You can now save your supports in teamfights, which could definitely come in handy later on against Alchemists, for example, or Chen Creeps.
How fast do Timber Saws farm these days? Because, I mean, that's the one downside of Pavis is there's no upgrade path to it. I mean, how fast are you going to be getting 6 slot? We've been seeing some games go pretty damn late. Especially with Timber Saws, actually. We're seeing a lot of those Aghanim Scepters, which apparently can be dispelled, so
yeah.
Not sure why that's ever picked up.
I mean, we saw a sick game early today from Nothing to Say. Didn't win, but obviously got insanely big on his Timber. How fast does the hero farm? Quite fast. Probably not as fast as Alchemist or Doom. You know, it's just the name of the game, but yeah, for the most part, I would say Timbers are comfortably sitting in the top 4 net worths of the game most of the time, especially when played out of mid. So he'll get his. Bottom tower will be claimed here by Roger. It looked like they were trying to give the last hit to Chen over the Doom there, which makes me wonder if he's close to an item. Not really. He just got the mech. Now working on the drums. A lot of the time you see those towers go to course when you have free choice, but
No, I couldn't.
let's give it to him.
Well, Roger is a stand-in, technically speaking, so just trying to make him feel welcome.
Yeah.
Kiyotaka able to pound on the tier 1 mid a bit with Antares on the high ground. Snake King trying to delay this a bit as we can see 9 coming back, and
good Ava.
His Timber Chain is going to be disrupted by the Avalanche. And what type of timing are we looking for a Wraith King these days? I mean, is this just a Armlet Deso Blink kind of game?
It feels that way. If you have Wraith King as the carry against Doom and Alk, you definitely want heavy single target damage. I don't think Radiance does much to this lineup because they have all the passive regen, all the healing. So yeah, way better off going the other build. And that's something we didn't really talk about too much when we said both Alchemist and Wraith King were struggling. Obviously, you mentioned that the Alk can come back pretty well. Wraith King, when playing from behind, I would say is one of the worst carries in Dota a lot of the time. Sure, you have the second life, but if you don't have items, you don't pose any threat anyway. So
Right.
most of the time, you can just kite and ignore.
Well, how does the new map favor him? Or does it favor him? Because there's just so many more camps now for these skelly boys to take out.
I'm uncertain because obviously the way they operate, you can't control them. And I don't know if how easily you can wrangle them from camp to camp, which was a thing that players were strategizing when they were playing Wraith King in the old patch, especially to me, the expert farmer on this hero, K1, Hector from Beast Coast, was finding ways of maximizing the crap out of that. But I don't know how it works now. You need to have vision of the camps for the skeletons to want to go there to begin with.
Yeah.
And now that the camps are placed differently, maybe you can't do that so easily. So I'm just as curious about that as you are. The outskirts should be very hard to have vision on, right? Like corralling them from camp to camp on the edges, you don't generally see them. So
Ramses is about to get his Radiant, so it'll be about a 13-minute, 30 seconds, and he has some juicy-ass stacks to take.
Threads to go with
after the fact.
Pretty good timing.
Yeah, so Ramses has definitely bounced back. Now, he's still not top net worth, which is something you do want to see if you're position 1 Alk, but of course there is the Doom on his team, who has had a pretty good game to start this out, Miero, so I had to say that, didn't I? Frostbite. Underlord is here to assist in the CC. Miero goes down to Skeeter.
You were right, though. He has had a good game until now.
That's true. Yeah, I wasn't incorrect. And Kiyotaka, he's smoked up. He has his Blink Dagger. I don't know if he's revealed it yet. 9 showing himself in the mid lane. Oh, okay. Tim didn't want to pick up that regen. Kiyotaka still looking for an opening with the help of Antares. Of course, 9 would be a very difficult kill.
They can't kill him as 2. No way in hell.
Soxa also has a Pavis, so seems like the minds of AUI and the rest of Tundra thinking that this might be their new Wraith Pact, Cinderin. The best item in the game, as it were. Denied tower here from 33, but 9Pandas able to technically get rid of that tower in some fashion. Soxa. Have a toss, back into Miero, into the first Doom of the game with the Infernal Blade. Soxa is done for. Kiyotaka gets credit for it.
They really wanted him dead, huh? I mean, the thing about the Dire lineup is that if Tundra aren't putting pressure on them, they can start throwing out their Dooms on supports and whatever, because they're probably pretty comfortable just trading farm. Because they have, as we mentioned, incredible ways of acquiring gold.
Yeah.
The 2 best in the game.
Kiyotaka trying to counteract this initial initiation from Snaking, who gets off his freezing field right in front of everybody. There's a nice Pit Lord. I called him Pit Lord. Underlord Pit.
Nice Pavis.
Of Malice. Thank you.
Back when they survived. Okay, so they pipe into Pavis him and kept him alive at 20% health. If they hadn't been able to interrupt that freezing field, they would have actually died.
Yeah, for sure.
Some nice protection there from Tundra.
That might be the first time in a long time that a CM is basically ganked and lives. That is not a common occurrence at all.
5k gold lead. And it's going to keep growing because it doesn't feel like Tundra's lineup right now is going to be able to push them out of the jungle or force fights that they can win.
Yeah.
So again, the question is, the Dire lineup is expected to be ahead on gold right now. But what is the breaking point? Like, when is it too much? Because Timbersaw can obviously compensate for lower net worth against strength heroes until BKBs come out. Underlord has percentage-based damage with the Firestorm. But I don't think you can just play like this for the next 10 minutes as Tundra and feel happy about it. Like, there's got to be some point where something needs to happen, but can you do it yet? I don't think they're capable.
Well, like you said, Wraith King can't really participate yet. He is very close to finishing the Deso, though.
Yep.
But is that even enough? because you'll likely want a Blink Dagger after the fact. And from Nine's perspective, he, after the Pavis, went for a Kaya Sange, and will be going for a Shard next. Interesting that he's prioritizing that so early. I think in the game that, in the Gaimin Gladiators game, who was playing the Timbersaw?
That's eluding me right now.
For LGD?
Oh, for LGD, it was nothing to say.
Oh yeah, that was a different series, yeah. He didn't go Shard the entire game. It was like an 80-minute game.
Yeah, he bought it mega late. I think he bought it right before they lost.
That's gotta be like... I
think he forgot it, honestly.
It's a decent item. It's pretty good.
I'm pretty sure he forgot it, because he had like 12,500 gold and wasn't buying it.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, man,
Which is interesting. How could you forget a flamethrower?
It's a good question.
That's,
Nine, he's gonna run right into Antares, who will horsey away. The tier 1 tower is likely going to be the target for Tundra. Although we can see the defense is being mounted already by 9Pandas. There's the pit to try to create some space. And even the Nether Ward is placed. So we'll see if they actually want to defend this. No, they'll end up giving it up. Skeeter gets that bad boy, and the Deso already online. And yeah, he's going to be likely just farming this Blink Dagger now, and then perhaps that's the point in which they want to fight. But Ramses has his BKB now. He's going to have his Blink not too far away as well.
And we had this talk the other day. We don't know exactly how accurate the win expectancy graph is and what data it uses, but I just found it interesting to look at it right now and see effectively a 50-50. It's a 7k gold lead minute 18, but the Dire lineup is expected to be building this amount of advantage with their heroes, and the Radiant definitely has tools to combat them even when they're far ahead. The key item is BKB, because once that is active, Timbersaw isn't that big of a threat, Underlord isn't as big of a threat. They're going to be dealing damage now compared to in the past where they would do nothing, but it's still not going to be enough with just the Firestorm.
Yeah, I mean, either way, both teams seem pretty happy with just trading farm.
Yeah.
And like you said, just having these two gold inherent heroes will give them an advantage.
Bit of an X factor on the supports too.
Shackle shot, okay. Timber chaining in as well. The heal coming out from Antares doesn't have much mana to speak of now. The toss back, okay. Kiyotaka is dead though. The right click is way too much to handle from Skeeter. Antares looks to be next, trying to heal up inside his Decrepify, but won't last too long.
Nice moment of opportunity there from Tundra, finding the Tiny. It's the dream. Can they Roche?
Yeah,
they have
they
Wraith
definitely
King Death
could.
though, so probably just gonna force this here.
Yeah.
And yep, that blows the game wide open for them. This is a crucial item for the Dire lineup to function, is to have this Aegis, and they're gonna have to wait quite a while to get their hands on that now at this point.
There you can see the beautiful shackle shot from Soxa that sets everything up. Antares did his best to keep his mid position 2 alive, but the rest of 9Pandas just weren't in position to actually fight here. That'll lead to the Roche, like you said. Oh, he's putting the sugar back? Okay, I see. That's a pretty nice skill to have. That's like magic. Magic fingers from 33. So 7k lead for 9Pandas, but Aegis was put on the Timbersaw. Not a huge surprise considering Wraith King has one built in. So this will be very difficult to get through both of these guys now. And I mean, we talked about the timings from Tundra. What about the timings from 9Pandas? Like when do they want to fight?
I think you want BKB on at least the Alk.
He's had that for a while.
Yeah, but I don't think him alone is enough. So him plus, I was gonna say the Tiny, but it looks like Kiyotaka isn't even going for one, which begs the question. So he's going Silver Edge next to, I'm assuming, try to break Atrophiora here. Is that the best? Probably. I mean, you can also break the reactive armor. Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of teams in this position as Dire will try to press the issue, but they might be worried about the defensive potential of Tundra's lineup, which should definitely not be underestimated. So with that in mind, you know, you buy the BKB on Alchemist for the purpose of fighting in case one breaks out, but if you don't see one on your terms, it's not like it's terrible for him to just have it in his bags. Alchemist farms fast regardless. In other cases with other heroes, it's like if you buy BKB and then don't fight, you just lose on economy. This hero doesn't have that concern really.
Yeah.
So
All right, who gets the shards? CM got it for Tundra.
Chen.
It will be
All day.
Chen. Great call from Cinderin. The 50-50 is good. And of course, this allows him to take over Ancients. And it's
Levels up
definitely-
the creeps by 1 level.
That's right. You get the level 4 ability. Well, after the 30-minute mark, you get the level 4 ability for creeps, but I think you have to take over a new one.
But for now, you get level 3 earlier.
Well,
they're just 1 level higher.
I'm not sure how that works. I don't know if you need to take over them for that to occur, or if it upgrades your current creep.
I don't think it's retroactive.
I doubt it upgrades your current creeps. But look at these freaking rally
I mean, when you mouse over his current creeps, they're level 2. So I would assume it doesn't work retroactively. No, wait, one of them is level 3 now.
Oh, well, yeah, how old is
One
this
is level 3, one is level 2. So yeah, it doesn't. That's got to be the conclusion, right?
Yeah.
Unless he has one of them from level 1.
Yeah.
That could be the case, actually.
Could be.
A good old troll, a faithful friend. Triple troll
Jesus.
and 1 wolf.
Look at these
Here
skelly
comes
boys.
the skeleton apocalypse. This is straight out of Left 4 Dead.
And they all died.
Unfortunately,
it's the apocalypse for the skeletons, I think. They are the ones dying again.
Very spooky, but not very tanky. So
They did exactly 0 damage to that tower.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of how Left 4 Dead did as well, right? There's a lot, and you just keep shooting them, and it's about not getting overwhelmed, but that army was not enough. Just bring hundreds.
Assault Kuros now on Ramses. And he'll be going for the Basher, likely to be the Abyssal Blade after the fact in order to get the Blink stun.
Yeah.
And, I mean, he'll be 6-slotted basically at that point. I guess he
another
ready
pick
to
for
tread.
Tundra.
Arrow finds himself next to the Lotus Farm, or Fountain. And he's going to die, because you're not allowed to do that right now.
Deso charges for Skitter. Worth keeping a little bit of an eye on. This hero is so many skeletons.
Oh my goodness.
Wraith King Deso, I would say, is one of the best in the game because you have a guaranteed crit, right? It means that every single stack you get on this Deso means more of a guaranteed burst whenever you jump. Speaking of which, and Terry's...
He gets off his Decrepify. He's trying to heal up a bit on the 9, but one more crit from Skeeter will...
Now up to 8.
Make him die. And yeah, this is such a nuisance. They're finally going to be able... Nope. He ends up getting the creeps back to him in time. The skeletons won't survive, but of course, that's just a cooldown. Ramses, all right, he actually wants to fight. Gets off the concoction onto Skeeter. Kiyotaka's in the area as well to get off the avalanche. So this is going to be 1 life of Skeeter down. And Miero's here, so you can only assume a Doom, actually not even needed. This ends up being a very, very easy kill.
And this is Roger's final reward, right? Like from constantly pushing bottom and finally forcing heroes down, Tundra got spread a little bit too thin, and this is what you're always hoping for with Chen when you keep sending these skellies in, is either you get the tower or the right heroes rotate for your team to make a move, and they identified it right away. Jumped the Wraith King, and a little bit of a misstep from Skitter there, just out of position given the circumstances, and will get punished, so nicely done there. And they're going to try to get extras out of this, straight up smoking, looking for maybe a kill top here. 9 could be doomed, potentially.
Yeah, they held on to it. He's going to spot him, though. Lotus is there. Avalanche. And, oh, Antares actually blocks his path completely. Miero, he can get the Doom. Oh, he had his arms up, couldn't find the distance. And 9 saw he was going to find his way to the other side of the cliff, but might turn into a big old-fashioned team fight as Ramses jumps in. 33 with the Pit of Malice. Finally, the Doom comes out. Soxa looks to be done for Roger. Getting healed by Antares. They want to keep this Chen alive, apparently. Nether Blast is there. It's a 2 for nothing. 9Pandas. The concoction continues, so ends up being 3 kills netted for the side of 9Pandas.
Yeah, just extra casualties trying to help there. One of the moments where you might just have to cut your losses and say, all right, they got us, boys. They got the timber, but now they get 2 additional support kills.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's an extra ward, and it honestly almost looked like 9 was getting out. He actually played that exceptionally well with trying to find a blind angle to TP out, but Miero did find the Doom. You're going to see the replay here. Notice how... So now Miero is connecting, can't reach the Doom in time, gets his arm up, and then 9 goes from here and up to the tree straight above here, and now he's going to start juking off to the side to not get concocted. And he's standing in this fog area, but now they get vision with a ward, of all things. Without placing that obs, 9 survives.
Yeah, possibly.
So, well done from the supporting cast of
And Roger continuing his rampage of Skelly boys. The Dark Troll Summoners are really going to work this game. And of course, Tundra have amazing answers to these skeletons, as they've shown time and time again. I'd love to see a stat on how much gold they've gotten from those things. They give almost nothing, but that hundreds at this point.
Yeah, probably. But the amount of effort they need to put in, right? I think.
Yeah, that's the big thing.
7 skeletons is probably the same as 1 melee creep, so the CS is going to be extremely misleading.
Now the sad thing for Roger is, of his 3 troll summoners, one of them is the level 3 out of 4, and the other 2 are level 2. So needs to find some replacements. These guys can get bigger, you know? More Skelly health, more Skelly damage. Can't ignore that.
I wonder if he's having fun.
I mean,
can we get a full camera
he
shot
bought
of Roger
2 sets
here?
of boots, so
he looks content.
Yeah, he's gonna have boots of bearing along with his greaves. About 2/5 the way to a Sir Action Slack's normal day in a pub.
He's actually just playing a different game from everyone else.
He is.
It's kind of funny to watch. It's like, yeah, this is another thing you can obviously do with them. Amazing scouting tools.
Yeah,
you just have
get a million
mobile
of them.
wards.
For sure.
A never-ending army of the boys.
And they're coming. The March of the Skeleton.
Now what I want to see, I want Wraith King skeletons to fight Roger skeletons. I want to fight to the death.
No, this is the heat
undead
map for
versus
Chen.
undead,
Okay.
but one of the undeads has 2 lives and the other undead have died once.
Roger's been all over the place is what this is showing us.
Oh, it is. He's heading back to top. He's made enough skeletons bottom. It's time to completely revolutionize his playstyle by going top and making skeletons top. Oh, yes.
Very important. Kiyotaka not able to find the opening as of yet, as the Wraith King skeletons are following him, and they're going to surround him. He already has to pop his BKB, but here comes Ramses. Gets off the concoction. The focus right now is onto Skeeter, but of course does have his ult available, thus will be coming back. Ramses, now he pops BKB, but Skeeter able to blink away to safety, and Ares is getting burned down by 9 Shard. Meanwhile, Ramses just slaps snaking into another universe. Has to buy back into the game, and Ares is going to be the trade, so 1-for-1 support for support, but it did require a buyback from Tundra.
And they're not really going to get anything out of this buyback either, right? I mean, well, Roche is actually respawning now, so if they could somehow control this
But the
area and grab
skeletons!
this...
The skeletons!
Yes. You gotta...
Look at these things! Okay, this is actually a bit scary. Okay, the fortification.
They have 75 damage each.
Alright, they're
Glyph is
they're
good,
dying.
though.
Yeah, they're dying horribly. And Roche will go the way of Tundra. And yeah, 1 fortification kills literally every skeleton. But hey, maybe if he had the level 4 Skelly boys.
He's got new ones, though. Reinforcements have arrived.
And there we go. More to come. And there's 9. Okay.
This reminds me of, what was that ability called? Did you ever play Warcraft 3?
Yeah. What do you mean, did I play Warcraft 3?
Do you remember Human had this thing where they could fight with their peasants? Was it called Call to Arms? Where you turn them into militia?
Yeah.
I don't know why this reminds me of that. It just keeps sending these like little shitters in non-stop.
Little shitters. I see.
I don't know.
What
It's
you
like
think of the Skelly boys?
Constant call to arms. These little pesky peasants just keep attacking.
I am genuinely surprised that, well, a couple things. Number one, he hasn't upgraded his troll summoners at any point this game.
Yep.
And number two, the enemy hasn't killed the troll summoners, which
they haven't found them.
Maybe it's better for them that they don't, because he can't upgrade them. Or, I mean, he can, but he's not doing it.
Yeah. I
the
think
counter to the counter to the counter. It's next level.
I think they just don't want to waste their time hunting troll summoners in the jungle, and they have more important things to do, such
Like
as
defend
getting
the skeletons every 2 minutes.
33, the first heart of the patch on Underlord. That's his 3rd item.
Oh wow, he's
This
tanky.
is very uncommon pickup for this hero.
Huh.
Wonder what the rationale is here, because there's obviously other items that are interesting, such as Shiva's Guard or Halberd.
Well, it synergizes with Crimson. Strength-based.
Yeah. That might be the entire reason, but it's not like that huge.
Do the math. Give me the math.
Okay, so 40 strength is another 20 on the block.
Okay.
Right?
The skeletons do how much damage then?
Yeah, it's definitely
blocking
against
the
the
skeleton.
skeletons. I'm sure that's
Yeah.
why.
Look at them. They're powerful. Roger. Oh, he's going to get an Ancient Granite Golem. How many summoners does he have now? It's only 2? He's lost one.
All right, we say thank you for your service to Troll Summoner number 1.
Yeah. Now the question is, did he keep the higher level one.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. Oh, he just killed one.
Oh no.
He is done. He has moved on. He's a changed man.
Oh, there's two. Yeah, there's still two available. We're gonna fight in the mid lane. Skeeter gets off his Wraith Fire Blast, focusing. Oh, Anthera is able to be saved by his Eon Disc as the Doom is procced onto the Wind Ranger. And that is a nice pickup.
It's a dieback
for 9Pandas. Absolutely. 2 supports dead with no return in sight. Despite having the Aegis on this Wraith King, they're just not going to focus him. Instead, they're going to go for the Fatty McFatty Heart Underlord, who seems pretty squishy, all things considered. 3 dead for Tundra.
It's pretty squishy. Just 5 heroes beating into him for 10 seconds.
Yeah. All the skeletons. 9Pandas now knocking on the high ground. Is Tundra... They're going for the Shard right now. Okay, interesting. Underlord gets it. Well, it's going to cost them... I mean, they can't defend anyway. That's going to be 1 set of racks for 9Pandas. They're actually going to go for the throne. No, they're going to go for that second set in the bottom. They can't go for Megas because the tier 2 exists in the top lane. I mean, they could legitimately go for throne right now.
Oh boy, the Skelly boys.
Skellies are continuing to go to work. Fortifications popped.
By Daddy Golem.
Half of them die.
Giving
That's
them
why you
a
got
lot
the
of
Ancient
extra
Granite
health.
Golem to get the extra HP. And this is going to be the death of the first tier 4. Are they going to stop? I don't think so. 10 seconds on these 2 heroes still remaining for Tundra. They still have the Aegis. Skeeter finally jumps into the fray, but they're just going to focus down the Ancient. All they have to do is right-click, and that's it. GG. 9Pandas and the Skeletons. Take game 1.
This might in many ways be the strangest game I've seen this tournament.
That was weird. There was almost no fights. Only 2 heroes were dead, and the game ended.
We were watching 2 gold mines being just mined for 30 minutes. Yeah. Alchemist and Doom just kept getting bigger and bigger. The Skeleton boys kept playing split push. And eventually, 9Pandas just got too rich, won a fight, and ended the game. That was, yeah.
That was weird AF.
I honestly want to chalk this up to just a flat-out strategic win, right? Like, Tundra just didn't have the ability to force these heroes to feel uncomfortable around the map. Roger kept split pushing, the heroes kept farming, they keep pushing out wave with the Tiny, with the Pugna as well, and just step by step getting huge, and just get more items. I mean, in many ways, a beautifully simple game here from 9Pandas, which also begs the question, how do Tundra adapt for the next game? Because clearly, as you guys are seeing the draft on the screen there for Tundra, I do think that is...
Snake King played Centaur.
That's a little bit incorrect.
Soxa was also Alchemist.
So don't be fooled. The Dire lineup here is correct, and that's the one we want to focus on because I don't think there were many surprises here with what 9Pandas threw at them, right? There's a lot of the stuff that they've been playing. Tundra came in with a plan. It didn't work, so time to change some pieces.
Sure, I was personally not expecting the game to end that abruptly, but let's see what the panel has to say about that as they were rushing over to the actual desk.
Definitely not out of breath as we saw that game end 0 to 100 real quick. Compliments of the boys.
The boys.
The boys did it, and they did it real quick. I have always held Solo's Chen in high regard. Roger, and now his Chen, high on the list of things that you might need to respect. I thought that this hero was falling off after day 1 of group stage. I was like, okay, everyone's figured out what Chen's all about. Maybe that was just one piece of the puzzle. Tundra felt confident giving the Alchemist to Ramses, and instead they staked their claim on Wind Ranger, which I'm sure Slacks is ecstatic about the current state of this game, but I have to say that Tundra did not have as concrete of a strategy as I was hoping for, Jack. This was a little half-baked.
Yeah, I think the lanes had to go really well for them, and that absolutely was not the case. I mean, you had the mid lane, the Timbersaw, like, supposed to dominate the lane in early game a little bit, but the Pugna rotations from Antares really slowed down his momentum a bit, wasn't able to get the ball rolling, and at some point that lead, the stacks being farmed, the lead just grew more and more and became this unstoppable monster train of boys, and I guess the Skeletons can be girls too.
The
boys. They ran together and just took over the game.
You know, on that topic, can we pull up our Predator head-to-head right now? Because it's rare that this is the position and the stat that we would choose, but with great suspense, we will pull it up soon. Sheep, thoughts on the game?
Thoughts on the game? Oh my god, the Skeletons. It was
the
really...
boys.
The boys! Okay, so No-Tell earlier on the panel, when we talked about Chen, said that it felt like the hero had fallen off and we needed a real Chen specialist to kind of come in and show people how to play the hero, right? Because the whole idea around it in the beginning of this patch in this tournament was we're gonna pick Chen, we're gonna find aura creeps, we're gonna make auras. This man just finds 3 goddamn troll hill creeps with the skeletons and just hides them in the trees on the bot side of the map. He doesn't even have to be there, and he's just always applying pressure to these towers. He was using them even more than that. He was microing them and using them to give vision, like putting them in the entrance ways of the jungle to make sure that they couldn't be like ganked or caught off guard by a non-smoke move. So overall, like his impact just using these 3 creeps of the same creep was intensely incredible. It was just so good.
And Chen's getting a lot of glamour, but what else was on your mind for that game, Effie?
I mean, there's a lot I want to say about this Chen, but I'll talk about Antares a little bit on the Pugna. So we talked about Tundra's ability to dominate if they snowballed their lanes, but Antares on the Pugna did not allow it. You typically don't think of Pugna as a hero who corrects the mid lane when his mid laner dies twice, but he was on point with his rotations. He helped him get 2 kills on that Timbersaw. After going mid, he would go bottom, pressure the Tower of the Doom, pressure the enemy carry, and as a result, the losses mid were not that bad, and they were winning bottom at the same time. So, well, hats off to him. But now can I talk about the boys?
Go for it. The boys!
The boys! No, so, I heard Sun Sandstorm joking, saying he wasn't playing a game, I was playing a different game than them, but what he was doing was so genius. So he parked 3 of these troll summoners near the bottom lane. He hid them in a little nook where it took a while for Tundra to find them, but because he was constantly summoning them, even though they were dying very quickly, they were being sent to the tower and dying, right? But in doing that, he was forcing constant TP rotations. Like constantly, the Underlord had to come back. And in one moment where they saw that the Underlord used his TP to get a kill with Tundra, he sent the boys. He sent them back to the tower, and because of that, you had Snaking on the CM, and then you had 33 on the Underlord looking for the Dark Troll Summoners, so they don't have to keep wasting their TPs. So they spent about like 10 seconds hunting the Troll Summoners, using spells on them, and while that happened, 9Pandas pincered Skeeter with the Aegis and they killed him. Like, that was just so clever. It's such a smart way of playing the map and forcing enemies to TP that I had to talk about it excitedly, and I have to praise it because he was playing Dota. He was playing Dota in a way no team has yet.
He was playing 7.33
That was
Dota.
cool, dude. That's
so
very
cool. And one of my other favorite boys is on the floor right now. Pyrian Flex is in the players area. What's poppin', my friend?
What's up? Oh, baby, skeletons. Who doesn't love a good skeleton? I was amazed, Tsunami. I don't know if you noticed, 33 in the middle of that game was putting sugar in his coffee. Couldn't believe it. He kept doing it.
And then he reversed the gravity.
And then he took the sugar out. Oh, it's just unbelievable.
The fact that we can do that live during a game and definitely not replay technology, this is the future of broadcasting.
He was playing the game with his feet, I think, because how else could he be doing it? I'm a big fan of skeletons. I'm much more of a fan of skeletons than Shannon is of mayonnaise. Sun's fan was telling me he doesn't like mayonnaise.
Yeah, we went to lunch today, and we have hamburger sauce, which I've never heard of. Perhaps it's a German thing. Is this a British thing?
I think so. I think usually you go to any trash fast food and it's like hamburger sauce in the hamburger.
It's like hamburger sauce. It's garbage.
Yeah.
It is garbage.
It is.
I like ketchup and mustard on a burger, but Shannon was saying he doesn't like mayonnaise.
No.
He doesn't like mayonnaise. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, I tried mayonnaise recently for the first time. I really like mayonnaise.
There you go.
Shannon's judgment is sauce. He says ketchup is
Like,
number one. I mean,
He
come
said
on.
ketchup's the best sauce in the world.
What's your condiment of choice?
I mean, you got sriracha, you got Peruvian green chicken sauce. Like those 2 go-tos. That's all you need. And any kind of mayo, like you're good.
I'm here too. How's it going?
Hi, Ted.
What's your favorite condiment then, Ted?
I thought you were talking to me, and then Jack started talking. I just realized, I just want to listen to you guys. I wish I was up there.
I was making eye contact with him.
Let's switch.
Fair enough. Jack, you want to do the mid game, and I'll come on the panel.
I talk to you all the time, Pyrian. How often do I get a chance to talk to this man?
That's
do you
true.
have anything that you would like to ask Pyrian, Jack?
Yeah,
When was
go
the
on,
last time
Jack. You got
two
any
spoke to
questions, bud?
Well, I like the sort of espionage angle that you have going on. So, what did you hear anything during the game, after the game? Anything to share with us?
The one small thing. I take a lift from the room I loiter in between games. I took the lift up, and in the room was the 9Pandas, sort of, the sort of hangers-on and the associated management and all the rest of it. And I said, "Nice win," and they went, "Not yet." They didn't want me to jinx the series. They were they all turned to me, "Not yet!" Like all 4 of them at the same time. I was like, I was just saying it was a good game. So I may have jinxed the series. If they now lose the series, that's on me.
Job's not done, Jack. Got to be patient. Pyrian, thank you very much
No
for
problem.
the food input as well as the Dota input. Much appreciated. And I'm sure 9Pandas are relishing their win over at Tundra Esports in this game number 1. The Chen strat I thought that it was going to be a Medusa series. Seems like maybe Chen might be on the radar for bans. I am very impressed at the apparition capabilities of this team as well as they fade into existence. And perhaps get ready for game number 2. 9Pandas versus Tundra Esports. Winner moves on to the winner bracket final against Gaimin Gladiators. Stick around, everyone. Game number 2, draft number 2, coming up after a break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Game number 2 of a 9Pandas versus Tundra Esports, where yet again another 9Pandas player gets a little star for A for effort, exceeds expectations. Because Roger got that dog in him, Effie. That Chen. What the hell?
He got those skeletons in him, man.
Got them boys in him.
The boys.
The boys.
The boys. Do you guys mind if I gush a little bit more?
ahead,
Okay.
At least until first phase picks, yes, gush away.
Okay, I really need to gush about this Chen, although we've already gushed. But his take on this hero was so ingenious, because the way that we've been seeing Chens be played are they'll hit their Greaves timing, they'll collect their army, and then they'll ball up with their team. But that is not what Roger did. He identified, okay, I'm playing against an Underlord. This doesn't feel good for me. So what is the best thing that I can do? He did something no one did before. He parked and hid away 3 Dark Troll summoners in order to farm TPs. Like, he wanted to farm the enemy TPs. He used Chen as a way to play the map on a macro sense and make sure that the enemies could never push their advantage. Even though they had Aegis, they couldn't do anything because a Chen by himself was forcing the TPs of 2 heroes at least constantly throughout the entire game. And it may sound silly when you say it like that, like, don't people do that all the time in Dota? Yes, but not Chen. Not Chen and not in that way. He played it, that was such a different take on the hero. Like, hats off to him. I'm constantly impressed with how genius some of
Now
these
there's
players
a
are.
snake, Effie! There's a snake! Everyone run!
Sorry, I was so excited. Go,
Effie,
Sheep.
this Chen agrees with your assessment of that Chen. That was impressive. That was almost like, I guess 33 was the sugar and coffee thing, because that looked like a 33 sort of animal zookeeper type thing, right? Just using them for vision to push out the lanes to threaten and force TPs. So that was good stuff. But as Alex just said, it's time.
We are in the presence of the snake.
Alright, and 9Pandas coming out with Skywrath Nyx. I thought they would do Nyx +1 in response because I think that was like a key part of their Medusa anti-strat, because, okay, they've picked Faceless twice against it and it's worked, right? But the problem is the Faceless doesn't actually really do anything for a very long time. He's sort of like the late game insurance of we kill Medusa within the Chronosphere when I'm hyper farmed. And until then, it was more like getting a Blink Dagger on Nyx and ensuring that he would be able to get his ult off on her in fights so that she would lose so much of her mana shield and be able to be killable. I actually wasn't a fan of Skywrath Mage into Medusa the times I saw it, because the way her shield works when maxed out is it's like so much damage reduction. Your ult on Skywrath is tickling. It really doesn't do that much damage. But what I do like is just how they play Skywrath in general and the fact that you can and still want to kill the rest of her team, and Skywrath enables that.
The other component was that the Ancient Steel amplifies 2% of the damage that actually hits her, because it's only amplifying the damage that is hitting her HP as opposed to her mana shield. But it was still part of their strategy whenever they defeated the Medusa. But we also don't know if it's a 33 or a Skitter Medusa. Could be running some phylactery business out here on 33.
Yeah, that might explain why they didn't commit, let's say, first phase Darkseer as they had in some of these previous drafts. And what's cool about this 9Pandas team, there were shades of that last game. Reminded me a little bit of this old VP, right? With the Ramses, the Roger, except it was the 9Pasha Broodlings running around and the skeletons.
Oh, yeah.
And some of their other games from this tournament also has been like that. You've seen the Darkseer combos. It used to be into Lina Stun, into Slardar Stomp. I feel like this team has shades of that old VP going a little bit.
For sure, especially the way that they play the lanes that they look like they should lose and come out of them with a net worth advantage. Honestly, it was incredible because the Alchemist fed a couple of times on his lane and Tiny died twice, but because of the really great support rotations, they came out of the laning phase with a 5k net worth lead, which is not something that you expect.
Well, they're protecting the Medusa as if they want it to be a carry, which is interesting with this anti-mage.
Gambit.
Oh, they're tricking you super hard. I guess it makes her have a good game no matter what. I think when I watched Shopify play Medusa, I really wasn't a fan of the way they drafted around it. I want them to have stuns. I want them to have control. If this is a carry Medusa, you need to make sure that she can actually hit her opponents. And your positioning is very important against Nyx as well. Like, I think Arteezy would sometimes walk out of position or leave his team's like ball, and that would allow Nyx to kind of walk up and just ult. They need to be able to be playing around these sentries, playing around vision, so that this Medusa does feel protected.
I like Tundra's Bounty Hunter for them so much. By the way, I wanted to comment on this a little bit in the post game, but we got too distracted by the boys.
The boys.
Yeah, but the way that Tundra have played when they've looked incredibly dominant are they exploit tri-lanes and they exploit the twin gates better than any other team. And they'll get a couple of blood grenades on Saksa, and he'll start tri-lane on the lane that they identify is their biggest opposition. They'll get a couple of kills, and then he'll just start rotating around. And because he was on Wind Ranger last game, they couldn't do that, so they just looked weaker overall on the lanes. But having this bounty enables that aggressive style of play coming out. So I want to see Tundra follow up on this with their Crystal Maiden if it doesn't get banned out. Take that, play the way that you're used to, crush them.
Different dynamic with the offlaners now being saved for the second phase, and as a result, a great many of them are getting banned out. Doom already taken out in first phase, Underlord and Beastmaster in the second phase. The pool grows thin.
It does. I guess for Tundra, if they do want to put Medusa on offlane, they're kind of like, who cares, Lamal? And then they'll just go for all these carries that are still in the pool.
Yep.
But for 9Pandas, I'm not sure exactly what they want.
But they're in a good position, right? Because they can just counter on both of the second phases, and they got their two ideal supports at the start.
They're probably going to look for an illusion core here, I would say. You have the Underlord banned out already, and it hasn't been targeted yet in bans by Tundra, so maybe in this phase.
Yeah. They're going to go for their Void if they can get it. That's how they play versus Medusa. I mean, if this Void makes it through the second banning phase, I wouldn't be surprised if they pick it on 18.
But are you okay with that Void still if it's a 33 Medusa also? Because then maybe you want to save your carry for the last phase if you don't know where this Medusa is going, because 9Pandas does have the final pick of the draft.
I wouldn't be too scared of the Medusa flex because the same concepts still apply. They can just isolate the rest of the team, and if it's a later game carry that Tundra opt to go for, they can just get snowballed in lanes. Also, you just have the synergy with the Void in the Sky. It doesn't have to be on the Medusa. You can choose any target and just get a few picks early game. So Ramses wouldn't be pigeonholed into playing the farm game.
Right. Man, Batrider, very interesting hero. I don't like it being picked this early when there's so many options to now counter-pick it. Because if they do want to just put... I mean, I guess they either get to pick a mid that is going to be able to play fine into the bat, or they pick an offlane. Sorry, a carry that can play into a potential offlane bat. This Naga, you're playing into two supports that absolutely hate illusions and summons and things in general. It's very hard for them to deal with that.
You wanted the illusion carry, Jack. You got it.
Yeah, they might be, I mean, obviously, like, there's, like, the Bat Rider. They might just be taking it themselves here and saying, all right, even if you're not worried about this flex, we'll just take this option away from you. So, interesting pick here. I don't know if they've run this hero, so I don't think they've run this hero support yet in this tournament.
No, it's just been Skitter.
Which, I mean, the Bat Rider to me looks like Mira's offlane hero.
Do you mean the Naga Siren support or Bat Rider support?
Naga Siren.
Oh.
Yeah, Naga's been Skitter's hero exclusively so far.
Right.
I like the pivot to Naga carry when you see the Nyx and Bat Rider lane, because Medusa is easily punished in the early game by displacement, and I think that's the idea they were going for with the Bat Rider, because the new way they're playing is on the Flame Break and on the Firefly. So they see that they've put in two heroes that could take advantage of that, and they just flex it. But I don't know how much this Medusa offlane flex will do when Naga needs to farm, because Medusa's going to need her time as well.
If it's an offlane Medusa, it doesn't need that much time, right? I kind of want it to be an offlane Ven. I don't know. I have no idea where this Medusa's going. Because I would like to see a core Veno. I guess, oh no, they really like on support and Tundra, right?
Foxla and Snaking are the only Veno
Yeah, you're right. It's a 5.
So far.
Well, I like that a lot for them, just because when you're playing into this Bat Rider, you're talking about displacement and wanting to get that catch. It's very hard to play any blink catch heroes into Veno, because he's just going to be sitting around his teammates using Plague Wards to scout and give vision. Like, Bounty's also giving vision. Your stuff's just going to be getting cancelled. It's going to be hard for you to be mobile in these fights.
When you think of a Nyx and Skywrath, you think of the ability to quickly burst and pick off targets, including with Bat. But as you mentioned, the vision heroes here on the side of Tundra. That's been a persistent theme in their rise to power, I would say. They abuse vision very well, usually using the Zoo to achieve that. But here you have Naga Illusions. As you mentioned, you have the Venomancer Wards, my favorite hero. I'm so glad to see it here. And, of course, the Bounty
Jack,
Hunter
get off
as well.
my panel right now.
No, Jack, get back in. It's okay, boy.
And if there is an illusion, well, there's a Slark pick, but if there's illusion carry, you have the Venomancer Aghanims that does a number on that as well. So
An illusion carry for 9Pandas would be a throw. This has to be the carry Slark, and I understand why they would go for Slark instead of their Void, because you see this Naga, and you see this Veno now, and these are two heroes that will punish Void severely. I think that 9Pandas are in a bad position right now in terms of how they're going to deal with the Medusa. I suppose Slark conceptually can fit the same idea that they had with the Void, which is a carry that kites in and out fights, right? Tries to kill the rest of the team first and builds Diffusal Blade, but Slark does not do it nearly as well as Void. Void, with the Chronosphere, provides that much more value in isolating the rest of her team first, so Slark will run into difficulties.
I actually just had... I may be wrong, but I'm fairly sure I'm right. I feel like I've seen this Tundra play into a Slark lane with Medusa Bounty already, and they destroyed the Slark. And it was so hard for him to lane because the enemies couldn't rotate their supports away. Like, they would rotate their supports away, and then the Slark just got owned. I think it was into SMG, because I remember mid-1 playing it. Yeah. And you're playing with two pretty weak-ish supports. Like, I think Tundra have so much kill potential in their off lane that I don't think Slark's going to have a good time.
At all.
Yeah.
And we talked about Tundra's tri-laning and their abuse of the Twin Gates. They couldn't do it last game with their dual support, but they can absolutely do it with Bloodseeker and Venomancer. And Venomancer 5 sucked before because he was so slow and he always needed to play around his team. But now, because you can Twin Gate around, there are ways to move around the map much more easily, and you can buy Blood Grenades, which amp up your early game damage and your ganking potential. This hero looks really good.
Tundra Esports, turn to pick.
You need some perfect Kiyotaka last pick here to salvage 9Pandas draft, but it's looking really rough for them right now.
what do you guys think they might be setting up for here? I mean, I don't know if you get another sort of Fizz like Drow or Sniper type, but there isn't that much like sort of getting to the back line. Or if you get maybe like a Zeus or something, get some magic damage for the illusions, be able to add to that sort of burst from range.
Wait.
Dude, the flex is open still for Tundra. They can alternate between having this Bounty V core, Veno V core, or Rubik V core depending on 9Pandas' last pick. Very clever, actually.
Was it necessary though?
I think it's pretty good because the only thing that 9Pandas had going for them to salvage their lack of ability to deal with Medusa in the early game would have been a perfect last pick mid, but now they don't know what they're last picking exactly.
Holy.
So it's a mid Bat Rider and an offlane Sand King. It should be noted though that the only team that has won with Sand King, offlane Sand King, is 9Pandas.
9Pandas.
They did win once with this hero.
Okay, that's very impressive because this hero is not great. I've seen him have some pretty decent laning stages, all things considered, because one of his biggest problems is that his early levels are so weak that you can sort of bully him very hard out of lane. I don't think that'll happen against Naga. I actually think he will find his farm, which is probably why they're able to take him. You get like a nice Blink Dagger. I mean, some people go Greaves first, but when you get your Blink Dagger timing, like playing around with Kiyotaka, that will be very scary for Tundra.
I was, I randomly caught 9 during breakfast, and I was chastising him for playing too many traditional mids. Rubik mid in 7.33. What the hell? Is this viable? Is this real?
It's viable, for sure. There are good spells to steal. It was just a good blind pick, depending on who they lane against, and he should do fine versus Bat Rider. He'll also rotate very well. I worry about 9Pandas' ability to deal with this offlane Medusa. It looks like they won't have anything, especially if Slark has a bad game. But if it gets to a point where they feed a few kills and Slark gets 4-slotted, they have a shot. But I'm heavily favoring Tundra right now.
There's a good item for 9 to pick up as well that we might see on Soxa, the Phylactery mid.
Phylactery!
So they've used this item probably more than some other teams in this tournament. It's interesting. It's almost like 9Pandas has become the team that, instead of playing for scale and team fight, needs tempo now, or is going for some of these more tempo strats in this series, which is interesting. I don't know if they get there this game. I feel like there's just too many answers on the sides of Tundra Esports, and as you mentioned, this Medusa feels like it's going to have a pretty free game again, at least.
Sheep, which way you going on this?
I'll bet for 9Pandas because I've seen them have like 2 bad drafts so far in this tournament where they own anyway, or like bad, you know, I don't think they're very good. So when I look at Tundra, I'm like, yeah, this seems better. 9Pandas usually just pull out all the stops. Kiyotaka goes crazy from mid, and they find like really cool ways to like move around the map where they catch you off guard and they get the right pickoffs, and then the enemy ends up chain feeding, and then they just win the game because there's like a slot with 800 stacks from all of this little brawls. So I can see it in my mind's eye. Like, these guys are very talented. I'm very excited to see how they play this draft out.
The only thing I have my eyes on is 9. This is Rubik that I'm interested. So let's get ready for 9 versus 9Pandas. Game number 2 with Stunsfan and Cinderin.
What the hell is this draft? Seriously. I was... okay, we're going to find out how stupid I am.
Okay.
It might not have to wait too long. The 9Pandas draft, I'm looking at this. Okay, they're trying to counter Medusa. They know that Tundra have played Medusa as an offlane as well, which they are again. So it looks like they've countered it to some degree. But then all the other picks don't deal with illusions at all, other than maybe Sand King to a degree. If this feels like a completely free Naga game to me. The Rubik mid is a last-minute curveball by Tundra. I don't even know what the hell I'm looking at.
I'll definitely say, I'll give you my take on the Radiant lineup. I don't want to play against it. That's my take. This looks absolutely awful to play against. There's so much shit on the map. There's Naga illusions, there's Plague Wards, there's Bounty Hunter hiding in the wings, there's Medusa in general as a hero.
Yeah.
Playing support against this lineup is miserable. And I think this game is the type of game that will truly put Antares to the test. This guy is an incredibly gifted player on Skywrath Mage. It's his best hero, but I don't think he's gonna have a fun time, and I'm really worried. My prediction going into this series was that regardless of who wins, I was expecting one-sided games. Game 1 delivered in that regard. This one, if you put me on the spot, I would really like to see, or rather, I would expect Tundra to run away with this. But let's see what the 9Pandas lineup can bring. No detection.
And I want to just give a random stat, because there's always like maybe 1, maybe 2 heroes that can fit the bill for this. I count 5 heroes that could potentially build Phylactery, and they would not be sad about it. Rubik, Medusa we've seen, Bounty Hunter we've seen, Nyx we've seen, Skywrath Mage we've seen. We could see 5 Phylacteries.
There's a lot of Phylactery this game, absolutely.
And is that how you build a Phylactery? I think it is. I think 9 is already
he's
ready to go
eyeing it up there. Yep.
Wow.
That's the Phylactery
All right,
build
talk to me about this mid Rubik, because that's kind of the big standout here, despite everything else that's been kind of weird about this draft overall.
Yeah, so what Tundra did when they picked the Rubik was they covered their bases regardless of how the lanes were going to be set by 9Pandas, since the Batrider could have also technically been a side lane hero at the time. So when they picked this Rubik, both the Rubik, the Venomancer, and the Bounty Hunter could have gone mid. So they just kept the options open. They look at what they think is the best solution, and they set it up. And yeah, mid Rubik.
Oh, the double stun coming out from Soxa, nicely timed, and Ramsey's going to take a tumble. Soxa gets first blood, timing it perfectly with that Shadow Walk, and that's just showing the prowess of that new stun interaction with Shadow Walk.
Build up on the Medusa. So we're going to have 2 Phylacteries minimum on the Radiant.
Hell yeah.
Soxa might buy 1 as well. Is this just what they're going to do? What if you just kill the enemy team without touching? Just cast spells and then they die.
Yeah,
you don't need to attack at all. You just let Phylactery do the work.
I mean, we saw the Pavis's last game from Tundra. They're obviously eyeing up these new items that other teams are a little bit more conservative, I guess, in buying sometimes, and they seem to value them quite highly. Of course, when you have heroes that you can add damage to a spell that doesn't do damage, like Spell Steal and Track, then
yeah, it's very, very good.
Obviously very good.
Rubik also has the added benefit of having 3 spells that use Phylactery plus a potential 4th, right? So even if one of his spells is on cooldown or as a fight is developing, you have a good chance of getting out multiple procs. Because the cooldown of Spell Steal is obviously longer than that of Phylactery until you have Spell Steal level 3. But then you just have Fate Bolt to proc it, you have Telekinesis to proc it, and you potentially have a Stolen Spell to proc it with. So yeah, very, very cool item on the hero.
And Ramsey's going to take more damage from Soxa. So from the side of 9Pandas, can you explain this draft? Because the way that I'm interpreting it, they start out, they obviously know that Medusa is going to be picked, and they've done their research. They know that 33 has played this hero as well, so
and
they don't want to
beat the hero. They're 3-0 against Doom.
Yeah, they're the one team that has like consistently beat it, but this is an off lane, so you don't want to invest too much into trying to counter it.
Yep.
They open with the Nyx Skywrath. Nyx has, you know, historically, I mean, there's no mana burn, but the new Mind Flare kind of works in that same fashion
And
against.
the Vendetta takes half her mana.
And Vendetta is crazy if you can get it off.
Arrow.
Attempt to deny.
That almost went
Roger will get it. So yeah, talk to me about their draft and how it developed.
Yeah, so core versus core matchup, Slark is really good against Medusa because she's static, she's slow, and she needs time to kill you, and you just keep racking up stacks. And that is regardless of whether she's a 1 or a 3. So the Slark makes a lot of sense from my perspective. But the biggest problem that I see for it is that there's a lot of logic behind the picks that they have against the Dusa. But now that it's as expected, you can call it demoted if you will. I don't really know if I would think of it that way with Tundra playing in the offlane because he's just been owning it up when he has played it. But the illusion carry is the big question mark for me. Like, how do they deal with this Naga when it gets 3, 4, 5 slots? I just don't think they can kill the illusions.
Okay,
reliably.
so here's my added question onto this. So one of the games, at least one, I think maybe 2 out of the 3 games at least, they picked Void against the Medusa.
Yeah.
Void, this game actually looks better to me than Slark. I know Slark is good against Medusa, but Void has, you know, the Chronosphere with a great setup with, you know, the Epicenter into that or the Mystic Flare. And you have itemization to be able to kill the illusions, which is a Maelstrom, which you're not going to be buying on Slark.
But
Why not go for that instead?
It's about the information you have available at the time, right? When they picked the Slark, what heroes did they see? So they had...
Slark was 4th picked.
So they saw...
So I don't know if there was 3 or 4 picks so far.
They saw. I think they saw Veno, Dusa, and Bounty, right?
Perhaps.
At the time?
No. No, they picked Slark into Naga. I'm almost positive.
Okay.
Just assume I'm right.
Because if they picked it into Naga, I would kind of agree that there might have been a better option, but I don't know if Void would have been it, to be honest, because then you're running the risk of just getting crushed by Veno, right? Like, that's a terrible lane matchup for Void.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's kind of a damn it if you do, damn it if you don't thing, and I think that's also part of the reason why Tundra prioritized Veno when they did in the draft was, again, that flex, the value of
Ramses
having that.
Getting gone on again. Concussive shot was there from Antares to give Ramses a little bit of space. And Blood Grenade used by Soxa as well as he's continuing the pressure onto Antares, and this looks to be a kill. One way or the other, it'll be the Mystic Snake from 33. I mean, that's the other thing about Tundra that I really, really like about their drafts is we're going to see Roger end up getting taken out by Snaking. So many Blood Grenades already in this game. As Miaro's just going to get chased out. But the fact that their lineups are so flexible, they can just make a last-minute call after the draft and then decide what they actually want to do. Very big benefit in the drafting phase for Tundra, generally speaking.
Oh, no.
Oh, Ramses!
Okay. That was close.
Oh, Ramses! Whoa. Excuse me?
What?
He has absolutely no emotion to that. What? What was that? Not expecting Stock to do that much damage, I suppose. 9 not able to sidestep the Impale. Another Blood Grenade. I think that was from Roger.
Oh, Roger's
heavy damage
dead.
from the tower. Looks like he might be done for. 9 does get brought down, though, eventually.
Getting
by
a trade there
Kiyotaka.
for 9 is great result. Like, that should just be a clean kill for 9Pandas with no repercussions, but...
Ramses taking out his anger onto 33, who's just going to TP out.
Okay. Wasn't far from. They almost burned through his mana. And
Here's the
2 attack. So I think he misclicked.
Maybe.
I think he wanted to tango and he just moved. That was
Yep.
Shit
bit
happens.
of a blunder.
The
Miero.
Okay, so here's the problem. Like, Tundra are crushing the side lanes. Like, Sand King is having a hard time. Okay, this could have been something, but not
Roxanne
quite.
has double damage. Is Ramsey going to die again?
Oh,
Getting slowed down.
salve
Going to stop the
broken.
salve. Ramses. He gets chased and killed again by Soxa. I think that's the 3rd kill. What the hell is going on?
They're bodying them. They're just absolutely bodying them top. 3k lead minute 7.
Wow.
Yeah, look at these levels. Bounty Hunter is level 5. The enemy 1 and
33.
3 are level 4.
He's out of mana
This is
Cinder
big.
Kiyotaka.
Yeah, Bat's going to show
Makes
up.
his transition over. He does not have Lasso right now. Going onto the tower. He's going to get galed, though.
Oh, no
Kiyotaka now the one in
mangoes.
trouble. And he gets brought down. This is a complete disaster
They brought over
for
the
9Pandas. They are getting so outplayed right
The
now.
Mango Man is here.
What?
It's like the Milkman, but he shows up with mangoes. And you get them for free. He didn't even have to pay for them.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, and this
Interesting
is
reference.
this is becoming a shellacking at this rate. This is not looking great for the Dire side.
Yeah.
Obviously, as the panel talked about, Sand King is a pretty weak laner, and yeah, he can usually lane against Naga, but the Venom matchup's actually super annoying. And keep in mind, you're playing with a 4 that's melee, so Veno has 2 good matchups in that lane.
Soxa
in the meantime, Sox has just been trashing this top lane. That's a really good shot there from Phylactery. He will die.
Yeah. And it's about time.
It cost them a lasso, so now there's a lot more freedom for the other heroes on the Radiant side. But at the very least, again, for the Dire, I think at this point 9Pandas should just be looking for any trade. And try to stem the bleeding. Their lineup does not play particularly well from behind. Slark has a steep recovery curve. Sand King can have his moments when he has the right heroes to play with, but I feel like, I don't know if you know what I mean when I say Sand King and Batrider have a bit of overlap. Do you know what I mean?
No.
Like, okay, so the way the heroes work, right, they both go in close, and they need to be like in the same type of sustained fight. One hero has the Firefly, the other one has the Sandstorm. They kind of get countered by similar items. They both get countered by Pipe.
Oh my god, he just got track.
He's dead.
Soxa is actually just taking over this.
He's ruining the entire match.
He's destroying everybody. Yeah, we'll be going for Phylactery.
Yeah, so the problem with the Bat Sand King is when they're both having subpar games and get countered by the same items, the type of fights that they're looking for are very easy to strategize against. Because it's kind of telegraphed and it's kind of one-dimensional. So I think Tundra with the right itemization, with just one pipe, are going to seem borderline immortal against this lineup if Slark isn't popping off. And, well, as we've already established, Ramses is probably having his worst game of the tournament so far.
Gonna cancel this? Oh my goodness. Soxa is being so freaking annoying. Oh, I would be so annoyed.
Whenever I watch these Bounty Hunter games on this pro level where Bounty is doing well, I see this, I just want to play the hero. It's like, it's incredible how much impact this hero can have now in these early levels, where in the past it used to struggle. Oh my god.
Roger's dead.
Phylactery City.
Yeah, Phylactery. And is Miero going down to a solo Soxa? He has Shuriken. It doesn't bounce though, but he's just going to get the kill on Antarius instead, potentially. Will fall to Skeeter, technically speaking, as he could still go for Miero. No. Shuriken, not enough damage, so Soxa will eventually be brought down, pops the Fairy Fire, but the fact that the mid laner has to deal with this annoying position 4 for this long. Oh my goodness. Yeah, he has done the most damage in the game.
Yeah, we have a new breakthrough in physics. He has made more space than exists on this Bounty Hunter. That's unbelievable. He's literally, it feels like he's 2 heroes right now, actually. He's doing the job of 2 supports, so Snake King can just chill and farm and push out waves if he wants to. All the cores of Tundra are chilling and just getting their stuff. And he's straight back to bottom.
Yep, gets the stun off. Ramses does have his ult. And he can continue to Dark Pact those tracks.
I think what you have to do as 9Pandas here is you get the Sand King dagger, and then I think you're fighting non-stop, and then it's crash and burn mode. Like, you can't just try to be strategic and slow down and try to hit more item timings or whatever, because Tundra will be running the map. Like, they're already running the show right here. You have to be able to fight back.
He can barely fight back. I mean, Sox is a higher level than Ramses, for God's sake.
He's completely crushing him here.
Absurd.
But that's why you have to combine your heroes, right? Because Sand King and Batrider and Skywrath and Nyx, all 4 of them get either countered by Pipe, BKB, or both. They have to play the moment that they are online in any way and get stuff done on the map. Because I don't think you outscale the Radiant team either with your lineup. Naga, as we've already established, will become a huge problem for their team. The Medusa offlane, we've seen countless games. Countless games is an exaggeration. We've seen a couple of times from Tundra. How much 33 will do.
No way.
No.
All right. So kill for Soxa on, just the casual position 1 Slark that's died, I think, 4 times now to the exact same support hero. I don't know what you're supposed to do. And Bounty Hunter is one of those heroes where, as we've seen so many times, track kills will continue to snowball if you let them get kills, and they're just going to rack them up. Skitter
has tipped his teammates more than he has kills and assists. He's literally just sitting there pressing tip.
Farming. Yeah.
He's tipping Soxa, he's tipping Snake King, just chilling. I'm just hitting creeps. Good job, guys. Whenever you need me, just let me know. I mean, you guys are doing great. It honestly genuinely feels like Naga could be literally any hero this game right now. That is how much they're doing on the rest of the squad. Like, it's gotta feel good. And I'm not saying this to like diminish the impact of the hero, because obviously it did well in the lane and he's doing his part. He's doing exactly what he's supposed to do. It more just highlights how incredibly well especially Sox, is just trashing the whole map with this bounty, that they don't even need their carry. He doesn't need to get involved. He can just become a threat down the stretch.
He's going to find Kiyotaka. Track is there. And the lockdown, well, he's attempting to TP out, but, you know, Sox is just going to get his 6th kill of the game, and I think his phylactery is likely on the way.
So that will be their 3rd, right? Then they have one on Rubik, Dusa, and Bounty.
Yeah.
And that means when all 3 of them just cast their spells on a track target, with the amount of health the Dire team have right now, they might just die. 100-0.
And the thing that makes me sad about this game is I was hoping to see, like, past the laning stage, what the idea of 9Pandas lineup was.
Yeah.
And I don't know how you can possibly recover from this. Miero going for the epicenter, using the horsey, but just does a little damage to an illusion and some creeps. So completely nullified here from Tundra. And now Miero might even be found. Oh, it's going to go on top of Skeeter. All right, they have the damage with the Mystic Flare. Nice kill on the position 1 Naga, but Sox is the real one you got to worry about. Miero, he is tracked up, nowhere to hide. And the fact that you're able to get a Bounty Hunter in a game against the likes of Nyx and Sand King, who want to have cover in the shadows, pretty big deal.
Very, very true.
Is he going Radiance? Is this real?
I don't know, Shannon. I don't know what he's going to do. I'll be impressed if he gets the Relic.
Yeah.
Sox is coming to steal his lunch money.
The fact that he's a higher level actually is so comical right now. Jeez Louise. I guess they're technically the same level now. But position 4 versus position 1. And I bet Sox is loving this patch. He's been able to play something completely different every game, basically.
Absolutely.
You can just random him a hero, and he's like, I'll make it work. Slark, sure. Bounty, sure.
He's going to run past Roger here.
Yep. In Vendetta, he finds 33. Okay, that's half his mana pool gone. Gale to try to help out from Snake King. 33 gets off the Stone Gaze, though, along with the Mystic Flare. Or not Mystic Flare, the Mystic Snake. Does not have
very slow bat. Phylactery.
Yeah, find the 1 track kill. And many phylacteries indeed.
Phylactery.
They're going to telekinesis Roger. He gets galed and attempting to deny him. But Soxa gets the kill. This is a ridiculously high-level shellacking, I would say. I'm not going to say Umbrella, though.
Yeah, so keep in mind when I was talking about how annoying this Radiant lineup must be to play against. We didn't even get to the point where it was.
You can't even finish your thought process. All the Ramses will live.
It's already.
Probably. Maybe. All right, they are just tilted. They're just. I
gave him the smiley.
I don't know how you come back from this. A nice epicenter burrow strike combo. Those Soxa's dead. Snake King is next.
All right.
Ramses is beyond tilted, though.
It was a bait.
How many times has he done that? That's the 2nd kill where he goes back in with low HP and just dies to Bounty.
What can you really say to that? Unfortunate, really.
Yeah, that is something you could say to that.
So, okay, so we're going to get the replay here. Phylactery damage. Really nice pounce, actually. But, yeah, you don't have any items. So, that didn't work.
Yeah, you need a couple items for that first. He has Hand of Midas, actually, so that'll help with the attack speed.
He's going to use Radiance in no time, that Midas.
Is he going?
I don't know.
No, he changed the Radiance into a Midas, hoping to try to get to the late game with this this build. But Soxa, we'll see if he lets that happen.
Okay.
Dark Pact already used. Ramses going to get tracked.
So, the element of Tundra's lineup that we haven't really got to see yet, because they've just absolutely destroyed the laning stage. But what would become hard, we can talk about what their lineup could have done at this point if they needed to, or what would have happened, is you start playing the map with Naga Illusions pushing lanes, you have Venom Plague Wards, the Medusa's almost, Medusa's Medusa, she's exceptionally hard to kill, and Bounty Hunter will give the scouting vision. So the secondary idea of the Tundra strat would be coming into play now if the game was more even, where it would be hard for the Dire to find untelegraphed and surprising teamfights, which is kind of what their whole lineup is built around doing. So that would be another issue you would be running into now. But for now, the primary issue is that you've fallen so far behind Roger is mega dead here if they have any detection. They
Ready to
don't.
show up with a sentry? Dust?
Dust is getting ready. Snaking went too far
out
on
of
the
range
left
now. So Roger dodging a bullet. As Soxa continuing to keep Ramsey's company, knowing that he is so tilted. He has to use his ult. Oh boy.
Don't do this.
Oh boy.
Ramsey's no.
Kiyotaka dies on the other side, but this is more fun to watch. Force staff, Ramses. Okay, he's gonna live, Cinderin. But Sox is definitely under his skin.
How much gold has he stolen from him? I wonder.
Good question. I assume this will be a free Roche for Tundra. 18.5 minutes in. All right, Soxa sees 2 now. He gets dusted. All right. 9Pandas are here for revenge, but a nice force staff. Keeping Soxa alive out of the Mystic Flare. And Ramsey's very low HP.
They're killing Roche.
But we'll walk away. And yeah, what? Little do they know, Roche is still going down. Or do they know? Oh, they're taking the... Okay. Taking the gate. I mean, if they can contest this... No, Stone Gaze from 33 to prevent that from happening. Skeeter takes the Aegis. So in the end, they do end up getting the full Roche. 15k lead for Tundra at the 19-minute mark.
I think every game Tundra have played offlane Medusa has been giga stomp. Like, none of them, it's just not been close.
Well, if you look at it from 9Pandas side, they've won every game against
Exactly, but they haven't played against offlane Medusa, right? And I think
That's
they came into this with a thought of having a solution. And again, I still need to see it in this game. Like, what can you possibly do to solve this problem? If you didn't have the illusion problem, I would think they could maybe handle it through... It's so annoying. He's gonna die for this, surely. But is there gonna be a trade?
Burrow's there. Skeeter looking for the kill on Kiyotaka, and they'll find it. So 1 for 1. Position 2 for 4. They were going to Tundra.
These Naga illusions are gonna run Antares down all game now.
Sox is just about as farmed as Kiyotaka, so maybe it's about a wash.
Oh my god, he's...
He's fine.
Really close.
He's fine.
He has 21s though, so he could have popped the wand if needed. But yeah, just what a weird series so far, right? I mean, first game economy, just a flat-out economy win for the side of 9Pandas. This game, a total lane beatdown from Tundra and just into complete map control strategy with Naga, Dusa, and Bounty and Veno. And the thing that makes this so odd is that obviously we're talking a lot about Soxa because he's been playmaking so much, but it seems so effortless, you know what I mean? Like, 9 hasn't really done very much. Skitter hasn't done very much. They've both been in like 5 kills out of 20 on the position 1 and 2. And now 9 might get involved again. Oh my god.
I love that Soxa is the one that gets
Vendetta on Rubik is no joke. He burned all of Slark's mana on the jump there, and they just killed him in one swing.
Holy jeez. I have not seen a game like this in quite a while, I will say.
Oh,
nice steal from 9. And I mean, that's the thing that...
Oh, here he comes!
Yep, Soxa again. Just wants to be the most farmed here on the
Great
map.
kill by Soxa.
It's like, hey, if I just get in range for me to track, and, you know, he could actually get the kill with track, technically.
It's like that thing in the company where you do 90% of the work and then your superior gets the credit.
Yes.
That's basically it right there. Great sequence of spellcasting from 9, and then Bounty comes in. I made this.
Well, to be fair,
one attack on track.
He did make this state of the game occur.
I mean, that's fair.
So he does this. This is like the CEO that started the company, the founder.
I will say, I think this is the highest impact we've seen on a single game from a single player this tournament. Like, he just...
Roger's going to try to steal this.
Ran it over.
He's going to try to steal this. Oh, he gets lifted instead. And, oh, he dies.
He died to the Tormentor.
To the Tormentor, as the Shard goes to Snaking. So, okay, Kiyotaka, he's going to pop his BKB, but falls in the end to the Fade Bolt. Despite having the BKB, GG's called. I can't blame it. This game, this was... I have no words for how bad this stomp was. And we talked about it, and again, I'm disappointed because I wanted to see what this draft was about, and we'll never know because the game was just over after 5 minutes. Jeez. Embarrassing, actually. That was actually an embarrassing game for 9Pandas. But the good news for them is only game 2, so this will go the full distance, and perhaps they've learned their lesson.
my question is, what's your adjustment? Like, what do you identify as the biggest problem this game? Was it the fact that you gave away first pick Dusa? Was it the bounty hunter who obviously ran the map, but it's not just Saksa being, you know, really good on bounty, because we've seen plenty of bounty players this tournament who are really, really good, not be able to find this impact. So there's obviously a plethora of problems here that 9Pandas couldn't handle. And for the most part, it feels like it kind of comes back to the drafting stage, right? It's not like they played absolutely terribly bottom or tops. Ramses got pressured into oblivion and kind of had to make desperation moves that failed.
Yeah, he made that one misstep, right?
Definitely, one of the deaths was a complete blunder when he ran out into the tree line and got hit by the bounty and died, right? But aside from that, it's just honestly complete and utter domination from Tundra in the laning stage, and you gotta solve this in the strategy phase. It wasn't really so much in the game as it was in the strategy, it feels like, but I wonder what the panel thinks.
Agreed. Let's see if the panel can make their panel longer than the game itself. Take it away.
I can talk real slow, and then maybe it'll happen. You ever see a player get more kills than last hits in a game before? Saksa ends it with 9 last hits, 12 kills, and Tundra ends the game with 3 phylacteries.
Phylactery!
Excellent work, everyone. Maybe the main problem, though, was giving away the Dusa. I think, obviously, 9Pandas have proven that they have very, very smart strategies against it, at least in their series against Shopify Rebellion and earlier in the tournament. But Tundra's built different, and they have flex potential on this Medusa. I think a Tundra Dusa is a little bit different, Jack.
Yes, and you know what's interesting? All right, this is going to be a bit of a segue, but have you guys ever heard of the Trachenberg plan?
No.
Trachenberg plan?
Yes.
Plan?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. All right. So there's this long time ago. There's this guy by the name of Napoleon. You know, he's kind of a beast, just destroying all of Europe on his own. And then, coincidentally, interesting enough, the Russians defeated him, and then the Europeans got together and said, "How do we deal with Napoleon?" Okay. And they came together with this plan. And the plan was, you do not engage Napoleon directly in battle because he's too much of a monster. He's a beast. You got to take away the team around him, engage his other generals until he's by himself. So this was the plan they ultimately used, which we saw, like, even as you mentioned, 9Pandas talked about. But in the early days of implementing this plan, they messed up. Someone went and fought Napoleon directly, and they lost. And that was a battle of So that is somehow very close to what we're seeing here with they didn't ban the Medusa, and they didn't seem to answer at all in the draft, so this game was a beatdown.
But you can't avoid him. You can't avoid Napoleon because he's in a lane and you have to lane. The problem is that the slot goes to the lane and he gets destroyed. As soon as they picked that hero, I was like, I've seen this in my head. I've seen this in a previous game. It's not going to work. It's such a hard lane. This bounty makes up for so much of Medusa's weakness in lane, and they just own with it. You need a much stronger support in lane to run a slot like that. I would not recommend it. I didn't like it. I don't want to see it again. I think they should just ban the Medusa.
Yeah, this Medusa offlane flex messed up their draft entirely. They drafted the Batrider with the idea to play it on the offlane, by the way. This was not Kiyotaka's hero. They never show it that early, but they did it so that they could play it with Nyx. The idea was to displace the hero and take advantage of it early on, but then you just got the Veno and the Naga Siren as a response, where you shift the Naga to carry, and all of a sudden, this Batrider Nyx lane can't do anything to Naga. So you think to yourself, what can we do here? I guess we'll just shift the Batrider to mid and we'll pick a Sand King because that's all there's left to deal with Naga, but even that is not enough. So you've got the issue with how Naga is going to scale into the game, but you've also got the issue of the Slurk that you picked to deal with the Medusa that's now facing her in the offlane. So this is a complete draft loss. I mentioned in the pregame that I heavily favored Tundra's draft. I really hope that instead of just thinking about the Medusa, they also think about banning the Bounty Hunter that was taken out in Game 1 because it changes laning for Tundra entirely to have Sox on this hero.
I also was like, I'll bat for 9Pandas, but it doesn't work like that. It's way too... It's hard when you have the Sand King and it's kind of running into the same problem of Batrider, where it's like, okay, you want to displace or find the Medusa, but you're playing into Veno and it's like hard to find things, and like you see this blink get used and they want to make a move with it, and then they're finding like Naga illusions and blinking and using ult on nothing, and you're waddling around like, well shit, that was all of my early game damage and our kill threat down the drain, and then they don't get to do anything for like a minute and a half. So it felt like it wasn't that good, and with how amazingly Saksa played on this Bounty Hunter, like he was rotating to the Sand King's lane as well and making his life difficult. So everyone's just having a difficult time because this Bounty is allowed to just run rampant.
I love how in a game with a mid-Rubik, that is the least talked about thing. People say that Tundra is boring.
Yeah.
It doesn't get much more interesting than this. And I also have the most interesting man on the floor right now, Pyrian Flax. My man, I tried out the hamburger sauce. It was pretty good.
I'm disappointed in you, Neil, as I'm sure the viewers at home are too. That was a heck of a game.
It was.
I honestly, I love games where the draft isn't necessarily what you've been used to. So the Rubik mid popping up, that was interesting. Sand King, one of my favorite heroes, didn't quite work out. But I've got a prediction for the draft for the next game. Do you want to hear it?
Please.
Okay.
Wait, what happened to Banny the Ban Medusa Nanny?
Oh, let's check in on Banny.
Let's check in on Banny. There he is.
It's not working. Your magic is fading, Your Highness. Whoops.
Yeah. What's your prediction then? I trust you more than the banana, but only a little.
We'll see how many of these come true. One team is going to choose Nature's Prophet, Death Prophet, Morphling, Earthshaker, and Brood. I think that's a hell of a lineup. Give it a go. 9Pandas, Weaver, Axe, Lich, Dazzle, and Invoker. Why not? Why not? Chuck these heroes in the mix. If any of those 10 heroes appear, I win £1 million. So you heard it here first.
Where did these lineups come from? Is there some logic behind this? What's the method to the madness?
What do you mean came up with logic, method? No, I just came up with 10 heroes. I was like, you know what? There's a few heroes here that you don't see all the time. So I'll see if this game, maybe there'll be 10 heroes that we haven't seen much in the tournament. I just thought it'd be interesting.
What was the first one? Read it to me again.
Nature's Prophet, Death Prophet.
Morphling, Earthshaker, and Brood.
Okay.
Weaver, Axe, Lich, Dazzle, Invoker.
Jack, that sounds like one of your pub games.
Yeah, exactly. I'm saying this is just like 2 pub games clashing. These are the kind of lineups they'd have. By the way, look forward to seeing fucking Bounty Hunter in every single pub game that you guys are playing now because Sax had dominated on that hero.
Yo, he did it on the Slark also. This man's a wizard on all heroes that aren't Batrider, it
Dude's
seems.
a god, man. Dude's a god.
Dude's a god. Who you got behind you right now?
Antares. Antares is chilling. He came back. The rest of his team went off.
I just saw his team. They're coming back, bro. You need
They
to
are
be
coming
careful.
back.
Yeah,
Okay.
you need to be
Wait, no, I
scared.
don't. They're not coming back. Look.
Can you ask him how to
they're
pronounce his name?
Don't be careful,
Sorry.
Ted. Give them what you've uncovered and ask them to do you a favor.
No, do you want me to ask him how to pronounce
Yeah,
his
can you ask how to
actual name
pronounce-
or
no,
his player name?
his player name,
Is it
because-
Antares, Antares, Antares?
I'll ask him.
Please do.
Sorry to interrupt. Can I just ask you, how do you pronounce your player name? Is it Antares, Antares? How would you like us to say it?
Antares.
Antares.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Good luck in the game. Antares. There you go.
Appreciate the
I'm
investigative.
actually doing something down here. How about that? Real information.
We're going to get you a Pulitzer later, Pyrian, but for right now, we'll wait for your winner's interview. Thank you very much. We'll speak to you later. Antares. We now know.
Antares.
Antares. Oh my god, I botched it on the first one. Antares. That's the one.
It's all right. Shopify, Spotify, it happens, you know.
Tundra, Thundra.
Thundra, Power Threads. We still don't know how to properly pronounce P-A-V-I-S-E. How are you saying it, Jack? P-A-V-I-S-E?
I'm pretty sure it's Pavis.
It's
but,
Pavis,
but
bro.
Pavis sounds just more fun, more
They're both right.
Italian.
Didn't
more...
we Google it?
We did, and it seemed that both are accepted, but until Valve adds a tooltip like they did for Aegis, we will continue to mispronounce it or correctly pronounce it on a 50-50 basis. I know Sind has been saying Pavis. Sunsfan. Shannon, how do you pronounce P-A-V-I-S-E? Man, he's saying Pavis too.
I like Jenkins. He just goes around saying Pavice. And it's like, okay.
Well, he's also out there doing Dark Magoo and stuff like that. Okay, on the topic of this game, 9Pandas versus Tundra. Give me your bet. Benusum ban, yes, no?
I think yes. I think you see
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, now you can continue to justify it.
I think you see some of the terrifying flex value there. I mean, that was one of the interesting things about this draft. Like with certain heroes banned out or you're afraid to take them, then you think, one of these illusion heroes maybe is something that can answer it. And they just go ahead and take it themselves and it becomes their carry. And suddenly you don't have the tools to deal with both of these, like in the lane or in the game. And that's kind of the terrifying value. So maybe, over time they could figure something out that deals with this. Maybe they had something else planned. Maybe this was their plan, but if that was the case, it just didn't look good. So I think maybe you just take it out.
Okay, round 2. Bounty Hunter ban, yes, no? Jack?
No.
No.
Cheap.
They ban it or they steal it because they play it as well on 9Pandas, but you have to deal with the bounty. It was banned in game 1 for good reason.
Okay, one more round.
Ooh.
Doom ban.
No.
Yes.
Medusa, Alk, Bounty.
Coddle.
Oof.
Oof.
Doom's not banned.
Doom's not banned. All right, we have the verdict. Let's see if the teams agree or disagree. Stick around, everyone. It's game number 3 of 9Pandas versus Tundra Esports coming up next.
So stick around. Yes, I could. Yes, I could. So stick around. Yes, I Yes, I Yes,
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
You love it, you wear it, you hate it, you ban it. Game number 3 of Tundra versus 9Pandas, where I actually skipped one of the heroes that has been a consistent ban out of Tundra. Storm Spirit was first phase banned by them in both game number 1 and game number 2. And that is not a hero that I would have put high on the list, but it seems that Tundra might have some intel that we're not quite privy to. Meanwhile, 9Pandas, they've been bouncing around. They took out Medusa Caudal previously in game number 1, which they are replicating again, it seems, in this game number 3. And in their game number 2, they took out Doom Caudal. So...
Alright, is it Doom or Storm here?
Correct, yeah. So the Tundra bans were Rubik Storm in game 1 and Alk Storm in game 2.
Oh,
they can still bounty
all
here.
correct predictions.
All correct predictions. You guys were right. Medusa,
well, not everyone.
Doom.
Some people.
Some people. You want to name names?
No.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Like that.
And I said they'd steal bounty if they got it, so now we just have to see.
That's hype, yeah.
The issue with stealing bounties, you might get the storm. I mean, now I'm correct too.
You are.
Word up.
Word up. But the issue with that is now you're just open to like potential Underlord, potential Crystal Maiden. Those are still in there for Tundra.
Potential Beastmaster.
Beastmaster is there too.
I like Beast a lot into Bounty Hunter because Bounty doesn't like it when you're all together.
Bounty doesn't
He likes
like
to
it.
find Slark alone in the woods, scared.
Well, I mean, Slark is serving himself up in a silver platter in the laning phase.
In the CM. Now is it Underlord or Beastmaster that comes out here?
You don't want a Storm?
No.
No dice. Give me the offlaners.
You have to take the highest value heroes right now.
It's also like, what can 9Pandas respond with? You know, usually when there's an Underlord, people take this like Slark or whatever. When Beastmaster, it gets a little different.
Jack, what you feeling?
I wonder if how game 1 went might make them want to move away a bit from the Underlord here, but you don't have the same sort of threats on the table. So yeah, I think either would be fine. Or they could try something similar last game, which is let's get some more phylactery carriers in there.
It did work well for them. 3 on 1 team. That may be the most phylacteries we've ever seen in a game here at the Berlin Major.
And they're really thinking about this one.
Yeah, dipping into reserve time in the first phase. I mean, if you saw it coming, Effie, that they were going to steal the bounty, surely Tundra were all on the same page.
So they go for the Underlord. Yeah, I mean, because the team that has first pick is going to take the Bounty Hunter, right? So that part was clear. But they were debating heavily between the Underlord that we talked about or the Beastmaster that Sheep mentioned, because these are 2 of the highest value offlaners that you can go for. But
Especially on Tundra.
Especially on Tundra. But I think the ability of Underlord to fight into a Chen lineup, which you always have to consider versus 9Pandas, is just more valuable right now.
Now it's time for the bounty +1. He's providing vision, but who's he giving it to? Who's going to make use out of it?
To be honest, I'd like to see a last phase Tinker or something like that later on in the game. I know Kiyotaka has played it before, and they did play it with a Bounty Hunter, but it's not something to think about now. But it is something Tundra have in their minds because they did ban it in that game 1.
And game 2. They took it out both times. They fear it.
There's also 2 routes against Storm here, right? So I guess they're discouraged from picking that, even though they've consistently first phased that hero, I think, when it's been available.
I feel like the best option 9Pandas can take is to just pick the counter for Underlord in lane. Their Ursa, their Monkey King, their Slark, potentially. I'm not a fan of the
Not
Rider.
their bad rider.
Not a fan
You
of
were not encouraged after game number 2?
I think game number 2, there was an idea with it that they didn't get to apply with their Nyx Batrider lane, but the hero is not strong enough, I believe, to be used as an overall 8th pick, which is what you want to use to counter the core that's revealed by the other team. So I think Batrider just doesn't do that right now.
I think the problem though was that the side lanes went so badly that Bat did not get a chance to play. Because I don't think the game was really his fault. It's like he TP's top to try and halt the bleeding, but what ends up happening is they just continue to dive him instead, and he feeds too. And that really shouldn't have happened in the first place. Like, this Slark shouldn't have had such a horrible time.
Yeah, but I think the idea 9Pandas have is to run it on the offlane.
Yeah.
Batrider. So not the mid lane. I just... Like, I understand the hero's potential to play on super aggressive lanes with heroes like Bounty Hunter because Flame Break got buffed and that now it also applies a slow. But you don't really see what your matchups are. I mean, maybe they know something that we don't right now and they value this hero highly enough to do this. So I will reserve judgment.
They could also flex the Bounty Hunter, because Miro has played it, and... Oh my god,
He's
now I'm
won
very
with it, I
nervous
think.
about pronouncing his name. How do we pronounce it?
Antares.
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 God damn, I'm not the memory of a
Guys,
goldfish.
open the VOD.
Open the
It's
VOD.
Antares.
VOD.
Antares, I believe.
Okay. But yes, they do flex the Bounty Hunter between those two roles.
I mean, they did win with it also when they played offlane Bounty Hunter, but it'll depend on their matchups, of course.
Well, they're banning out Dispel heroes. Naga Siren and Slark get taken out, which is a protection for this 8th pick Batrider.
Which also just implies that they really do want to run it on this offlane. These heroes can dispel off the flame break slow, so
they're just like
handling
general good game counters to bat. I don't think it shows one way or the other. I mean, you're right, it is really annoying in the lane. I just think that we see these bans often even when it is a mid bat. Because it's like there's a lot of mid heroes that can play into bat. So if you go for that route of banning, then you're just giving Tundra like a really free carry game. And Skitter is so good at the heroes like Naga, I think it's just more value.
I think it goes both ways, right? But it's important to leave the bat flex open. That's how you have to play first pick. I would have really liked to see the Ursa be their overall 8th that gets banned out by Tundra in the second phase. I feel like it was a great hero to play into these two, but like I said, we have to hold judgment.
RIP to the boys as well as Tundra respect ban the Chen. And a 3rd Dispel hero gets banned out. 9Pandas don't want to deal with it.
He won this bat to have a really good game.
But then what about if they want support Dispels? We've seen, well, Omni Knight's played as a core these days, so probably not from a support, but Legion Commander, also mid or a variety of roles. And I haven't seen a bat in this tournament yet. I'm sure he's probably been picked once or twice, but not that popular.
I think he's significantly weaker than he used to be on the mid lane in particular, which makes his flex not that impressive. But if a team does manage to pull off 3 or 4 bat, that'll change the tune that we're singing entirely. We just haven't seen anyone pull it off yet.
And then I guess Oracle's the last one that comes to mind, which has seen some success.
Yeah, I think the thing is, though, you don't necessarily need a Purge versus Batrider. Like, it's nice to have, but you can play a different way, right? If you're playing with an Underlord and you want to have your Drums CM and your Greaves Underlord and you want a carry that can run with you and you just go skirmish and take a fight, like, you can just build yourself to be tanky and bulky enough where it's hard for them to burst you during the duration of a lasso anyway. And you can just pick like stuns and stuff and make Batrider's game really awkward because he wants to obviously get in to pull you out. So if you're playing with stuns and slows, all these things make it super hard for him to get into the fight in the first place, which is why we saw something like Venomancer last game. Because it's really difficult for him to get in with all the slows. So you can kind of deal with it in that sense instead of going, oh, we need to pick like a Purge right now.
So Tundra take away the Terrorblade from 9Pandas, which would have been one of the remaining solutions to pressure the Underlord out of the lane. And revealing it this early isn't that scary, to be honest, because this Crystal Maiden is a very strong laner, and for now we're looking at this Bounty Hunter, but we've seen Bounty Hunters get bodied by these CM/TV lanes.
Yeah, and with these heroes, I feel like Tundra's basically, they've got their late game battery, right? They have their concave set. You have the Underlord, you have the Terrorblade. And so I feel like Pandas is kind of forced more into this direction of they need to try to tempo out this game. I feel like this is kind of what they were going for last game, and even to some extent in the first one. And it looks like they're going to need to do all in lanes and kind of stop this eventual Tundra formation from happening, where they just have this battery that you cannot fight into.
Yeah, and now they have this Enchantress, which is going to be a strong laner. Yeah, CM can counter her creep, but it's not about that anymore. I feel like when you're looking at Enchantress in this patch, it's more so about the dispel that she provides you inherently. So she'll be able to dispel any kind of barriers that Tundra buys, whether it be their Pavis or their auras like Crimson Guard and whatnot on the Underlord. But also she can just enchant the Terrorblade illusion if they're using the TV illusion to split the map. She can handle that by herself. I still don't like it that much though. Like 9Pandas Batrider on 8 really, I just don't. It looks bad to me right now. I hope they can prove me wrong somehow.
I'm a believer.
I agree with you. It's not really a traditional aura carrier. It kind of commits your draft in a certain direction. There's like certain either hard counters for things it doesn't really want to play against that you then have to protect with your bans. It does feel like a bit of a committal for a first phase pick.
What I do like is the Monkey King though.
Oh.
I like this Monkey King a lot. You have this hero that can lane into Underlord. It's a very aggressive, kill-hungry type of carry that can be flexed to mid if necessary, the same way Bad can, but it takes advantage of the track vision provided by Bounty Hunter. That is what you need when you play this hero. You need something that can jump on the heroes that it sees.
Well, I'm now less of a fan of Bat. I think I was still hot on Bat. I think the Monkey, the Ench, and the Bounty are 3 vision providing heroes, which give Bat like the best jump he ever wants. But again, now you're playing into Veno again. So you're just gonna have to go into this wall of plagues, and it's super annoying and it's very hard, and you need this BKB to do anything, but BKB kind of sucks this patch. So your life is just a bit sad. I think these are two really nice supports for kind of countering the early game of what 9Pandas want to do. Like, Bounty wants to just duck in and out and be a nuisance. You have a bunch of slows. You make it hard for him to trade because he has like attack speed slow.
And Veno gives you another great option both for vision and like defending towers, right? You just sit there, throw down some more. It's hard for them to push, deals with creeps easily. I think they have this, like their win condition is already pretty set on the side of Tundra. And I think for Pandas, I mean, last pick, you're probably looking at still some kind of spirit, something that can play fast and like really get in their faces and probably stop Tundra from getting to their timings.
It's open to interpretation still for Pandas because Tundra cover their bases. They take out one support and one offlaner because Bounty can be played as either, and they're assuming that the bot is going to be mid for now.
I would like to see it mid. I don't want to see it offlane, really.
It's countered too hard now, right?
Well, I just never was a fan of offlane Bat Rider. I prefer it mid like always.
Because it doesn't build the auras like you mentioned.
It's not even about the auras, because I've seen Mind Control play offlane Bat Rider and it really worked, but it was helped with the buff of an IO, which this game I don't feel like they have that. What I just want to see is like, okay, Tundra are really strong when they're in a ball, but like there's going to be this 15-minute period in the early game where you're laning, where you know, heroes need to take like triangle farm and stuff. I want to see 9Pandas using Ench to like block ancient camps with creeps. I want to see them have some aggressive heroes connecting together to go fight. Like Monkey King can get really aggressive. All these heroes, there's quite a fair bit of mobility and ability to kind of invade the backlines of Tundra's game and find and pick off heroes before they hit their good timings.
I think if 9Pandas are going to play this bot mid, they need something like a Centaur for their offlane, because you already see this TV. It'll give you the Stampede slow outside of Veno. They don't have that much catch outside of the Frostbite. It'll also give you that aura builder and a reliable stun that you're lacking in the rest of your heroes outside of Monkey King. Or it's still open to interpretation. The issue with picking Centaur is then your bot stops being a flex until the very end, but
it's fine.
It looks good for them.
Yeah, I like Centaur, I like Brewmaster. I think those are two of my favorites.
Oh, Brew against TB would be nice.
Oh my god.
I could talk about the Tinker.
This sucks. I don't like offlane Bat, man. I mean, but it's fine.
So it got like countered a little bit, but I like this draft a lot more now that it's not a mid bat, because like I said, it looked really bad to me. We talked about the potential of a Tinker. Because Tundra had a different read on it, I assumed that they thought it would be impossible, but what kind of catch do they have for Tinker right now, right? They do have Plague Wards for vision.
Aghanim Scepter Underlord.
They have Underlord Aghanim Scepter potentially, but for now...
Maybe there's some kind of like Ember or Kunkka here or something like that, but yeah, the bat, this situation just a bit rough for them. They really have to snowball this game early on.
9 Clockwork?
They needed a 1v9 hero for Kiyotaka to win this game.
I don't think they did. I genuinely thought that they could just pick a good offlaner and then just have like good lanes and be happy. Now it's like, now there's like variables. I'm scared.
They may have overcomplicated things, perhaps. I'm with you.
I mean, I don't think they're overcomplicating things because mid-vat is so easily countered by like this overall last pick. I feel like this pivot is something that Tundra were thinking about because they did ban the Tinker out twice, but their response to the Tinker is the Wind Ranger. It's a hero that can hunt Tinker down, right? She builds MKB naturally. She builds things like Gleipnir that are added catch. She builds BKB, MKB, whatever. I do like Tundra's draft more on paper, but I think that if there's one hero to win 1v9, it is Tinker, and it is Kiyotaka on Tinker.
Jack, you was convinced about Tinker in the current patch?
You know, this 9Pandas squad have been giving me just shades of old VP feeling all the way, and I feel like even though we don't like the bat, I feel like they're gonna get the job done this game. I feel like this Tinker answers a lot of questions against TB, gives them a lot of follow-up tempo. They're gonna want to run around, get a bunch of track kills. I feel like I like 9Pandas here, even though I think Tundra is a pretty solid draft.
Yeah, I want to see Tinker win this game. I feel like it's time for Tinker to just...
It's not time for... I hate Tinker. What's wrong with you people?
But Sheep, Blink Dagger gets muted now.
Oh,
he can't rearm it as easy.
If you were talking about pubs being ruined by Bounty, then you don't want to see Tinker win this game.
No, but Tinker is easy to play against now that his Blink got nerfed.
Sure. Alright, I think Antares needs to have the same game that Stoxa had last game, and then they're good.
That's a high bar to set, man.
Yes, more kills than CS. That's all we're asking for here.
It's just that simple. I think everyone can replicate a performance like that, of course. Let's find out if 9Pandas were right to stake their Game 3 life on a Tinker with Sunsfan and Cinderin.
9Pandas versus Tundra, Game 3. Winner of this goes on to face Gaimin Gladiators in the upper bracket finals. And the loser goes to the lower bracket. So another life to live, as it were. A Tinker pick from 9Pandas. Your thoughts?
We get another new hero for ourselves.
That's
we have
right.
not cast a Tinker game yet. I think we've cast every other hero on the screen right now. We definitely have, but yeah, I mean, I was looking at this draft and I felt like 9Pandas needed something special, and the Tinker is, from my perspective, maybe one of the best options that they had. So I don't mind the pick at all. It's a good matchup against the Terrorblade. It plays great with Bounty. The question that I have is going to be of a damage nature once again for the Dire side. When auras will inevitably come out from this Underlord, do you have what it takes to get the kills? Pipe looks like a great item against the Bat and Tinker missiles, against Shuriken, and even the Crimson Guard has value in this game too against Ench and Monkey King ults. So if I'm 9Pandas, I think my way into winning this game is to try to shut down Underlord if possible. They have a good lane matchup against him. That's the very good news. We've seen the Monkey King do very well here. But Venno can throw a spanner in the works of this lane. That's kind of what I'm looking at here, and why I think Tundra picked it was as a solution to Monkey King specifically. So a lot of questions will be answered here in the first few minutes.
They want to try to get first blood on Snake King. Antares did a really good job of avoiding the vision top lane, so he ended up kind of backstabbing there.
Great start.
That'll be first blood.
Getting down on the Monkey King feels wonderful for them. It's going to make his lane against Underlord even easier. Still waiting to see how much Venno will offset the balance in that lane. Kiyotaka mid, Tinker against Windranger. Not a lane I've seen played particularly much. I feel like both heroes will probably just farm. Windranger has a way of CSing that is not reliant on attacks, so even if you blind her with laser, she can still power shot the range creeps. And at the same time, she doesn't threaten Tinker all that much either, so kind of expecting this to more or less be a wash. And then the top lane, let's see the battle between Ench and Venno unfold here. Two very... Damn, I forgot the word I remembered that other time again.
Toxic?
No. But yeah, Venno is toxic by nature.
Annoying?
They are...
Very annoying?
There it was. That was the one I couldn't remember.
Perfect.
Thank you. Yes.
No problem. I agree. They are very annoying to deal with, Cinderin. As the Gale's going to connect onto Ramses, so the annoyingness really showing in full scale. Ramses will live, but takes heavy, heavy damage.
And in this bot lane, this is a historically great matchup for Batrider against the Terrorblade, but it feels like lately Terrorblades have just been faring better in this matchup. And obviously Crystal Maiden, one of the best supports you can have as TB in the lane to protect against Bat, since she offers both a slow and a root on top of your own slow. So it's difficult for Bat to really commit to the kill and get that dive through. So far, so good for the early laning here for Tundra. Looking great on all three.
Feels like, I don't know what Terrorblade's win rate is, but it feels like it's picked into counters all the time, and it does just fine on this patch.
It's high.
Definitely high. Yeah, I think you can. That's a pretty safe pick, generally speaking. We haven't seen Zeus's at all, which used to be the old school counter. Not sure if it even is anymore.
Yeah, he got changed.
Skeeter
He fell off.
getting harassed a bit, or is it the other way around? And I mean, that's a tall order for Antares. He's already off to a worse start than Sox the last game.
Yeah, because he doesn't have 17 kills yet.
That's right.
What's
and
he doing?
I mean, one good thing from 9Pandas' side is that Ramses was the one that got the first blood, as you mentioned. Yep. I would say it's mostly from a mental aspect than anything else, because he was beyond tilted last game. He was just at the last couple deaths, he was literally just running in, it felt like.
That was tough.
Very, very weird.
That was a hard game for him.
But we'll see how they respond, and you know, I think the Eastern Europeans, they have a propensity to tilt from time to time, and it's all about how they respond after the fact. Of course, knowing that they do have another life, even if they were to lose this game, I'm sure provides some cover for their emotions. As Miera will be going for the Vanguard first, and does that turn into an Octarine, I assume, at some point?
Yeah, probably. Once again, going to be looking at... Oh, hang on. Never mind. Yeah,
Yep,
well,
hang on.
Maybe mind.
Saksa
Never
takes
mind
some
again.
damage. Blood grenade was used there, looks like.
A bit of harass.
Kiyotaka in the mid lane, 15-4 versus 9, who is also 15-4, so very even, although Kiyotaka's the one taking heavy damage right now. Power shot level 2, can he dodge it? Nope. That's going to be the death of Kiyotaka. Nicely played from 9.
Great glyph play. Love that.
As
Will be a
Sox ends
trade-off
up dying to
top,
Roger on the other side.
Yeah, and they also put some nice pressure on 33, but 33 CS is amazing in these first few waves. This is against a Monkey King who got first blood, but obviously does not have Jingu skilled level 1. He skilled the Boundless to get that first blood, and already a job well done up here from 33 will net him the almost phase boots, opting to not rush the Vanguard, but prioritizing the move speed to be able to create a distance to the Monkey King. And in the bot lane, Batrider is in dire straits. 10-5 against the 24-11 on Skitter.
Yeah,
Batrider obviously not good at CSing. The way this hero generally wins lanes
Yeah,
is
they use Blood Grenade as well.
not
It's the
like
slowest from
this.
Snaking, and Skeeter with the meta. Very little effort needed to grab that kill.
No coverage there from Antares. He was heading up to place a ward, I believe. And nice little purge creep there from Roger will protect him from Soxa. This is an interesting duel.
Yeah, Roger has to be careful, but he gets some backup in the form of Ramses, so Soxa will be vanquished. Ramses getting a little bit of revenge from last game.
I was going to say, there's no one in this game Ramses wants to kill more than Soxa. He has been waiting for this moment. The entire break, the entire draft, he's like, I want to kill Soxa.
Yep, understandably
Gets
so.
it.
I would certainly feel the same way. That's the reaction. Now,
funny, you'll have to see it.
One concern I have for 9Pandas, and tell me how they want to itemize here. The aura builder for Tundra is very obvious. Not so much for the side of 9Pandas. Like you definitely want to pipe this game.
Yes.
And I feel like Crimson's very good against a core win runner.
I mean, you can buy pipe on Bounty Hunter. We've seen teams do that with pretty good success, but I don't think these first 6 minutes are particularly inspiring in that regard. Like, he hasn't accomplished very much on the bounty. A lot of it's about the nature of the matchup. Oh no, they're going to triple down on him again here.
Yep, it's the
Miero's
second
really
root
dead.
and another death for Miero. 33.
Unexpected rotation. 33 showing up in the safe lane minute 6 as a ganking Underlord.
Yeah, that's what the gate does for you.
Yeah, this is why you can play as many scrims as you want, but this has not happened in any of your scrims that Underlord ganked your safe lane.
Yeah. Blood Grenade, 9.
In trouble here.
Yeah, it doesn't have win run for another 4 seconds. Continue to get poked by this Wild Wing Ripper.
One more hit would do it.
One more. No, he finds the distance, gets a bottle charge, and he will live. Wild Wing will not
Snake coming
get
in for
the kill.
right there. Ramses.
Oh, and 33 is back.
Oh, Soxa with the revenge.
Yep. Did he tip before the kill even came out?
Oh, he did. He did. He knew that one was over.
And I'm sure that these two have... I don't know if there's actually bad blood because Soxa is such a well-mannered human being. But in my experience, he, in pubs, plays... I don't know if this has changed since years ago, but he plays exclusively position 1, which I'm sure Ramses doesn't appreciate because that's also what he wants to play. So perhaps there's
I don't know.
a little bit of annoyance
He's
there.
definitely been playing a lot more 4 in the,
Good
in the
to
recent
know.
times from what I've seen, but who knows.
Yeah, he would... Oh.
This is an important moment for
Flame
Miero.
break,
This kill
Skeeter.
has to happen.
The lasso is coming for you, although he doesn't have mana for it right now. Actually, it's not even level 6. Gracious. Skeeter, 5 stacks to Sticky.
No. Okay, got it.
They
Fine.
find the kill, but it cost them 2.
It is expensive, but it is needed. Okay, so when you're playing offlane bat into a lane like this, it feels really bad to fall behind, and he obviously has already done that. And the nature of their lane with the Bounty Hunter Batrider, it has its... You would think from a theoretical standpoint that it would be good against this matchup that they have, but the problem is the slows are just too overwhelming, and after the nerfs Batrider has received, I feel like finding these dive plays on Terrorblade is just too hard. A really big part of that is that you just get out-CS'd, right? Like, your hero has bad damage. Oh, no.
Yeah, Ramsey's in trouble. Pops the Wukong's command, but the Firestorm doing massive damage. Gets a nice boundless strike onto 2. Rotation on the way, but he will lose his life.
Soxa gets the kill. Betty's really happy about
no
that.
No more tips. Or he's still fighting, so can't do that quite yet. And Teres, they do find the kill on 33, which is pretty important. Looks like Soxa
nice
will get some
bird,
help
but
from 9. A beautiful power shot from afar. And you can see Kiyotaka made his way over as well.
9 has
He's now going to get chased by 9.
He might just go for this.
He might.
He will.
There's the focus fire. Roger in the vicinity. Another power shot to come, and Kiyotaka's dead. 9 with a double kill as Ramses just spawned, now pursuing. He's going to get galed, though, in midair. And now he's very slow.
No.
Can they triple team him here? They get the root. They're going for the right clicks, and he is going to die. A triple kill for 9. More tips for Ramses. Holy jeez.
Boy, this is the mental game now.
It is.
Dire's middle tower is under
Well,
attack.
He just spawned and died again. Kind of reminiscent to that last game. As Kiyotaka killed Soxa, they're trying to take the Fiend's Gate over to the...
Yeah, needs to be careful not to be caught here when 9 comes back.
Bottom tower is under
He will take the gate. All right, Tinker's TPing out, so no way he's going to find him here. Too late. Kiyotaka's bot, and they're going to be looking for a move on Miero's bat here. Pretty low on mana, will be bottled up a little bit by Tinker, though, and this might be enough in the tank, but they're pretty well positioned here on Underlord and Maiden, making it difficult. And Snaking's level 6, by the way. We're 9 minutes in.
Yep, so is
Great
the Bat Rider
grenade.
off lane. There's the lasso, but he's inside the pit, and he just dies.
Oh, would you look at that? Maiden is pretty strong with ultimate at 9.
And it's funny that we've been seeing some teams where their supports are just so underleveled time and time again in this patch, but Tundra does not seem to be the case.
I mean, this
pretty
is
much every game.
This is a byproduct of how they've been moving their heroes, right? We had 33 ganking bottom, and then he headed back to top. So in that time, Soxa got experience, and he's now level 6. And Skater on the Terrorblade has also been making that space a little bit for snaking in the lane. Also, Snake has been involved in a lot of kills, so we'll get residual experience from those. And yeah, it's a tough time right now to be a Panda, because... So Monkey King is falling behind, clearly. Bat Rider has had a tough time. I think at this point you kind of have to play around Track plus Tinker and just really try to bring Bat Rider into those moves. This is a fat stack that he might be getting here, but...
Yeah, that's going to take a bit.
Things are a little bit awkward here, not fully stacked on all of the creeps. I don't know if he can do the full camp like this.
Yeah, half the creeps only have a couple stacks. Bit awkward.
He will not be able to.
And you better hope that nobody from Tundra comes to investigate this. He's getting a decent amount of farm, though, at the very least. And it's much needed because he is struggling, that's for sure. If you see, in terms of net worth, all 3 cores for 9Pandas are kind of struggling. I mean, the offlaner 33 is higher than anybody else
Kiyotaka
on that team. Underlord gets the Pit of Malice, focus fire from afar. And Kiyotaka, a couple more hits will do it. Another easy kill for Tundra. You can see Tundra just... It's like they go really fast-paced really early, regardless of their lineup.
What's the cast range of... Okay, this is completely unrelated. What's the cast range of Laser? 650. And Windranger's attack range is 600. So, okay. Technically, you could buy Dragonlance and Windranger and outrange Laser.
Okay. That's not the worst.
I don't know if that's ever good. But
that sounds great.
Oh, it's just a thought, because like what's happening in these situations is that 9 is getting laser. I mean, he killed him anyway, right? But if he could either outrange the laser, obviously you're going to get MKB eventually and use that as your solution. But it was just a stray thought. Obviously, Windranger now being a universal hero means that an item like Dragonlance also gives you damage. Whereas in the past when you were in, it felt way worse to buy. So maybe there's an avenue for something like that on this hero now?
I completely forgot she's universal. That's maybe the big reason she's good now.
Yeah, she has a lot more damage.
We talked about the shackle shot changes, which obviously helps, but the stats may be the bigger of the two.
Yeah, but in the last game they were playing it as a, or in the prior game they were playing it as a 4 in game 1, right? And for 4, I think it matters a lot less to be universal than it does as a mid.
Yeah,
but
most likely.
Yeah, his damage right now 115 with Justin Atos and Treads.
And Terrace level 5 still, by the way. We'll be getting 6 with this creep. So 9Pandas likely to be looking for some track kills. They really need it. And like you said, I think coupling him with the Kiyotaka Tinker. I mean, who can they actually kill? I think that the real issue is they don't really have lockdown outside of the Bat Rider, so they kind of have to go as 3, it feels like.
Did you mention 33 Jules?
I did not.
That's very uncommon in this patch.
Huh.
He went phase Yules. He's very fast, but pretty frail for now. But with this Yules, he can find a way to distance himself from the Bat Rider. He can distance himself from Monkey King. And he'll still buy the pipe, obviously. Like, you're absolutely buying that.
Oh boy, Kiyotaka.
He is dead on Miero.
Or Miero. Ramsey's gonna die inside his Wukong's command as well. Trying to take out Snake King, he does, but again, heavy cost for 9Pandas as now Kiyotaka showing himself. He's triple team. Nine getting very low in the meantime, so they do get some sort of collateral, but still a 3 for 2 as Soxa wants to take the gate, probably won't have time. Both tracked. 33 able to get out.
Pretty good for the Pandas. It's a lot of track kills, and they killed the Wind Ranger, who had a big bounty on her. Nine was 7-0.
Track still half duration. It's going to run out of area to run to.
Yeah, you're not getting away from this.
No, I don't think so. There's the Gale, Ramses. Yeah, they need this Monkey King to get something going here.
Where's the tip?
Well, if it was Soxa, he would have tipped.
It was.
Yep, true.
Oh, what do you mean?
I get 2 old man moments a game. Okay, that's my
you
one
used them back to back here because you also called the Bat Rider Kiyotaka.
All right,
so
that's true.
you're running out. You aged like 15 years in 5 minutes.
All right,
that's crazy.
Roll back time.
Oh.
Let's roll it back. As Solar Crest online for the Veno. As 9, ooh, that was a close call there. Ramses could have been stunned for 4 seconds.
Bit of an X factor in this matchup, of course. Wind Ranger can always cut quite a lot of trees, and she can do it from really far away. So as long as you see the monkey at any point, you have that surprise that could come into play. It didn't matter there. But definitely a more even game than the last one, to say the least. Still.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was inevitable.
Yeah.
I don't know if it could get worse than that. But in terms of pacing, I feel like, I mean, Tundra obviously have a 2K lead. It feels like nothing has happened with the Tinker yet, really. Like, at what point do you think that this hero, like, gets online and they just want to start getting mega aggressive?
I just have to admit, I don't know exactly how you handle it on a pro level now that you can cancel the blink. Because that's my biggest concern for him, is he's going blink Shivas, right? And what you used to take advantage of with this build is that Tinker will blink in, he'll Shiva, get AoE damage and vision, he'll rearm and then blink out when he has his defense matrix on. But he can't do that this game. So the moment he goes in to deal Shiva damage, he's probably sticking, you know? He's not able to reset. So a bit of my knowledge about this matchup might just be off. Historically speaking, I think this was looking quite promising right now. I just don't know how hard the nerf is going to hit him this game. Power will go down to 33 bottom. Closing in on that completed pipe, about 1,500 to go. Lincoln's on the way for the Wind Ranger. There's a casual javelin here, interesting.
For who?
For the Wind Ranger.
Oh, right.
Or did he finish? No, he's not using it.
Maelstrom not coming?
Is it?
I don't know.
Where's his career?
Javelin not it.
Nope.
Oh. Miero is going to get caught out. There's the Atos to start it out. Into the Shackle, into Focus Fire. And Skeeter and 9 team up for an easy kill. Yeah, Snake King's jungling as the CM. Interesting.
Yeah, I feel like Snake King does this more than any 5 in the world right now. Just recognizes that
in pro play, because in pubs this is standard.
Right. So he recognizes the game state of how the lanes are being pushed, and he's just maximizing. Soxa will definitely die here.
Yep. Oh, 33 with the Fiend's Gate. The entirety of Tundra seemingly are here. Kiyotaka's dead. Antares next. Roger trying to get the kill on the Snake King. Looks like that's not to be. So a beautiful turnaround for Tundra, and they only lose the Veno.
And
although Snake King picked off by Miero in the meantime.
Nice, you got his name right.
Excuse me?
It was Miero.
Miero.
Good job. Yeah, you didn't call him Kiyotaka, I'm sorry.
It happens. Ramses has his Maelstrom and Echo Saber. Going to go for the BKB. As we have a replay of Soxa's death.
This is a really good gate. Not just because, I mean, obviously the way they're connecting, but the fact that they get on.
Wukong's command was placed, but a nice shackle from 9. Is he able to kill Ramses inside his ult? Indeed. Antares trying to turn this around to 9, though. He is tracked. Just not enough damage yet.
Are these missiles hitting him? No.
No.
It's fine.
The missile's range was decreased in the patch, I do believe. As Antares, okay. Force Staff, Snake King. Beautifully done. Actually, it wasn't even the Force Staff. It was just the Tumbler's toy.
And now mid tower will be claimed as well. Tundra looking really, really good in this game number 3.
Yeah, and then when it comes to Roche, Tundra's team is very good at taking it.
So he finished the Gleipnir here, and so he did go for it after all.
Yep, and there it is. And that is a kill onto Miero again. Solo kill from 9, who is
making so many
starting to take over the game.
He's been, how many courses he killed alone? It feels like he's killed Bat 3 times and Monkey King 3 times at this point almost.
Yeah, it's been quite a bit.
Like just dominating the map on this mid-wind.
I mean, if you're even close to the amount of damage that Tinker is doing in a game, you know you're doing quite well.
Yeah.
Yourself. Especially when you're a single target like Windrunner is. 9, he's going to be spotted by the bounty. Oh, they pinged it out. I'm not sure if that was 33's ping. They might have spotted the bounty, but he's in the corner now. Has a solar crest as well. I just noticed he has the Philosopher's Stone. That's why he wasn't doing very much damage. I think he might have gotten that kill, legitimately. I don't know if he was holding it at the time, but he almost got the kill onto the Windrunner earlier. Oh, this was lacking the right click. Ramses. He finds Soxa, wants to expend the ult just to kill the pesky bounty hunter from last game. He will fall.
This is going to cost
Beans Gate, yep, trying to turn this around on Ramses again, but the focus fire is going to be used on Roger instead because Ramses is likely just going to die to the rest of the team. So will be a 2-for-1 special in favor of Tundra again. 6K lead.
Sox is probably just smiling.
Yeah. Ramses sees red every time Soxa shows up.
Yeah, basically.
Well, I think that was... Is that a Blink Dagger come on Miero? Because that might be go time where we start to see 9Pandas get ultra aggressive.
Yeah, I think with this dagger reveal, you want to find a kill on... You really want to prioritize key targets like Wind Ranger or Terrorblade with this. I think killing supports with his lasso is not going to bring you back in the game. You need to find the big ones.
This would be big. Kiyotaka, he's showing himself. The rest are smoked. Miero finds the lasso. Do they have the damage follow-up? Gleipnir is placed by 9. He's going to use the focus fire, but then dies shortly after. So a big pick off for 9Pandas, but it was all a ruse as Tundra will be getting the free Roche.
Yeah, taking the gate now on Bat, but no, never mind, he didn't. It looked like he was going to. Okay, just going the way of Skitter. Having a completely free game on Terrorblade. I think this is one of the really scary things when you watch Tundra play at their best, is just how insanely free the map feels for Skitter so much of the time. And half of it is himself pushing lanes very well when he's playing illusion-based heroes like Naga and TB, and the other half is just... Their other players are so aggressive and eager to get stuff done early. Like, Tundra has this rap for being a team that plays slow to end out games and whatnot, but a lot of the time it's off the back of getting the control first, right? The reason their games drag out is that they are destroying the map and they're waiting until the game is unlosable. It's not that they play slow from start to finish and then ultimately win on greed, right? It's just, this team is has a very strong early mid game, and then game by game they decide what type of game it is, if it's time to pull down a little bit and control, or if you can just really push the game to the limit. So they've earned themselves that spot here now. Terrorblade is way ahead of everybody else. What are they going to do with the Aegis? Is it tier 2 time? Are you going to just farm?
The world is their oyster. They could go for the Terrorizer or the Tormentor, whatever the hell it's called.
Terrorizer.
Yeah.
That's Dark Willow.
Terminator. Roger. Going to take over the Watcher to give them some cover. What was that? What the? Did he misclick?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Can you solo it that early?
Oh, hang on. I think, okay, so I think he thought that he took the Watcher. I'll explain in a sec.
Oh boy, the Bat Rider already falls. Gleipnir placed onto the Antares Bounty Hunter, so 2 quick kills for Tundra as Kiyotaka showing himself with the Shivas.
Okay, so here's what Roger thought, okay?
Okay.
He thought that he had taken control of the Watcher, but it was a Radiant one, which was then stolen.
My.
And what he was trying to do was
control the Watcher, pike, TP to base, and shoot from the base.
Oh.
But since the Watcher was Radiant beforehand, he didn't get the vision, he just muted it, right?
I see.
And now on the second try, he realized, oh, I didn't have the Watcher, so he positioned himself and pulled downwards, which makes me wonder, to begin with, why did he TP? Because he could do it without, right? He didn't even
Maybe he was
place
scared
the
somebody was going to gank him or something.
Maybe. Maybe that's what it was.
All right, well, he does take the Tormentor in the end. And who ended up getting the Shard? It was the Bounty.
Yep. So can Invis the Monkey King, I suppose?
So last time we cast this Shard, it was not cast on an ally at any point. Socks are going to run right into Miero. There's the lasso, the track, and the easy kill. Now Ramsey's trying to find 9 and a nice boundless strike, but they don't have enough. Obviously with the lasso down, it's going to be tough to find additional kills. But yeah, we were under the assumption that the talents even apply to the Shadow Walk if you place it on an ally, but have yet to actually see it because
don't know.
Refuse to use it on their ally. But considering you're getting it this early, I mean, you can just place it on Miero. Pretty damn nice.
That's very true. It's actually super good to Shadow Walk the bat. If you do it after he Fireflies, mainly. Yep. Or rather, maybe regardless, actually. You know, you just need to get some sort of vision and then you can jump for it. Skitter, putting explosive pressure on the tower.
Yep, still with Aegis for another minute and a half. We'll see how much they want to push the envelope.
Kiyotaka is tough to deal with this BKB in the back, or in the inventory here. That he feels confident to just blink in and play aggressively.
Yep, reflection placed on him, doesn't seem to care too much. He'll be blinking constantly with the rearm. Skitter already getting a bit low. As bot lane, Ramsey's all alone. Will Wukong's command BKB attempt to TP? He will get out, and the rest of Tundra going into the portal. See if they can find something knowing that that BKB is down, as Kiyotaka now shows in the bot lane. Feels like it's all about these, like, little, for 9Pandas, all about these singular pickoffs with Bat, getting the track kills one by one. Tundra want to have a team fight.
Yeah, they're not going to give them a 5-on-5. That's not what this dire lineup wants to do. They want to find flanks, they want to skirmish, play on track plus Tinker.
And Ramsey's... Oh, actually blink? Okay.
Blink terribly.
Pretty early blink.
It actually kind of makes sense when you look at what's happening to him in the fights. Right? He wants to be able to get on top of the Tinker and just start putting pressure on him immediately.
Yeah.
With this dagger, it means that if any of his teammates ever catch the Tinker with anything, Terribly can be there and get that damage in. Knowing that he can't rearm the blink as well just means if they, let's say they get a shackle shot on the Tinker, Terribly can just kill him. Just blinks in, pops meta, goes to town, pops BKB, doesn't get lasered. Finishes the job. So definitely setting themselves up for what needs to happen if they want to win a fight against the Tinker if they ever catch.
Yep, 9Pandas, they're forcing out a few TPs and they're actually sticking around out of the Bat Riders available. Looking for the track to give a little bit of vision. Miero has to go onto the south side of the map.
Have good vision here. Antares can maybe find them a little snack.
9.
No linkage
9.
yet.
He's showing himself now. There's the lasso. Impetus doing quite a bit of damage. Antares with the track.
Not enough.
Will 9 survive? Yes. And now the attempted turnaround, but the Tinker is actually TPing on top of the Bat Rider as Skeeter pops the BKB and Meta just pounding into the Bat Rider completely. Already 2 dead very quickly, but Kiyotaka on the backline deletes 9 and Snake King, but gets stunned up for the time being. He's out of mana as Ramsey's with Mjolnir. Charge on him, onto the trees he goes.
Oh,
trying to find the distance as Tinker coming back to play. Ramses has to pop the BKB. He might have to fight through this. I don't know if he can get away. 33, gets the pit. The BKB was still activated, so he actually will get out with the Tinker's help.
33 was lightning fast to throw down that Fiend's Gate to try to cut the trees, but barely missed the Monkey King, or that's a clean kill. Nice save from Kiyotaka coming in with the defense matrix to get Monkey out of there. That was scary, but overall, a great fight again for 9. I say again, it's been a while, but a great fight for 9Pandas. They get some track kills. Tinker kills the Wind Ranger, which is the particularly big kill here. And they get out alive on their course, but close call. Look at this here.
instant gate here. Thought he... He thought he jumped a little bit further than he did.
Yeah.
And placed it a little bit too far to the right.
Yeah, very close call. But Ramses did get out this time.
Yep.
So nice shot from 9Pandas. And those track kills starting to add up. I mean, it's only a 3K lead now for Tundra.
Absolutely, and Ramses' net worth is not bad. Like, he, considering how rough a game he had earlier on, he's recovered very, very well. Terribly to still the big boy on campus, but can't really seem to necessarily convert it into meaningful damage in team fights.
Yeah.
Venno Shard gets the latent toxicity, so if this gets dispelled, it stuns. He's gonna potentially die here.
They spot Soxa, but he has a lot of plague wards up in the ready.
He's playing zone control here, defending that tower so his team can farm top half.
And he's actually going for the Aghanim Scepter. He's only 600 away from. He's going to be spotted again, which of course is the old Poison Nova, added as a way for him to do even more damage.
It's quite different from the old one, but like the idea is the same, that it's like a ring of poison that springs from the targets, but it's not around himself unless he dies. It's whenever Gale expires earlier than its max duration, which means it should be if it gets dispelled, or if you die, or if the target that's Gale dies, they will throw out a Poison Nova, which deals percentage-based damage, max HP, and reduces their magic resist. So this is a very special Ags, and it's kind of deceptive because it has moments where it looks kind of weak, and then there's moments where you're like, holy shit, our whole team just died.
Yeah.
And it's very much down to whether you hit like almost like a hot streak, where the spells combine perfectly back to back, and it can be very scary.
What do you think of the new ult, Noxious Plague?
I like it. I think it's fun.
Yeah, you would.
I think Venno's fun.
God, I hate you.
Judge me.
Yeah, already judged.
You will.
Well, he actually just buys it straight up, so no buyback for him. 4 smoke now for Tundra as the Ags being delivered to Soxa. 33 and company looking for an opening as they will scan out Roche, who is awake. And yeah, that is going to be a very quick death for Miero, and that literally might just be Roche. We'll see if they still want to fight. It's a 5v4 now. Ramses gets off the Wukong's command. They're going to blow up Snake King to start it off. Kiyotaka on the backline with the Shivas, going on top of 9. Shackle will connect. Ramses trying to find more, but there's the Underlord Pit onto Ramses. Kiyotaka forced to TP out. Ramses has to pop his BKB and TP out, but they have the damage, and down he goes. Big kill.
It feels like this could be a Windranger Basher game, doesn't it?
Perhaps. Roger on the other side of the bridge now. Kiyotaka, again, just trying to create space, but I think they might just have to give up Roche, as this will be Tundra's for the taking.
Yeah. Plenty of time left in the meta. They have Solar Crest. And in they go.
Kiyotaka, he's getting a little bit close. I don't know if he actually wants to try to go for a weird steal. It looks like they might want to. Monkey King dead for 30 more seconds. They're positioning themselves to try to fight this. The dust comes out from 9, and they just want to get some kills in the meantime, because they can go for Roche at any point.
Oh, Sneeze toast.
Life near onto 2. Yes, Snake King finally dies after just dying before. Miero trying to get away with that Lotus Orb. There's the pit, though, onto the Tinker. This will be a huge kill for Tundra. The Flame Break keeping everybody at bay. Shackle connects on Tarius as Rogers continue to do damage from afar. Soxa dies, and thus his Poison Nova goes off. There's the Sunder finally from Skeeter. He's no longer in meta, so not as big of a threat. And Monkey King available if he can just TP in here in time. So somehow, 9Pandas have successfully prevented the Roshan.
Roger
and now they can go for it.
He more or less soloed the Maiden with Pike, and then he more or less, I think he killed half or 2/3 of Windranger after. Look at that Ench damage.
Yeah, that's absurd.
Almost the same as Tinker. He's a 4. No, he's a 5, actually, the Ench. I mean, that's up for debate, I guess. Him and Bounty have about the same, but look at this replay. So Snake King here, Pike, 1, 2, 3, 4. Doesn't get any value out of the 4-step ult.
And now the wind run will expire on 9, and Roger is just going to town. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I think he also enchanted off the wind run, which is obviously a big part of this hero matchup, right? So even with that Lincoln's 9 not safe.
Yeah, and that looks so bad for 9Pandas, but they went in with confidence 4v5 without their Monkey King, and they own. 33.
A very well played fight from them.
Doesn't have enough sugar in his system. Needs some more refills on that coffee. Blood sugar a little bit low, as that is a very, very early nullifier as well. Skeeter, very interesting build though. So we talked about, I mean, we didn't really talk about it. He had Diffusal, which we've seen a couple times. He sold it now.
He didn't get much bang for his buck with that.
Yeah, I don't know what that was for, but it's cheap. So he sold it, went for a relatively early blink, and now gets early nullifier. Does that take off the Matrix?
Uh-oh.
We're going to see the lasso from Miero. Soxa is dead.
Poison Nova at least.
There is.
Some damage.
But they're going to shrug it off. The defense Matrix is dispellable, so nullifier does work against
That's pretty big, actually.
As the Ag's now online for Roger.
Oh my God.
Remember, he's the stand-in here as Kiyotaka going deep into the base. Nullifier applied, but he blinks away.
Tree cut with the force staff.
Ramses in very deep. BKB popped by Skeeter. He's just going to right-click the Monkey King down, who, by the way, is still in their freaking base.
He can BKB ult here.
He can.
Or just run.
He's BKB running away, but there's a focus fire. Already at half HP. Lotus Orb applied. Roger in pretty deep as well. Another beautiful pit from 33 as Miero is going to pay the ultimate price, but going to get saved for the time being. There's a nullifier again. Miero, Dunzo.
Removes the E-Blade too. Now Ramses.
Oh, Shackle Shot connects onto Ramses, and he's dead. A little bit too cocky from 9Pandas.
Way too far, and man, they're going to pay so much for this. They had so many possible advantages with this Aegis in hand, but throw it away in the enemy base and now end up losing 3 heroes on top.
Yep, Antares is certainly dead. Roger did end up getting away, but that was questionable to say the least. Going in that deep.
Ramses clearly wasn't expecting that clutch force staff, right? The moment he jumped on the tree got cut, so they counterplayed him really well. Yeah, nicely done from Tundra. I think we're going to see the replay of that here. I understand why he wants to go for this. Like, look how aggressive Kiyotaka is being, but this...
That's pretty deep.
Wait, what?
I think he hurricane piked.
It was
hurricane
that was so fast.
He hurricane piked into the tree.
Wait, was it just by chance?
I don't know if that was on accident or not, actually.
If that was by chance, that is stupidly lucky. Holy... Oh...
That, yeah, we might need another replay on that one, production.
I thought that was a clutch force. If that was just a pike on the Tinker that randomly cut Monkey's tree, that is hilarious and very fortunate for Tundra. Wow.
That could be a big turning point, as we're going to see it again.
Okay,
okay, so Skeeter in the top. You can see the Monkey about to go. All right, Skeeter.
No, it was force staff, right?
It was.
Yeah, Tinker or Blink. He was just mega fast. He was turned the right way after hitting Tinker. Wow, what a heads-up play.
Either way,
that was
huge
very
play.
fast.
And potentially a huge turnaround for Tundra as they were losing a lot of momentum. As we're going to see. What's, there we go again. This should be.
Ramses!
This should be. What? Oh my God! He took it solo! Oh my 70 seconds! Oh, they're going to lose Miero! And here comes the Fiend's Gate from above. Miero might actually get out. As Roger is turned into a beastly carry. Snake King is deleted. Oh, pops the smoke, is fine. They're going to continue on despite it being 5v4. Kiyotaka taking a Poison Nova, pops the BKB, getting nullified, attempting to TP out again. Will be fine.
They need a Basher.
They killed the Windrunner, so that's
really
the big
need
kill.
some sort of Basher or Abyssal against this Tinker.
Yeah,
he can play way too aggressively. But oh my God, Ramsey's dying there. That is unbelievable.
He's had some interesting deaths. That's to say the least. Soxa gets dropped. So again, in a 4v5 situation, 9Pandas are able to get something out of it. He's just minding his own business. Like, yeah, this is fine. Oh, he actually, oh my God. He actually tried to mischief it off.
Roger's just laughing. Oh,
that's amazing.
I mean, to be fair, it didn't look like he was even close enough in the AoE.
God, that's so funny.
And I don't think there's an ult. You need to be able to hold alt and see the hover. But that is absurd, man.
Oh my god, the player cams just made it so much better for me.
That is
just
insane.
laughing at him. Oh.
I mean, we've seen people die from that before, but that's usually not the position one standing there, not even participating in the battle.
This game truly has everything, doesn't it? My god, that's so funny.
All right, so after that, 6K lead is now on the side of 9Pandas. I think you're right. They do need some sort of a stun. And nothing's lined up right now for 9. And the question is, can Terrorblade go for something? He's going for Ag, so he's going for the Fear. Yeah, I'm surprised they're not going for a Bash or something to that effect.
All right, Kiyotaka's in. Well, not really.
He is in. Going for 9. The lasso is there. Do they have the damage? They do. 75 seconds of no Wind Ranger.
Oh my god.
And now Kiyotaka is going absolute ham. Destroying Snake King, has the overwhelming blink. He is just slowing them perpetually. Showing off now. Looking for a high 5, will TP back to base. This is the new, and yeah, that was Arcane Rune, obviously, but this is the new Tinker that has been nerfed because of the Blink Dagger changes. Yep. Still quite strong.
Am I missing something? Is there a reason they're not buying a Basher here? Because they're not really struggling with getting on top of Kiyotaka. They're struggling with stopping him from TPing out, right?
Yes.
Like
they've caught him. Like he's BKB TP'd out several times.
They have Nullifier against the E-Blade, so they can cover that part of it. It just feels like they need to be able to lock the guy down and get the job done. So unless there's something I'm unaware of here that makes that not possible, I really feel like they should be buying an Abyssal Blade on Skitter here. Or a Basher on 9 even would be fine.
Yeah,
but
just a casual Basher with the Focus Fire, that's
at this point, the problem for 9 is that he's the target though, right? He's the one getting jumped. So I can understand his mindset of wanting to get BKB, but damn. 9Pandas are definitely showcasing why this is a hero to be feared when you're against this team.
Oh, the enemy Tormentor.
Yeah. See if we can get Ramses over there together with Roger.
Yeah, if he could do that a second time for content, that would be great.
Oh, I love that.
A very back and forth game, but now 9Pandas in pretty decent control as Enchantress now has the new Mindbreaker. This was upgraded a tier. And Roger is a carry in his own right now.
He's gonna be able to. I mean, he can solo the Maiden or the Veno probably. And just keep playing it. And this is something that's hard for the Underlord to itemize against as well, right? Because we're talking about these Underlords that get so tanky.
Soxa dead.
Blink and you miss it.
Yeah. Heat-seeking missile now stuns, level 25. Of course, he's level 27, so he's had that a while. And Miero gonna get some company with Kiyotaka. And they can easily kill CM from the other side of the cliff. That's a double kill across the map for Kiyotaka.
They do not have a solution for this hero right now.
They do not.
He is absolutely just running the show.
I mean, it started out a bit slow, but now that he's fully online, it's
Tinker has
ridiculous.
these games once in a while where, like, the enemy team just don't have the solutions. You're going to be problematic to deal with, to say the least. Tundra, I mean, it was obviously the overall 10th pick of the draft, right? Or was it? No, Windranger was the 10th pick. Tundra did have other options than Windranger if they wanted, but 9 has been doing a great job this game for the most part. They've really been slowing down the last 15 minutes.
They're really searching for him, but he's not there. MKB now for Roger. And just remind you, this is a support. Hurricane Pike, Ags, MKB. His only issue with, the Lotus Flowers will help is he's running out of mana because he's attacking so much in these fights.
And I'm pretty sure this item timing that we just saw with 1 minute slower than average is without Ags, by the way.
Probably.
I think most Enches we see go Pike MKB.
Yeah.
But he has a full Ags in between, so don't be fooled. He is very farmed this game.
Good old Sproink.
Yep.
All right, Kiyotaka showing himself.
Yeah, I don't know. Tundra just feel like they can't go on him. They're going to try to itemize Axe on Skitter for the Fear, which could also help, but...
Yeah, it could be good. Of course, the defense matrix, if you're not going to nullify her first, could be an issue. And if you nullify her first, then he's just going to BKB in order to not be feared. So it's all about timing and position. As Miera and Kiyotaka, they're going to get vision here onto Snake King. He's going to get the Frostbite up, and it immediately blinks out. Snake King's just going to die right off the bat as the Underlord's taking the brunt of the damage. Snake King somehow lived, but just 2 dead already. 9, another casualty for Tundra, as they have no answers for this Tinker. There's literally nothing they can do. It's an ultra kill, and they did basically nothing. It was a 1v4.
Science is too strong.
Jeez.
You're fighting a guy with lasers, with rockets, with arrows. How did you think that was going to go with your last pick, Windranger? You had to pick some even more sciencey shit, like Zeus, because he has magic that doesn't exist.
This is an Aghanim Scepter as well. Once it is dropped, which I suppose Ramses will take. As Tinker already has the Ags, he's already consumed an Ags, in fact.
Oh no.
As Kiyotaka into the base, and Skeeter is dead. Gracious.
Okay.
This hero has completely taken over in this upper bracket semi matchup. It's the Tinker Show. Level 29.
Holy shit.
At 44 minutes.
Oh, that is dirty.
I don't know what you do. I genuinely don't know what you do. There was a timing where the Basher would have made a difference.
I
don't know anymore. I don't know if that matters anymore, though. He's just too big.
I think it's kind of critical mass at this point. Oh, they hit a Monkey King.
Yeah, Miera, they're using the lasso on Snake King. They're going to clean him up relatively easily. Kiyotaka just chilling in the pit. Now the rest of the team can focus on the barracks. Remember, they still have Cheese on Roger. They still have the Aegis intact for Ramses for another 4 minutes. Buybacks are available from Tundra, but if you buy back and you don't get some major kills, this might just be GG. 37k net worth lead as a double gem is online, apparently. Up, Kiyotaka going back in. 9 already very low. Another laser, rocket, goodbye. No Windranger for 75 seconds. Another lasso comes online. Soxa's dead. 33's next on the list. Trying to go into his fountain. He'll get there successfully. The BKB saving his life as Skeeter finally ends up spawning. And to be able to get some kills in the form of the 2 supports.
Here comes Kiyotaka.
Yep, Kiyotaka's back with full mana. And that's a dead Soxa. 33 and Skeeter, the only 2 remaining members alive at the current moment for Tundra. There's a nullifier on Kiyotaka, has to be a bit careful. The Pit of Malice as well. He pops the BKB, finding a little bit of distance, but there's a force set from Skeeter trying to right-click Kiyotaka. This will be a very big kill. He's getting really low. E-Blade applied to him, and finally, they vanquish the Tinker. He actually buys back into the game, knowing that the Aegis is still online for Ramses. And Kiyotaka, now they can focus down Skeeter. He's very low, no Sunder to come. 95 seconds, does have buyback, but of course, meta has been used already. Now focusing on the barracks, that's going to be another fortification for Tundra. As you can see, 9Pandas, they want to finish this game now. So they were able to kill the Tinker once. Can they do it again? As Snake King getting caught out again and will drop to the deck. 33 with a nice Pit of Malice as the buyback comes through. But 33 gets off the Yules. Okay, Ramsey's getting pretty low, has to pop the cheese, only gets to half HP as Skeeter. Now he's the one in trouble, getting bashed into oblivion, and down he goes. Double kill for Kiyotaka, and that should do it. GGs are called. 9Pandas will be moving on in the upper bracket, and Tundra down to the lower bracket.
Damn. Somebody buy this kid whatever he wants tonight. What a sick performance from Kiyotaka. Just talk about carrying your team to the upper bracket finals. Standout Tinker performance. The man on your screen right now, Roger, as well on the edge. Super pumped, obviously. It's been a long time since he's had a top 3 placement at a major, but no stranger to it, obviously. Let's remember that. Ramses and Roger have been in this position many a time, but for the 3 newer players on 9Pandas, this will be their first time getting this high on the scoreboard of a tournament of this magnitude. And what's the ceiling? You beat Tundra, the #1 placing team in Group B, by quite a margin. You lost to their Medusa strat. You beat 2 of the others Two of their best.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like game 2 felt like they were just trying to see if they could beat this epic strat, and they could not. But then they went back to the drawing board, and I mean, the game was pretty close for a while, but at a certain point, they just could not be stopped.
25, 6, and 10 ends the game with 75,000 hero damage, more than all of his teammates combined.
Yeah, that's Tinker.
By, maybe not. It's very close. I think we're going to need to have a Tsunami run that one for the calculator
out, young man.
That's we're within 500 striking range here, I think, with whether or not he beat his entire team out. But you know what? I'll give him the MVP regardless. This is
yeah, 25, 6, and 10 for the Tinker. Level 30. He did get the 30 at the end.
Yep.
And that is one of the big performances of the entire major for sure. Panel, Tinker, 25 kills. What a beast.
The kid's a wizard on the hero. What can I say? Don't bring a quiver to a laser fight as Kiyotaka single-handedly, 1v9'd handedly, Effie, wins this game for 9Pandas.
Yes.
Yes.
In the pregame, I mentioned if Tinker wins, it's 1v9 Tinker, and that's because the cores on his team were so outdrafted. Like, it was such a bad Monkey King game. It was such a bad Batrider game. But Kiyotaka is just too good on this hero. You can't bet against it. Like, that was an incredible performance. It looked a little bit difficult for him initially when he was constantly getting picked by the Wind Ranger, when he would TP with that big Blink Dagger and try to make something happen, and then the Underlord would come in, pit him. He couldn't blink out, but the second he got that BKB, he was playing on the edge of his seat. He was even going in without the BKB, saving his allies. Like, that was a perfect Tinker performance.
And to contrast that, who did not buy a BKB, guys? It was 9. I was so mad. That was a massive grief. Like, to put it bluntly, that was a fuck up. You can't not buy a BKB into this Tinker. It's impossible. It's so hard to play. Like, every fight, he just gets like lassoed by Batrider or like just spelled down by Tinker. Every time he like blinks, he's doing so much massive burst damage because he has like it was overwhelming blink plus like a Shiva's. Everyone's just dying. You can't stand in that, and you'd see how quickly 9 would die every fight, and that's your mid laner that you need to do damage. He never even made it to like an MKB, for example, and he had to like go back for a Linken's. I think he just like hit an area where he just fell off and couldn't do anything due to the timing from Tinker.
We've now discovered the name of the meaning of the name 9Pandas, because that was a one-man 9Pandas performance there from Kiyotaka. I also want to point out 25 kills, 6 deaths, 10 assists. Add those numbers up, what do you get? 41, which is how many pubs he played in a row on stream. So a man who can play 41 pubs in a row, lose 28 of them, and keep on going, that's how you get a beast like Kiyotaka here today.
Thank you very much, Good Jack Hunting. I appreciate you crunching the numbers for that. Although it wasn't entirely 1v9, Effie. I know you also had some praise for Roger as well, who's actually standing by with Pyrian for a winner's interview.
Yeah, hi guys, I'm here with Roger. Roger, that was quite a series. Let's go back to game 1. The skeleton army that you sent in there. What was up with that?
This is my friends, man. I love them.
You like playing Chen? You just like creating an army of skeletons? What's the biggest skeleton army you've ever made?
Oh, I don't remember actually. Maybe 50 skeletons just in 1 second, like Brute, you know. They just... enemy throne disappeared. I like it.
Let's stand over here a little bit so we get a bit more light. Sorry about that. Game 2. Obviously, things didn't go your way. Be honest. I know he's behind you, but be honest. Was Ramses a little bit tilted about this bounty hunter in his lane?
Man, after drafts, we know we are lost. We're just playing game, enjoying.
Just trying to enjoy it.
They just destroy us. We know about it. We lost draft, so...
But so in game 3, you guys came back. You were much happier with your draft. This Tinker was out of control. Is that something you knew that you could pull out when you needed it?
You know, Kiyotaka, Tinker undefeated, so we super confident about it.
Even when Ramses died to the Tormentor, you weren't worried?
Just laugh. I don't know. I said, go back, guys. I solo take this shard, so he don't hear. I don't know.
Well, congratulations.
He said. I wanna die to bait them. So they run at us, we kill them. By the way, I'm super motivated because I'm 0-7 this DPC and I wanna win major. It's big achievement. You know, 0-7.
Yeah. And apparently you're looking for a team, right?
Yes, looking for team, guys. By the way.
All right, well, thank you very much. We look forward to seeing you guys in the rest of the tournament. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
You don't see a much more successful LFT than this series. Someone please sign this man. Although he is wearing the 9Pandas jersey very, very proudly alongside the rest of his team. How much are you believing that story, Sheep, that Ramsey is tactically like, yeah, I'll die on
yeah, okay. He didn't have if he had buyback, I would believe that story, but he did not. This was so funny, by the way. He's like, you know, he wouldn't have mischiefed there. Yeah, I ain't trusting that one.
That's a true support player, though. He's backing up his teammate. If he keeps playing like this, Solo's going to be looking for a team pretty soon.
You gotta defend your boy.
Wait, hold on. You know what's funny, though, is that after he did die, they then did actually take a fight that they
And
won.
they won?
Killed 2 cores, I think. No, they killed the Wind Ranger and the Venom, I want to say. Or either way, it's like, how are you losing a 4v5?
Yes, but they won that in spite of him. Despite Ramsey's best efforts this game, Kiyotaka still managed to win the game for his team, and that really is something because there were some unnecessary deaths. You know, Tormentor when he leaped into 4 heroes in the early game, when he goes into the base, when he dies, or they just, you know what? I respect him.
One man's unnecessary is another man's tactical, as far as I'm concerned.
That guy's insane. I'm so impressed. This entire tournament has just been a massive, like, W.
For Kiyotaka?
Yeah, for Kiyotaka. Yeah.
Kid named Depressed. He's doing great.
Can I just say, for all of you at home saying, oh, Tinker, OP hero, F this hero, no. Not very few players could have done what he did on that Tinker. The blink got changed. You can't quick cast blink out of things anymore, which gives the hero such an insanely high skill level required to play. You have to constantly be playing on the edge. You have to play even when your BKB is down. You have to play to save your allies. And that requires a certain skill level that, you know, you can't replicate at home. You can't flame the hero for what Kiyotaka just did. And I feel like that needs to be said because people are going to look at it the wrong way.
Yeah, don't try this at home. Don't ruin our pubs. Thank you.
Yeah, please don't pick Tinker. Thank you.
Paid professionals only. Closed course. Do not attempt yourself. And meanwhile, we look towards Tundra, who is now moving down to the lower bracket. Still a much overall better result than what they've had in Lima so far, but what are your expectations? Have they been exposed now, Jack? Or you still see promise in them?
I wouldn't go that far. I think the draft still went pretty well. I still think they had some very good ideas and will continue to have that. And I still think, you know, generally speaking, their execution and play was pretty good. I think this series, just one game really got away from them, and this last one a little bit too. But they're still obviously a solid team and a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, game number 1, it was the boys. Game number 3, it was the kid. And now they will have to face off against the winner of Aster versus Liquid as they move forward in the lower bracket. Meanwhile, 9Pandas has a date with Gaimin. And if Gaimin's Lima performance was any indication, it might just be a 2-0, because Gaimin did not lose a single game in their Lima Major run. But will it be so straightforward, Sheep, against Eastern Europe's 9Pandas?
Well, like I said earlier, in groups they went 1-1, so now they're going to get to settle that and see who would win the 3rd game, if it does go that far. Obviously, the Ramses vs. Quinn storyline is right there. I think it's probably the most hypest thing going for me right now. So it should be a really good showing. And 9Pandas, I mean, look at these guys. Kiyotaka, that's going to be fun. That matchup's going to be fun mid.
Is that now your favorite Tinker player of all current active
There's
time?
no such thing as a favorite Tinker.
Well, that's why I was going to ask Effie, because you held nothing to say in extremely high regard.
There's always something to say for me.
Okay, even after this.
I mean, don't make me compare, but
Choosing between 2 children here, you know, it's hard to make a decision.
NTS Tinker, that's what he got famous for.
Yeah.
That's his hero. That's what got him recruited to top teams. So we haven't seen it in a while, but still got to put respect on it.
I will. Not unfortunately in this tournament, though, as LGD has now been eliminated. And we can take a look at our schedule when we come back. Not just here in this studio, but we'll be coming back in the arena. It's going to be Aster going up against Team Liquid for our first series. Be sure to be there. In person, ideally, if you can. Second series is going to be Evil Geniuses versus Talon, which is another one last representative of their region remaining. It's going to be South America versus Southeast Asia. And that blank that you see right there, that's going to be the winner of Aster versus Liquid going up against Tundra, which, Jack, if you had to make a call, Aster v Liquid, which one you taking?
Whoa, just like this?
Just like that.
All right,
no
we'll
time to
have to
prepare, my friend.
I mean, we'll have to go to the combined last hope of China and North America. Have to go with my boy Sumail and Aster. Easy.
King's going to take it.
That's right.
Okay. Sheep, how about you? Aster v Liquid.
What Liquid is showing up?
Great question. We have seen a variety of Liquids popping in.
Liquid kind of taking a lot of L's right now, so I'm kind of more inclined to say Aster.
That's 2 for Aster, Effie. You riding with China? Slap plus 1 NA?
I think it'll be Liquid to take it. I just feel like even though they've been a little bit more inconsistent this tournament, they're still one of the best teams in the world and need to be respected as such.
Okay, well, if you want to see it, then you might want to see it in the arena, which if you're curious how we're putting this whole show together and what we have prepared for you, well, Slacks did a little bit of investigation to see what the plans are when we get into the arena.
Hey guys, Slacks here. We are nearing the time where we're going to open the doors of ESL One Berlin and let you guys into the stadium to see all of our top teams playing. So I thought, why not give you a fun little exclusive view of what it looks like while this thing's being built, and we can go see how cool it looks together. Let's go. All right, guys, I got a chance to grab somebody. Natasha, you're the project manager for the stage building, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so do you have any idea how many people are working on a project like this?
Right now?
Yeah, just make it up. 10,000.
10,000.
10,000 men in this arena right now, and women working their butts off to make this thing happen in a few days. No, actually, I'm really surprised by how many peeps are working on this thing. They're very efficient. They're very quick.
Yeah, they are. They work together very well, and it all comes together very nicely.
Yeah,
we're super excited.
Well, we're not as excited as us because we're going to be there, baby. I mean, we're going to see this thing come together from the bare bones that it is right now. So truly incredible. Thank you for putting these things together for us. Great one. No, this is good. That was a good grab right there. You should be out there building stuff. She's got strong hands. All right, thank you. These LCD screens are pretty cool. Each one of them is a little square that lights up, you know, make giant screens. I'm sure some of you probably have your entire walls at home and your battle stations are giant LED screens. Got some gentlemen over here cutting, sawing some stuff for the stage, looks like, building the stage themselves. Wow, whoop! Hey guys, I've never done any kind of construction or manual labor in my life. Holy shit, that's pretty hype. I think they're gonna cut something very soon. The anticipation is killing me. He's measuring it up right now. Perhaps we'll be able to see some true oh, here we go. Hopefully it makes a cool noise, oh! Wood! That's cool. Maybe we can go get that piece of wood and keep it. Hello, sir. Hi, can I have that wood?
Yes, because it will be coming there for the front side.
You're gonna make more? Can I use that? Can I have that? Wow, thank you. What is your name, sir?
David.
David, thank you for cutting this wood.
Yeah, please, please.
Yes, we'll give it away to the fans. Thank you, David. Free wood, guys. That's hype. Thank you, David. This is the skeleton of the stage that you'll see. Look, very hard. Oh, it's made out of the same kind of stuff right here. This appears to be some sort of wood element. I'm not sure. Again, I've never done anything remotely like this. It's all good, though. Great person they hired to do this tour. Oh, they're about to install a panel right here. Good work! Yeah, he loves it. Fantastic. Last thing, let's take a look at this thing. Oh! There's a dude up there driving it. Hello! He did not like that. Okay. So anyway, this has been a beautiful tour of what will soon be your beautiful stadium. I hope you guys enjoyed seeing the faces of all the people that made it possible, and I hope the stadium is as wonderful as it appears it's going to be. And one of you will receive this incredible block. I'll throw it at one of you in the audience. Thanks for watching, guys.
The legal department informed us that he will not be giving you free wood. But yeah, that's what goes on behind the scenes. It takes 10,000 people a day to build this arena, and I hope that you guys are going to be joining us. I know that, Effie, you've done a Southeast Asian crowd with ESL Malaysia. You've done a South American crowd with the Lima Major. Mm-hmm. This will be your first time with a Western European crowd, right?
Yeah.
Expectations? You think we're going to blow the roof off this mother?
I mean, I hope you guys cheer really loudly. It's hard to compare to the SEA and SA crowds, but don't be quiet. You know, scream for every team.
They're not going to be quiet. They're going to have like 6 of their teams to root for if this bracket isn't any indication so far.
I need to know how many British people will be in the audience because Birmingham was still regarded as one of the best audiences of all time in Dota 2 history ever. And also there's usually like a small block of British people in the crowd that will just do football chants the entire time. So it's always fun to hear, to listen for those.
And Jack, you're finally back in a venue. You've been off the grid for a while. You looking forward to this?
Yeah, of course. I also hear the harder you cheer, the more slots you get. So hope the fans show up and match the intensity of South America and Southeast Asia.
All right, you and me, brother. We're going to be making a lot of noise for North America. That's the hope. But I hope all of you have been enjoying the show. I hope all of you had a pleasure because this is our last time here in the studio. After that, we're moving on to a much bigger, louder, and prouder stage. I'm very, very excited for the expectations when we move in. All of the fans, all of the crowd joining us soon. Friday, my friends. I hope to see all of you in the Velodrome Arena to embrace darkness.
Hello? Is it over? Okay. Hello. Yes, yes, welcome. This is my home. This is where I watch the games from.
Impossibly the illusions. He's trying to duke it out. How is he out? He's getting away. He's out duking them, but they've got vision upon him again. He's still escaping though. The kinetic field holds him back. The great escape here for 23. He's out of there.
Some sneaky play towards him around the back. Giving them some pretty good.
Oh my goodness.
They see everybody.
They grouped up big time, Ollie. He's heading over.
Oh my God.
They're going to be able to get the 3-man Static Storm in, trapping them and catching the big one, catching Shiro. He's out of the game.
They got
3
him all.
dead. They're immediately coming in with the buybacks, but now nothing to say. He's surrounded by Talon.
That's right. Hello, Sir Action Selects reporting live from the scene here. It is an incredible sight. I believe I am on the scene of a murder here today, a hit and run.
Oh, jabs. Oh my goodness, he's out of the BK. Out of the time now. The storm there. They've caught the 2 cores. Ollie is ready with the 4. There's the Static Storm down on the boat. Nothing to say. And Shiro's going to get wind wakered up into the air. See if it's enough to save, and there it is, and straight back down into the hex. Shiro's gone.
He's got
He'll
5.
buyback steal.
Magnus.
23.
All in
He's
on
got
this
a
fight.
pre-casting the song. He's ready to put the song.
He gets 3.
Oh, he's got the 3 of them.
The Fiend's coming in.
coming in. The setup's there for 23. Ollie steps in. Static
Oh my lord.
2 jumps forward as they're going all in onto Shiro. Shiro's out. He'll buy back immediately, but both the supports are taken out immediately afterwards, and now they can look for more hit Talon.
How about these?
Yeah, what does it say on that?
What does it say? Why can't they go that way?
This says Dutch Gang.
Does manage to kill the IO, but let's see if our Oracle dies or not. And he's so close to 6, but the slow down, turn around, big freezing field from Celery.
And it's going to be the death of the first tier 4. Are they going to stop? I don't think so. 10 seconds on these 2 heroes still remaining for Tundra. They still have the Aegis. Skeeter finally jumps into the frame. They're just going to focus down the Ancient. All they have to do is right-click, and that's it. GG. 9Pandas and the Skeletons take game 1.
How do you like your coffee, Shannon? How many...
Just boatloads of sugar. He's just minding his own business. Like, yeah, this is fine. Oh, he actually, oh my God. He actually tried to mischief it off.
Oh, Roger's just laughing. Oh, that's amazing.
And immediately blinks out. Snaking's just going to die right off the bat as the Underlord's taking the brunt of damage. Snaking somehow lived, but just 2 dead already. 9, another casualty for Tundra as they have no answers for this Tinker. There's literally nothing they can do. It's an ultra kill, and they did basically nothing. It was a 1v4.
Yeah, you still want to show to us because, you know, this might be our last time down the dungeon.
Not really. I mean, I think that I pretty much showed everything, but we'll throw it back to you guys. I mean, I kind of showed it. This is a real bag of trash. All right. Well, anyway, we'll throw it back to you.
It's not worth it for the bit. It's not worth it.
Bye.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now.